The Divine Hunter Chapters 351 to 400. Chapter 351. A small flame flickered in the air, shining on the stone lantern around it. The witches had arrived at the circle of elements, and they both held down their trembling pendants as they looked around. Glimmering Lake slept underneath them, while the peak overhead was covered in snow. The circle of elements was made up of a bunch of boulders covered in runes written in Elder speech and broken into 4 parts. Spring represented the element of water, the source of life. Summer represented the element of fire, the source of heat. Autumn represented the element of earth, the source of bounty, and winter represented the element of wind, the source of silence. The runes and unique structure of the circle attracted a ton of chaos energy. Even without his witcher senses, Roy could still sense the elements dancing around and creating weird phenomena. Winds howled across the air, flames flickered before his eyes, water brushed atop his skin, and the scent of earth tickled his nostrils. A numbing sensation flowed across his limbs as the mana within him resonated with the energy in the air. Every inch of his skin was vibrating gently, as if it were dancing to an unheard rhythm. Roy was sure he could replenish all his mana and stamina if he meditated in the circle of elements for just 3 hours instead of the usual 5. Told you this won't be a waste of time. This is one of the best places for newbie witches to explore. Lambert loved the look on Roy's face. Now cast some signs and use up your mana. Prepare for deeper meditation. Roy cast all 6 signs in the air. 1 loop and a half later, his mana was all gone, and the world started spinning. You only have 1 chance, so listen closely. Get as deep as you can during the meditation. There is a very slim chance, but Lambert's flippant attitude was wiped off and replaced by solemnity. If you see any elemental dimension, get as close to them as you can. The closer you are, the more you can get from them. Maybe you can even level up your sign. Most witches can only increase their sign intensity though. Roy stared at the ground and memorized everything Lambert told him. Now, meditate. I'll stand guard and make sure nobody disturbs you. Roy nodded and sat down in the circle. He relaxed his muscles and slowed his breathing. Eventually, the light around him dimmed, and his soul entered a bizarre place. Lambert was making a weird gesture with his hand, activating the runes in the circle. His eyebrow arched when he noticed Roy getting into the state so quickly. That was fucking fast. For some reason, it feels like he meditates better than I do. Under most circumstances, the better the meditator, the lower their presence would be in the material world. Their soul would be closer to the elemental dimensions and could absorb chaos energy better. I've only felt this kind of feeling from Geralt and Eskel, and they're both a few decades older than me. Nobody can get to this level unless they've meditated for 6 or 7 decades. Lambert was shocked. Once again, he saw Roy in a new light. But that's impossible. He's not even 20. Even talented mages can't get to this level. And that's if they started meditating when they were babies. Lambert shook his head. The kid gave me more surprises in days than a year's worth of adventure. Lambert had no idea Roy cheated with skill points. He closed the big gap with that. The world of meditation was mostly made up of darkness and the void, but this time, it was different. Usually, the elements would be scattered around in all corners of this dimension, but the elements in the air were 10 times more bountiful than usual. Orange flames, blue water, yellow earth, and green wind surrounded the witcher's soul like curious fireflies attracted to a newcomer. They were touching his body gently. Most of the time, the elements would only touch him carefully and break contact right away. Roy would have to chase the elements and catch them to replenish his mana, and he would use them to modify his body to better adapt to chaos energy. Meditation usually took 5 hours, but not this time. The air was packed with elements, and they had to push each other away just to have some space to breathe. Of course, some of them fell into Roy's lap involuntarily, but this is no time to enjoy them fawning over me. I need to find the dimensions. The young witcher hunkered down and leapt ahead, flying into the distance easily. The elements crowded around him, eventually becoming a pair of beautiful wings that flapped around the witcher, propelling him where he wanted to go. Eventually, his eyes feasted on 4 shining balls of light within the dark dimension of meditation. Elements flocked to these balls and danced around them. The elemental dimensions, Thanks to the elements, Roy was that much closer to touching the dimensions. Their light was almost blinding, and Roy could feel the elements around him. Winds were murmuring, the earth was trembling, flames were burning him, and freezing water splashed down on him. He felt weakness and desire welling within him. At the same time, the elements that pushed him so far had gone away. Not an inch of a step could be taken anymore, and the young witcher stopped a few yards away from the balls of light. They were laid out in a line, and the ball closest to him was burning and wriggling with fire. Through the veil of flames, Roy saw something he would remember for the rest of his life. It was an ancient abode flanked by cliffs that stretched high up into the sky. A humanoid creature with reddish skin stood in the valley over the river of magma. Its back was as wide as a mountain. Its arms were slender, and its lower body was nothing but a ball of gas. The creature had the physique of a troll, and its veins were flashing bright like fire. Its nose and eyes were big, its fur was red, and a mane of flames surrounded its neck and chest. A wreath of smoke and magma hung underneath its curled horns like a crown. A pair of long, canine teeth protruded from its mouth, and flames flared from its eyes, nostrils, and teeth. Ifrit? An elemental who resides in the dimension of flames. Roy was only looking at it for one moment, and the Ifrit had already taken notice of him. It suddenly turned round and stared at the one who was looking at it. Its eyes widened with rage, and the creature roared. The river of magma exploded into the air like a waterfall, and then the valley was covered in flames. The Ifrit suddenly became 10 times larger and came dangerously close to the young witcher for one moment. In that moment, the Ifrit seemed to have ignored the limitations between dimensions. Its eyes were burning, and another roar escaped its throat. The air itself seemed to fizzle out from the heat that was covering Roy. It suffocated him, burning every inch of his skin and soul. The agony engulfed him whole, and the light erased him into nothingness. Roy frowned and heaved a sigh before exiting his deep meditation mode. The moment he opened his eyes, a flash of red glinted within them. The magma, flames, and that horrifying creature were nowhere to be seen. He could feel the breeze caressing his body gently, and what he saw were the stone walls around the elemental circle as well as a concerned Lambert. "How do you feel?" The witcher noticed the weird look on Roy's face, and he quickly huddled closer. "Did you see the dimensions? What did you get from them?" he gushed. "Stop. How long was I out for?" "Lambert, about 2 hours." "Give me some time. I need to think and sort things out." Roy sat back down and concentrated on his character sheet only to find a new message popping up. Chapter 352. You have completed meditating in the circle of elements for the first time. Spirit. 14.516. Mana, 185 200. Witcher signs, Level 2 Level 3. You have approached the dimension of flames and listened to the legendary Ifrit's murmurs of fury. You now understand more about explosions. Your spirit is now greater than 15. Igni has undergone a change. Igni, base, shoots out a conical flame to burn your enemies. Igni Fury Fire, new, you may launch a ball of Fury Fire at any target within 20 meters. Fury Fire will track the target you designate. When Fury Fire comes in contact with your target, it will explode and cause a chain reaction with the fire elements in the air to raise its explosion impact and temperature. Fury Fire is affected by spirit and level of Witcher signs. One meditation session, and I raised my Witcher signs by 1 level and gained more than a 1-point increment in spirit, and Igni mutated. It's now a ranged fireball. A ranged, tracking fireball. Perfect trip, I'd say. But even after Roy had exited his meditating state, he could still feel his skin burn whenever he thought about the Ifrit's roar. It felt like a pair of flaming eyes was staring at him through the void. Fear started spreading through his soul, making it shiver. Roy clenched his teeth and tried to meditate in the circle again. He wished to face that creature once more to conquer his fear. When he entered the state again, he realized that although the elements were still dense, they couldn't form that pair of wings to push him ahead again. With his meditation still at level 6, he couldn't even get close to the elemental dimensions. No wonder Lambert said it's only a one-time thing. Roy took a deep breath and reluctantly accepted reality. He stared at the expectant wolf and stayed quiet for a moment. If I want him on my side, I'll have to show my strengths. My sign intensity increased a bit, and it changed too. Lambert's jaw dropped, and surprise flashed in his eyes. He's so fucking lucky. You saw the elemental dimensions? One of the creatures in the dimension of flames. Yes. Lambert's cheeks twitched, and jealousy shone in his eyes. I've read about them. It's called Ifrit. One of the 4 elementals. Most witches go their whole lives never seeing one, let alone make a wish to it. What kind of wish? Roy was confused. Oh, you don't know? Ifrits can grant wishes like jinns do, but you got to pin it down before you can make your wish. Oh, okay. The thing sent me all the way with a roar. No way I can pin it down. Are you Lady Luck's child or something, Roy? Maybe. Roy accepted the praise graciously. Shoot a sign at me. I wanna see how much you've improved. An odd is enough. Lambert beckoned at him from 2 yards away. His legs were opened as wide as his shoulders, and he was half crouched. Shouldn't you cover yourself with Con first? Lambert thumped his chest. Don't hold back, kid. You can't hurt me. My body's tougher than you think. Fine. Roy rolled his eyes and shot a big dose of Ard at Lambert. The air exploded, and Lambert was pushed down with a thud. He rolled back like a ball for a few moments before he got back up on his legs. That was brutal, but not bad. Lambert rubbed his chest. Still a far cry from me though. So what if he's talented and has clairvoyant powers? I'm still a better swordsman and signcaster. Lambert regained a bit of his confidence. Try the new sign on me next. You might get hurt. Just stand back and watch. Roy shook his head and stepped out of the elemental circle. His eyes were set on the bunch of azaleas beside the path. Swiftly, a red triangle formed in the air, and Roy pushed it forward. A crimson fireball shot out of the triangle and flew into the azaleas. The fireball exploded, sending soil, debris, and grass flying everywhere. For a moment, the patch of ground where the azalea stood turned scorching hot, and smoke billowed in the air. A small crater was left in the wake of the smoke and explosion. The flames blackened the nearby soil, and sparks of fire were branching out to the surroundings. Whoa, that was like a small dancing star exploding. Roy quickly put the sparks out with Ard. The area of effect is considerably smaller, but the explosion is more lethal. Not as fast as a crossbow bolt, though, and it can't fly as far either. Roy closed his eyes to relive the experience of Fury Fire and find its difference from the regular Igni. When he cast Fury Fire, the elements became more volatile, and they moved within his body at a fiercer pace. His hand felt like it was burning and breaking up just from casting that sign. And Fury Fire costs 20 mana. It's the same as a regular Igni, but it has far greater power. He could see the great potential in this modified sign, but Roy needed time to find out what he could do with this new toy. Roy had some ideas on how to incorporate Fury Fire into his battle tactics. With Fury Fire joining his arsenal, he now had 2 ranged attack options. Gabriel could shoot guided bolts, while Fury Fire was a tracking fireball all by itself. Wonder if I can shoot a bolt and cast Fury Fire at the same time. It's going to be a lot more explosive than melee attacks. Very mana intensive though. Can't do a double attack too many times, not even with 200 mana. That's on par with a sorcerer's fireball. I don't think Heliotrop can stop it. Lambert was a little melancholic, and a sigh escaped his lips. Just when he regained some confidence, Roy showed him something unimaginable. He's the 1 in 100. The lad's gonna grow into an important guy someday. Lambert was envious of Roy's good fortune. Suddenly, he whipped out a pendant from his pocket and tossed it at the young witcher. At the end of the pendant hung a miniature wolf's head with its mouth open. Take it, Roy. You passed the trial, and you deserve an insignia. Vasema, Gerald, and Eskel want you to have it as well. But I'm a viper, Roy said. It's all right. We're not going to take you from Letho. Lambert then said, but you're now an honorary wolf. Just take it if you're a man. Roy tucked the insignia away, though he was still wearing the viper pendant around his neck. Lambert blew the candlelight out and looked at the skies. Sun was starting to set, and dusk was only an hour away. Time to go. Eskel has probably skewered the goat and lathered spices all over it. They're probably waiting for us. What did you guys get from your first meditation in the elemental circle? Roy caught up to him and went down the slope. Gerald's isekai'd mutated. He can turn his targets into puppets, and his isekai'd lasts a long time. I just know he seduced those women with his mutated isekai'd. They wouldn't fall for him otherwise. Look at his face. It's forever one expression. But I have no proof for that. Lambert shook his head. Isekai'd, Vasema, and I didn't get a lot of stuff out of it. There's like a blue mountain's worth of distance between us and the elemental dimensions. White Wolf probably got his magical talents from his mother's side. That's why his sign mutated. And then he had another question. Why didn't you guys wait until you could meditate better before you took this trial? Most witches don't have the luxury of time. Rather than dying in combat, coming here to power up a bit is the better choice. Roy nodded. The elemental circle aside, I have a tip for you, as thanks for your help today. Don't talk about the Brotherhood. To be honest, everyone wants me to tell you to give it up. Lambert finally told Roy the truth. It's not about the Brotherhood. And you can't change my mind. Roy shook his head. Know a cat called Aiden? Lambert came to an abrupt half and shot Roy a glare of displeasure. Are you also a telepath, kid? How do you know that name? He hissed. What do you know? I might be a telepath, Roy said. I saw through your soul. You acknowledge my idea. And you can't wait to join. Is that your premonition again? Lambert shook his head in disdain. Don't look into anyone's secrets with that ability. Keep bragging about it and you'll end up dead. Thanks for the reminder, but I can't control this ability. The information I receive is very random. It ranges from anything to anything. Let's talk about Aiden. He's my best friend. Lambert crouched and pinched his nose before they re-entered the passage. I've only known him for less than a year, but I love his style. Ever worked with someone that meshes so well with you? It's buttery smooth, and he's so understanding. He just gets my humor. You seem pretty funny to me now. Roy gave Lambert a weird look. Shut it. I would have proposed to him if he were a girl, Lambert answered seriously. But being a friend is fine. Gerald and Isekai'd are my friends too. But they're a far cry from Aiden. Why did you bring him up though? Be warned, Lambert. Roy's face fell. I have seen his future. He's going to get caught in a conspiracy a few years down the line and hunted to death by a bunch of elite mercenaries. Lambert blanched. There was suspicion, shock, and sorrow in his eyes. He's the first friend I've meshed so well with in 50 years, and he's gonna die? He stared daggers at Roy. You know what happens if you lie. I have no reason to lie. Who's the culprit? Asked Lambert nervously. Roy stared into his eyes. A bunch of powerful royalty. Aiden lifted the curse of a duke's daughter and got on their bad side, so they hired a bunch of veteran mercenaries to kill him. How the hell did you even find out about something that hasn't even happened yet? Lambert roared. How the fuck did Aiden get on their bad side? Because he got in their way. Roy shook his head regretfully. And cats are really infamous among the people. Some nobles hate their guts. Killing them is something they do for fun. That's all. But Aiden's not a bloodthirsty maniac. He almost never harmed any innocents. Lambert said. That shouldn't be his end. He paced around like a cat on hot bricks. Come on, Commander. Work, brain. How can I help him? What if I tell him not to take any request from any dukes? Maybe he lives, or maybe someone else slits his throat. Roy shrugged. He loved the look on Lambert's face. Witches believe in fate, and you know fate isn't that easily overturned. A draft blew from the river, silencing Lambert. Roy broke the silence. I told you the cat who joined the Brotherhood is also one of the sane ones, and he went through a grueling experience. A sorcerer set his sights on him, knocked him out, and took him back to the lab just to perform all kinds of experiments on him. Painful experiments. He was jailed and lived his life in hell for 30 years. We only busted him out a while ago. He didn't do anything to deserve that. Roy hopped onto the boat with Lambert and started rowing. The boat sailed through the waters, and Roy raised his voice. Don't you get it, Lambert? Weakness is a sin. If you aren't powerful enough, or if you don't have anyone protecting you, this world is going to swallow you whole. I won't be surprised if one of us dies in a ditch or something if we don't have enough power. Weakness is a sin? Lambert murmured to himself. And then he looked at the talented, ambitious young witcher. Can you promise me that Aiden won't die if I join the Brotherhood? Can you promise that Kaer Morhen will weather the storm? Sorry, but no guarantees for that. But there's no harm in trying. Roy looked at him. It struck a chord with Lambert, and that intense, hot-blooded feeling welled within him again. He had a feeling that Roy would change the history of witches one day. While I squander my life doing nothing, leaving my home and my best friend to die a horrible death? No. There's a chance to change that, and it's standing right in front of me. Do you need any helpers with the work in Novgorod? I can go with you. Even join the Brotherhood. Sure. Gods. Finally, Roy extended his hand. We're always recruiting. Can you take Aiden in as well? I'll take him to you and join up together. Remember your promise. We'll watch each other's backs. That's one of the Brotherhood's missions, but he'll have to pass probation first. That's a deal then. The witches rowed the boat across the lake. A gentle breeze strolled past the air, caressing Lambert's face. For some reason, he felt energized. You convinced me, kid, but everyone else is going to be a hurdle. Your lecture scared them off. They're staying away from you and had me represent them. I thought that might be the case. Roy smiled. But don't worry. You're about to witness a miracle. A few miracles, actually. Chapter 353. Night had covered Kaer Morhen when Lambert and Roy made their return, and a crescent moon ascended into the air. Just as Lambert predicted, a goat was hung over the open fire, but the other wolves already had dinner and went back to their rooms. He didn't even get to see them. They're still avoiding me. We got what we came for, kid. Don't push your luck. Letha was leaning on the fireplace. Roy shook his head. If he couldn't change the wolves' passivity, this alliance would be useless. I got to Lambert. This plan works, and I'm going through with it. He went straight to the highest floor of the main castle and knocked on Gerald's door. The moment Gerald saw who it was, resignation filled his eyes. Good evening, Gerald. We need to talk. A toothy grin hung on Roy's lips. Gerald forced a smile. Don't you think it's a bit late? Can't this wait until tomorrow? Roy stopped the door from closing by putting a foot down. But you might go fishing tomorrow or hiking through the Blue Mountains the next, Roy teased before pushing Gerald into his bedroom. I'll cut to the chase. Don't hide from me. I'm not Yennefer. Can you not bring her up? We've broken up for years, Gerald muttered under his breath. But you still think about her a lot. Roy sat down on the only chair around. Gerald's room was starker than he imagined. There was only a wooden bed with a beast hide on it, a crate of clothes before the bed, a clothesline, and nothing. Man, this place is big enough for two swordsmen to spar. Odd. Where's the unicorn? Where's the white unicorn? What is up with you? You keep talking about weird stuff. Gerald plopped down onto the bed and stared at the moon outside the window. There's no virgin in Kaer Morhen. Unicorns don't come round. Roy nodded. Ah. So Gerald and Yennefer haven't experimented that far yet. Sooner or later they're gonna fuck on a unicorn. The clouds. Just take it as advice. He stopped smiling and continued solemnly. Gerald, what do you think about the Brotherhood? Are you joining? I thought Lambert told you clearly. Gerald shook his head. The alliance we have is perfect, and now we're about to talk about the details. We'll find some time every year to gather somewhere and talk about how the year went for us. And we'll help each other out if need be. That's an easier partnership. A Brotherhood is going to be a big organization, and running one isn't as easy as you think. Rules and regulations, for example. Have you come up with a rule book? Found someone to manage the whole thing? Who's going to handle all the menial tasks like food, lodging, remuneration, and jobs? Witches aren't great managers, Gerald said seriously. So you have thought about it. Someone else will handle the menial tasks if you don't want to, and we won't force our members to do anything, or Lambert wouldn't have joined. Roy smiled. Lambert agreed. Gerald was really resigned at that point. I'm disappointed. Yep. He'll come to Novgorod with us once the first month is up. I knew I couldn't rely on him. We reached an agreement, and he promised he'd make you forget about the idea. But now he took your side? Gerald growled and massaged his temples. A sigh escaped his lips. Lambert is still young and playful. He probably just wants to see Novgorod. It's a big city, after all. Sooner or later, he's going to get bored. So take his word with a grain of salt. I don't think so. Lambert is showing promise, Roy said. He'll prove that joining the Brotherhood is the right choice. And don't you care about the calamity that's going to happen 10 years down the road? How are you going to deal with it without any help? Gerald looked even more somber at that point. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? I don't think Kaer Morhen has anything left to steal except for the witches themselves. Poison, heat, and extreme climate resistance. Best test subjects. And the recipe for your trial is priceless for some people. Will you give them the recipe in exchange for the castle's safety? Or will you convince Vasema to leave this place? Roy stared at Gerald intently. He knew what the answer would be. Sticklers to tradition until the very end. The wolves would refuse to give in even if that was the last thing they did. Your premonition is more powerful than I thought, Roy. That was very specific. Is the recipe why we'll be attacked again? Gerald believed Roy's premonition a little. He was considering joining Roy's brotherhood and having all the Witcher schools banned up, including the never-seen-before Manticore school. He wondered if their brotherhood could fight back the evil forces and change their future. And we have a talented Witcher who is also a clairvoyant on our side. Roy noticed his conviction wavering, and he went all in. There's another reason for the sacking of Kaer Morhen. What is it? It's about your unexpected child. Gerald cocked his eyebrow. He was reminded of a beautiful, tomboyish, grey-haired girl who had a loud voice and even louder movements. How so? Remember Ciri, the daughter of Pavetu and Duni, Princess of Sintra? Have you visited her lately? I'm just a lowly, rude witcher. Gerald shook his head. I have no right to disturb Her Highness. Even if I were to see her, Calanth would think I was trying to do something to Ciri, and she'd have my head. That's how you always are. Ciri, Yennefer. You treat them the same. What is this, some sort of romance drama with the protagonist being a bad communicator? Roy continued loudly. You can't assume that. Go there and ask what they think. Find out if they want to see you or if they're leading you on a chase. Get to the point. Roy, Gerald muttered. I've seen Ciri's future as well. We've gone through Brooklyn and ran into Ithn. She told us who Ciri really is. Do you remember what she said? She possesses elder blood, Gerald said. Gales charged into the room, billowing the tattered curtains. Black clouds obscured the crescent moon, dimming its light. Elder blood is a lot more precious than the trial recipe, Roy said. Powerful forces have set their sights on her, and they will not stop until Ciri is in their hands. You couldn't deny destiny anymore, so you stepped in. In the end, Ciri brought danger and devastation to Kaer Morhen. Impossible. She's the heir to a kingdom, Gerald argued. With Sintra's royalty and Skellige's rulers protecting her, none can harm Ciri. She doesn't need a witcher's protection. Roy smiled but didn't elaborate. Gerald wondered why the young witcher didn't answer. And then he realized something. He might be a traditional witcher who stuck to the creed of neutrality. But that didn't mean he was cut off from the news. Throughout his travels in Bryn Sintra, he heard rumors about Nilfgaardian troops setting up camp not far from Emil. If they kept advancing northward, eventually the troops would be invading Sintra's land. It was obvious that the south wanted to conquer the north at this point. And then he was reminded of something else. Back in Brooklyn, Freixenet the nymph breeder castigated Ciri for ruining Sintra and Verdun's alliance by running away. He berated her for weakening Sintra's forces. She needs a witcher's protection because the ruler of the kingdom that's supposed to protect her is. Gerald was shocked. Night breeze blew down his neck, and sweat glistened his skin. He looked at Roy again, but this time with conflicting emotions. The alleged prophet easily told him about the direction a future war would take place. This is unreal. Would you turn a blind eye if Ciri were in danger? Gerald asked himself that and shook his head. And if he were to step in, Vasema, Eskel, and Lambert would help out as well, even if they might bite his head off for putting the school in danger. It's very possible we'd drag Kaer Morhen into danger if that happened. You know how powerful the law of surprise is, Gerald, Roy said. Even if you distance yourself from Ciri, destiny will still send her your way. You'll have to face this enemy together. If there's still only the four of you by then, you stand no chance against the enemy, not even with our help. We'll all die. Roy took a deep breath and kept his eyes on the white wolf. If you still won't change and join the Brotherhood, if you won't try to bolster our strength, you'll be powerless to change Kaer Morhen or Ciri's fate. Gods be damned. Are you a demon? Do you have to be that direct? Gerald shot up and paced around angrily. He roared, even if I join the Brotherhood, what then? You think a small group of witches can fight back against a whole army? At least it's better than doing nothing and dying. Roy stared back into Gerald's eyes without fear or fervor. Join us and train the newbies up. At least we have a chance at changing things. We're not letting our comrades sacrifice themselves needlessly. Everyone's gonna have a shot at happiness. Come, Gerald. Roy extended his hand. Come to Novgorod and fight for a better tomorrow for witches. You're a fucking devil, Gerald muttered. He held his hand out and paused for a moment before shaking Roy's hands. The young witcher thought Gerald's palm was sweaty. Don't make me regret this, and I'm not handling the menial tasks. Don't worry. I'm not about to let an amateur mess the management up, and we have a deal. That sure was a long talk. Roy turned around and went for the door. I think you'll need time to sort this out. The enemies who are out for the trial recipe and elder blood. The war between Sintra and Nilfgaard. Gerald will need some time to process that. Gerald's face was red, and his hair was drenched with sweat. He needed to process the whole thing. But just like a man who was drunk on wine, Gerald was drunk on information. He wanted to know more. Gerald stopped him. Roy, can you see anything you want through your premonition? Roy shook his head, smiling. No. I told you it's very random. Then how did you know so much about me and Kaer Morhen? Gerald peered at the young witcher. Because you're the goddamn protagonist, Roy thought to himself. Because I've come into contact with you guys more. So it's easier to see things related to you. Is that so? Gerald's breathing stopped for a moment. He plopped down onto his bed and clasped his fingers. I have a question about a particular person, he asked nervously. Ask away, but my ability is still a very random one. Roy shook his head regrettably. I might be unable to give you an answer. The look on Gerald's face changed a few times, and eventually, he spoke. Do you know how I arrived at Kaer Morhen, Roy? It wasn't because of the law of surprise. Oh, I know what he's going to ask. Come on, memories. Give me something. Gerald took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. A woman gave me to Visema. To be precise, my mother abandoned me when I was a child. She left me at the gates of Kaer Morhen, and Visema took me in. Showed me the ways of the witches. Unbelievable, don't you think? Under most circumstances, mothers would beg witches not to take their children away, but not mine. She seemed horrified by me. Maybe she had a reason, Roy said. Yeah, bad consolation. Gerald ignored that and muttered to himself, I kept wondering if I would run into the woman who left me here. If we did meet, I wonder how she would react to me being a witcher. I kept thinking about the things I should say to her, the questions I should ask. Like why she abandoned me. Gerald was tearing up a little. I waited for almost 80 years, but destiny never reunited us. All I got from Visema was her name, Visena. She's a druid and sorceress. I want to know where she is right now. Can your premonition help, Roy? Gerald stared at Roy with hope. I need a minute. Roy closed his eyes and pretended to glimpse into the past. For a moment, the white wolf's nervous breathing was the only sound in the room. According to the original timeline, Gerald would meet his mother 2 years later when he sustained some serious injuries. She would heal him and leave without saying a word. Gerald failed to get the answers he wanted. Wonder if that would change if I step in. I see her. She's pale and gaunt. The polar opposite of you. Roy shook his head. Like most druids, she's traveling the world and taking up the mantle of a healer. But she's a nomad who travels from place to place. I can't find her. Gerald's gaze turned downward. But I also see something else. It's about your past. Roy took a deep breath and explained why Visnu abandoned Gerald. A white-haired man saw a hallucination right before his death. He saw a man killing hordes of monsters. And that man called himself Gerald of Rivia. Gerald snapped out of his misery feeling surprised. I don't remember seeing a man like that. When did that happen? The man, Corin the human warrior, told his wife, Visnu the sorceress, about the things he saw. Their unborn child shall be named Gerald of Rivia, and he prophesied that Gerald was a witcher born with feline eyes. Thinking it as destiny's guidance, Visna honored her husband's dying wish and sent her son to Kaer Morhen to be raised by witches. Roy kept staring at Gerald. With destiny's help, the child named Gerald passed the trial and became a wolf. Eventually, He would form a bond with the heir to the elder blood through the law of surprise. Duetnf Siren certain Gledi. The sword of destiny has two edges, Roy said. It was something Ethan told him before. And then he finished it. Yusith, and you are one of it. You will change the world. A long silence ensued. Gerald was sorting out his thoughts. His lips were pursed. His look solemn and confused. So Visna didn't abandon me. I was taken to Kaer because of the hallucination of my dying father, Corin. Perhaps it was not a hallucination. Roy smiled. But if that makes you feel better, you're free to see the whole event in that light. If you want to know more, then you'll have to wait. Roy paused. But we'll talk after we return to Novgorod. Chapter 354. Over the skies above, the warm winter sun hung. Morning breeze fluttered across the plains of Kaer, bringing golden sunlight onto the walls of the ancient fortress. Heavy breathing was coming from the training grounds. A pair of sword-wielding silhouettes were engaged in a furious battle. A thrust and charge later, the fighters came closer and clashed like two bolts of lightning. Metal clanged against metal a dozen times in an instant. Sparks flew everywhere, and sunlight glinted dazzlingly on the blades. Eventually, the fighters parted, but they remained in the plow stance, ready to attack or defend at any given moment. The air was fraught with tension as the swordsmen started a staring battle, but eventually, Roy sheathed his blade and held up a lock of cut hair from the nape of his neck. He could feel sweat drenching his body already. That was intense. I thought you'd let me win, Eskel. It's no fun coming down so hard on a newbie like me. You're no simple newbie. Eskel shook his head and plopped down onto the ground beside the stakes. I don't think Cletho would show you any mercy either. He gulped down some water from the water skin. He'd train you up and push your potential to the fullest. The wolf turned round and said, but he never told me how he took you in. Was it the law of surprise or something else? Roy sat down beside Eskel and explained calmly. About a year ago, a grave hag was terrorizing a certain village in rural Edern. A few people died, and the villagers were terrified. Everyone kept to themselves, hiding in their houses. Letho and his companions showed up one day and took the request to take the monster out. I told them I wanted to be a witcher. Power is an enticing factor, you see. So I said goodbye to my family and stepped on this path. Eskel's eyes went wide for a moment. The explanation given sounded a bit too outlandish for him. So they found a new witcher out of nowhere? In a way, I found 3 mentors who taught me all they knew. You learn something new every day. Eskel nodded, though he had a weird look in his eyes. You're an oddity. Most people think we're disgusting, but you volunteered to join us. Aren't you afraid of our unusual looks and attitude? Feline eyes aren't bad, Roy joked. At least nobody would trample all over me. And I'd prefer a straightforward attitude if a facade is the alternative. Eskel choked. He cleared his throat and looked at Roy. But your parents are still alive, and they don't owe the witches anything. Did they hand you over to them? Or do they not like you? Their hearts were broken. Tried to dissuade me, but I convinced them, Roy said. I was almost 14 back then. I have the right to decide what I do with my life. Can you really take this path when you know you can never come in contact with them again? I don't remember that being the price I had to pay, Roy said gently. Orcs and Serit took my family to Novgorod. They're living a better life than they did in the village. A lot easier than being farmers. And they got themselves another kid too. I can see them anytime I want. Eskel took a deep breath and stared into the distance, where the snowy, golden plains sat. All the witches he knew eventually drifted away from their families due to the law of surprise or the machinations of destiny. Most witches led their lives in loneliness and isolation, no matter which school they were from. But this one is different. Eskel asked, what was going through your mind when you decided to join us? Just because you wanted power? The grave hag killed a friend of mine. I realized then that regular humans are too fragile, too weak. As if society isn't enough of a trial. They had to face killer monsters too. Power is the only way to survive. Status, coins, strength. Either of the 3 is needed for survival, Roy mused, and I saw my future. The village would face a terrible fate. Had I remained a farmer there, my family and I would have died beneath the hooves of war. Roy announced, change was needed. I had to strike out if I wished to change my fate. and I made the right choice. He made a lot of friends and ran into bizarre encounters along the way. Slowly but surely, he was changing from a frail young man into a witcher. Roy never regretted his choice, and he would keep walking this path. "You're special, Roy," Eskel praised. "You possess a few nuggets of wisdom most people your age don't." Eskel was impressed. Roy was far younger than he was, but he changed his and his family's fate all by himself. On the other hand, he found himself at the mercy of destiny, training and living the life of a witcher for decades alongside his companions at Kaer. For the first time in a while, he was getting some ideas, hopeful ideas. Perhaps this lad can change the fate of witches as a whole. "Don't just talk about me." Roy stared at him. "Tell me how you came to Kaer. I have a feeling you asked Geralt and Lambert that. If I wanna work with you guys, I have to know more about your past." "Same old story as most witches." Eskel nodded. "A witcher invoked the law of surprise, and Vesema brought me here. Can't remember why or how it came to be, but I don't see the need to dig up the answer." He continued, "All I know is from the moment the law of surprise bonded me to this palace. Kaer is my home, and Vesema is my father." Roy kept staring into Eskel's eyes and suggested, "Would you come to Novgorod and join the Brotherhood, Eskel, to protect your home from the invaders that will inevitably come?" "You cheeky lad." Eskel sighed. "You just keep bringing that up, don't you? The Brotherhood is a good idea, but I don't even see an outline for it. How are we supposed to join?" "I'll need every member's opinion to come up with a comprehensive rulebook surrounding the expansion of our forces." A brief pause ensued. Geralt and Lambert agreed to join. "What did you feed them?" Eskel's eyes narrowed. He was surprised that even Geralt agreed to join. Lambert joining was no surprise, since he half expected that to happen. But Geralt is a tough nut to crack. "I told them about the problems they'd be facing in the future," Roy answered honestly. "The alliance isn't strong enough. We need to build up the Brotherhood, gather most living witches, and train up an army of new witches, or the problem won't solve itself." "Is that so?" "Well, tell me what I'll be facing then," Eskel said. He was waiting for Roy to convince him. Roy's gaze turned downward, and he pretended to fall into his thoughts. Then he said seriously, "You're going to fall in love with some horned women, and they're going to suck you dry." "Oh, Eskel fell into silence, a weird look creeping up to his face. He frowned, but only for a single moment. "You're talking about a succubus, aren't you?" "Yep." "Bullseye." "Unorthodox taste, but nothing to be ashamed of." "I'd rather nobody know about this fetish, but that's the least of your worries," continued Roy solemnly. "There's something else I haven't told Geralt and Lambert." Eskel waited for the continuation quietly. "The future I glimpsed showed me the siege on the keep, as well as a casualty." Tightly, Eskel held his water skin, and his breathing turned heavier. "Who's the casualty?" Roy pursed his lips, but he reluctantly answered, "The one you see as a father." Eskel froze up in shock and leaned on the cold, hard walls. His eyes were closed, his mind in turmoil. Roy looked at him silently. That was a cruel answer, and he had no plans on bringing that up, but Roy had no idea what else would convince Eskel. The man whom he saw as a father was the closest thing he had to a family. Only the news of his eventual death could change the witch's mind. "I'm doing this to save Vesema from a terrible fate," Roy told himself. Eventually, Eskel asked, "If Vesema moves with us, can he evade that fate?" "I can't be sure about that." Roy was surprised Eskel would ask that question. He should know Vesema would never abandon his home. Maybe he can. Maybe he can't. But running away isn't the answer. Getting stronger is. If we band together and grow stronger, perhaps we can. Roy clenched his fists. "Curb the danger before it even rears its ugly head." Something jolted Eskel, and he stood up. He stretched his arms, and so did his shadow. It felt like a beast had just woken from its slumber, ready to hunt. "Promise me you'll keep this a secret from them, Roy." "I will." Roy nodded. "So, are you going to join?" Eskel stared at the young witcher. "We're going to pay you a visit, but be warned. Geralt, Lambert, and I have a voracious appetite." "Monstrous, if you may. Prepare enough food and alcohol." "All right, 3 down, 1 to go." Roy swung his fists happily. At least my efforts aren't for nothing. But he wasn't in a hurry to see Vesema. Now that he was certain about the Brotherhood's establishment, It was time to sort out all the gains he got from the elemental circle. He bade Eskil goodbye, left the castle, and went for the clearing under an oak tree. Once again, he entered a state of meditation only to exit it a moment later, and then a sigh escaped his lips. Ever since he left the circle, Roy had given meditation many tries, but not once did the elements propel him toward the elemental dimensions. I wonder when I'll get the chance to do that again. Just seeing the Ifrit and hearing it roar mutated Igni. Wonder if the other signs would also mutate if I saw the other elementals. Guess I'll find out sooner or later. Roy had a feeling he would. If I can level meditation up to level 10, I can reach the dimensions without any help. The changes in Igni made him realize something. One deep meditation session increased his sign intensity and spirit. This means the whole Witcher power system is already affected, and every part is getting closer together. If I can raise my swordplay, signs, Witcher senses, and alchemy skills to a certain level, will they improve one another? Roy held that idea down and started practicing Fury Fire. He made a red sign in the air and shoved it at a nearby mound. The explosion shattered the mound into pieces, sending soil and grass flying into the air. What remained in the wake of Fury Fire was a big crater. Fury Fire was on par with that fireball Matto shot at him back in the ambush at Spear's Pit. It was a lot more potent than Igni and worked differently. Fury Fire would activate the fire elements around Roy's target and whip them into a frenzy. Ignition and burning aside, Fury Fire could also explode. One Fury Fire had enough power to rival a mini dancing star. Can couldn't defend against it, not even if Seret cast a level 10 can. But if Heliotrop was involved, all Fury Fire could do was destroy the shield. Roy tossed out 5 Fury Fires into 5 mounds, expending half his mana, and then he started his second training, casting both his long-range attacks at once. On one hand, he had his hand crossbow, which boasted greater speed and range. On the other hand, he had Fury Fire, which was superior in area of effect, potency, and noise. Roy half-crouched and set his sights on a big oak tree in the distance. He made the sign of Fury Fire with his left hand and held Gabriel in his right, ready to pull the trigger at any moment. Eventually, a bolt buried itself in the oak's bark, and Fury Fire came right after it. Half the bolt was blown away, and wood shavings blasted into the air. Part of the tree bark was blackened, and smoke billowed. But Roy put the sparks out with ard. Not even can Heliodrop, or a mage's magical shield can fend off this combo at the same time. But I still need to master it. If my target's static, they're dead meat. But battles don't work that way. And there are enemies who move too fast to be seen. It'd hamper my accuracy. And that's with both the bolt and Fury Fire having an inbuilt tracking system. If Fury Fire and the bolt can merge and become something like an exploding fire arrow, that'd be perfect. It's gonna have the speed, range, and silence of a bolt as well as Fury Fire's potency. But he tucked that idea away and went back to practice. Roy charged and turned directions as he shot bolts and fireballs at the oak tree in the distance. Eventually, his mana ran out. So Roy returned to the castle to see Vasema. Chapter 355. West Tower, top floor. Vasema was leaning into his old rocking chair, basking in the winter's sun. As he recalled what he saw during lunch, a smile curled his wrinkly cheeks. Eskil and Geralt had been staying away from Roy lately, but now they were goofing around like usual. I see they've reached a decision about the Brotherhood. Kaer Morhen had been a quiet place for far too long. Vasema thought Eskil and Geralt had become too depressed. Geralt, especially, was becoming emotional and introverted. Witchers could live long lives. If they couldn't go on with their lives in happiness, it would be torture. Vasema would be more than happy if Roy could change Eskil and Geralt for the better. Someone knocked on the door and approached Vasema. So, how did things go, lad? Vasema didn't even turn around. Convinced those stubborn mules. Have you know about it? Roy went to his side and handed Vasema a bottle of vodka. Vasema took a swig, and his beard was drenched. I can see the kind of person you are. You have a strong will and will do anything to get what you want. Yes, we've reached a decision. Roy went to the window and stared at the sun delightfully. When we leave for Novgorod, Lambert, Eskil, and Geralt will come with us, including the cats. We'll have 3 school members talking about the Brotherhood. Did Letho agree to it? Vasema asked. He seemed to be against the idea. He was just worried about offending you. But Geralt and the others aren't that petty. And the Brotherhood doesn't go against the Viper School's revival. It's actually helpful. Building a strong school all by ourselves isn't realistic. We need to strengthen our shared community if we want to change our fates. A shared community, huh? That's a new idea, but you have a point. Vasema handed the rest of the vodka to Roy. A word of advice, Roy. Don't neglect or hurt anyone who cares about you. Thank you. I'll keep that close to heart. Roy took a sip. The alcohol shot up into his head, reddening his face. He asked, will you join us for the trip, Vasema? The pack isn't complete without you. I'm getting a bit too old. Can't move around too much. Bones creak, muscles squeak. And someone needs to stand guard over Kaer Morhen. I'll be fine here. Roy's lips twitched. He remembered how easily Vasema avoided the white frost. You jest. If you can't move around, then that makes me a cripple, Roy joked. And you have experience. That's valuable. Once we return to Novgorod and take more students in, you'll be the perfect mentor for them, Roy said. Don't you want to relive your youth and whip the new kids up into shape? Tell them about your stories? And then the rocking chair stopped rocking. Vasem raised his head up, his eyes flaring with the flame of youth. Memories were flooding his mind. Memories of his lively past, but the flames died out a moment later. I'm too old for this. But how are you going to take in new people? The orphanage, Roy answered. There's darkness even in Novgorod. Lots of kids are abandoned the moment they are born. They can't fend for themselves, so most of them end up as beggars or die horrible deaths. We'll talk to the rulers of Novgorod and set up a legal orphanage. Then we'll pick some of the most talented and strong-willed of them. Course. It depends on whether they want to join us. We'll train them up and improve the trial recipe with some sorcerer friends. That's a bold and innovative idea, Vasema muttered. He wanted to ask a few more questions. What if you can't find any mages? What if the improvement fails? What if the Novgorodians start to protest? But he held his tongue. Aren't you gonna come? Roy asked. No excuses. Don't tell me you don't want to leave Kaer Morhen now. I've left this place less and less since 50 years ago. Living too long isn't all good. Aside from Geralt and his friends, most of the people I know are dead. Vasema shook his head. I leave this place a month or two every year to take some requests and move around, but that's it. Your friends are all dead, you say? Roy's eyes shone, and he shook his head. I don't think so. Someone close to you is still alive. Vasema was surprised. Who's the one you saw? I'm more than willing to tell. But don't forget to come to see me after you meet your old friend. Roy smiled. Vasema nodded, but he said nothing. Roy started talking. It was winter in 1234. A Fleder had made its appearance in Oxenfurt. A request was posted to the bulletin board, and a witcher showed up. That was you. You went by a manor on your hunt for the monster and locked eyes with the daughter of the manor's owner. Love sparked, and she sent her governess to give you a letter she wrote. Vasema started rocking his chair again. As Roy recounted his glimpse, Vasema was taken back to his glory days. You would see her at night every night, but then her father heard the sounds of your sordid little affair one night, and so you escaped, but you left your armor behind. Her father issued an arrest warrant for you since then, and your relationship came to an end. Eventually, she married an old count. Vasema looked dejected. Didn't expect Vasema to have this kind of past. Roy laughed quietly and continued, but her husband died soon, and she survived him, becoming the Countess of Mignoll. She's old and wrinkly now, but she's still single. Owns a mountain of wealth and hangs onto the memories of her youth just to live. Roy wiggled his eyebrows and teased. Your old flame's governess sent you her letter. You guys did it in a garden, and then you escaped through the window just so you wouldn't get found out. You were wild, Vasema. I don't think even Geralt can compare. Is that so odd? I used to be young too. And I was a ladies' man. Vasema combed his hair back. There was fire in his eyes, and he seemed to straighten up a little. I was popular. Do you still miss her, then? Vasema said nothing, but silence was an answer in and of itself. Roy shouted, so you haven't forgotten about her? What are you waiting for, then? Go to Oxenfurt. Don't leave the lady hanging. The Countess of Mignol has never forgotten about you either. I'll think about it. The rocking chair rocked harder. Roy slowly left the room, but before he did, he glanced at Vesema again. The young witcher was reminded of the original timeline. Before the battle for the keep descended, Vesema and Geralt did a talk about this. Will you see her? Geralt asked. Perhaps later. Once this is all over, Vesema answered. But there was no later for Vesema. The Grandmaster died as a hero, never to awaken again. You still have time, Vesema. The attack hasn't happened yet. So grab your chance. Roy cheered him on silently. Catch up with your past and come to Novgorod in your best shape. Chapter 356. Night fell once more, and the four vipers were found sitting on the ground in a stark bedroom on the top floor of the main castle, discussing something. Are they mad? Serret stared at Roy in disbelief. They failed to make you give up and decided to play along? The veteran vipers let Roy do what he wanted, as they thought Roy's plan would end in failure and teach the young viper a lesson, but their plan backfired, much to their dismay. No, they made the right decision. They know we have to band together if we want to live and prosper. Roy laughed happily. Once they come to Novgorod with us, we'll have 9 members in the Brotherhood. 2 cats, 4 vipers, and 3 wolves. 9 witches to witness the beginnings of a brotherhood. Stars shone and candlelight flickered. Letho took another trip down memory lane. When was the last time something like this happened? About 50 years ago? Ivar Evil Eye was on the plaza of Gorthigvad, delivering a speech to us. The kid's done it. Letho gave Roy a look of approval. He took the kid in over a year ago, and he was still very much a newbie, but he managed to gather witches from 3 different schools together for some reason, and he convinced them to join the Brotherhood, which was still a new concept. No matter what would happen to the Brotherhood, what Roy did was an act that would go down in history. Either he would become the butt of everyone's joke or a legendary figure praised by legions of witches. I knew you'd manage. Orcs grinned and thumped his chest. Nobody's gonna mess with us now that we have 9 witches on our side. We can mess with anyone in Novgorod. Shut it, fool. You think Eternal Fire's army is a bunch of noodle earms? So what if there's 9 of us? Lay low. Serret smacked his head. Only 3 wolves? Vesema isn't coming? Not sure. He has a lot to consider, but he might change his mind. Roy shook his head. He didn't push Vesema too much, since the Grandmaster was an ancient man. Who knows what he might do? He would rather convince him with a gentler approach. I hope he'll come to Novgorod and spend his life teaching newbies after he's done meeting up with his old flame. What's going through your mind, kid? Letho knocked on the red tablecloth and asked. You put too much effort into the Brotherhood. What about the school's revival? That's a big problem. Roy, Orcs interrupted. I've been looking forward to buying land in Kova and building a new fortress. But if you do this, we'll be spending a lot of time in Novgorod. We won't have enough time to rebuild the school. There's something you guys need to understand, Roy said patiently. Even if we throw in a crate of coins to buy up a plot of land and build the strongest fortress we can imagine, it's still useless without any new blood. Instead of building an empty castle, I think we should spend the coins on recruitment and rebuild our fortress when we have a sizable troop. Roy shot up and circled the veteran vipers. He pointed into the air and gushed, and then we can tell the newbies. Look, people, this here is our home. Letho smacked Roy's head. Ow! The veteran witcher pulled his hand back and nodded. Don't pull that stunt on us, kid. Sit back down. Roy pouted and sat back down. Letho scanned his companions. They nodded at him, and he paced around solemnly. The fortress and solidarity among new witches aside, this brotherhood is going to take up a huge amount of coins. Supporting 9 witches alone is already a monumental task, and now you want to establish an orphanage? Raising children is a costly endeavor. Food, clothing, and shelter don't come cheap, and Novgorod's prices are a cut above the rest. Even if Gon is generous enough to sponsor most of the coins, we'll have to cough up a huge sum every year. In the short term? Yes, maybe, but the money will dry up sooner than you can say, Drowner. And that's including the crowns you have as well as the profit from our shops. Roy rubbed his chin. I think we can save on the orphanage costs if we open it up in the rural area. Not enough. You're still missing the whole picture, Serret continued. We need to run the orphanage and improve the trial recipe at the same time. Training the kids without mutating them is just going to be a waste of time. We need a laboratory. A good one. We have one under the Temple Island. And what about the mage? Seret asked. We're being serious this time, so we need a permanent mage, not some contractual, part-time guy. Lighter coming over once every few months while holding down a job isn't what we're looking for. And you don't know any other mage either. How are you going to convince her into giving up a lucrative job as a royal consultant just to work for us? Our future is uncertain. You think she's going to work for love? All sorceresses love money, and hiring her is going to cost a mountain of crowns. And that's not it. You still have to include the costs for the recipe improvement as well as preparations for the trials. The barrage of questions was slowly wiping Roy's smile off his face. Shit, I don't have enough coins to deal with this. Coral's case is gonna be an issue. I can't ask a lady to work for free, but how can I get her to work with us? Orcs suddenly wiggled his eyebrows. Roy, you can always sleep with her as payment. I am sorry. Roy shot Orcs a dirty glare. I'm not that kind of person. He shook his head and muttered, and I don't think I'm strong enough to satisfy her needs. What did you say? I mean, this isn't my decision to make, Roy said solemnly. We don't have enough coins, but we have 9 witches. All of us can work and make money for the cause. We have enough time to come up with another income stream before we use up our assets. Roy had an idea. Some special resources were going to be incredibly valuable when the First Northern War inevitably came. And that's our ticket to Crown Town. I'm going to talk with Gon and come up with a plan. The talk about money came to an end. We're gonna have to choose a leader once we return to Novgorod. Any suggestions? Seret puffed his chest proudly. We'll talk once everyone is here. Excluding everyone else is just being petty. But for the Brotherhood's future, I think we should pick one from the Viper School. Either Letho, Seret, or witches were mostly proud, so democracy would works better. We have a lot of details to flesh out, like the mission, short and long-term plans, responsibilities, and more. We'll hold a discussion with all members once we return to Novgorod. The Brotherhood business was put aside for now, and Roy raised a question. How much do you know about Cyclops? Why do you want to know about something that dangerous? Orc's interest was piqued. Do they have one here in Kaer? Roy nodded. There's one in the mountains. And they pose a big problem for the wolves. I want to get rid of it before we leave Kaer. Let's talk about something else. There's something you haven't told us. Letho crossed his arms unhappily. You didn't tell us what happened at the elemental circle. Did your sign change? You'll see soon enough. Chapter 357. Golden sunset rained down on the rivers of Kaer. Away the winds blew, and the riverbanks cleared, revealing 7 witches hiding in the patch of reeds, staring at the dark entrance of the cave. A fat deer was lying silently on the ground. A great gash opened on its back. Its body was drenched in red, and the stench of blood wafted into the cave. You sure this will work, Letho? Asked Lambert curiously. He wiped his sweaty palms off, his eyes still on the entrance. No guarantees, but the possibility is high. Letho pulled a reed beside him away and whispered, not even the green dragon can resist the allure of cooked mutton. You think Cyclops are smarter than dragons? Unless something very special happened to it, this plan is going to work. But old Speartip only eats fresh prey. That deer's unmoving. Looks dead too. It's not his usual menu. Shut it, Lambert. You're worrying too much. Orcs looked at him. That only happens under normal circumstances. It's winter now. Beasts are in hiding, and prey is scarce. I bet old Speartip would love it if someone wrapped his food up like a present for him. Orcs continued curiously, but you sure the poison will work? I think we need a bigger dosage for a guy his size. Not like we've killed Cyclops before. We have no idea about their capabilities and how fast they can heal themselves. Have some faith in Letho. Roy looked at the fainted deer. Not even drowners can survive pufferfish toxin, let alone a Cyclops. And it's fine even if we can't kill it with poison. As long as we can weaken it, we can get into a war of attrition and wear him down. 2 days. That was how long the witches spent catching pufferfish in the nearby waters. It was their ovulating season, and the witches took out their ovaries and innards to make their poison. They were paired with belladonna and winter aconites, and Letho the poison master concocted the brew. The deer lost all consciousness 5 seconds after ingesting the poison, turning its whole body into a big vat of deadly poison. Gerald suddenly put his index finger to his lips, and the witches stopped moving. At the same time, they listened closely to any movements coming from the cave. A strange rumble came from within the cave, shuddering the earth ever so slightly. Eventually, the rumble became stronger, making the reeds tremble. The sound of heavy breathing howled across the air. Bushes were pushed lower into the ground, and the air was filled with a foul stench that could knock anyone out if they came even remotely close to it. And then the footsteps slowed. A humanoid, muscular monster that stood over 13 feet tall emerged from the entrance, revealing itself to the hidden witches. Its eye was bulging like a jaundiced patient's, and its nostrils enlarged as the monster sniffed the air. The witches submerged themselves in the water, holding their breath. Old Speardip eventually heaved a sigh of relief and grinned toothily. If the rotten, yellowing things in his mouth could be called teeth, that was murky, viscous drool trickled down its mouth and fell to the ground, and a sigh of delight escaped Old Speardip's lips as he picked the deer up and returned to his cave. Winds turned into gales, sending ripples spreading across the water. And then a hairless head popped out of the water. "How long do you think it's gonna take him to finish that whole thing?" "About 15 minutes, Gerald said. "He loves eating his food alive." "No cooking involved, and that deer wouldn't be enough to fill his belly anyway." "Well, what are we waiting for, then? Get ready to rumble, people." The witches exchanged looks of encouragement. Some sat down, some crouched down, while some stood up and greased their sword using a piece of cloth. 2 layers of oil were added to the blades. One was ogroid oil, while the other was a concoction made of puffer fish toxin. Blades were unsheathed and glinting dangerously. Some bottles were uncorked, and the witches downed their cat and Petrie's filter combo. Black veins crawled up to the witches' faces, and their eyes shone like beasts' eyes. The witches curled up and slid silently into the cave. Lambert was in the lead, given that he knew the structure best. Everyone else followed him, putting some distance between themselves. Through the dank cave they went and up the steep incline they climbed. Despite no signboard in the cave, they could still smell where Old Speardip was at. Eventually, the witches covered themselves with the shield of Kaer and took their positions behind the stone pillars of the cave clearing. Old Speardip was lying on the ground, his breathing weak. The carcass of an animal was lying beside his leg, blood covering the ground. Cyclops' HP weakened. The poison had kicked in and knocked Old Speardip out before he could even finish his dinner. That lifted some weight off the witches' shoulders, but none of them approached the monster. Roy and Letho suddenly produced a container with glimmering, dreamy gas in it. Dragon's dream. As planned, they hurled the bombs at Old Speardip. The containers broke, and the Cyclops was covered in a blanket of gas, but the monster remained unconscious about the danger it was in. Roy's eyes glinted coldly, and he made a strange gesture in the air. A crimson triangle formed out of nowhere, and a fireball shot through the air like a miniature meteorite. Like a fading comet, it rushed into the gas. Problem was, that gas was inflammable, and Old Speardip was trapped in a deep sleep. The flames hit him square in the face, and a loud explosion rattled the air itself. Great flames shot up into the air, and crimson mushroom clouds bloomed within the smokes like lightning coming down from black clouds. A heat wave lashed out everywhere around the cave. The witches felt their breathing stop for a moment, and their hair and beard were singed. The cave rumbled, stalactites fell, and it felt like everything could come crashing down any moment. But then, a horrific roar ripped through the air. A flaming, bald, charred Cyclops emerged from ground zero and charged toward the cave's entrance. 2 bolts flew through the night and hit the monster in its back, but they only penetrated its skin. Black blood spurted out of the wound and melted the ground. The witches hopped out of their hiding spots and slashed away at the back of the Cyclops' ankles. Their cuts run deep thanks to their ogroid oil, and bloody gashes formed. But Old Speardip ignored his wounds and scorches. All he cared about was making his escape, but the witches hounded him like a pack of wolves after their prey. About 100 yards later, Old Speartip came to a halt at the entrance and turned around. His breathing was ragged, his eyes wide, but all he had within him now was hatred. Hatred for the witches. The Cyclops extended his arms and flailed them around like big, deadly sticks. It charged toward Roy like a bulldozer, and the ground rumbled with every step it took. Even the winds that he stirred up felt like sharp razors, but the monster was one step too slow. The poison was corroding his nervous system, and him running only accelerated that process. After he was scorched by that explosion, every move he made felt like the death throes of a dying creature. He was weak and slow. As the Cyclops loomed over Roy, the young witcher cast a axe and shoved it in the monster's face. Old Speartip lost focus for one moment, and Roy rolled away. When he snapped out of it, Roy was nowhere to be found. In his place was the wall of the cave. Old Speartip crashed into it, and a crater was formed after the rumble. The witches ganged up on Old Speartip again, this time slashing away at his charred skin. Bloody lacerations opened up on the Cyclops' body, revealing the bones underneath. Blood spurted out like little fountains all over his body. Old Speartip howled and roared as he dragged himself out of the rubble. It swung its arms behind it and tried to kick the attackers away, but the moment it turned around, another axe flew into his eye, stunning him for another deadly moment. Once again, the witches quickly circled him, tossing Igni or cutting his skin open even more. Sometimes there would even be poison and added to the mix. It didn't take long for Old Speartip to be covered in wounds. Roy suddenly took a big leap behind and tossed Fury Fire out while pulling Gabriel's trigger at the same time. A scorching fireball and poisoned bolt hit its chest at the same time, exploding and stunning the monster. Another howl escaped Old Speartip's lips, but then he froze up again. It flailed its limbs erratically like old, creaking warhammers. Gusts of wind blew across the battlefield, and the ground was covered in holes. Just a while later, soil and leaves flew high up into the air, but Old Speartip's life force was nearly 6 feet under. The poison had seeped too deep into his body. He was too slow and weak to even hit the witches. Under the unrelenting barrage of signs and swords, Old Speartip eventually became slower and slower, his breathing turning heavier and heavier. Eventually, Roy leapt over his swinging arm like a big cat and cast fear on the monster. Crimson tentacles wriggled out of the void behind Roy, tying Old Speartip up. Eventually, it became a gigantic cocoon, unable to lift a single finger. Roy held Erondite up and slashed horizontally from left to right. The blade cut its mangled, seared belly easily, ripping a big gash on it. His guts and innards plopped down to the ground like heavy, nasty excrements. Blood splashed down like a waterfall and flowed like a river, drenching the soil under the Cyclops. The monster's gigantic body trembled and fell like a ship sinking into the depths of an ocean. The last thing he saw was a witcher with dark gold eyes holding his blade up solemnly, and Cyclops skilled EXP plus 400. Level 7 Witcher. Roy heaved a long sigh and pulled his blade out of the Cyclops' chest. His companions were drained and drenched in sweat, but they too had looks of relief in their eyes. Is it dead? Lambert went ahead and stepped on the gigantic monster that smelled like grilled meat, blood, and shit. Yes, Lambert. Letho's puffer fish toxin worked, especially on ogroids. Eskel wiped the sweat off his face and said, Old Speartip is no more. He shall not be a menace to Kaer Morhen now. Wonder what'll Vasama think if he knows this. He's thinking about something important, probably a big decision. Don't disturb him. Gerald shook his head. Told you I'd get rid of this bastard, and here we are. Roy extended his hand to Lambert, and the wolf gave him a high five. You stuck to your word. Guess we'll be making that Novgorod trip after all. Lambert approached the body and spatted its mangled head. This is for Volterra, you sucker. And then it was time for the loot. The witches carved their prey up like giddy little kids opening up presents. Cyclops were the apex creatures of the ogroid class. They were as rare and powerful as green dragons, perhaps only losing out by a hair's breadth. Every part of this monster's body was valuable. Serret sliced off a piece of its squalid, rancid, but exceptionally sturdy skin. Pity it has holes all over it, or we can make 4 or 5 sets of armor out of its skin. This is a lot sturdier than cured draconid leather. Guess we can still make one. even with these holes in them. Orcs finally managed to pull off some skin the size of a whole nail after some labor. He placed it in front of his chest and filled it with the skin. "This'll make a fine bracelet." Everyone else was carving up the fallen monster happily too. Letho cut through the ribs and plucked its organs out, tossing the intoxicated parts away. Eskel was cutting the spine open to collect his spinal fluid. Geralt was hacking away at its head in an attempt to find the mutagen within. Lambert was trying to hack the eyelid away and pluck the eye out. It was bigger than his head. This is its most valuable part. Some rare and ancient recipes need this. Roy had his arms crossed. He looked at his busy companions for a moment and turned his gaze to the parts between old Speartip's legs solemnly. "What are you spacing out for? Come over and help." Lambert grumbled. "He's big." "What?" Orc craned his neck curiously. "That part." "Whoa. It's like a loaded catapult." "Yeah, bigger than the one in Oxenfurt." "I bet someone's going to take great interest in it. And we can sell it for a boatload of coins." Roy's eyes twinkled. He was reminded of an old friend in Oxenfurt, Linus Pitt. "Maybe he can get me a big client. And then we'll get paid handsomely for the genitals and skeleton. But the skeleton is like a mountain. Can't pack it into my inventory space even if I cut it up." Roy put the idea of taking the skeleton aside for the moment. The witches worked for more than an hour. When the moon was finally rising and the waters were blanketed by a layer of mist, the witches happily rowed back to the other side, their pockets filled with loot. Geralt managed to pull out a great fleshy, ball-like structure from the Cyclops. It was on par with the greater green mutagen and was the last mutagen Roy needed to rank his witcher rank up. It was corrupted by pufferfish toxin, but Roy tucked it away in his inventory space anyway. One step away from ranking up. Chapter 358. 1 week in Kaer and Roy had completed most of his goals. He learned Heliodrop, found the gear diagrams, proved that demon summoning worked well as an EXP farm, befriended a family of trolls, saw the elemental circle and Nifrit, and also witnessed the demise of old Speartip. The 10 mutagens needed to rank him up were sitting quietly in his inventory space. Most importantly, he got 3 old friends to join his brotherhood. The only thing left was to get the Wolf Trials recipe, but he wasn't in a hurry. Once they returned to Novgorod, he would eventually get the chance to do it. Roy wanted to return as soon as possible, but the wolves demanded a full month's stay. Roy didn't mind waiting for a bit, so he stayed, and then regular life started. Every day, he would wake from meditation before dawn broke and practice his swordplay on the training grounds. Eskel was the only one who trained with him at first, but everyone else eventually joined. 6 veteran witches put Roy through a hellish training routine. Even though he was imaginative and full of bold ideas, Roy was still no match for veteran witches in combat. "Faster, kid. Even a sloth can dodge better." "I don't feel any back in that." "What did you do? Have a whole night of wet dreams? Hold it in." Lambert enjoyed every moment of training Roy, especially when he could mock the young witcher. After so long, he finally regained some confidence, seeing that Roy was a worse swordsman than he was. His tongue was sharper than his blade, but Roy ignored Lambert's mockery. "Weaklings roar the loudest. Once I surpass him, I'll show him hell." Geralt, Letho, and everyone else would spar with one another as well, though their battles were a lot more entertaining. More back and forth, so to speak. Roy loved it. In terms of swordsmanship alone, Orcs was the best, while Geralt was on par with Letho. Serit and Eskel followed closely, and Lambert trailed behind. Roy was dead last. Of course. Vasema left Kaer about 2 weeks ago, looking really happy for some reason. Roy could feel his swordplay improving bit by bit through training and watching the witches spar. He loved the feeling of improving himself every day. It hadn't been more than a year since he started training. Roy was still a beginner who had no style of his own, nor did he have any finishes, but thanks to the help of the veteran witches, he knew he would create his own style someday. The wolves and vipers came up with some other classes aside from swordplay. They too were done in the morning. It was Kaer specialty, dubbed Gauntlet by Lambert. Roy would have to walk on the stakes blindfolded and dodge all the pendulums that were swinging at him. The training was to level up Roy's balance, reaction speed, and endurance. Roy was familiar with the stakes. He spent a lot of training time on them back in Sintra. But going through the same thing blindfolded was a different thing. Perception and dexterity weren't his best stats, and Gauntlet was hell for him at first. He would end up with injuries and contusions every day, but thanks to Activate, he could bounce back to top form the very next day and hop back into training. No Viper massage needed. After some strenuous physical activity, it was time for lunch and theory classes. Either a Viper or Wolf would come to teach Roy about the knowledge they knew. Most of them were based on the books in the castle, like Post-Conjunction, New Species, Dangerous Beasts, Secrets of Alchemy, a summary on herbalism, and more. The witches would infuse their own experiences and talk about monsters, their organs' value, as well as the herbs' uses. Agaras made their appearance after the conjunction of the spheres. Roy was in a room filled with books, and Gerald was writing on a rickety wall with a charcoal pencil. He explained softly, "Troy, like Dopplers, Agaras can change their forms, but they're limited to 3, humanoid, vulpine, and half-humanoid." Roy's eyes twinkled with curiosity. He didn't remember Agaras existing in this world, but then this world was broader and more complex than the one he knew. Their reproduction is peculiar, to say the least. They kidnap children and turn them into one of their own. Gerald paused and looked at Roy knowingly. So parents would bring them up to scare naughty kids into submission. Sounds like a child hunter. Roy pretended he didn't hear that. "I killed one in Aldersburg. It was hiding under a tree, and I hadn't even passed the trial back then. Its vomit is even more potent than dimeritium. And then I used that to kill a Leshen." Granted, it was extremely weakened by then. "I know you're exceptional, Roy." Gerald arched his eyebrow. "But I'm the teacher here. I can't believe you survived a child hunter." Gerald waved Roy down. "Listen closely and stop interrupting me. Let's get back to the Agaras." Whenever the wolves were on lecture duty, they would also talk about the wolf school's code of neutrality. They would bring up how witches should avoid getting dragged into political fights and remain neutral. Roy respected their creed, but he disagreed with them. The whole world was changing. If the witches refused to change as well, they would soon be eliminated and become a page in the annals of history. But neither of them could convince each other, so Roy would prove that change was necessary once the Brotherhood was established. After theory class, it was alchemy time. The witches used their alchemical apparatuses and herbs they could find around Kaer for that. They mostly taught Roy the decoctions and oils he could prepare at his level of skill. For example, ogroid oils made of bear fat and genacia petals, hybrid oil made of dog tallow and white myrtle petals, as well as cat, the frequently used decoction that improved night vision. Of course, there were also alchemical substances like ether, hydrogenum, and vermilion that Roy had to work with. He spent the later part of his afternoons working through the apparatuses and filled all kinds of tubes with the potions he made. Like a sponge, he absorbed knowledge and experience with every potion he made. One of the wolves or vipers would be teaching him, but then everyone else would either play Gwent, run around the valleys, hike, swim, fish, or even ski down a snowy hill with some primitive sled. This was the happiest period of time the vipers had since they came to the north. Besides the lack of women, everything else was great. After dinner, it was all free time for Roy. The snowy plains of Kaer glistened under the moonlight. A griffin was shooting straight into the sky-scraping woods happily with its rider on its back. Compared to most beasts, the griffin looked clumsy when it ran. It grabbed the ground with its clawed hind legs and leapt ahead with the momentum from the spring. Snow, leaves, and grass flew into the air as it jumped ahead, and then it would stop. Its wings would unfurl and hit the ground before it leapt ahead again. There was a pause every time it repeated this action. Even a horse could run faster than it did. About 100 yards later, it suddenly stood on its hind legs and clasped its outstretched wings together, and then the griffin flapped its wings. The gust of wind billowed its mane, and snow on the ground danced. Into the air the griffin soared, its magnificent figure arcing through the night like a comet hurtling through space. Chilly night winds zipped through the air around the griffin, and its rider huddled closer to the beast, almost kissing its back. He held the griffin's mane and buried his head into its furry neck. Even so, The wind still almost cut the nape of his neck open. Roy stared straight down. The plains stretched far into the deep mountains, and snow fell from the swaying pine trees. Crescent moon reflected itself on the lake's surface, and Kaer was slowly left behind in the shadows. Everything seemed to turn smaller and smaller as he flew further ahead. Good thing I'm not afraid of heights. Roy grinned. It had been over 12 months since he came to this world, and Roy could finally fly. In a world where planes, helicopters, and hot air balloons don't exist, I'm the first Witcher to fly, on a griffin's back. Roy did something most mages couldn't. Even they could only hover in the air for a short while with a force field. Flying was out of the question. Riding a griffin and soaring through the air while watching everything beneath him turn to little specks was a magical feeling. Roy could do this all night. He narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath greedily. The air in the high heavens was a lot fresher compared to the ground. Griffin flapped its wings again and rose to nearly 100 feet in the air. Roy felt like he could catch the stars if he just stretched his arms. His delight reached Griffin, and the beast roared happily as it circled around and glided through the air. It wasn't until Roy patted its neck and lavished it with praise did it fly toward the mountains draped in mist and darkness. Through the pine forest, hillocks, and bramble bushes they went. All of a sudden, Griffin roared in excitement. The flapping of its wings slowed, and it hovered in midair. It looked downward, and Roy stared in the direction Griffin was looking. He could see a pair of curled goat horns popping out from the redbud bush. They belonged to one of Kaer goats. It was draped in white fur and minding its own business, oblivious to the fact it was about to become a griffin super. It was grazing on the grass and looking around cautiously for any possible predators, and one was certainly closing in. "Wanna have some barbecued goat tonight, Griffin?" Griffin growled happily. Roy made a red triangle in the air and shoved a fury fire at the goat. A fireball shot out from the triangle and flew downward like a mini meteorite. The goat noticed the scent of flames galloping through the air. It bleated and quickly turned around to make a run from it. Oddly enough, the fireball should have missed, but instead it turned 90 degrees in the air and shot at the goat's back at a greater velocity. A great ball of fire bloomed in the night, and the poor goat was sent flying away as if it were rammed by a carriage. It rolled around the ground, on fire and billowing with smoke. The animal bleated and spasmed a few times, but eventually death claimed it. Goat killed EXP +5 level 7 Witcher. A few moments later, something big descended from the air, landing beside the charred body of the goat. Roy leapt off Griffin's back and put out the fire with ard. He grasped a short knife out of nowhere and carved and skinned the goat. Most of it went to Griffin. As a reward for its work, the young Witcher set up a cooking area and skewered the goat's leg. White smoke wafted into the air, the aroma of meat spreading through the night. Roy stared into the stars twinkling in the sky, and he smiled. "Good job, Griffin." Roy massaged the griffin's wings and combed its hair. Griffin gulped down the meat and narrowed its eyes happily. Over the last few weeks, Roy would hunt with Griffin every night. It could carry him now. On one hand, he needed to build the spirit of teamwork with Griffin, and on the other, he wanted to farm some EXP. There were a lot of ways they could hunt. Roy could be the attacker, shooting bolts and fury fire at their prey. Both of those attacks could track his target, so they never missed, and the prey couldn't even hit them while they were in the air, putting them in a safe spot. Sometimes Griffin would swoop in for the kill. It would descend and break through the prey's flesh with its sharp claws and beak, or it would catch the prey and rise up into the air just to toss it down like a ragdoll. The duo were the apex predators of these mountains, and the wild beasts were living in terror of them. Blue Mountains was a big place filled with an abundance of resources. Even in the winter, there were more beasts here compared to the city or rural areas. Goats, rabbits, wolverines, deer, and everything else. The duo had hunted them. Their most dangerous prey were hungry grizzly bears, wolf packs, and even an invisible foglet. Even so, they were no match for the Witcher Griffin duo. They couldn't hit them, and they couldn't outrun a griffin. Everything became Roy's EXP and food, and Griffin's too. Roy would have stayed for a while longer and have Griffin carry him deeper into the mountains to search for some lost treasure, but that would have to wait. They were returning to Novgorod in 2 days. Wonder if Vasema has caught up with his old flame. Don't keep us waiting. Chapter 359. Another dawn of winter came, and snow fell on the beautiful and delicate town of Oxenfurt, draping the roofs and street white. A woman holding up a black umbrella walked down the street all by herself. She wore a lavish, embroidered dress that covered every inch of her skin. She was wearing beautiful earrings, necklaces, and rings. Her hat had a veil raining down from the edges, covering her face. But there was one thing she couldn't cover. The best years of her life were behind her. Her skin was no longer supple, and wrinkles ruined any beauty she had. No longer was her hair black and lustrous. Instead, it was gray and dry. There was a hint of sadness coming from her eyes, and memories of her past flooded her mind. 20 years had passed since her husband died. They were blessed with no children, and she became the loneliest woman in Oxenfurt. Marina Mignol, a rich woman, and yet no one pitied or cared for her. She had a manor, but it was empty and horrifyingly quiet. Every day, she would ride her carriage into town just to escape the suffocating loneliness. Her servants would be sent away, while she would trudge down the narrow streets or purchase something she liked in the auction house. Her late husband left her enough wealth to last her a few lifetimes. Sometimes she would be buffeted by melancholy. 28 years ago, she was still a single, unmarried woman. She knew nothing of the world, and it was then she met the man she opened her heart to. His eyes were feline, and he had an unusual air about him. Despite his advanced age, she still fell for him. He had humor, courage, and unimaginable strength. Their love came incredibly fast. The moment their gazes met, passion sparked and burned. She slept with him many nights, but alas, they had to separate. 28 years passed since then, and she collected all the weapons and armor she thought would match him. That was the only way she could assuage her lonely heart. Once again, Marina went to Posada auction house and looked inside. There weren't a lot of people there. I wonder if I'll get something good again today. Perhaps the weapon of the first witches? A boy suddenly came to her from the streets on her left. He was huffing and puffing, but the boy bowed to her anyway. "Good morning. Might you be Countess Marina Mignol? I'm Tobio." Marina looked at the boy and nodded at him. Most countesses would have berated the boy for disturbing them, but Marina wasn't like them. "A gentleman wanted me to ask you this. Do you still have the Wolven Gambson from 1234? "I am sorry?" Marina asked, seemingly confused. "The Wolven Gambson," Tobio repeated himself. Gusts of morning breeze traipsed across the streets, blowing Marina's veil up and revealing an old, wrinkled face underneath. The woman was no longer calm. Instead, she covered her mouth just in case that gasp would escape her lips. "What's his name? What does he look like?" the boy mused. "He didn't tell me his name, but he was an elderly man." "Said if you'd like to return the Gambson, you can meet him at the Golden Sturgeon." Marina gave the boy 1 crown and held her dress up to trot across the streets. To hell with decorum. 5 minutes later, a panting Marina found herself face to face with the Golden Sturgeon. This was the place he brought her to after sneaking her out of the manor that night. They drank a lot of blueberry wine, and he kept flirting with her. She took a deep breath and straightened herself up. Decorum is important in this case. And then she opened the door. The lobby was illuminated by magical lamps on the ceiling. Aside from some men who drank through the night, there was barely anyone else in the inn, but she saw someone peculiar before the counter. He had a weird get-up. Strapped to his back were 2 long swords. He was tall and muscular, though the grey armor he wore looked old. Still, they were well maintained, and he was also wearing a funny top hat that was popular a few decades ago. Most men would go around wearing one, but they were mostly out of production at this point. As if feeling something, the man turned around. He locked eyes with Marina, and both of them froze. Marina had a good look at him. His hair was slicked back with gel, and his beard was shaved off. The man looked just like a young lad, but he felt more trustworthy. There was a happy smile on his lips, and the pendant around his neck swayed. He looked just like he was when they first met 28 years ago. Marina felt her heart flutter, and it just wouldn't calm down. 2 minutes later, she sat down on a stool beside Vasema. You look the same as you did so many years ago, Vasema. She put her hands on the counter and took the gloves off, revealing a pair of gaunt, shaking hands. Vasema patted the countertop and poured her a glass of liquor. It was her favorite blueberry brandy. You too, Maina. Still as charming and gorgeous as you were so many years ago. Maina said nothing, but there was a smile twinkling in her eyes. Silently, she heaved a sigh of relief. I'm old, but at least he doesn't mind. Where did you go, Vasema? You've been missing for so many years. Kaer. It's a fortress on the edge of the Blue Mountains. Did nothing but waste my time there. Vasema grinned. A young lad who came to visit told me about you. Said you were still single, and I realized I must have really let you down, so here I am. He slowly turned his gaze to her. Have you been doing well, Maina? Maina froze for a moment. A lump formed in her throat, and she clasped her fingers. Gone was her usual smile, replaced by trepidation. Still, she raised her head and forced a smile. Good. I don't have to work or worry about money. I live life as I please, happier than most people in the world. I dare say, I love spending my coins, especially at Borsode's auction house. I buy anything and everything I like, especially witcher gear, because of the Gamson you left behind. I've bought quite a lot of armor and weaponry over the years. Viper gear, wolf gear, cat gear, they're all in my manor. I'll take you there when we have time. Just staying with Vasema chased away her sorrow and sadness. She started feeling alive for a moment. Sometimes she would giggle like a girl completing a puzzle as she told Vasema about her daily life. She could finally tell him about how lonely she felt, despite all the luxury she had. Vasema was smiling and listening quietly to her, the light in his eyes shining brighter than ever. So how long are you going to stay this time? She turned to him nervously. That depends on you. Vasema suddenly put his big, warm hands on her dry, gaunt ones. He could feel her hands trembling. If you need someone to talk to, and if you would like my company, I'll stay with you until you're tired of me. Maina held his hand silently. A toast. Things were looking merry at the fortress. Flames danced in the fireplace, shining on 7 silhouettes in the great hall. They were feasting on the food and chatting the night away. It was mostly about Vasema's love life, though. Hey guys, think Vasema can get his lover to come back to him? Lambert shouted. It wasn't every day he had dirt on Vasema, so he abused the chance to bring it up every time he could. I'm taking bets, 10 to 100 crowns. Let's bet on if they can get back together. He didn't live 300 years for no reason. The Countess is just a lonely woman who needs company. Easy for Vasema to handle. Orc gulped some vodka and gasped. Then he tossed a small purse of crowns on the table. 50 crowns say he can handle her, no problem. Vasema's just like Eskel. He's always clumsy when it comes to the women he likes. Seret rubbed his chin and elaborated. And he left the lady alone for nearly 30 years. No way she's forgiving him that easily. 100 crowns say he can't. At least not this time. Eskel was drinking from his mug, listening quietly, and then he pulled a face. What does that have to do with me? You guys don't know him, Gerald muttered. But I do. Vasema isn't as slow as you think he is. His mind is still sharp. Never told me about his romantic life, but I have a feeling he used to have many lovers too. Probably a master flirt like Dandelion. Gerald looked a little happy bringing up his old friend. I bet he'll manage to convince her and start a relationship with the Countess. We're usually out adventuring, and he's old. He needs someone to be with him. A reasonable and single noble lady is the best partner he can hope for. 150 crowns say he can do it. Letho kept nodding. He put his grab down and bet 50 crowns as well. That's enough. Just when he finally finds his life partner. You guys are making bets on the outcome? That is so disrespectful. Roy slammed the table and angrily tossed a purse of crowns out. 100 crowns say he can do it. Lambert shot up like flames were licking his rear, and he gave his companions their coins back. Then he stared daggers at Roy before taking a swig of the vodka. I'm not stupid enough to bet against a fucking clairvoyant. Let's talk about something else. Like the Brotherhood's details? Roy suggested. Shut up. The veteran witches glared at Roy angrily. Solemnly, they said, we promised no work and business talk on the last day, only entertainment. Roy smiled sheepishly and backed off. Speaking of entertainment, It's either Gwent or women for us. Orcs rubbed his hands and smiled lewdly. We talked about our romances last time. Let's get into our favorite types this time. You're gonna find the kind of women you want in Novgorod. They have everything, especially in a place called Spear's Pit. Do they have horned women? Eskil asked. Ever since Roy said he would fall for succubi, he started paying attention to any news about them. Practicality was his credo. If he would fall for a succubus sooner or later, he would rather do it sooner. Succubi, huh? Orcs whistled, and the other witches were interested as well. Didn't know you were aiming for something like that. Nah, Spear's Pit doesn't have that kind of woman, but somewhere else in Novgorod maybe. Still, I wish you luck in your endeavor. Orcs down a whole mug of vodka, and his face turned red with excitement. He likes succubi. Now it's my turn. I like petite blondes. Kaer from Erich uses a good one. And then he shouted, bottoms up, or you're dealing with me. Everyone down their alcohol. The veteran witches had vodka, while Roy had honeyed booze made from fermented potato peels. I prefer curvy ones, Letho said, but not too curvy, or it looks too masculine for me. Bottoms up. Gerald burped. I like women with black, curly hair. Best if their velvet clothes are embedded with obsidian. Gerald stared at the fireplace, reminiscence flaring in his eyes. Better if they're sorceresses who smell like lilac and gooseberries. You fucking dolt. I knew you couldn't forget about that whore. Lambert scoffed. It's been years. Stop chasing her, will you? There's more than one woman out there. You shouldn't say that, Lambert, Eskil said, defending Gerald. Did you fall for her spell too, you buffoon? Damn it. Bottoms up. Your turn, Serit. Reasonable and knowledgeable women. A serious frown furrowed Serit's brows. I don't want a common wench who'd argue with anyone, anywhere. Everyone nodded. Lambert took a deep breath. My preferences are a bit unorthodox. Don't laugh or insult me for it. I like other women. What? Make it clear, mate. Orcs complained and pushed a mug of vodka into Lambert's face. What do you mean other women? Explain, or you're drinking 10 of these. Other men's women. Everyone fell into a deep silence and gave Lambert weird, cautious looks before moving away from their morally questionable friend. Oh, yeah, I remember. In the original timeline, Lambert is going to sleep with Gerald's woman. Man, he's not a good friend. Don't give me that look. Lambert yelled. I don't sleep with my friends' women. I'm not that kind of man. Gerald and Eskil exchanged a look and nodded. Lambert, you'll have to change that habit if you want us to stay friends. Don't you guys trust me? And then everyone turned their attention to the youngest, most handsome witcher. Some were giving him encouraging looks, while some were waiting to see him make a joke out of himself. Roy licked his lips. Okay, let's come up with something. That's it, he loudly announced. I like my women. That's cheating. Listen here, you little shit. What's that supposed to be? A non-answer. I call that mutual feelings, Roy argued. But that only landed him in more trouble. Just be open with it. Letho had a look of disappointment on his face. You like curvy, mature, older sorceresses. Like isekai'd. No excuses. You're still lying to us right now? Can't you be honest? We're friends. Orcs held his forehead. You need to be punished. That's right. The other witches took the chance to vent their frustrations at Roy. He managed to convince them into joining the Brotherhood without fear or fervor, and the lad wasn't even 20. If this went on, he would be bolder in the future. Uh-oh. Not good. Roy tried to run, but Lambert hit him with an ard. The witches pounced at him like tigers and held his limbs and neck. They held him up in the air, and Roy wondered if he should teleport himself to Griffin and escape this. But the young witcher gave up on that idea. They have to vent sooner or later. Keeping it suppressed for any longer isn't gonna end well for me. He stopped resisting and was subjected to some sort of weird game. The witches ran across Kaer Morhen's great hall and slammed his crotch against the stone pillars until Roy's lower spine started to hurt. Someone whipped out a wooden funnel and stuck it in his mouth. And then they poured 5 bottles of vodka into the funnel. Roy got drunk against his will, his eyes were glossed over, and his mind was fuzzy. Roy was starting to see triples. The veteran witches looked like they occupied the whole room, and that was the last thing he saw before he lost consciousness. I'm getting them back for this. 25th of the first month, 1262. Night. On their last day in Kaer Morhen, Viper School Witcher and Honorary Wolf, Roy, was sleeping soundly beside Visima's lake. And he had a great dream. End of arc. Chapter 360. A square-shaped portal appeared out of thin air, accompanied by strong gusts of wind. 7 men with strange eyes and 2 swords strapped to their backs appeared from within, and 3 horses emerged after them. Man, a one-time, one-way portal is sweet. We can travel anywhere we want with it. Lambert looked around curiously. They were in a dark cave filled with stalactites. A path made of stone tiles sat in the middle, while alchemical apparatuses and gigantic containers stood on the right. Dusty bookshelves leaned on the stone walls, and a few wooden boards filled with holes formed a makeshift bed. There was also a big cauldron supposedly used for cooking. And this portal is expensive. Use it once and it's done. I had to almost beg Coral to give me one. Roy shot fury fire into the brazier and lit up the hall. This is a one-time deal. Next time, we'll have to make the journey. You're in the Brotherhood's laboratory. Guests from Kaer Morhen. Orcs went to the center of the hall and spread his arms. This is going to be the place where we improve our recipes and hold trials. Where are we? A cave in rural Novgorod. Gerald looked around. A hidden laboratory under the Temple Island. Letho explained. You guys are bold. Eskel looked surprised. He patted Scorpion to ease its unease. Scorpion was a horse he got from invoking the law of surprise. I can't believe you set up a lab for non-humans right under Eternal Fire's headquarters. They might hunt you all down. They're powerful, but not omniscient. None of them are going to suspect anyone of pulling this off right under their noses. Let's look around the place. The wolves looked around the laboratory and listened to the stories that happened there. When they heard how Kaer got his satisfying revenge, they started becoming curious about the cats. And then they handed their weapons and insignias to Letho for safekeeping. They also had to disguise their appearances in case Bedlam, Cleaver, or Eternal Fire's men found them out. 3 unfamiliar witches entering the city without anyone realizing would raise questions. When their disguise was finally good to go, the burly manual labor left the island and split into 2 teams. Most of the witches made their way to the slums and settled the wolves down, while Roy paid his parents a visit before heading to the ballroom in the business district. It was only 10 in the morning, but there were already more than 10 customers inside. All of them were in the VIP seats on the 2nd floor, and all of them were in silk robes. The rich, huh? Not the day off. So guess everyone else has to work. They stared intently at the stage in the center through the curtains made out of crystal beads. Roy bought a ticket and found himself a spot on the 1st floor. He dined on the peas, pickled olives, and octopus on his plate. As he watched the show unfurl, a few differently dressed actors were performing a comedy on the stage. A gaunt, pasty farmer was struggling in the mud, while the monster on the ground who was covered in a black horse blanket made weird noises as he slowly moved toward the farmer like a patch of sentient soil. And then the protagonist showed up. He was a guy with a ponytail and prop swords strapped to his back, and he looked like a witcher. Roy narrowed his eyes. That looks like me. The witcher charged at the Zoogle in the trash heap and warned it solemnly before going in for the kill. After a whole presentation of some fight scenes, the farmer escaped from his predicament as the Zoogle died from the witcher's little dance. Unfortunately for the farmer, he had no coins to pay, and he agreed to the law of surprise. The first thing he saw when he got home would be payment for the witcher. Hilariously enough, the first thing he saw was the salted fish laid out in his yard. The play obviously embellished the witcher. Instead of getting angry, the witcher laughed heartily, not unlike a gentleman who loved to lend a helping hand. This is what destiny decrees. We're even now. The farmer, his fat wife, and gaunt son kept bowing at the witcher, and the curtains fell as the last delightful note played in the air. The VIPs seemed to love the story, judging from the looks on their faces. Of course, there were some who complained about the illogical end to that story. It's been a while. Roy Dandelion appeared from backstage. He was in his usual hat and oversized purple shirt. There was a big smile on his lips, and his face was red with excitement. Good news, Roy. Business boomed this month. It's a miracle. We're making money faster than trolls can build bridges. It's only the first month, but we're already making a profit. Is that so? Roy cocked his eyebrow. This came as a pleasant surprise, since his plan was to use the ballroom as a prop to turn the infamy of witches around. It would make his next plan easier. Dandelion proved that he was a man of his word with the show earlier. Didn't think it would make money. Novgradians adapt really quickly. Huh? I knew you and Priscilla could do it. Dandelion. Where is she? Roy patted Dandelion's shoulder happily. Coming up with a new script. I think it's called Witcher and the Succubus. She wrote the show you just watched. What do you think? Not bad, but I think you're making witches out to be some selfless characters. Dumb, if I might add, Roy suggested. If it were me, I would have at least gotten a meal with the law of surprise. One salted fish isn't enough for a snack. There's a reason for that. Exaggeration is a crucial ingredient for dramatic effect. Dandelion started talking about the profession of stage play. Take the play for example. They equated a life with a salted fish. Don't you think it's hilarious? And it paints witches in a noble light. Look around you. The important guests just couldn't keep their eyes off the play, even though they kept criticizing it. Yeah, humans do, as long as it works. Roy nodded. You talked about profit, didn't you? So how much did we make? Take a guess. Dandelion's excitement was almost palpable. 500 crowns? Roy made a conservative estimate. Don't want to hurt his confidence. And then Dandelion looked at Roy smugly. That's a conservative guess. We made 1,008 crowns and 50 coppers. His smile was starting to get toothy. Net profit? Yes. All expenses accounted for. That's good to hear. At least we'll have money for our next plan. And I have good news for you too. Geralt is in Novgorod. What? I'll take him here once they're settled down. Roy paid the bill and left Dandelion to swim in his own excitement. When he entered the apothecary shop next door, Cantilla the cashier noticed someone looking at her. She raised her head and saw a slender, golden-eyed man in grey armor staring at her. She beamed and came out from behind the counter confidently. As usual, she held his arm and huddled closely to him, her eyes shining. You're back. So, how was Kaer? Was it fun? Tell me everything. Yeah. Just came back today. You'd love Kaer. There's an abundance of beasts in the woods. Harpies, foglets, and cyclops too. You'd get a few more badges of honor if you tried hunting there. Roy looked at the racks of herbs and potions. Oh, there's some new potions. And then he turned his gaze to the tattoo on Cantilla's face. Roy whipped out a dagger with a bone hilt and green blade and handed it to Cantilla. Here, a dagger made from cyclops teeth and bone. A memento for you. Cantilla beamed at the young witcher and left a kiss on his cheek. She was delighted to know that Roy didn't forget about her. And he's nicer to me too. No prey can escape me, the huntress, not even in the field of romance. So, how's business? Is everything fine? With Kaer and the collector protecting us, nobody's stupid enough to look for any trouble. Cantilla fiddled with her new toy happily. She swung her wrists and cut through the air before sheathing the dagger into her belt. And business is good. Sales are rising. We're averaging 80 crowns of profit every day. After deducting taxes and Felix's share of the profit, we've made 1,600 crowns since you guys left. As promised. It's all in the bank. Expenses and revenue are recorded in the accounts. You can check it if you want. So we can make 2,600 crowns from both shops per month. That's enough for our plan. It's all right. I trust you. Roy pursed his lips and looked into Cantilla's eyes. Thanks for running the shop. We couldn't have had time for anything else if not for you. Cantilla let out a loud laughter and winked at Roy, and then she puffed her chest. I'm your mercenary. It's normal for mercenaries to serve their employers. Don't be so formal. At least take some coins. You can't just do it for free. You guys provide food and lodging. I don't really need any money. Cantilla gave him a knowing look. If you think I did a good job, you can always give me some gifts and surprises. Like this dagger, for example. And praise me more. And take me on hunts. Pick out some new tattoos for me, and that'd be enough. Roy was speechless. Cantilla was really reliable and loyal, even compared to the trolls on the mountain. Well, guess I owe the ladies even more now. Good thing I can leave things on my tab for a while longer. I'll take you on a hunt someday. They made small talk for a while before Roy went into the shop's room. It had been a month since he saw Kaer, and the cat changed a lot. He ditched the usual disguise and opted for a simple black shirt and a similarly black hat instead. The scars on his neck and face were still hideous, but Kaer looked a lot more at ease. "How are you doing, Kaer? Roy, laddie." The witches high-fived and hugged each other. "So, how's work? Did you get used to the place?" "Work's not tiring at all. It's fun." Kaer put his work aside and whipped out some white wine from underneath his workstation. He poured a glass for him and Roy and took a sip himself. His smile was almost glimmering under the light. "Feels like I'm back to my younger days. Spend all my time making potions. It's simple and delightful. No killing. No politics. Only work," he said seriously. "I love this life." "So, how did things in Kaer go?" "The wolves are in Novgorod." Roy stared at Kaer and hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he asked, "Do you want to see them? It's about an organization I talked about." "Sorry to drag you into the Brotherhood without asking your permission." "Yeah, I'll see them." Kaer stood up without hesitation and took his cloak from the hanger. "You saved my life and gave me a job. Don't keep saying you're indebted to us. We're witches. Witches together strong." Weird saying, but here's something I learned, Roy. Kaer shook his head. "The moment we're given life, we owe someone something, and we'll live our lives repaying that debt. We owe ourselves that. We work our lives to repay that debt, and I'm still working because I don't think I've repaid what I owe." Kaer extended his hand, his eyes glinting like rubies. "I'm going to help with the Brotherhood's establishment." Chapter 361. Within the living room of a 3-story house in Novgorod's slums sat 9 witches around a long table. One was bald, some had amber eyes, one looked like a fire had disfigured him, some had scars on their faces, one had white hair and beard, and one was a young, handsome witcher who looked relatively normal compared to his companions. Since nobody was talking, the young witcher stood up and scanned everyone. "Everyone here is from different schools. Everyone has their idea about how the Brotherhood should be run, and everyone can voice their opinions. First, we're going to talk about the mission, basic rules, short-term and long-term goals of the Brotherhood. Hey kid, I need some answers." Felix turned his displeased gaze to Roy. "I don't remember agreeing to this Brotherhood." And the meeting went off to a less than ideal start. The wolves stared at Roy. "He told us this was going to be magnificent." "Said the cats have joined, but that part was false." Roy was about to say something, but Letho explained, "Felix, I know it's a bit rude of him, but he means well. You traveled with us for a long while now. You should know the predicament we're in. Time is not on our side. If we keep to ourselves and refuse to work together, we'll be wiped out at this rate. Don't you remember? We only managed to establish ourselves in Novgorod because we worked together." Kaer gave his companion a look of plea. "It's all right, Letho. I wasn't trying to berate him. This is just a reminder for him to tell us before he makes another decision involving me the next time." Felix said, "From now on, I'm a part of the Brotherhood." Felix was a cat, but he didn't feel at home at the school. Almost everyone there was a bloodthirsty killer. He sat back down happily. "Guess I have a team now." The little episode notwithstanding, the meeting was heading in the right direction. Lambert glared at Roy. "You probably told a lot of lies to get us here, didn't you?" "No, only this one. I should have talked to Felix sooner," Roy admitted. "It's all right. Not like we can change the past, and you were already punished last night." "I'll just let this slide," Lambert interrupted. Eskel and Gerald nodded as well. The cats might have only joined a moment ago, but the fact was they supported Roy's cause. Now that the wolves were here as well, they must go on with the Brotherhood. Roy wiped the sweat off his forehead. "Good thing I didn't resist last night. Let's talk business. I suggest our mission be unity and teamwork." Lambert looked at everyone. He announced, "We're uniting every witcher we can find. Cats, vipers, wolves, and everyone we might run into in the future. Manticores, griffins, bears. Us aside, we're going to find as many witches as possible and lead them into the Brotherhood." Eskel shook his head. "A caveat. We're denying entrance to witches who have done unspeakable horrors." "Agreed. We're allowed to fight in self-defense, but harming the innocent is taboo, Gerald said. The vipers nodded as well. The wolves had a code of neutrality to follow, and the vipers weren't the kind to kill innocents either. The cats exchanged a look, and Kaer said, "I'm fine with it. 30 years in prison taught me something. If I hurt someone for no reason, then I'm no better than the scum who abducted me just to perform their experiments on me." They were impressed that Kaer could still be rational even after he was locked up in his own body for 30 years. "I've heard of your tale. You're a real man." Eskel gave him a thumbs up. Lambert had nothing but respect for the guy. He was shocked when they first met, and that was rude of him. Fortunately, Kaer didn't really mind. Kaer nodded at the wolves. "Very well. We'll go with the code of neutrality." Felix shrugged and looked outside the window. In the yard stood a scrawny boy swinging his sword on a spinning dummy. He said, "But we're not going to sit around when danger festers. If we notice any possible threats to us, I suggest we get rid of them before they become a menace. We'll decide if something is a menace through a majority vote." "I second that." Agreed. Teamwork is a simple creed. Lambert continued, "If any member runs into something they can't settle, we're obligated to help them, barring heinous acts. Of course, we're a team here, and team members help one another out. We're going to make sure nobody tramples on the Brotherhood." Roy left the table and wrote down 2 big words on the wall with a charcoal pen. The words read unity and teamwork. "Anyone else have any idea about the Brotherhood expansion?" Letho said, "Aside from uniting all witches, we need to make some changes. We need to improve the trial recipe and train up new witches. New blood is key to the Brotherhood's longevity and our strength in face of all the threats that might come our way." Everyone nodded. This was the core of their missions. Out of all the witches here, only Letho and Felix had students. Everyone else was looking forward to taking in one of their own, especially orcs. The law of surprise wasn't a surefire way to get a student, however. Lambert smiled and looked at his companions. "This is why we're here. If we can't recruit new blood, we'll be the only ones holding up this whole show." "A few dozen witches can't handle the crisis Roy told us about." Roy nodded and wrote down expansion on the wall. Then he raised his right hand. "I think that's enough for the missions," Orcs said. "We're just starting out, so let's keep things simple. The problems will show themselves once we start running the show. We'll rectify them by then." "I disagree." Serret shook his head. "If we want the organization to grow, we need to look out for any potential problems before they even rear their heads." "All right. Then I'll add one more." Roy fell into a pause. "Equality. I think members should get along like family and share all the resources we have. Everyone is on equal footing. Nobody is superior to anyone else." "Let's take that a step further. If the Brotherhood does become successful enough to rival any force of these lands, should we see ourselves as superior to anyone else like the nobles of today?" asked Serret. "Should we think of ourselves as the betters of humans or any other ancient race? Should we look down on them like they're beneath us?" Serret's questions threw everyone into silence. "You think too much, mate. That day will never come." Lambert shook his head. "And we don't scorn sentient life forms just like how we hate being looked down on. Simple as that." "I think Serret has a point." Gerald tapped his finger on the table and attracted everyone's attention. "We're not better than anyone else. In other words, all sentient life forms are equal." The White Wolf raised his head and said aloud, "We treat our members, humans, and non-humans equally. Arrogance isn't our creed. Discrimination only leads to downfall." Felix cocked his eyebrow. "I don't mind treating humans, dwarves, elves, halflings, and gnomes as equals, but do you include monsters in that list of equality?" "Of course, harmless monsters have the right to live," Gerald answered seriously. "You're truly a friend of monsters, Gerald. Protector of beasts." Felix shook his head. "But we're not the circle of druids." "Sorry, but I disagree with your opinion. First we treat our members as equals, and then humans and ancient races." "That's all," Felix argued. "Monsters aren't on that list. How are we supposed to get our components for the trials if we can't kill monsters? There's always going to be evil monsters for us to kill." The Brotherhood finally got into its first argument about equality. In the end, everyone cast their votes. and the majority would win. Geralt was the only one who agreed on treating harmless monsters as equals. Even Eskel and Lambert disagreed with their friend. Roy agreed with part of Geralt's ideals, and he did let go of the beasts in Oxenfurt's zoo as well as the trolls in Kaer, but he didn't think they should impose that line of thinking on everyone else. At least not at the moment. In the end, the Brotherhood's missions were finally settled. They were unity, teamwork, equality, and expansion. Expansion took precedence. Unity was limited to non-evil witches, and equality would start within the Brotherhood before they extended it to everyone else. Geralt thought it was a shame they couldn't reach an agreement on equality, but he didn't push his ideals on everyone else. All right. Now for the rules. Roy heaved a sigh of relief. Me first. Traitors will be punished. Nobody is allowed to work with any outsiders to sabotage the Brotherhood. No conspiracies either. If you run into any disagreements with the members, you're going to settle it among yourselves and only turn to the Brotherhood if the disagreement escalates. Once we get to the next stage and open up the recipes and diagrams to all members, they're not allowed to leak any of that information to anyone else. We'll have to vote for that to happen. Roy looked at Letho. Letho had a solemn look in his eyes. Anyone who betrays the Brotherhood will be hunted down by every single member. It is a crime punishable by death. Agreed. Lambert looked grim as well. Traitors make me sick to my stomach. Loyalty is the baseline of every organization. They enjoy all the privileges we offer, so they must bear the same level of responsibility. Nobody objected to that. My turn. Eskel suggested, no harming civilians and marring the Brotherhood's reputation. Anyone who's already a member or will be a member must follow this rule. Building up a reputation is hard, but destroying it is easy. Roy wrote down 2 rules on the wall. 1. No betraying the Brotherhood and its members. 2. No committing heinous acts unprovoked. Everyone kept discussing and fleshing out the details of the Brotherhood. Chapter 362. Before the witches knew it, the sun was already starting to set. The sounds of arguments and someone writing on the wall was getting softer and slower. After a heated argument, the witches finally settled down on the 4 missions: unity, teamwork, equality, and expansion. There were also 6 absolute rules they had to follow. Any rule breaker could be facing house arrest to the death penalty. 1. No betraying the Brotherhood and its members. 2. No committing heinous acts unprovoked. 3. Equality and fairness. 4. No interfering with politics without the Brotherhood's permission. 5. Follow the Brotherhood's orders. 6. No politicking in the Brotherhood. Subject to change. Now for the nitty-gritty. Roy said, so expansion is our goal, and we need manpower for that. We need a source of new blood. We'll be going with our plan and working with Orlov to build an orphanage. He's one of Novgrad's big 3. You'll be picking the children you want and mentoring them before administering the trials. We need to contact the collector and pick a spot for the orphanage. Hold on. You mean to work with one of the biggest gang lords around? Geralt shook his head. He's got blood on his hands. No way he'll work with you. Even if the gang lords would put in work for charity, they must have something to gain from it. Lambert and Eskel were doubtful as well. Allow me to tell you a story. Felix stood up and explained, the collector is more than meets the eye. Felix finished his story in a few minutes, leaving the wolves dumbfounded. Geralt was utterly impressed. You built a lab right under Eternal Fire's nose, had a Doppler replace a gang lord, and then partnered up with him. That is incredible. You guys are geniuses. Lambert was shaking with excitement, his eyes glinting with glee. I love it. When we trained his slowpoke thugs, we knew he was as kind as most Dopplers are. Since he's an orphan, he sympathized with all the children born into this world alone. Felix said, but he used to be hunted by the Eternal Fire. Hiding from them was already hard enough, let alone taking care of the poor orphans. Things are different now, however. He's now one of the biggest rulers in Novgorod. Money is no problem for him, and he gets to call a lot of the shots in Novgorod. Just like us. He wants to build an orphanage to take all those lonely kids in and provide them shelter until they can stand on their own 2 feet. Most importantly, those kids will be safe from the traffickers if they have a place to stay. The witches nodded. The slave trade was rampant all the way from Skellige Isles to the continents. While you guys were in Kaer, The collector shortlisted 3 houses as a potential orphanage. He was waiting for you guys to make the call. There was a hint of respect in Felix's eyes, and he promised he'd invest 80% of the money to build the place up and keep it running. Roy heaved a sigh of relief. At least we don't have to worry about money for a while. But he had a condition, and he wishes to talk to us about it. Felix added, it's probably about the children who will be taken in. He knows how hard our training can be, and he's worried we might go too far and hurt the kids. We'll see him tomorrow. Then, Orcs suggested, we need a lot of people to work on the orphanage. Everyone needs to lend a hand. Just like that, they already had something to do the next day. We can't just expand externally. Relying on the orphanage alone takes too much time. The kids will at least take a year to pass the trial. Unity should be further up on our list of priorities. Lambert said, we'll gather all wandering witches and have them join the Brotherhood. As long as they are willing to negotiate and pass the test, their schools don't matter. And I know one witcher who can join, Aiden of the Cat School. Lambert gushed, I've worked with him a few times. We're good friends, and he's a man of principle. We can trust him. I can travel to our rendezvous point and wait for him or leave a hint telling him to come to Novgorod. Lambert was looking forward to meeting Aiden. Kian and Felix exchanged a look. I remember Aiden. He's a black-haired and green-eyed kid, wasn't even 15 when we last saw him. So that makes him 50-something this year? He's not consumed by madness, however. A worthy ally for us. Never seen you so excited about seeing someone before. Lambert Orcs wiggled his brows. Is he your lover? I would have been done with the wedding a long time ago if Aiden was a girl. Lambert answered proudly. Since we're talking about the people we know, I suggest we be honest about everything. Letho quipped. Tell us every witcher you know. If we can trust them, try contacting them and tell them about the Brotherhood. We need to bolster our foundation. Every veteran can at least handle a few apprentices, and that's crucial for our growth. If I'm right, Vasema knows exactly where Kaer is. It's somewhere between Kova and Povis. Eskil mused. Once he's here in Novgorod, maybe we can get to the Griffin school through him. Griffins are worthy allies. The greed of knights is the truth they live by, Gerald said. They're even more traditional than us. But that's the reason their numbers are dwindling. They're in an even worse position than any other school. So we have Aiden and the Griffins. Roy recorded that in a leather journal and scanned everyone. Any other leads? It's been more than 10 years since I saw any witcher outside of the Wolf School, excluding today. Eskil shook his head. I've been locked up for 30 years. Kian sighed. Sorry. Felix said nothing. We met someone in Vizima. Seret looked at the wolves. He's a former wolf and current mercenary named Beringer. Beringer is still alive? The wolves exchanged a look of relief and delight. When did you see him? Is he still doing well? About 6 months ago. We asked him to make some gear for us. He's a real master blacksmith. In terms of blacksmithing alone, he's even better than Vasema, Seret said. He's doing okay. Still makes a living by taking requests and never kills any innocents. Upholds the Wolven code of neutrality. We invited him to come with us before we left Vizima, but he refused. He told us he wanted to turn his body back to normal so he could have kids. That's why he hates Kaer Morhen for changing him into a witcher. Felix scoffed. Yet another fool. He has an incredibly long life and a powerful body. This is the price he must pay. This isn't some kind of fairy tale where you can sell your cake and eat it as well. Kian sympathized with Beringer, and he nodded. His biggest wish was to gain back his old appearance. He's a master blacksmith, but still he left the school without hesitation. Nobody can convince him to come back. Gerald muttered to himself, Beringer still hasn't changed, and he sighed. Eskil and Lambert's gazes turned downward as they reminisced about their life with Beringer. You've known him for decades. Do you think you can convince him? Can Vasema do it? The wolves shook their heads. Unless we can somehow get a container of gins and make a wish for him, I doubt he'd ever join us. Gerald narrowed his eyes, regret filling his face. He had a chance to have 3 wishes granted, but his foolishness cost him 2 of them, and he wasted the last one on a relationship because he got the urge for one, and that relationship left the deepest impression on him. Roy put Beringer's name at the tail end of the list. He was the hardest Twitcher to convince thus far. So all the potential members we know so far are Aiden of the Cat School, the Griffins in Kaer, and Beringer of Vizima. He said, once the early stages of the orphanage's establishment is done, we'll send someone to persuade these people. Think outside the box, Roy. There are more witches out there. We can just post a request on the bulletin board and wait for someone to come to us, Orc suggested. This is a big city with a ton of people living in it. I think someone should come by within a few months. After the topic of the orphanage and unity, someone brought up another issue. Roy, back in Kaer, you promised you could improve the recipe and reduce the death rate of the trial. Eskil asked. Our lab is certainly big, but where are we going to get our mage? And then everyone turned their attention to Roy. Some gave him nervous looks, some winked at him, while some wiggled their eyebrows. If they had no mage, then the Brotherhood would just be like all the witches' schools, stagnant and left with no chances to improve or expand. Calm down, people. Roy puffed his chest and strutted around the table confidently. I have a few candidates. Mages, alchemists, druids, you name it. But I need to convince them to join. Ask Felix. He knows what I'm talking about. He saw the sorceress and made an agreement with her. She's going to hold the trial for Kaer. Felix nodded, and the wolves heaved a sigh of relief. They were looking forward to Kaer passing the trial. He would be the first one to pass it since the Brotherhood's establishment. That was an event to look forward to, as it had been too long since they witnessed a successful trial. They needed something to confirm that their choice was correct. And I'm not the only one who knows a mage. Geralt, time to drag the White Wolf into this. I think you can try persuading her into joining, if you catch my drift. If I'm right, she's a consultant in Eden's Vengerberg, isn't she? If she's willing to be our resident mage, you guys can be together again. Geralt waved his hands. We've broken up for years. It's been a while since she contacted me, and she doesn't owe me anything. She might even hate me for what happened before the breakup. It'd be bad if I tried to convince her. Roy rubbed his chin. They keep breaking up and getting back together only to live their lives together in the end. But Ciri is a key part in their relationship. She's like a daughter to them. After all, with Ciri out of the picture, there's no way someone like Geralt can convince Yennefer. I'd rather take my chances with a higher vampire. Forget it. We'll talk about that later. And he stared at his companions once more. Today, we've settled on the Brotherhood's missions, rules, and short-term goals. I hereby announce that the Brotherhood is officially established. Roy produced a bottle of white wine brewed in rural Novgorod and sold in the ballroom. And then he poured a glass for everyone, a toast for a great day. Today is the beginning of everything. Ciri stopped him. Hold it, you've overlooked something important, kid. We're a brotherhood, so everyone's equal. But there must be an eldest of the brothers here, he announced. We need a leader. He doesn't need to give every order for every little thing, but he needs to guide us to a better future. He needs to make plans and give a wide berth to any dangers we can't win. When we can't decide on something difficult, he must make the final call. We need someone to lead us into glory. Sarah looked at everyone present. What do you think? Who's the best one to lead us all? Why don't we decide through a trial of battle? Orcs was raring to go, but Sarah shot him a look. Geralt disagreed. We're a brotherhood now. Combat prowess isn't the only defining trait for a leader. Lambert agreed for once. Just because someone's a good combatant doesn't mean he's wise. He could be a fool. I think we should vote on this. Agreed, but I have something to say. Lambert pursed his lips. Every school has a different number of members here. That might affect the final results. The Vipers exchanged looks. They knew Lambert was talking about them. Rule number 6, Lambert. You broke it. Felix purred. Politicking will affect the results, not the number of members each school has. You have nothing to worry about if you don't have any ulterior motives. On the name of our school and the Brotherhood, we swear we'll pick the best man for the job. No biases. Letho took a deep breath. They had the most number of members around, so he thought there was a need to explain. Kian said, "Don't forget, we did talk about abolishing the schools and uniting everyone under one banner once the Brotherhood hits its stride. Don't sweat the details, Lambert. Gerald patted Lambert's shoulder, and Eskel looked at him. It's all right. We'll just cast our votes. I trust you'll make the right choice. Gerald smiled. Wouldn't have come here otherwise. The votes were counted, and the results were out. All witches smiled, save for one. Are you guys serious? Roy was red with anxiety for the first time. Why me? Everyone voted for me but me. You know the reason we're gathered here. Letho commented. Everyone's eyes twinkled. Roy might be the youngest of them all, but he got all the witches together. Because you're a clairvoyant. Lambert was half amused, half annoyed. Who else can take the spot but you? But we're not here to work for you, Felix blurted, and Kaer nodded. You can only point us in the general direction, and if your decision proves to be wrong. Orcs grinned. Punishment awaits. And now, a toast. Gerald stood up, raising his glass of wine. To the Brotherhood. Eskel raised his glass as well, the sun shining on his slightly red face. Everyone shouted, to the Brotherhood. To Roy. Roy was still bemused and confused, but he knew what he had to do. A great future awaits. Chapter 363. Gerald stared at the skies, where the purple light of dawn was starting to shine through. He could see the silhouette of the collector's mansion standing nearby, and he thought back to what happened the night before. Thank you for everything you did for Jaskier. So you've met him. Orcs took us to the apothecary shop last night, and then we saw a show in the ballroom. There was a smile on Gerald's lips. He was happy for his friend. He's already 30 years old, but the guy just won't settle down. Flirts with everyone, from a noble's daughter to a laundress. Professes his love for almost every young lady he runs into. Like Lambert, he frequently sleeps with someone else's woman. I spent a long time worrying if he might fall from a balcony and die during an escape from a particularly furious husband, but now he has a job he loves, and it's all thanks to your investment. You give him too little credit. Roy smiled. Even if he can't survive Novgorod, he can always get a job at Oxenfurt Academy. He's talented enough for that, and we're not helping for free. The ballroom is making a profit, and we're taking most of it. But most importantly, Dandelion and his friend can turn witches' infamy around. It works in our favor, especially when we're trying to open up an orphanage. The wolves exchanged a look. They were starting to approve of their new leader, who was also a clairvoyant. The fat guard in a green robe took one look at Felix and bowed to the witches as he opened the steel gates. Master Olaf has been waiting. Witches, come with me, please. A servant led the witches across a garden filled with tall trees and decked out with a fountain in the center. They eventually entered a mansion with a triangular roof and colorful walls. You sure they work for the collector? Feels like they work for you. Lambert gave Felix a look of surprise. All the guards in the manor wouldn't even meet Felix's gaze. It felt like they were mice who saw a big cat. I've been training these fools for 2 months. Felix grinned toothily, his eyes glinting. They know what happens if they get on my bad side. The manor was lavishly decorated. The ground was covered in exotic ophir rugs, and oil paintings. Antiques and porcelain items stood everywhere for everyone to see. Despite the size of the house, there weren't a lot of servants around. The collector preferred a quieter environment, it seemed. When they came to the second floor, they were met with a pale, handsome, purple-haired man with a mustache sitting behind his desk, going through a bunch of files and accounts. He seemed to be in a rut. A star-shaped pendant hung before his chest, and he was wearing a silk robe, while nearly 10 magical rings clung around his fingers. Compared to a month ago, the collector looked a lot more listless, and dark circles hung beneath his eyes. He noticed someone looking at him, and the collector raised his head. When he saw who it was, a smile broke out on his weary face. The man waved his servants away. Friends, witches, it's been a month, and you still look as dashing as ever. He happily approached the witches and shook their hand. Rather than a ruler of Novgorod, the collector felt like more of a friend. And these are? He turned his attention to the new faces. Gerald, Eskel, and Lambert of the Wolf School. They just came to Novgorod, Felix explained. They're one of us now. We just gained 3 more members for our alliance. Best news I've heard recently. Our alliance's roots are gaining more ground. Even if they know I've replaced the real collector, The eternal fire can't hunt me down openly now. The collector's excitement was almost palpable. He kept staring at the wolves like a cat who smelled fish. Eventually, his gaze became a little too much for the wolves. "You sure this guy is a Doppler?" The collector noticed the looks on his guests' faces, and he quickly massaged his temples. "Sorry. The guy was a perverted mage, so I inherited some of his more unsavory parts. Disgusting ideas pop into my mind the moment I see new things, including humans. It's all right, Olaf. We know how Dopplers work. Don't apologize." Lambert shrugged. "We're friends here. Call me Gon or Samsa. That's my real name." Gon waved it off. "You don't look too good, Gon." Roy plopped down onto the sofa. "So, what happened over the last month?" "Thanks, but I'm fine. I live in a manor and eat the best things this land has to offer every day. It's a lot better than my old life." Gon smiled, but there was a hint of bitterness in his eyes. There was a price to pay when it came to a life of luxury. "But honestly, upper society isn't as easy as it seems. I have to check on every single estate and land I have. And the reports are just endless. Everyone just keeps inviting me to this ball and that party every single day. Blacksmith Association, Merchant Association, Town Hall, other gangs. If there are 30 days in a month, I can go to 30 different events hosted by 30 different organizations. I'd be gone if you came 2 hours later. Can't you refuse some of it, or just let your assistant handle them?" Roy asked. "I did, but refusing these invitations too much is bound to raise some eyebrows. I don't trust anyone but you either. Everyone else might realize something's wrong with me and tell the Eternal Fire about it." The collector put his hands behind his back and shook his head. He was still wary about the church that had hunted him for most of his life. "I have to hang on no matter what. Guess the burden comes with the luxury." Orcs let out a sigh as well. "All right, everyone's here now, so let's talk business," Letho said. "We're told you found 3 potential spots for the orphanage." Gon unfurled a map on his desk. It detailed Novgorod and the geographical structure near the city. Every single house in the city was drawn on the map, and 3 spots were circled out. 2 were in Novgorod's slums and business district, while the last one was in a rural area outside the city. It was a 30-minute ride away from Novgorod. "I have an empty plot of land in the business district. Say the word and I'll give it to the orphanage." Gon looked at the witches. "It's just a few yards away from the marketplace. If we build the orphanage here, it'd make life so much easier for the kids. It's not in the central area, but his plot of land still costs a ton." Gerald shook his head. "You might not mind, but I don't think it's the best place for an orphanage. It'll attract too much unwanted attention, and the yard isn't big enough." "Sure, it'll work if you want to rear some ducks and small animals, but..." Serit peered at the map and stretched his thumbs and index fingers out. "It's not enough for the kids to move. They needed a big enough space to train new witches. At least enough to place some wooden stakes and pendulums." Gon nodded. "What about the spot in the slums then?" "It has a big enough yard to hold the tournament, and it comes with 3 houses, enough to house 100 kids. Rent is lower than 100 crowns a month, and it's less than 20,000 crowns if you're buying the place. I'll be paying the bulk of the price too, as promised." It was a tempting offer, and the witches discussed among themselves. "The slums are filled with Bedlam's men. He'll know what we're doing if we build an orphanage here." Roy shook his head. "He might find out what we're after, and if he tells the Eternal Fire we're training apprentices in this city, either the more the town hall's army is going to come after us." Most people were still holding on to the notion that witcher training was a pretext for human trafficking and evil rituals. "We need to avoid getting into any conflicts with Novgorod's rulers, at least before the orphanage has established itself." Serit mused. "Keep a low profile and see how that goes." Gon nodded. He expected the Witcher to have this response. "So you'll go for the one in the rural area, then?" "Not bad. The price is negligible, and I've bought the place. It's surrounded by wilderness, rivers, and woods. The kids have enough space to run about, and it's remote enough to not raise any suspicion." The Witchers nodded. "I have a question. Does the Eternal Fire have an orphanage?" Eskel asked. "If we build one, won't that be a cause for conflict?" "I've looked into this. Olaf is a part of the council, and he knows stuff." Gon sighed. The Eternal Fire has been taking in orphans, but the slots are incredibly limited, about a dozen or so every year. Most of the time, they just give the kids free porridge. A show. Of course, for the people of Novgorod, they need more believers compared to orphans. They prefer adult believers who can give them their hard-earned crowns. Because of accidents, diseases, and all sorts of reasons, there are at least 50 orphans being born every year in this city, and that's excluding the kids in the villages outside. The Eternal Fire rejects them, and fewer than 1 out of 10 can survive this place. Either Bedlam takes them in and turns them into beggars, or they leave for somewhere else. Some would live in a temple of Militel, while some, the look in Gon's eyes sharpened, go missing. Novgorod has an oversupply of population. Building an orphanage for the kids is a good thing. The church and town hall would beg for someone to share their burden and keep Novgorod stable. That's all I have to say. Want to see the place? We can open up shop tomorrow if everything goes well. Sure, we'll talk about details on the way. Roy turned his attention to the Doppler, and there was a hint of respect in his eyes. Dopplers weren't even an ancient race. They were hated and despised for their abilities, but instead of getting back at the people who wronged them, they chose to show mercy instead. Guess they're saints. Gon took his purple cape and donned it, and then he led the witches out of the manor and into a black carriage. I have a few conditions regarding the orphans. I hope you can understand where I'm coming from. Sure. I've heard of your training. Even strong, powerful adults find it to be great torture, let alone undeveloped children. He looked at the witches. So, what's your plan? Are you going to make every child who joins the orphanage go through the training? You're worried we might force them into this, aren't you? Kian shook his head. That's unnecessary. We do not force the children if they refuse to, and our training is strictly about the basics. Instead of harming them, it helps them. If they're interested in more advanced training, then we'll teach them that. But until then, it's all basics. The wolves nodded. If these people had tried to force orphans into the way of the Witcher, they wouldn't have joined the Brotherhood. You can always come for a visit after the orphanage is up and running. Or you can get someone to oversee the place. Gil nodded and pulled the curtains up, revealing the patches of grass outside. They had departed the city and headed into the wilderness. Can you tell me more about the training? The specifics, please. Swordplay. And it's only wooden practice swords, so no worries about injury, Serit explained. They talked about it before in the meeting. And a little bit of physical training. They're going to dodge spinning dummies and leap across wooden stakes. It's a bit hard on the body, but we're professionals. The kids won't lose a limb or get in any danger. And we can stop the training at any time, Gerald added. Gon finally stopped objecting to the training. And then herbal classes. Even if they aren't going to end up as witches, they can still be a healer or some alchemist's assistant. They'll at least survive in this world. But the kids are illiterate. Gon rubbed his chin. I'll have to hire a teacher for them, then. Hardly necessary, Roy said. Aside from me, everyone else is old enough to be someone's grandfather. They know the Northern Kingdom's common speech, Nilfgaardian tongue, and even Elder speech. They're experienced enough to be the kids' teachers. You're going to teach them how to read as well? It was an important part in building rapport. Lambert's lips twitched. He was a little disgruntled. I'm only in my 50s, not like there's a big generational gap between us. How come I'm also a grandfather? Gon nodded. And then we're gonna talk about the Almanac of Creatures. It includes all kinds of dangerous beasts and monsters, Serit continued. It'll come in really handy if they want to survive the wilds. And that's about it for their basics. I still hope you'll teach them something common folk do. At least it's a surefire way to help them in the future. Gon suggested, like farming and husbandry. Well, how about this? We turn a few patches of land around the orphanage into farmlands and ask the kids to spend some time farming every day, Roy said. And we'll give every kid one chick from the moment they join the orphanage. They'll be required to feed the chicks until they become chickens. Gon froze for a moment. The kids can train their body, learn how to read, and practice farming and husbandry at the same time? It sounded like a perfect plan, but he thought something was off. And here's the crucial question. Which a mutation is unpredictable and dangerous? How can you guarantee the children who undergo the mutation willingly survive it? Gon asked. We cannot allow the orphanage to be the poor children's grave. We won't let them go through the trial before we're sure they can handle it. Letho explained. It was the promise everyone came up with. I assure you, we're raising witches, not killing children. Gon finally stopped questioning them. They came to a halt before a forest. Through the little path and some roads they went before they finally entered the clearing surrounded by alders. The witches were greeted by 4 dilapidated but spacious wooden houses, and the walls and roofs were made up of whole logs. The houses were surrounded by woods, and sounds of flowing water came from the other side of the forest. This was a decent place for anyone to live. They went around the houses for a better look. The houses were big, and shared bedrooms were already set up. These houses could house about 100 orphans in total. The beds, sheets, blankets, furniture, and necessities were already prepared. Someone probably cleaned this place before, as it seemed almost spotless. Not bad. It'd be perfect if we had some stakes and pendulums here. You must have put a lot of effort into this, Gon. As long as you're happy with it. So where are we getting the children? Gerald asked. I'll tell my men to keep an eye out for vagrant children under 10 around Novgorod, Gon answered. And I'll tell people about the news of the orphanage. Count us in. Letho offered. We'll search for kids as well. Gon nodded. I'll send a cook and a correspondent over tomorrow. Just tell the correspondent if you need anything. And what should we call the orphanage? Letho looked at everyone. How does Kaer sound? Lambert asked. This orphanage belongs to all witches, not a single school. Orcs snorted and shook his head. We can't call it House of Witches either, or that might invite our enemies right over, Eskel said. How about House of Gon, then? Roy looked at his companions. We're not running this place out of the kindness of our hearts, but Gon is. He put in time and effort and asked for nothing in return. People should remember him for the deed he's done. And as long as the witches were teaching the orphans, they were in control of the place. The name was nothing to worry about anyway. Chapter 364. Winds blew in from the sea, carrying black clouds over to the skies of Novgorod. In a dark, moss-filled, sludge-covered alleyway of the slums hid a boy. He was curled up in a ball, the winter winds billowing his clumped hair and tattered clothes. He was like a shivering chick hiding among reeds. His lips were pale and cracked, and his yellow eyes were filled with fear. Cold and hunger assailed him, but his mind remained vigilant. Once again, he was taking a trip down memory lane. The boy used to have a happy family. His parents were merchants who sold a certain spice from Skellige Isle in the city, and they made more money than most people in the city. They led a simple but happy life, but fate has something dark in store for them. A cargo ship that was slated to come back ran into a storm, killing his father and sinking all the cargo they purchased. And then the nightmare started. The debt collector came in droves, taking their expensive ornaments, furniture, and valuable clothes. Eventually, their house was sold off by the Valdese dwarves to settle their debt. Left with no choice, the boy's ailing mother rented a small house in the slums and worked as a laundress to support the family. She lost sleep most nights and cried in silence. The hard labor and frequent contact with cold water exacerbated her coughs into pneumonia. She died not even a year later, as they didn't have money to treat her. Monty could never forget the last moments of his mother's life. She was lying on her deathbed, holding his hands. Her lips were trembling, but she couldn't make a sound, though tears kept streaming down her pale, gaunt cheeks. Monty was 8 when his mother died, and he started wandering the streets. But even beggars needed licenses in Novgorod, and they hated kids like Monty. His pride stopped him from humbling himself into putting on a sob story to make money from the people's sympathy. He was dragged from one street to another and ran like a pup who had no one to turn to. One disobedience would earn him another beating. Left with no choice, he begged the church for help. When his father was still alive, their family would tithe every year to pray for the fire's guidance in the darkness. They prayed for light and hope. But Monty realized that the tithe didn't work. All the priests did was give him some watery soup, and then he was chased away. Only a select few out of the many vagrant kids could stay in the church. Once again, he led the life of a vagrant. Whenever he was starving, He would pick up fallen vegetable leaves or dumpster dive for food. But Monty only lasted 3 months in that kind of life. A downpour graced Novgorod again, drenching Monty's clothes. He curled into himself tighter and saw everything around him turn. A few scenes flashed in his mind, one being the corpse collector, clad in black, picking up a gaunt corpse with yellow eyes and taking it into the darkness ahead. And then he saw his parents floating in the air, waving their hands at him. Oddly enough, they seemed almost transparent. "Father, Mother, you're the only kind souls I know. Nobody has an ounce of decency left in them. Nobody would even lend me a hand." Nobody. Tears of anguish welled in Monty's eyes, and everything turned black. He felt himself bobbing up and down like he was on a sea. The water that caressed him felt like his mother's touch. It washed the exhaustion, grime, and cold away from Monty, and then he saw a sliver of light peeking through the darkness. His dying soul mustered up what little strength it had and ran straight for the light. "You're awake, child." Where am I? What happened to me?" His eyes refocused. The first thing he saw wasn't the squalid alleyway or the raging skies, but an enclosed space with a ceiling overhead. He had almost forgotten how it felt to stay in a house, sheltered from the elements. The walls smelled like mold and mildew, but there wasn't a speck of dust or cobweb to be seen, and he was sure that warm feeling on his back wasn't the ground. He was lying on a bed. "You passed out in the alleyway," a gentle voice said, and an unfamiliar face huddled closer. "We brought you here." He had an aquiline nose and a tired face. A scar shaped like a lightning bolt ran down the right of his face, while his eyes were feline and amber. There wasn't any warmth in them, not unlike a beast's. Monty opened his mouth and tried to scream, but he saw a yellow triangle flashing before his eyes. He saw the man murmur something, and it felt like a breeze just touched his heart. Fear and anxiety disappeared like magic, replaced by peace and calm. It felt like he just came back home. The peculiar face staring at him no longer looked terrifying, and Monty realized something. "You saved me? It was nothing, lad." The man forced a smile. "You're safe, don't worry. And your fever's gone down too. You must be hungry." The man turned around and ladled a bowl of hot soup for the boy. Monty sniffed the air and drooled. He took the bowl and gulped everything down. There were carrots, potatoes, and even meat in the soup. He had almost forgotten the taste of good food. For a long time, even rotten food in the dumpster was a luxury to him. The boy finished every last drop of the soup, letting nothing go to waste. Monty leaned back and rubbed his slightly bulging belly and heaved a long sigh. He licked the grease off his mouth and stared unblinkingly at the cauldron. But the boy didn't ask for seconds for fear of angering the man. "You've been starving for too long. You need to control your hunger, or it will ruin your body. I suggest you only eat that much for now." "Sir, call me Eskel." "I'm Monty. Can you tell me where I am?" "Eskel?" Monty asked carefully. He feared that this was a dream he would wake up from if he so much as raised his voice. "The House of the..." "It's an orphanage," someone else answered before Eskel could. A bunch of men swarmed into the room. One was bald, some had scars, and one looked like he had albinism. Everyone was surrounding the boy. They were even more muscular than the sailors on his father's ship, and they felt different from everyone Monty had seen. He saw hilts of swords protruding from their backs, and it scared him. He curled up a bit. The one standing in the center of these men had dark golden eyes. He was the youngest of them all, but the look in his eyes was as sharp as a hunting eagle's. It felt like the man was staring at the prey he was about to pick off in a moment. "Welcome to the House of Kaer, Monty." He put his hands on his hips and smiled. Monty swore he saw the man's eyes shine. "Congratulations on becoming the first one to join this household." Monty muttered what the young man said under his breath, and then he puckered his lips. Not too long ago, the church denied him asylum, but after he almost died, he woke up finding himself in an orphanage. It felt like fate cracked a cruel joke on him. He could feel destiny's blade on the nape of his neck and on the verge of killing him. But just before the executioner could swing it down, the blade was turned into a loaf of bread, and he was gently fed it. Joy and sorrow overwhelmed him, and the boy rubbed his eyes as he cried. "Why didn't you guys come sooner? Father's dead. And mother's dead too." "Don't cry, Monty. You're a man, aren't you? Now focus. Eskel held the boy's shoulder down, and Monty sat up straight. Listen closely. These are the caregivers and teachers of this household. The one in the middle is Roy, and the baldy on his left is Letho. Monty looked at the men carefully through the cracks between his fingers. He was quiet, but also delighted and nervous. The boy wanted to laugh and yet also cry. He had no idea why these peculiar men would help him. I'm just a grimy boy living in the dumpster, but they gave me somewhere warm and clean to stay. Aren't they worried I might dirty the place? The witches exchanged looks, and a man in a cloak and mask explained gently. Your fever just went down, and you're still not healed yet. Rest up for the day. We'll start your training tomorrow morning. The man in the cloak had eyes as red as rubies. Can I really stay here? Sleep on this bed? Monty held the blanket, his eyes twinkling with surprise. You can sleep however long you want, the man with white hair sighed, his eyes glinting with reminiscence. What kind of horrors must he have seen to be so sensitive? Just stay and be at home. What do you mean by training, though? You're going to learn how to read and strengthen your body. Depending on your choice, you'll have to learn some farming and husbandry. It's all part of life here. Lambert stared at the boy who obviously had something to say. Are you refusing, child? But I don't have money for that, Monty answered quietly. The boy was born to a wealthy family, and he knew a bit about the world. No matter where or when, knowledge must be bought with money or something with similar value. Did the fever get to your head, child? This is an orphanage, not some private school. Everything is free. We'll train you up to be a useful member of society, Roy explained. As for which society you're joining, well, you'll know soon enough. Not a single copper is needed. It's free? Roy nodded with a smile. But free things always cost the most. Not like kids know that, though. You won't chase me off. Orcs narrowed his eyes. As long as you're a good boy. Monty held the blanket tightly and shivered, his hair shaking along with his head. I promise I'll be good. Please let me stay. I don't wanna have to go through dumpsters again. Serich shot his brother a glare and gave everyone looks. He's just messing with you. Just stay in the room and be quiet. And then everyone left. The boy stared at the witches for a long while. He then switched positions and knelt on his bed, staring at the alder trees outside the window and the blue skies above. Monty took a deep breath, and the air smelled of soil and grass. For the first time in his life as a vagrant, the world was kind to him. I survived, Father, Mother. I wonder if they're as kind as you were. Everyone was staring in through the crack of the door. So, how's the kid? Talented enough to be a witcher? Orcs asked. Checked on him when he was out cold. Suffered a ton of wounds, but it's all right. He's young and can heal fast. Just need to feed him and he'll be fine. Eskel said, has okay talent. Definitely far weaker than Roy, though. We got a new kid, so it's time to prepare. Orcs scanned the empty yard and cracked his knuckles. Gotta set up the stakes and dummies. So what's the plan? 3 of us are gonna stay behind to teach the kid, and everyone else is going to keep searching for orphans around Novgorod. Gon's men will help. Don't do it alone, or the Novgorodians will think we're kidnappers, and we have an issue. Monty is the first kid to move in on the first day. We need to guide him onto the path of a witcher as soon as possible, Felix said. We need to make sure he joins us as soon as possible. According to their promise to the collector, they could only train the child if they wanted to, and the witches were above lying. He needs some guidance, but we're too crude for the job. Carl can deal with this, Roy said. He's about Monty's age, perfect to guide the boy. Felix, Carl can train with the new guy. Let them compete. Now call him here. I have some tricks I wanna teach him. Hi, I'm Carl. I'm 8 years old. What about you? Innocent little Carl quietly entered the room and extended his hand to Monty, smiling sheepishly. Felix told him to do it. Of course. Monty hesitated for a moment before answering. I'm Monty. I'm 8 years old too. The boy before him was about half a head taller and a lot leaner than he was. Monty wanted to be as strong as Carl too. Back in Novgorod, a lot of orphans beat him up just to get a spot at the church. He had almost never seen someone his age so friendly, and he wanted to know more about Carl. Are you also a part of this house? I came with my mentor. He's Felix, the cool guy with sunglasses. Is he your father? Monty asked, his voice filled with envy. "No, he's my hero." Kaer puffed his chest, his cheeks reddening with excitement. "He avenged my parents and killed the baddies who murdered them." Monty's heart skipped a beat. A murder? Vengeance? For some reason, a hint of excitement welled within him. Every boy had a dream to grow up as knights, travel the lands, and date noble ladies. Is he powerful? Kaer snorted and bragged. He can defeat a group of big, strong men all by himself because he's a witcher. He has the speed of a cat and the strength and stamina of a bear. He's not an evil mutant like the rumors say. They only kill heartless people and men-eating monsters. If they want to, they can cut off the heads of any villain. Kaer raised his voice. "I'm training under my mentor right now. I wanna grow up to be a witcher." He leapt into the air and turned around, holding the air like it was a blade, and then he thrust his hand forward, poking Monty's chest. It was a standard thrust, and Kaer performed it like it was a dance. Obviously, he had been training hard. Monty stared dumbly at Kaer, as if he had just seen a beautiful performance. He was reminded of himself and how he could do nothing but hold his head while rain kept pouring down on him. If I was as skilled as Kaer is. He felt a surge of emotions welling within him. Monty licked his lips, his eyes welling with anticipation. With a trembling voice, he asked, "Can I train and become a witcher too?" Becoming a witcher is a hard task. You'll have to go through a ton of super intense training. Kaer was looking solemn for once, but his eyes were shining. You need to be tough and willing enough to change your fate. If you start whining because of some training, you can forget about being a witcher. Learn how to read, farm, and rear animals instead. Kaer raised his head high. You can be a farmer when you grow up. Monty clenched the blanket tightly, his face scrunched up in a dilemma. This was a tough decision for a young boy. He didn't want to become a peasant when he knew something as magical as witchers existed. Monty really wanted to say yes. "Training starts tomorrow morning." Kaer looked around the room. For once, he looked cunning. "Come and see for yourself if you can take it. I'll train with you, and more friends are on their way." Kaer was delighted. He could show off his training results to someone else. "We'll work together." Chapter 365. A dash of gray appeared on the horizon, heralding the coming of dawn. Monty's sleep was abruptly disturbed by a sharp whistle, and his new friend, Kaer, came into his room, dragging him off his warm, lovely bed. He was changed into a new set of clothes made of wool, hump, and beast hide, though it was a bit oversized for him, and then he changed into a pair of sturdy brown leather boots before he set off to the yard with Kaer. A bald, burly man was already waiting for them in the center of the yard. He looked at the boys coolly and announced, "Begin." Frosty winds howled through the yard, and a shivering Monty was found stretching his body under the bald man's guidance. He stretched his thighs, calves, back, chest, and waist, all the while moving his neck and ankles. For the most part of his life, Monty was running away from one place to another. It had been a long time since he had proper exercise, and the boy was already sweating a short while later. "Relax your neck and straighten your back, Monty. You're a boy, don't hunch your back like a geezer, or you'll be shit out of luck with the ladies." The bald man pushed down on Monty's back. Just like magic, the boy's posture was corrected. About 15 minutes of warm-up later, Monty seemed like he had just gotten out of a bath, but he was no longer sleepy. The bald man then gave him a choice. Much to his curiosity, "You decide what to do next. Either you run around the yard a few times or train with Kaer. You make the call," he emphasized. Monty mustered up his courage and asked, "Is there any difference between the two?" The man's feline eyes might look scary, but Monty thought he could trust the guy. Gently, the man said, "The first one is just regular exercise. It'll train you up and keep any illnesses away from you." Letho explained, "The second one is Witcher apprentice training. It sharpens your movements and senses, making it easier for you to stay out of harm's way and counter your enemies, but it's a lot harder than regular exercise. Don't worry about it. Take your time to make the choice. Depending on what you choose, your classes and even your fate might take a different path." Monty had no idea what the man was talking about. He mused over it for a moment and eventually picked the second choice. Kaer was staring at him with sparkling eyes. After all, Monty just got here, and he instinctively went with his friend's suggestion. Letho heaved a sigh of relief in silence and led the boys to the south yard, where a row of stakes was standing. Monty and Carl weaved through the space between the stakes like two mice that were being hunted down by a big, ugly cat. They spun and turned all the way from the first stake to the last, and then they did the same thing from the last stake to the first. This was harder than regular running. It only took 10 minutes for Monty to heave and look like he just came out of the bath again. Cal, however, weaved through the obstacles easily and went at twice the speed Monty was. The young apprentice even told his friend he could give up any time he wanted. That only stoked the flames in Monty's soul. They were both 8, and he thought he could do whatever Carl could. In the end, he kept weaving across the stakes for 20 more minutes before he found himself out of breath and strength. Sweat was pouring down his chin, drenching the ground. Letho nodded. His body needs work, but at least his will is strong enough. Guess he didn't survive the streets all by himself for nothing. We can improve his body through training and potions, but if he was a weak-willed bastard, it'd be hard to change. Monty rested for 10 minutes before going into the third exercise, standing on one leg. His back and neck were upright, and his hands were in prayer. He would also put one leg on the knee of the other, not unlike a rooster. And then he would also have to be blindfolded. The bald man said this could train his speed, reaction, and balance. It was a suitable exercise for undeveloped children like them. Monty couldn't even maintain his balance on his first try. He lasted for 5 whole seconds before he started to wobble and almost fall like a bamboo buffeted by a gale. But Monty wasn't discouraged. Carl was doing the same thing on a stake as if he were trying to brag. His eyes were closed, and he looked as calm and stable as a stone statue. More shockingly, Carl leveled up the difficulty by leaping across the stakes. He would even spin around in midair, as if leaping around on one leg wasn't hard enough. And then to make things even harder, Carl would swing his practice sword around like a reindeer passing through a forest, smashing everything in his way. Monty wanted to be able to do that someday. The boy gritted his teeth and tried the exercise for half an hour before he could finally last for 20 seconds. An hour and a half had passed since the morning exercise started. Letho nodded at the boy, who was red and out of breath. "That's enough, boy. You passed." "For a newbie," he said calmly. Nothing Monty did manage to impress him. "But you didn't complain even once." "You're a man." Monty felt himself tearing up and holding his rumbling stomach. "That's all for today. You must be hungry." Carl led him into the room, and the first thing Monty smelled was the aroma of meat. He gulped, and what he saw petrified him with surprise and shock. The boy looked like he was struck by lightning. There was a feast on the table. Potatoes and stewed meat, baked bread, fresh crabs taken from Novgorod's ports, lobsters, and a lot of other stuff. A fat lady was sitting on the chair at the doorstep, smiling warmly at him like he was her family. The meat stew he had the night before was already a luxury for Monty, but what he saw now was something like the eternal fire's blessing. No, Monty lost his faith in the eternal fire. "This is the blessing of House of the W. We get to have breakfast?" he asked, his voice shivering. Most families in Novgorod only had 2 meals a day, once in the afternoon, and some light snacking at night. It was an unwritten rule and a tactic to save money. Most rules don't apply to us. If you're hungry, you eat. You can't train if you don't fuel your body. Carl wiped his sweat away and filled a bowl with meat stew covered in basil leaves, turnips, carrots, and potatoes, and then he picked up a piece of bread drenched in soup before handing those to Monty. "Don't worry about it. We're young, and we need food. Starving ourselves is absolutely out of the question." Monty took the bowl, but instead of wolfing it down, he asked carefully, "Why are you so nice to me? I have nothing, and I'm an idiot who knows nothing. Even the beggars hate me." Not even the orphanage run by the church on their island itself provided this much to the kids. "The witches saved me from the brink of death and treated me like family." "What are they up to? Don't you get it, Monty? The moment you join this household, we're already a family." Carl told him what Felix asked him to. "And we don't abandon family, we help them." "Family?" Monty's jaw dropped, revealing a row of teeth with big cracks between every tooth. He teared up and fell into a stupor. still in disbelief about everything he was seeing. Ever since his parents died, nobody told him he was their family. Like Felix ordered, Kaer observed Monty's reaction quietly and told him, "Don't get sentimental." He sipped some stew. "So, how's training? Can you hold on? It's a lot easier than begging for food in the city." Monty sniffled and shook his head. He wolfed down the bread and held his tears back. "It'll only get harder and fiercer from now on." "Still better than being a beggar. Don't forget what you said." After breakfast, it was time for another class, but the guy who trained them in the morning was nowhere to be found. Instead, a man with short brown hair and a scar shaped like a lightning bolt on his face appeared. "Cal, Monty, there are a few rules you have to follow in this household, or things might get out of hand. You might be the first kid here, but no bullying the ones who come later, understand? I want to hear you loud and clear." "Yes, sir, and you'll have to follow the teacher's orders. No throwing tantrums or making things difficult." Monty and Kaer were seated in a classroom, listening quietly to Eskel's lecture. Sometimes Eskel would write something down on the yellowing wooden board in front of him with a charcoal pencil. Monty had some education before thanks to his father. He could read a little and could see Eskel was writing in Northern Common Speech. Compared to the private tutor his father hired, Eskel's classes were more entertaining. His lectures were never boring. Even an insignificant little letter or phrase could have an interesting story behind it. Monty was engrossed in the classes before he knew it, and then it was time for survival class. This time, their teacher was the man with red eyes and scorched skin. Monty was scared for his life the first time he saw the man. He kept his gaze downward, refusing to have eye contact, lest the man pounced at him like a drowner. Kaer noticed Monty's reaction, but he didn't mind. Softly, he told the boys about the ways of survival. Just like Eskel, he was a great storyteller, and Monty eventually let go of his fear of Kaer's appearance. The House of Gold is built in a forest. It's possible to run into various beasts, and there are a few you need to look out for. For example, if you two were to enter the forest by accident and run into a hungry boar and a pack of drooling, growling wolves, what would you do? "I'm gonna run," Monty answered without hesitation. The story had captivated him. "And I'm going to shout for help." Kaer shook his head and spared Monty a look of pity. The boy noticed that look, and his breathing stopped for a moment. "Sorry, but you're already dead. Look at yourself. Your arms and legs are barely thicker than a wooden stick. Even a rabbit can run faster than you. The beasts will catch up to you in mere moments and tear you to shreds. What would you do?" "Kaer, I'll climb up a tree." Kaer puffed his chest confidently. "And then I'll shout for help. One of you will eventually come to me. You're not a total fool." "Looks like all the training didn't go to waste." Kaer nodded. "But it's winter now, and beasts don't move around as much. You won't run into any beasts as long as you don't venture into the forest." Kaer laid out an orangish yellow flower with oval leaves in front of them. "Guess what this is?" "Chrysanthemum." Monty sniffed the air. The flower smelled like a certain spice his family used to sell. The petals were almost the same color as well. "Sunflower?" Kaer grinned. Kaer smacked his head. "You don't see sunflowers in full bloom during winters. Did you sleep off Felix's herbalism class?" Kaer begged. "Please, don't tell Master about this, Kaer." "That depends on you." Monty was partially correct. Delighted, Monty swung his fists. "This is a marigold, part of the daisy family and one of nature's blessings." Kaer wrote down the flower's name on the board. "If you were to get lost in the wilderness and have nothing to eat, this can stave off your hunger for a bit. If you get scratched, grind this down and consume part of it. Use the remaining petals on the wound to stave off inflammation. Now eat this and remember how it tastes." The first day of class was split into 3 parts: morning training, arts and science class, and survival class. Monty was delighted and in disbelief. Not only could he train his body and learn more about the world, but he could also have great food to boot. It felt just like a dream to him. Is this really something a boy like me can enjoy? When the sun finally set beyond the horizon and dusk had descended, 8 Twitchers were found discussing the next day's arrangements around the bonfire, while the youngest Twitcher entered the dark woods, taking nothing but a suspiciously sentient owl with him. Kaer came back to the room after an hour of extra training and lay down on the big bed. He kept talking about his ambitions, how powerful witches could be, and how they led their lives. He kept smiling at Monty, and the stories planted a seed in Monty's soul. I wonder if I can be as carefree as Kaer if I become a witcher. He had a strange dream that night. In that dream, he saw a man with grayish-green eyes in front of Kaer, drawing something in the air. His hand was locked in a strange gesture, and the man seemed to be muttering something under his breath. A man with white hair was doing the same thing to him, and Monty started sitting cross-legged as if he was once again in his mother's womb. Motes of light started twinkling in the night sky and flew around like curious fireflies, and they played with him the whole night. Chapter 366. Their instructor for the next day was a foul-mouthed, hot-tempered, and balding man. Monty was still very much clumsy in his training, and Lambert mocked him for an hour and a half. Very much like something Lambert would do, even to a child. It took Monty everything to hold it in. Something delightful happened after breakfast. The orphanage received 2 newcomers. One was a lanky boy wearing black, tattered clothes and torn shoes. His hair and eyes were black, and his face was freckled. The girl beside him looked adorable, though her face was caked in grime. Her blonde hair tumbled down her shoulders like dried paddy. She looked gaunt and apparently malnourished. Her sickly white hand was holding onto one of the witches. It was the one with dark gold eyes. Monty had to say he was the most handsome and charming witcher of them all. If he was the newcomers, he would be willing to get close to Roy too. Kaer grinned toothily and greeted the newcomers. "What's your name? How old are you?" Monty hid in the corner and watched. A Thorn. The black-haired boy quickly wiped his hands off his shirt before shaking Kaer's hand. "You're part elf, aren't you?" Kaer looked at his slightly pointy ears. A Thorn started trembling. The fact that he was part elf earned him a lot of beatings in Novgorod. "Worry not, child. I'm a part elf as well." Roy pointed at his ears and promised, "Nobody will look down on you in this household." The sheepish Thorn squeaked quietly. "I am Vicky." The girl stuck her head out like a nervous squirrel. She had a pair of beautiful purple eyes. "I'm 7 years old." She stared at the boy hiding in the corner. Monty stood stiffly and stammered, "I am Monty." House of Gum was starting to gain traction. Every 2 or 3 days or so, the teachers would take in new kids. 2 weeks later, they had 20 kids in the orphanage, and the numbers stagnated. The witches had stopped searching for new kids, as they wanted to try out some new things with the children. If their teachings worked, they would continue the search. Most of the kids were boys, and only 7 were girls. All of them were homeless kids in Novgorod and the villages around it. Monty recognized a couple of them too. They were the ones who lost in the fight for a spot at the church's orphanage. The kids started to get along after a while and let their guard down around one another. Monty eventually realized that everyone's classes were different. When the clock struck 6 in the morning, all the children would wake up and train. The boys would go for the obstacle course and one-leg standing practice, while the girls who slept in the other big room with Stacy the cook only had to run around the compound a few times. Breakfast was at 7:30. And when the clock struck 8, all the kids would sit in the same classroom and learn how to read and count. Eskil the lecturer loved to pick one kid at random every day to answer the questions he threw out, and he would also give every student a square wooden board dubbed test papers. All the test papers had something called questions written in charcoal pencil. The kids would be tested on their mastery of everything taught so far, and Eskil would mark every student's test paper seriously. Fortunately, there were no punishments for low scorers, but the high scorers would get a little reward. If they accumulate 10 rewards, they could have one little wish granted. Mostly, it was something like singing nursery rhymes in front of the kids or having an extra 30 minutes of break every day. This system instilled excitement and a little anxiety among the kids. Classes went on until 12. Lunch and break took up another hour, and then 2 kinds of classes would begin after that. When morning training finally got to the swordplay basic stances and post standing, most of the boys gave up, and Kaer called them peasants. On the other hand, he called himself Monty, and 2 other boys who kept going on as reserve witcher apprentices. The reserve apprentices would take classes on monsters and herbs in the afternoon, while the farmers went to do their toil on the farms around the orphanage. The teachers would take them there after nap time every day and show them how to till the soil and dig up little trenches. The kids would sow seeds of carrots, radishes, spinach, and garlic just like regular farmers would, but they were working at a much slower speed. The farmers also had to feed the livestock and reap the crops alongside the girls as well. Aside from the reserve apprentices, all the orphans received a gift, a little chick. They had to raise them into chickens with their own hands. The children would often run around the yard happily, while their little chicks followed closely. The kids were free to do whatever they wanted after dinner every day. The girls would play with jump ropes or make crowns out of mint leaves and see who could make the prettiest crown in the shortest time. Most of the time, Vicky would win. The boys would either arm wrestle or run around the yard and have a little tussle. None could win against the reserve apprentices though. The difference in speed and reaction was starting to show just after 2 weeks. Those weren't the only ways the kids could have fun. Sometimes they would get together and play hide and seek. Carl would end up winning every time. Monty had a feeling he must have learned some tracking skills from his mentor, since every time he was it, he could find everyone in less than half an hour. Eventually, the kids surrendered whenever Carl was it, and they started the next round right away. The teachers came up with some weird but interesting games as well. They said it was to promote teamwork. The children had never heard of any games that went by the name of three-legged race or any game that would pick someone at random and make them dance in front of everyone. But the kids all had fun. Before they went to sleep, everyone would gather in the yard and listen to the teachers' stories. Every night would be a different teacher telling different stories. Like most boys, Monty liked the stories Roy told the most. He would flip through his notebook and tell the kids fairy tales, though most of them were modified into dark fantasy versions of the ones most people knew. The girls would close their eyes and ears while screaming their hearts out, while the boys would come to their defense proudly. Every weekend, the kids would have one day off, and they spent it fruitfully. The bald teacher would teach them some woodworking. They had an abundance of wood nearby anyway. And then he would make some little trinkets like windmills or wooden ponies for the kids who wished for it. Or he would make chairs and benches and teach them how to make miniature houses out of wood. The white-haired teacher would talk about how practice swords were made to the boys who wanted to know and show them some swordplay. The one who looked like his skin was scorched would lead the children into the woods to forage for herbs and teach them how to dry them up. He would also teach them how to catch beetles and butterflies hiding among the bushes and observe little creatures like rabbits and deers. Eventually, everyone warmed up to the man with frightening looks but gentle demeanor. They started smiling at him, calling him Mr. Red Eyes. Only those who lost something knew the value of life. The orphans had a dark past that molded them into more mature counterparts of their peers. They were grateful for House of Gold's care, protection, education, food, and joy, and they repaid it by following their rules and never getting into fights with their friends. But there was an exception to every rule. One little episode happened right after lunch one day. One of the Witcher apprentices, Charname, got into a little tussle with one of the farmer kids because of a little argument. The Witcher's faces fell when the news got to them. There was almost murder in their eyes. A gust of freezing wind howled across the dining room, and the kids fell silent. Charname and the farmer kid cried from fear. Just when they thought the teachers would beat them up and boot them out of the orphanage, Roy came up with a weird punishment. That night, Charname and the farmer kid were forced to stand atop a bench in front of everyone and hug like they were long-lost relatives, though they looked like a pair of wriggling catfish when they did that. 10 minutes later, everyone burst into laughter, including Stacy. Roy's punishment worked, however. Since then, Charname and the farmer kid became great friends, and the other kids felt a little moved. It was as if something magical was binding the children's fates together under the supervision of their Witcher teachers. That month felt like a dream for all the children in the orphanage. Monty, Okamathorn, Vicky, Charname, Lloyd, and many more. If this was a dream, they never wanted to wake up. This was the most joyous period of their lives. Their teachers were vibrant and distinct. Some were strict, some were nice, some were humorous, while some in particular had a sailor's tongue. But all of them left indelible marks on the children. They were like a family there. A silent night descended, bringing with it a beautiful river of stars, and they shone upon the witches in the yard. They were standing under the wooden stakes, staring at the sleeping faces of the children in the orphanage. The Brotherhood's foundation was a little bit shaky before this, but now they felt confident. In just 1 month, they managed to find 20 orphans, though only 5 became reserve apprentices. Still, it was more than any school could manage in the last few decades. This isn't the right way to train, kid. They need more trials and bloodshed. Seret frowned. For some reason, only the witches around him could hear his whisper. We're training witches here, not royalty. If we keep this up, they're going to end up weak. It's time to show them what the real world is like. They need to be hunters, not kids living in a secluded orphanage in some woods. I smell jealousy, Seret. Orcs shook his head, but I have to say they've laughed more in a month than we did during our years of training back in isekai'd. He sighed. Why didn't our mentor train us like we're training the kids? Letho blinked. isekai'd wasn't the best place on this land. Pain and agony were the Viper's friends, and joy was just some kind of distant relative who came to visit once in a while. Lambert cleared his throat. Our clairvoyant did come up with some special training. Are you sure we can whip them up into passable witches? Gun's representative came for a few visits, and he looked at you like you were some kind of saint. We spent more than 500 crowns this month on the children. Not a single orphanage is as generous as we are. Though Gun did sponsor most of the money, and I've watched the kids closely. Their hands shake whenever they're laughing. Not good for sword training. If this keeps up, they're going to be more vulnerable and weak-willed in the future. Worry and pain are the ingredients for growth, but an excess of fun shreds willpower. Felix had his arms crossed. He was reminded of his own apprentice and how happy he had been lately, and that was worrying. He wondered if Carl could hold on until the trial. The agony he is to suffer might make him give up. You're a fool, Lambert. Gerald shook his head. Unlike his peers, he wasn't worried at all. And since when are you a philosopher? There's no rule that apprentices must suffer before they take the trial. I think Roy's right. At least now the kids see this place as home and their friends as family. Family, friendship, and joy are deep bonds. They'll help with the pain of the trial. And I've talked to Dandelion. Oxenfurt Academy's child psychology professor told him happy children are strong children. They can take more pain than children who suffer for most of their lives. Seret scoffed at that theory. Joy is poison. Once the trial hits its peak, they'll die. Kian and Eskel said nothing, but they were deep in thought. All right, just listen to me. Roy stopped them and circled the stakes, and then he looked at Seret. You guys overlooked one thing. The kids were vagrants before they came here. They've suffered enough. Society has punished them enough. And you suggest we do it again? If nobody gives them love and sympathy when they need it the most, they're going to become sociopaths when they grow up. Roy's statement pushed everyone into silence. The witches joined their schools due to the law of surprise, but none of them led a life of suffering like these kids. Vilgefortz, the infamous mage, had a twisted personality thanks to his lonely childhood. Roy said, we want comrades who can watch our backs when we need it. They need to feel happy and loved. They need to feel at home with us. With the orphanage. At least for now they have to. Training is a process. We can't rush it or inflict more punishment onto the children, lest they become maniacs who'll end up killing innocents on a whim. And you know the kids are smart, Seret. They're more mature than their peers, which means they have a higher chance of passing the trial. All right, fine. I'm convinced, Felix blurted. Don't let me down. So we're going ahead with the same training? Seret asked. Yes. Everyone nodded. A moment of silence later, Kian asked, should we train girls too? Our recipe works on girls as well, but we're only training boys at the moment. We're putting that on hold. Lambert shook his head. Your school's recipe comes with a severe drawback. So which recipe should they choose? Gerald asked. It was an important question. For obvious reasons, all the witches were biased toward their own school's recipe. Third rule of the Brotherhood. Equality and fairness, Roy said. We'll have to get a mage and have her analyze every factor for the aspirant before we decide on the recipe that suits them most." Everyone nodded. The orphanage is now up and running. Roy took a deep breath. "I should be going to Kaer and convincing Coral to join us." "I'll be traveling to Tretigger tomorrow and waiting for Aiden," Lambert said. "I'll try to return with him in a month. Kian and I will be going to isekai'd to find the remaining cat school diagram and get some mutagens for the trials," Gerald said. The remaining witches would run the orphanage and the search in Novgorod. "Come back soon." Eskil and Letho grabbed their companions' shoulders. "Don't leave the kids hanging, or they might cry if their favorite teachers go missing." Chapter 367, Kaer, a small country situated between Sideris and Verdun. It was late at night, but the room of Lightenade, royal consultant for magic, was lit up. The crackling flames and moonlight shone on a pair of silhouettes in the room. Leiter placed her glass on the table, the sound of the clang attracting her guest's attention. "What brings the infamous heartbreaking viper to my humble abode?" "This is mystifying." She turned around, her hair swaying, her eyes filled with questions. "This is the first time you wanted to visit me in my own home." "Did something big happen?" "Just wanted to see you. It's been more than a month." Roy lied as naturally as he breathed. "You mentioned an obstacle in your job last time. Have you settled it?" He looked at Leiter closely. Her peach-colored rouge softened the sharp edges of her cheeks, but they failed to hide them completely. Her coral red lipstick made her lips shine beautifully, and almost too perfectly. Her red hair was natural, and there was a tinge of brown in it, reminiscent of summer and fox fur. Most redheads would have a lot of freckles, but not Leiter. Her face was as smooth as opal and as warm as a hard-boiled egg. Roy felt himself heating up, and a slumbering desire was slowly awakening. "First time you're so eager to come. This is a surprise. I settled the matters with my job." She rested her chin on her hand, her polished nails gleaming under the moonlight. "But there must be a reason you came so late at night." She smiled. Coral huddled closer to the witcher, and he could smell the scent of roses coming from her. He took a deep breath and stared at her face and simple white dress. The dress was simple enough for him to enjoy her beautiful curves and the necklace she was wearing. It was the one he gave her last time. Coral loved his reaction as well. She picked this outfit herself. Roy was in black, while she was in white. It was the symbol of balance in the occult. "You're not saying, huh?" Coral stood up, chuckling. "Come with me. I'll show you my lab." "I'd love to see it. Hope it's as professional as the rumors say." Leiter's laboratory wasn't far away. They traveled down the corridor for a short while, and then Leiter opened a door that led to a spacious but dim room. The air inside was filled with a sweet scent that tickled Roy's nose. All the racks around the room were filled with herbs and parts of plants. The long tables that sat in the center had countless glass containers and porcelain apparatuses lying on them. Leiter waved her hand and snapped her fingers. A ball of flame started burning in the furnace that was shaped like an oversized hourglass, illuminating the room. Around the oven stood glass containers of different sizes laid out in the shape of a web. Some of them were curved at the tip, while some were spiral-shaped. One of the containers had a barrel underneath, and something was dripping into it. Roy stared at the oven curiously. An actual oven, and it's linked to an alembic, rectifying column, and condenser. Nice alchemical tools, but they're a bit old. "Over 50 years, I think." "You've seen newer ones?" "Yeah, in a witcher lab in Novgorod. They have better stuff there." "You can come whenever you want, when it's time for the trial." Roy nodded and held out his finger to catch the falling drop of liquid. He licked it and asked, "What is this?" "Alcohol, distilled mandrake fluids. You probably have heard this, but sorceresses love to make something called the salve of seduction. And this is the ingredient. The salve increases a sorceress' charm." She picked a measuring cup up and scooped up some of the liquid in the barrel before handing it to the witcher. "But you can drink the fluid too." She stared at him. "It'll perk you up." "Wanna have some?" Roy hesitated. "Oh, are you worried I might have poisoned it?" Coral smiled mysteriously. "I've dried up and prepped the mandrake. The fluid's filtered, so there's no poison in it at all. No side effects. Trust me." Roy said nothing. "If I'm right, mandrakes can destroy someone's willpower and work as an aphrodisiac. Why do you want me to drink a whole cup of aphrodisiac so late at night? Roy took a sip and downed everything. A surge of warmth welled within his belly and shot up his nose, causing him to tear up. That's strong. Even stronger than vodka with white gull in it. Coral drank a cup of the fluid as well. She wiped the smear off her lips, and her cheeks turned red. You've seen the lab and hid your alcohol. Now tell me why you're here. Coral's breath smelled like mandrake. The night breeze blew a lock of her hair onto Roy's face, and she pushed his chest, her nails almost digging into him. Or you're not going anywhere. The couple sat side by side on the French window by the laboratory. A big telescope on a tripod stood beside them, and through it, they could see the ship docked by Kaer's port. Do you remember what I told you the last time we were out at sea? Roy stared through the night, and all he saw were beautiful buildings with semi-spherical roofs looking down at him like giants. Don't go to Sodden Hill. You'll get yourself killed. Coral was moved and amused, and she pursed her lips. You even think about me in your dreams? But dreams are the opposite of what will happen in reality. You worry too much. No. Listen to me. That wasn't some random dream. It's a feeling I had. A very strong feeling. Some sort of premonition I got after the trial. Roy looked at her solemnly. The glimpses I saw have happened in the past and will happen in the future. I have proof of it. I found our school's long-lost diagrams, escaped lethal dangers countless times, got in touch with the wolves and cats and became allies. Coral's eyes glinted. She was the one who opened the portal leading to Kaer for the Vipers 1 month ago, but she didn't expect Roy to convince the conservative wolves. The wolves are already in Novgorod. The Brotherhood of Witches awaits you. The Brotherhood? Leiter swiveled around, and Roy pretended he didn't see the beautiful angelfish tattoo on her thighs. I can't imagine a witcher possessing the powers of clairvoyance, and without using any tools or the stars either. That's impossible. You only managed to convince the wolves because you're a good negotiator. You do have a glib tongue after all. Coral pulled her hair. She was still doubtful of Roy's abilities. You only think it's premonition because your guess is correct every time. I have no reason to visit Sodden Hill, much less die there. Actually, the things I saw were rich in detail. It's like I was seeing something through a telescope, Roy argued. How rich in detail are we talking about? You went to Sodden Hill for a battle. It was a war. Roy stared straight into Leiter's eyes and upped the level of severity of her future. You were dragged into this mess because you're both the royal consultant and a member of your brotherhood. Wait, there's going to be a war near Sodden Hill? Leiter stared at the ground. As the royal consultant for Kaer's king, politics was something she had to learn, but no news was pointing to a war at Sodden Hill. Yaruga split that place into 2 distinct pieces of land, and she couldn't see why a war would break out there. Upper Sodden is Sintra's vassal state, while Lower Sodden belongs to Temeria. Who started the war? Who's the enemy? Nobody in the north. Roy shook his head. Nilfgaard will invade us. The frown on Coral's forehead deepened, and her eyes narrowed. Coral looked like a cougar that would eat Roy at any given moment, and she grabbed his arm. Are you cracking a joke? Emir is insane if he thinks he can invade the north. We're a big place, she explained. I've heard news of his troops setting up a base at Emil, and he does want to take over the north, but if he has an ounce of intelligence, Emir would pick Sintra as his first conquest. They're nearer and weaker. Why did he go straight to Temeria instead? Oh, but he didn't go straight for Temeria, Roy answered coolly. A cold night breeze whispered through the air. Leiter's dress failed to shield her from the cold, and she shuddered, huddling closer to the Witcher to share some warmth. Silently, she muttered, if he was already attacking Temeria, then Sintra must have fallen. Roy nodded. Coral, believe it or not, Emma's troops are far more powerful than you think. Emma var Emrys, the white flame dancing on the grave of his foes, has trained his troops all these years for one thing, conquest. He wishes to dominate the world, and until he conquers the north, he will not rest. Sintra alone couldn't stop his troops' invasion, nor did it sate his appetite for domination. But if Nilfgaard tries to invade Sintra, Brundverden will step in, Leiter argued. If they work together, they can buy enough time for reinforcements to come. They're not big enough to stall Nilfgaard. Roy shook his head. And all the biggest kingdoms in the north have their own troubles. Well, bickering, To be honest, Redania's Vizima II and Temeria's Foltest are fighting each other with customs tax and trade laws. Edan's Demavant and Kedwin's Henself would never stop their feud. Kovar and Povis House of Vissen and Kanorn's Hangfors League are also at war. None of them would help Sintra, nor did they expect the Nilfgaardian troop to be so unstoppable. Lyta had no arguments for that. The northern kingdoms bickered among themselves all the time and would never work together to fend off any enemies unless their own land was in trouble. Lyta pulled her legs back and rested her chin on her knees, her eyes glinting. Nilfgaard conquered Sintra in no time flat and sent their troops to carve a path to the north through Sodden. The rulers finally realized how dear the situation was, so they sent their troops to intercept the Nilfgaardian army. The Brotherhood of Sorcerers, an organization deeply affiliated with Northern royalty, sent their members into the fray as well. And you're one of them. Coral stopped doubting Roy. Instead, she leaned her head against his shoulders and listened quietly. Roy took a deep breath and stared through the night as if he could see the fires of war far, far into the future. He said aloud, "I heard the screams and shouts coming from Yaruga's northern coast near Lower Sodden. A great number of soldiers had amassed near the passages in the north and the south. Nilfgaardian soldiers wearing black cloaks and winged helmets flanked the passages. The infantry fought in the center of that battlefield and turned the whole place into living hell. That battle claimed many lives and crippled even more. The mages who lived their whole lives in luxury were forced to fight in this war, and they were situated in a small castle on the top of that hill." Roy kept going on, but his voice was grim and cold. Over 40 mages, the south included, fired off a barrage of spells against each other. Streams of fire, flaming arrows, and exploding firewalls zipped through the air. I heard screams and clashes. The sky was almost lit up by the flames themselves, and the ground itself rumbled. There was every spell raining down on the battlefield, from fireballs to Altzor's thunder. As the battle came to a close, most of the mages started bleeding all over their faces from overusing their power. Some self-combusted from an overload of chaos energy within them. "What about me?" Coral interrupted quietly. "How did I die?" Roy said nothing, but he suddenly held her hand. "Cold. Don't worry, you'll live. Since I am here, I'll take you with me. We'll leave this place." "That's a promise." Before her death, Lyta suffered a great deal. She was lying in a pool of blood, all her limbs lost, and she was screaming like a banshee. She and the others who died were called the 14 of Sodden Hill. They were hailed as heroes who died defending the north from the invading Nilfgaardian army, but that didn't change the fact that she died. "So when will the war happen?" "Next year." "So I only have a year to live unless I make a change?" The sorceress and the witcher locked gazes. She suddenly stood and let out a chuckle. The chuckle eventually turned into a laugh, and her chest bounced with every movement she made. "That was an interesting story, you little heartbreaker. You should consider working as a bard." Roy stared at the ground and sighed. "You don't believe me?" On the contrary. She hopped down the windowsill and hugged Roy from behind, resting her chin on his shoulder and whispering down his ear. "I tried to make sense of it, but the battle just sounds preposterous. And yet you made an excellent point about the relationships between all northern kingdoms. You're right in every regard in that department." She knew Roy was most probably right, but that didn't change how she felt about this whole affair. Nobody could remain calm if someone told them the outcome of a war that would affect everyone, especially not when that war was still a year away. She felt like she was dreaming. "I don't think you're lying. The source of your premonition aside, how did you know so much about politics? You're just a witcher." Roy heaved a sigh of relief. "Good. At least I didn't waste my time for nothing. When the moment comes, I would have no choice but to defend Sodden Hill, just like how you said I would." She turned Roy's head around and huddled closer to him. Their noses touched, and she stared into his eyes like a cute little kitten. "So, how will you save me, you little heartbreaker?" Chapter 368. Firelight from the oven shone on a pair of silhouettes on the windowsill. Roy could taste the scent of roses and the warmth coming from Lyta. "This might sound rude, but if you want to escape this battle, you need to give up on your job and leave Karak. When you're no longer a royal consultant, the Ruxers will have no reason to force a lady to fight while the men stay behind. Leiter massaged her eyebrows. I've been working in Kaer for more than a decade. Mostly I was coming up with plans for the late king, and thanks to that, I'm living in luxury. This is kind of like my home now. She shook her head, her red hair smacking Roy's cheeks. And you want me to throw all my work behind and leave? It's a bit hard to say goodbye. Coral had a weird look on her face. It sounded like she was sighing over something she couldn't change. As if she had made a decision. Will things change if I convince the king to stay out of this battle? She asked. There's a great distance between Kaer and Sodden. If Nilfgaard wants to take over Kaer, they'll first have to go through Brokilon on the east and south. Brokilon is the Dryad's turf. Ethan will have her archers teach the invaders a painful lesson if they try to tread the woods. Kaer is just a small kingdom, and it's not situated in a militarily advantageous position. I don't think Nilfgaard would sacrifice their troops just to get a piece of inconsequential land. Roy had to say that her analysis was correct. The invasion didn't affect Kaer that much. They only sent out their troops because all the other bigger kingdoms forced them into it. If Kaer's king was shrewd enough, he could have gained a lot from the war between Nilfgaard and Temeria. But if you don't leave Kaer, the Brotherhood's going to find you. But even if you manage to keep Kaer out of this, as long as you're a kingdom's consultant, the Brotherhood of Sorcerers can contact you easily. Can you really refuse their conscription? You're one of the top members, aren't you? Vilgefortz of Roivine, leader of the Brotherhood, would lead 22 mages, including the royal consultants, to face the invaders on Sodden Hill. Even if Coral could convince the king of Kaer to stay out of the battle, she still couldn't refuse the Brotherhood's orders, and she quickly realized what Roy was trying to say. You want me to leave Kaer and hide until the war is over? Conducting a closed experiment for a year or two is nothing for mages. You guys can live really long anyway. Roy stared into her eyes and suggested. And you can't receive any messages during the experiment. That doesn't count as a betrayal in the Brotherhood's eyes. If I do that, I'll lose my reputation among the Brotherhood by a lot. Or just to escape an uncertain war? She took a deep breath and looked at Roy closely in an attempt to see through him. But as usual, she failed. Roy was immune to mind reading, and his eyes were filled with genuine concern. Are you reading my mind? She went into the laboratory and circled the tables. She asked, how many mages are involved in the war? 22. How many died? Including you? 40. 13. Roy corrected himself. One of them was heavily injured, but the official number included her in it. Coral pouted. He didn't even think. It's like he's telling me something written in the history books, except what he said hasn't even happened yet. And he's immune to mind reading. I can't tell if he's telling the truth. If this is all made up, then Roy is a lot scarier than I thought. Her dilemma did not escape Roy, and he laughed at himself. I know telling everyone to make a run for it is cowardly. I thought I should try and change the outcome. Contact the rulers, like Callan of Sintra for example, and tell them about the coming war. Maybe they can change their fates, but then I'm just a lowly witcher. Even if I can meet the rulers, they're going to think I'm a mad peddler and they'd kick me out of their castles. Some of them might think my prophecy a curse and burn me at the stake. Coral stared at the ground again. Even though she was the royal consultant, telling the king about something so uncertain would make her look mad in his eyes, let alone the witcher. The Brotherhood of Witches has just been established. We're not powerful enough to influence a war. Roy approached Coral and held her hands tightly. All I can do is change the minds of the people around me. The people I care about. Those are the only ones I can save. Leave Kaer, Coral. Come with me. Their gazes met. For a moment, Coral had conflicting emotions about the suggestion. She stared at him, as if trying to pierce through Roy again, but all she could see was the young witcher in front of her. A while later, she turned her face away and chuckled. Was that a confession? Roy was going to say something, but Coral changed the subject. It's not hard leaving Kaer, but where should I hide? How can I evade the Brotherhood? She circled the witcher like a little cat, and her paws were clawing at his chest and back. Roy shivered from how ticklish it felt, and she continued. I'm not going to be a herbalist in some backwater village and live with pests. But where else can I get an easy job that pays as much as the royal family does? It doesn't have to be an increase, but at least they can't pay me too little. How else am I supposed to maintain this lifestyle otherwise? If I can't buy the latest clothes I want, it'd be a nightmare. You have enough clothes, but you barely wear any, Roy thought to himself. He held her arm and stopped her from circling him. If you ask me, you should come to Novgorod. The Brotherhood of Witches is established, and we're expanding. We're always recruiting, especially mages. You can work with us, research and improve the recipe for our trial. Become our resident mage. You like looking into witches stuff, don't you? Coral mused. A Brotherhood of Witches? Did you get that idea from the Brotherhood of Sorcerers? You're trying to unite all witches and expand your organization? Yes. Roy held her hand tightly. With resolve, he said. You know the predicament we're in. I don't want the people to look at me and think I'm a kidnapper, a mutant, an abomination. I don't want to die knowing the people will hate my guts because of some unfounded rumors. That's why we went to Kaer and convinced the wolves to join us. And then we persuaded the cats into this, so now we have a brotherhood. It's an organization made by witches, for witches. One day, we'll tell those bastards to shut up and stop the lies they spread about us. And we also want to keep the line of witches going on for generations. You've looked into the trial recipe. You know the death rate is absurdly high. Roy peered into her eyes. We need a mage's help. A mage whom we can trust. The fact that Roy trusted her made Lighter feel warm inside, and a happy smile curled her lips. And we won't make you work for nothing. Roy knew bringing up compensation right now was a bad look, but he had to. Or else he would have no chips to convince her. I'm sure you won't be disappointed. How does 1,000 crowns a month sound? We can afford that with how much we make right now. She huddled closer again. Are you sure about that? Women are greedy creatures, you know. We want everything and more. The voluptuous Coral was slightly taller than Roy. All the young witcher could see were her pointy chin and soft, luscious lips. I swear. In the name of Roy, do you trust me? Lighter was starting to see Roy in a new light. You're different from all the stubborn witches I've met so far. You're full of life, and I bet that was why you came to me tonight. You want me to work with the Brotherhood. If you agree, then it's all fine and dandy. It's all right if you don't. Roy shook his head. Slowly, he said, but never, ever go to Sodden Hill. I won't let you die for nothing. The look in his eyes tugged on her heartstrings. She took a deep breath and turned around. I need to think this through. A barrage of thoughts overwhelmed her. She was already planning on leaving Kaer, but if she cut off contact with the Brotherhood of Sorcerers, she would have no choice but to side with the Brotherhood of Witches. Does he know about my predicament? Tell me, what did you hear? What do you mean? About the policies Virux's passed once he ascended the throne. Roy shook his head. I don't know much about this king, but your suggestion works so well with one of his policies. I thought you two were in cahoots. Can you elaborate on that? She said derisively. There's one policy that affects me heavily. Kaer now outlaws any magic within its borders. Mages are not allowed to own any property or treasure. They either spend all their coins to get a permit, or they have to leave this kingdom. This policy is made specifically for me. No other mages live here, and Virux's insists on executing the policy. All he gave me was some time to think about it. I was already planning to search for opportunities in the wider world, though it'll be a reluctant goodbye to Kaer. And now you came to me with the proposal of joining your brotherhood. Roy cheered for Virux's in silence. You're a real G, Virux's. Thanks for the assist, though you don't know it. You worked with them for decades, and yet they are ungrateful to you. Roy said solemnly, Kaer has no place in this world. It's not worth your time. Sell this villa off and get a new one in Novgorod. There's a sea nearby. We can row to Ophir like last time when you're not researching stuff. Coral was tempted, but it'd leave a bad taste in my mouth if I just leave like this. She shook her head and stared at Roy. I need to teach them a lesson before I leave. Will you help me? Who are you going after? The royal family who passed this policy to chase me away. Roy considered it for a moment and decided to refuse if Coral wanted him to commit regicide. I will not let history repeat itself. He held her hands tightly. I'll try my best. What should I do? She huddled closer and gave him a kiss. Roy thought her lips were really soft. We're not in a hurry. Let me explain. Do you know how Viruxes ascended to the throne? Roy leaned in to listen closely. He used to be a prince. His father, Balon, exiled him to the sands. A decade or so went by, and everything changed when Balon crowned a new queen about a year ago. She paused for a moment. I know the bride. Her name is Ildiko. She used to be a student at Eretz, but they expelled her during her 3rd year because of larceny. Balon and Ildiko stayed in the castle and waited for the people to bless their wedding. But then tragedy struck. Balon suffered a sudden death. Roy cocked his eyebrow. From overexcitement or a heart attack? Or was there something more? Anyone could see there was something more. Coral shook her head scornfully. But the doctor claimed the king died from a stroke caused by asphyxiation. She strained her throat and imitated the voice of a man. His body was tainted by polluted air. It destroyed his organs. The cause of it? The recent storms. Storms heat blood up. This is beyond us, and we can't save him. Our king is dead. Coral shook her head. There was a hint of regret on her face. Balon was the king who would let her do anything she wanted. I think the doctor must be blind. I can't believe he didn't see the marks on Balon's neck. They were red as an apple. Who would kill the king on the day of his wedding? Roy asked curiously. You're about to find out. What Coral saw that day left a lasting impression on her. The moment Balon died, his son, the exiled prince and current king, Viruxes, came running back and took his late father's place as king. He made up an ancient tradition on the spot too. Said it's been recorded in the books for generations. If the groom dies before his wedding, the bride marries his next of kin who's single. So Viruxes married Ildiko, who was supposed to be Balon's queen. They're acquainted, aren't they? Viruxes and Ildiko, Roy asked. Yes. This is a conspiracy. The prince and the new queen worked together to claim the throne. I've done my investigations, she said confidently. Ildiko gave Balon a magic necklace as a token of their love, and then she cast a spell during their wedding day and killed him. This is a scam. A conspiracy. Roy was petrified. The exiled prince made a majestic return, took the throne, and married his father's wife. What is this, Hamlet? He was impressed by Virux's actions. He let his woman marry his father just to take the throne. Man, this is impressive in a sense. Even if the wedding was fake, Ildiko must have fucked Balon anyway. Ildiko's the reason Viruxes wants me gone. I saw what she did back in Eretz, and she holds it against me. Now she's making me pay for it. Coral looked angry, and her chest heaved. Over the last 6 months, she's been scrutinizing my every move. Anything that slightly displeases her can be reason for her to tell on me. It's happened a lot of times, and it got worse. Viruxes is already forcing me to leave, and I've had enough. I'm leaving this place, but not before I get back at that bitch. She pushed a lock of her hair away and stared into Roy's eyes. Can you get some dirt on her for me and make her pay for what she did? Roy sighed silently. She wants me to sabotage a queen? I have to go so far to get a mage on our side? Chapter 369. Dawn arrived, and the sky turned light gray. A vast wilderness stood between Kaer's capital and Brooklyn. Traces of human habitations only became scarcer the further east someone traveled. Buildings and paths were replaced by hills and bushes. No longer was human civilization dominating the place. An ancient forest was. The sound of horses cantering broke the silence in the air. On a black horse rode a rider in a grey cloak. Through the juniper and ash woods the rider went, riding ever closer to the ancient forest populated by incredible trees. The horse eventually came to a halt. There was a slope before it, slowly leading upward and connecting to the forest. The rider crouched beside the patch of raspberry and hollyhocks bushes at the base of the slope. He brushed his hand across the horseshoe marks on the ground and plucked a few leaves just to take a sniff at them, and then he closed his eyes. When he opened it again, his eyes glinted. A dim ribbon appeared in the air and extended up into the hills before disappearing into the patch of grass on the top. This smells fresh. Roy was reminded of what Coral told him. That bitch has 2 items she treasures. They're 2 beautiful statues the size of an adult arm, and they contain a secret of hers. Important secret. Yeah, it's dirt on her. She even got someone to escort the stuff all the way back to where she lives. But fate didn't let her have her way. When the cargo passed Brooklyn, some bandits robbed it, took her stuff, and killed almost everyone. But she didn't tell anyone about it. Not even the king. Nobody can know her secret, so she just took the hit. Wait, if her husband doesn't know about this? How did you? Don't give me that look. She forced my hand. I had to keep my eyes on that bitch at all times in case she tried anything funny. This is my last chance. If I can find those statues, I can teach Ildiko a lesson she won't soon forget and get something out of her. Oh, and the robbery happened a year ago. If I'm right, the bandits are actually Brooklyn's scalp hunters. They patrol the area around the forest most of the time and sneak into the woods to hunt down the dryads. Aside from Venslav of Bra, Karak and Verdun's royalty have issued really attractive bounties on dryads' heads, but these people kill both dryads and humans. They've gone mad. Witches are great trackers. Roy, so can you help me out here? You can do whatever you want to the scalp hunters. Roy took a moment to think about it, and he agreed. The young witcher left Coral's abode before dawn even broke on the back of a horse, and in 2 hours, he found himself standing outside Brooklyn. And then he spent 2 more hours chasing the lead before he arrived at his destination. The horseshoe marks, the stench of human excrement, sweat, and the slightly salty taste of blood told the witcher where he had to go. He crouched and hid in the patch of grass. Like a viper, he slithered through the grass, advancing closer to the top of the hill. Eventually, he reached a plateau, and Roy crouched even lower. His breathing slowed, and he looked into the distance. His sharpened senses allowed him to see everything there. There was a clearing in the center of the peak, surrounded by a few older trees. Within the clearing stood a makeshift campsite. There were about a dozen tents around an extinguished campfire. From where Roy was staring, the campsite looked like a slumbering camel. There was no one around and about. It was still early in the morning, and the poachers were asleep. Yet the witcher didn't want to raise any alarms. He decided to confirm his target's status first, and so he whipped out a parrot from his hood. He patted its yellow crown and red cheeks, telling the parrot telepathically what it had to do. Griffin held down the urge to caw and flapped its wings as it slowly flew over the campsite. The parrot circled around the air and stared down, transmitting what it sought to Roy. Within the makeshift tents made of some tattered clothes and wooden poles slept a ton of people on some haystacks. They were wearing dirty jackets, and the weapons beside them glinted menacingly. Their chests were heaving, and some of them were gnashing their teeth and passing gas. One of the men in grey clothes and an iron helmet was standing guard, but he was dozing off. 15 scalp hunters, all asleep, and a guard dog too. Good thing I didn't charge right in. Roy was already coming up with a plan, but Griffin kept scouting the area. Roy took off all the heavy stuff he was holding and chucked them into his inventory space. At the same time, he cast Kn and Heliotrop on himself. The double shields could cover him and most of his body odor. He learned this back in Kaer. The young witcher stepped across the patch of grass quietly, slithering closer to the camp and adjusting his position until he was inches away from the hunting dog. Bunch of evil poachers. They hunt dryads down for their scalps, rob passing carriages, and kill humans too. They will not be missed, so I guess killing them isn't a bad thing? The look in Roy's eyes was almost icy enough to freeze the whole campsite. He grasped the air, and out came Gabriel. The young witcher put his finger on the trigger and aimed it at the sleeping dog on the haystack. A silent whoosh rang out as a bolt flew through the air and hit the dog in the head. Its skull was pierced, and blood bloomed like a rose. The canine stretched out its legs and lolled its head as death slowly claimed it. Hunting dog killed. EXP +5. Roy quickly moved to the side like waves crashing against the beach. Like a crab walking on the sands, he switched positions and took aim with the help of Griffin. And then it was bolts galore. Roy did 5 headshots, taking the lives of the guard and 4 scalp hunters in the tent like a silent reaper. Just like that, there were 5 bodies in the campsite. Pirate Guild, 5, EXP +20, the Witcher gave you a painless death, which is more than you deserve. The remaining scalp hunters were hidden by their tents, and Griffin couldn't find a good angle. Roy tucked his hand crossbow away and whipped out a dagger made of cyclops bone. He spun it around a few times before he crouched down again and slowly made his way to one of the tents. A gloved hand held down the mouth of a bald scalp hunter, and another hand quickly slit his throat. Blood spurted out like a fountain, but an invisible shield deflected it before it could hit the ambusher. The man woke from his sleep, his eyes wide with terror. He tried his best to make some muffled sounds, but a moment later, he was already unmoving. Sixth one, Roy thought to himself. He just received the notification. Roy exited the tent and looked to his left. There was a tent with white lilies drawn on it, and underneath the blanket within the tent slept a curvy figure. Is that a woman? While he was staring to his left, someone on his right suddenly sat up. He was a guy with a rotten tooth and hair that resembled a rooster's crown. The moment he sat up, he was greeted by the ambusher. "We've got an intruder," the man shouted. Though that was the last thing he did. A bolt pierced his head, and blood bloomed as he fell backward in shock. But it was too late. The remaining scalp hunters were awake. They picked their weapons up and came charging at the Witcher, yelling and hollering. Chapter 370. A crossbow bolt hit one of the poacher's head. He was in the vanguard and the nearest poacher to the Witcher, and yet he couldn't cross that little distance and hit his enemy. Rage and fear filled his eyes as he fell back with a thud. The second poacher found his neck pierced by a bolt. He let out a guttural roar before falling forward into the cauldron and spilling the cold leftovers on the ground. Everyone else advanced, swinging their swords, hammers, and morning stars, but the Witcher didn't take one step back. He spun, beautifully evading a blade that was about to hit him. His blade spun with him, drawing an arc and wounding the man easily. It almost looked like the man slit his throat open willingly. He held his open neck as he fell down and colored the grass red. Another scalp hunter swung a morning star at Roy, but he crouched and thrust his blade upward. The sword evaded the morning star and went through the cracks in his armor, piercing the man's armpit. Blood trickled down the edge of the blade, creating a puddle on the floor and dyeing Roy's boots red. Eventually, something seemed to ignite the blood and cover the Witcher from his boots to his armor. The flames wriggled and converged like they were alive. The poachers who came to attack Roy froze up as if something held them in place, and their eyes went wide. Crimson tentacles appeared from within the flames, a hint of black billowing from them. They stood behind the Witcher, swaying in the wind and protecting him like he was their master. The air around him started rippling, and the suckers on the tentacles swayed like wind chimes. They spread the murmurs of fear and agony. They drowned the poachers and made them relive their worst memories. Unbridled terror ran free within their hearts, and their hands trembled. They started moving back as slowly as they could, and Roy hopped into the scared crowd. The tentacles stuck by him as they moved through the crowd at breakneck speed. When Roy thrust his sword ahead, the tentacles got ready to pounce and constricted any enemy Roy told them to. The gap in willpower petrified the enemies, sticking them in place. Their brain was turning to mush from terror while the tentacles kept wrapping themselves around them. At the same time, Kaer bathed in flames and sang with every swing Roy took. It was a song of blood sung by a thin blade as it sliced through its enemy's limbs. Crimson blood hit Roy's magical shield, but he had no time to wipe it off. He heaved a sigh and swung his blade until eventually, there was nothing but corpses around him. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and tossed fury fire at the back of an escaping man. The fireball ignited his armor and hair, and the man fell down, howling in pain as his flesh was slowly getting cooked. An arrow was about to hit the Witcher, but Roy deflected it quickly with a swing of his blade, and then he set his sights on the last enemy. She was a tall, muscular woman, and she was drawing back her bow. Roy charged toward her without even bothering to deflect the arrow with his sword. Can did the job for him. The woman knew she had nowhere to run, so she tossed her bow and arrow away and whipped out a short sword before she too charged at the Witcher. The combatants clashed, and the woman's dagger flew out of her hand. Roy held Kaer against the disarmed woman, drawing blood. Something told him he should show mercy. Don't kill me. I'm not a poacher. She raised her hands, her cheeks twitching, and her eyes filled with fear for the first time in this ordeal. I'm not one of them, I swear. Roy looked at her coldly and snapped. But you attacked me, Maria. Barring gender, female. Age, 18 years old. Status, Hunter. I didn't do it until the last moment. I was forced. I was terrified, she stammered as she looked at the young, handsome man carefully. I was seeing things. There's something terrifying behind you. They're like tentacles or something. They're still there. Roy swung Guire around and sheathed it. At the same time, the tentacles disappeared. The woman heaved a long sigh of relief and plopped down onto the ground. She was drenched in sweat. Roy started looking at her closely. She was a beautiful young lady, or to be precise, a teenager. Her thin grey shirt and short pants showed off all her curves, and her legs were taut and muscular from all the exercise she did. There was not an ounce of excess fat on them. Her hair was tied up in a ponytail. Her chin was sharp, and her eyes were feral brown. The girl noticed the witches staring. Unlike most men, there was no lust in it, but she curled up nonetheless. At the same time, she prayed that this man would let go of a captive like her. I won't kill you, but answer my question. Have you seen a pair of humanoid statuettes about the length of my arm? The girl pursed her lips and wondered if she should answer. The man had shown unparalleled prowess in battle. He could swing a sword like nobody else, cast fireballs, and summon terrifying tentacles. She had no chance of winning. So the girl decided to answer. Are you talking about the statuette of a man and a woman? The ones who look really beautiful and almost indistinguishable from real humans? Then I have seen them. She looked at the tent with white lilies drawn on it. Swad carries them along like they're treasures. He takes them out and stares at them every day. I'll take you there. A few minutes later, Roy found the statuettes Coral wanted in the tent of the dead poacher boss. The lady statuette was made of jade, and it glimmered under the sun. The statuette of a man was made out of basalt, and it looked tough. Roy noticed the trembling of his pendant and tucked the statuettes away before turning to the nervous girl. Now tell me, what's your name? If you're not one of the scalp hunters, why did you hang out with them? I'm Maria Baring. A huntress, she answered. I met this group of scalp hunters a week ago and was forced to stay before I got to know them well. Had to work with them a few times against my will and hunted a few critters. She paused for a moment and asked carefully, what's a scalp hunter? Is that a trick question? Almost all the kingdoms around this place have put up bounties for dryad heads, and you've never heard of that? Roy peered into her eyes, and she looked back defiantly, though she was also a little scared. These people kill broken dryads and cut their scalps for bounty money. I have nothing to do with them. Maria put her hands in prayer. She thought the Witcher was here to avenge the dryads, and she shouted, I swear I've never hurt any dryad. Please let me go. She backed off a little, but the Witcher kept staring at her. She felt like he could see through her clothes, and the thought unnerved her. Where are you from, Maria? You don't dress or talk like a local. I am from Posada. And where did you learn how to shoot an arrow? Roy cocked his eyebrow. That was a quick arrow. Any regular warrior would have died before they could get close to you. My father taught me. He used to be a forest protector. She stared at the ground, her shoulders trembling. Roy could see she was sad and afraid, but he's gone now. I needed to feed myself, but I couldn't read or do anything else, so I became a huntress. People told me Brooklyn had an endless supply of prey, so I came. The beasts aren't your only prey, Roy thought to himself. If you dress yourself up, you can marry yourself off easily. Roy rubbed his chin and circled the silent girl. She comes from Posada. Her father was a forest protector, and her name is Maria Baring. She looks the age and acts like her. Roy cast Exit to get more accurate answers from the girl. When Maria snapped out of it, Roy was looking a lot gentler. He knew now that this girl was one of the most important members of Geralt's team during the search for Ciri in the Second War. She was a reliable lady and one with a tragic background. Even when she was pregnant, she insisted on helping Geralt find the missing Ciri, but she overworked herself and suffered a miscarriage. After that, she even refused to stay with a noble who took a liking to her. Her fate came to an end during the ambush of Steiger, and she died from an arrow, becoming one of the 3 heroes who died in that battle. Roy felt for her. He thought Maria was a legendary figure who would grow up to be a woman with epics written about her, but now she was just a young girl. Brooklyn's dryads hadn't abducted her, and she hadn't reached an agreement with Ethan. Naturally, She still wasn't a spy. Once again, he stared at the nervous and curious lady. If she's gonna end up helping Geralt and Ciri, I might as well help her. You're no scalp hunter, but you still worked with them. Don't you want to avenge them? I'd rather poison their food and escape while they writhe in agony. Maria's eyes glinted angrily. She hissed, "These people are the lowest of the low. They think every girl named Maria is some country girl they can harass and molest. If their boss wasn't fond of me, I would have been dead by now." She stared down at the ground, shuddering from one particularly bad memory. Roy stared at her. "She's not faking the fear. Since you haven't killed any dryads or humans, you may leave." Maria didn't move. Her mind told her to leave and not say anything, but her legs felt like lead, and she couldn't move. This man was younger than her, but he descended like a god and killed all the scalp hunters easily. Still, he showed her mercy at the last moment. His bizarre act lit up a flame of curiosity within her, and it slowly took over her mind. Who are you? Can you tell me your name?" "Roy. I'm a hunter just like you, but I only hunt human scum and evil hunters." "I won't elaborate any further, so no more questions. And one word of advice, Brooklyn is filled with dangers. It's not as simple as you think, so don't try to hunt outside anymore." Roy whistled, and Griffin shot into his hood. He left the place, leaving the scalp hunter's loot for Maria. She stood among the corpses, seeing Roy off. Maria held her beloved bow and stared dumbly into the distance, but she had a feeling she would meet this mysterious figure again in the future. Chapter 371. The castle's garden used to be the temple's property, but it had been expanded by the late kings of Kaer. Stone pillars and chambers were erected, and pavilions sat under the shade of trees, providing shelter from the sun for the nobility. Viruxus was standing right in the garden's center. He was wearing a black shirt embroidered with golden and silver strings, and a trooper hat hung on his head. His hair and eyes were black. His nose was aquiline, and his skin was tanned. He looked more like a Zaracanian than the king of a kingdom that neighbored the sea. The slim, gorgeous blonde beside him was wearing a simple white dress with some bedazzling diamonds on it. A mink cape hung from her shoulders, and when she looked at the man beside her, there was love in her eyes. But when she turned her eyes to the other woman in the garden, they were filled with hostility and disdain. Lyta was wearing a green crepe dress with a unique butterfly embroidered on the chest area with some glitter on it. There was a circle of frills at the end of her dress. The dress might be in vogue 10 years ago, but it fitted Lyta perfectly, making her look even more charming. There was an emerald necklace hanging from her neck, each emerald the size of an almond. One of them was so big it could attract anyone's attention, and her hair was as blazing red as fire. "Lyta, I've told you we don't need any more consultants for magic," the man said. "If you want to stay, then you'll have to purchase a license, and then I'll generously let you stay as a doctor. But you'll be paying 10% more taxes than your non-magic counterpart. And you're not allowed to interfere with the kingdom's politics directly or indirectly." He then caressed his queen's hair. His eyes filled with love. The woman was happy about her husband's decision, and she held his arm tightly. "Your Majesty, Your Highness, please give me some time. I need to sell the villa, and there are a few matters I need to settle here," Lyta answered. "How long is it going to take?" "Give us an exact time." Ildiko raised her voice, her eyes glinting smugly, and her face lit up. "His Majesty's patience is running thin. Don't even think about stalling for time." "So what if you're an Erechusa graduate? I still win in the end. I'm a queen, and you have to listen to me." "1 week," Lyta answered. "1 week, and I'll leave Kaer and never come back." She then smiled as if she felt something. "If you have nothing to report, you should leave now." Viruxus played with his wife's hair and waved Lyta down without turning back. The light from a magical lamp shone on the pair of statuettes on the table. The lady's statuette was made of jade, while the statuette of the man was made out of basalt. They seemed almost lifelike, almost indistinguishable from real people. Even their freckles were sculpted out. Lyta held the jade statuette up and gave it a close look. Dimples formed on her cheeks, and her face reddened with excitement. "This is it, Ildiko's treasure." They hide her most important secret. She put the statuettes down and, for the first time, hugged the Witcher in excitement. "You never disappoint me, you little heartbreaker. And then she kissed his cheek. Give me a few days. Once I get back at that bitch and make her pay the price, I'll go to Novgorod and start improving the trial recipe. Roy stared at the statuettes and saw mana and some weak life force coming from them. They're no simple statuettes, are they? So you felt it as well. Yes, you're smart. And you have a lot of incredible powers. Of course you've heard of this. She pursed her lips and answered. It's artifact compression, aka human compression. A smile curled her lips. It's a special spell that can compress the target into a shell made out of jade or stone until they fit in your palms. Roy realized what she was talking about. He had heard of this spell before. Coral knew this spell as well, and she loved pulling pranks on anyone who crossed her with this. The statuette of a nobleman and a soldier were formed. If the timeline of this world wasn't altered, Triss and Yennefer would also be compressed eventually. So these are breathing, living people? Ildiko just compressed them? They can still breathe right now. Yes. Roy nodded. No wonder I couldn't chuck them into my inventory space on my way back. Do they have to eat when they're compressed? Coral answered patiently. The victims are in a state of suspended animation. Their need for food is minimal, and they have no idea what's happening around them. Some of them can live for years in this state, but the longer they're compressed, the higher the chances for side effects to manifest once they're decompressed. Organ damage and memory loss, for example. I've figured out Ildiko's spell frequency, so I need to unravel this spell and grill them for secrets. A pentagram was drawn on the floor of a spacious room on the second floor. 8 magical runes decorated the pentagram. 3 of them were the symbols of Bellatine, Lammas, and Sovine. Lighter lit 3 black candles and placed 3 candelabras equipped with reflectors on these magical runes. She checked a few times to confirm there were no errors, while Roy stood at the doorstep with his arms crossed. He was looking out for Lighter. A moment later, she took a deep breath and placed the statuettes in the middle of the pentagram. And then she raised her hands and chanted an incantation in a hurry. The candles started shining as bright as little suns, and the reflectors started lighting up, reflecting the lights to the statuettes in the center of the pentagram. The green and gray hues of the statuettes started turning golden, and then they became invisible. Colorful mana burst in the air, and Roy held his trembling pendant down as he waited for the results of this spell. Lighter's incantation was coming to an end. One of the candelabra's shadows covered the ground, and the 3 runes started wriggling like they were alive. The statuettes were slowly shivering and trembling as they grew in size and changed form. They looked like wisps of smoke expanding on the ground only to disappear a moment later. Mana stopped flying through the air, and 2 humans were seen in the center of the circle. One was a lady with yellow hair, while the other was a man with gray hair. Both of them were lying on the ground, clutching their chests and coughing violently. Chapter 372. Within the pentagram lay 2 writhing, howling, and spasming humans, their faces contorted in pain. The man was wearing a pair of thick glasses and a gray robe. An apron was tied around his waist, and he resembled a herbalist. The lady was beautiful and wore a blue silk robe, reminiscent of a palace servant. "What's your name?" Coral was breathing heavily. Lifting 2 artifact compressions at the same time took a lot of effort and mana at the same time. The decompressed figures were clutching their stomachs, their pain clouding all their senses. "Answer me," Coral hissed. "So Sonia." "Ah, Vasily." "Freya, help me." They thumped their fists against the ground and retched. But there was nothing to worry about. Those were normal decompression symptoms. Roy had cast Observe on them, and fortunately, these 2 were fine aside from some lethargy, and they were regular humans. Coral heaved a sigh of relief. They can understand my questions and answer them. Good. Their brains are still intact. She whispered something into Roy's ear, and the young witcher left the room only to come back with 2 big glasses of water. The screams eventually stopped. The man and woman instinctively held each other up and looked around them curiously. They didn't seem to be fazed by the mage and the witcher, but their eyes lit up when they saw the water. The pair crawled like babies and lapped up the water greedily. It didn't take too long for them to finish the water, and both of them heaved a sigh of relief. They were lucky they came back from a near-death experience. Then they sat together and stared up at the strangers. Who are you people? The woman with grey eyes muttered. What happened to me? It's Ildiko. That treacherous snake did this to us. The man's face fell, and veins on his neck popped. She cast a spell on us, he shouted. Lady Ildiko did this? The woman's eyelid twitched, and she curled up in fear and hatred. I remember now. She waved her hand, made an odd gesture, and chanted something in a language I couldn't understand. And then I passed out. I don't remember anything besides hunger and thirst. Constant hunger and thirst. The man repeated. Congratulations, your memories aren't scrambled. And no part of your body is turned into artifacts. Lyta smiled. You should be fine if you just take a break. A long break. But now it's time to repay your favor. Coral said. I exhausted myself just to decompress you two. What do you mean? You were stuck in the form of statuettes for at least 3 months. That's why you felt so disoriented, to say the least. Coral looked into their eyes. If I hadn't decompressed you, you'd have remained as Ildiko's statuettes. Something for her to play with for the rest of your lives. Sonia and Vasily shuddered. Just a few moments ago, all they could feel was darkness and the void. They had no idea what was going on outside, but their bodies still hungered for food and water. It was a fate worse than death, and living like that their whole lives would be a death sentence for them. And then they looked at Coral and Roy. Who are you people? What reward would you like? All you have to know is we're enemies of Ildiko, and I want her to pay, Lyta said. Now tell me her dirty little secrets. I know it's why she turned you into statuettes. Tell me what she's hiding, and I'll let you leave. Sonia and Vasily remained silent. They were still not out of their predicament. The mage before them might have saved them from a fate worse than death, but she was equally capable enough to inflict that kind of fate on them once more. Just the thought of that made them shiver in fear. You promise you'll let us go if we speak the truth? Roy looked at Coral. He wondered if the mage would keep her promise. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Lyta spoke in an alluring voice, and then she threatened. Besides, what choice do you have? My name is Sonia. I was Lady Ildiko's servant for 10 years. Been working for her way back in Bra, when she was still the lady of a family. The servant licked her lips. I was in Eretz with her, and I'd create opportunities for her to hit up anyone she liked. I witnessed her falling in love with Viruxas at first sight. Sonia shook her head. There was pity in her eyes, but hatred also stood alongside it. But everything changed after Lady Ildiko married Viruxas in 1261. She started getting paranoid and scared. Scared that her husband would fall for another woman. Scared she might lose his love and the position of queen. She lost sleep over that insecurity. Roy gave Coral a knowing look. Oh, no wonder she hates Coral's guts. It's not only because of what she did to her in Eretz, but because she's also jealous. She doesn't want any woman around her husband, especially not pretty ones. Coral noticed the look Roy was giving her, and she replied with a gentle smile. Lady Ildiko's worries were not based on nothing. Sonia stopped for a moment. There was disdain in her eyes. She sacrificed herself and strangled Balan with the necklace just so Viruxas could ascend to the throne. But the truth remains that she still slept with the late king. Viruxas let that fact get to his head after he ascended to the throne, and he started pushing her out of his life. His woman sacrificed herself so he could ascend to power, and the moment he did, the guy dumped her. Viruxas is a piece of shit, Roy thought to himself while massaging his temples. If the king has problems with his wife sleeping with his dead father, then he wouldn't sack his consultant like Ildiko wants. We have a chance. Lady Ildiko tried everything to gain the king's love back. Magic was one of them, but any mage worth their salt wouldn't help someone whom Eretz expelled. Coral shook her head. I've never heard of anything that can make anyone fall hopelessly in love with someone else. She looked at Roy and made a cryptic comment. Love has nothing to do with magic. That is something destiny weaves. Yeah, Roy pretended to nod in agreement. Nope. The elementals have the power to tie someone to someone else. After she was denied by the magical community, Lady Ildiko turned to the regular citizens. Money and the royal status helped. Sonia took a second to look at the man beside her, and eventually, she found him. I'm a herbalist. My father and my father's father worked in Kaer and places around it. healing those who needed it. Our ancestors passed down their skills for generations, and thanks to that, life is pretty good for us. The man's muscles looked stiff after living as a statuette for too long. His smile looked almost bitter. But healing common diseases isn't what I do best. I have a certain secret formula that has been passed down for generations. He looked at the pair before him. She's beautiful, and he's handsome. My love potion can create undying love between a couple. Anyone who drinks it will remain loyal to the man or woman they love, no matter how little their love to them used to be, and they will never have eyes for anyone else. Okay, that's interesting. Roy crossed his arms. Wonder if full recovery can clear that debuff. I swear to Freya I'm telling the truth. The Witcher scared him, so Vasily insisted, if even one word of that was a lie, I'll turn back into a statuette and live with the hunger and darkness until they consume me. Freya again? Roy and Coral exchanged a look and cast away their doubts. People who live by the sea put their faith in Freya, a goddess who had similar duties as Melitel. Vasily sighed. But most people who buy that potion only want to use it on the people who don't love them at all. Of course the potion won't work, and I've never made a name for myself with the potion. How does this potion work? Coral asked curiously. Blood from the couple, mixed in with some special components. Doesn't matter what kind of relationship you're in. Both sides have to drink that potion and sleep for a night. Once they wake up and approach each other, their bodies will produce hormones that keep them attracted to their partner. They'll cast aside any misunderstandings, and hate will no longer interfere with their love. Vasily's face was red, and his voice was passionate. It was as if he were announcing an incredible invention. Only love remains, until death does them part. Silence fell upon the room, shadows flickering on the occupants' faces. Roy cleared his throat and pretended he didn't see Coral staring at him. So Ildiko fed the king your family's love potion, and that's why he fell in love with her? That's why he's doing everything he says? I saw him making the potion. Sonia nodded. And it works. His Majesty's love for Lady Ildiko is magnified almost infinitely. They fell madly in love once more and wouldn't stay away from each other. So she turned you two into statuettes because she was worried you geese might leak her secret? That's the only reason. Vasily shook his head and gritted his teeth. But there was no need for that. Even if Viruxes found out what she did, he would just brush it aside out of love. But she had to go the extra mile and set us up. That woman is a witch. Sonia looked a little dazed. She could have killed us, but she didn't. Maybe there's some good in her. Good? Turning us into statuettes and letting us die a slow death is anything but good. Vasily glared at Sonia. That witch is not worth her sympathy. Coral and Roy sorted the information they got. Love potion? More like love poison. Keeping love alive through a potion is cheap. Coral turned her attention to Vasily. One more question. Do you have anything that can reverse the effects of your love potion? Can we destroy a love that's built on falsehoods? Chapter 373. Vasily shook his head weakly. Apparently, he was reluctant to answer the question. Nothing can reverse the effects. This potion lasts forever. Are you sure about that? We won't tell anyone about your secret if you tell us. Roy cracked his knuckles and smiled. But if you don't? One last chance, Vasily. Coral grinned. I'm a mage. I know my way around the art of interrogation. You're tired of being a stone, so why don't I turn you into a frog next? Please, no. I'll tell you everything. Vasily shivered and relented. He licked his lips and, with a trembling voice, answered. Wolfspan, white myrtle, mandrake root. Ratio is 5:1. Make a dose of the concoction and add in lover's tears. That's it. If one of them ingests this potion, they will fall asleep, and the love potion's effects will be lifted in a day. Vasily shook his head and sighed. According to my family records, once the love potion's effects are gone, the couple's eternal love will be tainted. The hatred and disgust that were suppressed will once again surface, but this time, they'll come back with a vengeance. The emotions will be strong enough to destroy their relationship. They'll turn from lovers to enemies to sworn nemesis. And there will be no way to rekindle their love, not even with the potion. He looked at Roy and Coral again. Weakly, he said, breaking a couple up is a sin. Ponder the gravity of your actions long and hard before you go through with it. She put you in a living hell, and you're worried about her? Man, you're a saint. Roy was confused. You can take her life and I won't even blink an eye. I just don't want to see the potion fail, he muttered. There's barely anyone who can make use of my family's potion. Most of the buyer's love is unrequited. Lover's tears. Ironic, Coral commented. The potion kept the love between a couple alive, but once the effects were lifted, their love would be destroyed. A seemingly perfect relationship, gone the moment the potion was gone. That kind of relationship was worth nothing. At most, it was delaying the inevitable. Did you tell Odysee how to lift the potion's effects? She turned me into stone before I could even do it. Thank you for your help. All right, I got what I wanted. She nodded and exchanged a look with the Witcher. Stay here. Food will come soon. I've told you everything I know, lady. I swear. Vasily and Sonia started getting worried. Can't you let us go? I would, but Kaer's castle is just nearby. The queen has eyes and ears everywhere. Where can you even go? Coral smiled, but it was a threatening smile. You know her most well-guarded secret. As long as you stay in Kaer, you're in mortal danger. And if you're caught this time, she won't show any mercy. She will kill you. Sonia and Vasily huddled together. They knew they had no way to escape the queen all by themselves. Once I settle my score with the queen, I promise you may leave. Vasily and Sonia nodded in resignation. Before she closed the door, Coral looked back and looked through the crack. You're a fugitive in Kaer now, Vasily. Why don't you sell me the formula for your potion? I'll pay you handsomely. Coral led Roy to the laboratory and moved her hand deftly in the air. The elements shone, and an invisible hand whipped up a bag of dried herbs from the rack. Then it poured some of the contents into the mortar. The pestle, oven, and measuring cup danced in the air and seemed to work all by themselves. So how are you going to deal with her? Lift the love potion's effects? Roy was watching the sorceress work on the potion. She was taking all the exact components Vasily spoke of for the love potion's antidote. You have no idea what she did to me, Roy. She cost me my job. She harumphed and raised her chin, her eyes shining smugly. For a moment, she looked almost naive. She must pay dearly for that. And then the smugness in her eyes was replaced by cold fury. Or I will inflict unimaginable pain on her. Roy shrugged. Never cross a woman, especially not when that woman is a sorceress. You want me to come with you? No. She patted his cheek. Just stay here and wait for my news. Okay, I guess. On the castle's yard the warm sun shone. Ildiko was lying in a chair, basking in the sun. She was wearing a light gold dress that day. The dress had holes on the shoulder and arm sections, revealing Ildiko's perfect skin under the sunlight. Her face was perfect, her skin white as snow, her lustrous golden hair tied in a braid. She looked just like a doll, and that doll loved the life she was having. She was a queen who wanted for nothing, and the man she loved was staying right beside her. Sometimes, she could even use her privilege to punish the sanctimonious, arrogant user graduate. That bitch is old enough to be my grandmother's mother. Ildiko gleaned great satisfaction from seeing her trip and fall, and that woman could do nothing about it. But once again, Lyta came to her again like an annoying fly that just wouldn't die. My husband gave you a week to leave. You're early. I assume you finished your business? Her eyes were still closed. She didn't even deign to look at Lyta as if she were trying to insult her. But he's still in his castle, talking to a guest from Kaer. It's a big business deal, you see. Maybe it'll take about 2 days. If you're done with your business, you may leave Kaer now. Thank you for your explanation, Your Highness. Coral hung her head low behind the queen like a faithful servant. But I'm not here for the king. I'm here for you. I don't think we have anything to talk about. Lyta. Ildiko shook her head. You're one of the older graduates of User and one of the most famous members of the Brotherhood. You've been in the field of magic for more than 80 years. But I'm just a student who got expelled in my 3rd year. I'm just a young lady in my 20s. I'm not as adept in magic as you are, and I don't think you're where to talk about magic. She turned over and rested her chin on her hand, her eyes staring straight into Coral's equally blue eyes, and a smirk curled her lips. Are you trying to apologize? Trying to gain my understanding? You want me to convince His Majesty to let you stay? She let out a hearty laugh. In your dreams, Lighter, as long as I am queen, you are not welcome in this kingdom. Lighter suddenly laughed as well, and her polite look earlier was replaced by an expression of confidence. Very well, Ildiko. I'm not here to request an extension of stay. No longer will I be your punching bag. I'm here for compensation. Ildiko froze, and she twirled her hair. You are delusional. Did you get your mind addled? On the contrary, I am very much sober. Coral winked at the queen. You need to listen to my demands, because I know a little secret of yours. I know the king is under the spell of the witch's love potion. Ildiko shot up from her chair like she was electrocuted, the smile on her face freezing. She was clutching her dress tightly, the joints on her fingers popping, but the shock only lasted for a moment, and she calmed down. Coldly and calmly, she asked, You dare slander a queen? Lighter? One word from me and I'll ruin your reputation. Nobody will take you in as their consultant. You will have no choice but to go into hiding and live your life in squalor forever. I wouldn't do that if I were you. You see, I have two important guests who might want to see the king. What's their name? Ah yes, Sonia the servant and Vasily the herbalist. She stared straight at Vasily. The poor souls you so mercifully turned into statues. The queen narrowed her eyes, realization and regret striking her at the same time. I should have just killed them. Still, she fought back. Do your worst. Who do you think the king will trust? The woman he loves, or a lying bitch and two equally deceitful peasants? Lighter grinned and went in for the kill. Ah, but this love poison's antidote might clear his mind. Give him a chance to make a better judgment. She whipped out a gleaming test tube, and even the sun seemed to lose its luster compared to the liquid within. A likely story, but there's no antidote. But Vasily told me how to make this. Wanna know? Wolfspan, white myrtle, mandrake root. Ratio is 5 to 1. If that's still not convincing, you or the king can try this potion out and see if it works. You don't have to drink it, though. Skin contact is more than enough to lift the love potion's effects. Ildiko was pale with fear, but Coral kept staring at her face. She mocked. I have been in this field for 80 years. You know how easy it is to make an antidote. Wanna see how effective it is? She kept instigating and pressing with an onslaught of words. Vasily told me any couple that takes this antidote will become sworn enemies who will never fall in love with each other ever again. Ildiko turned around, but her shoulders were shivering. Wanna try it out? Lighter pretended to throw the antidote. Ildiko remained silent and refused to dodge, but eventually, she snapped and roared. Why do you always want to one-up me? Just because you're a high and mighty sorceress? Just because you can gain status, power, and beauty whenever you want? You think that gives you the right to look down on failures like me? You think you can play my relationship like it's a piece on your chessboard? You think you can threaten me and get away with it? Slow down, Your Highness. You came after me first. Coral raised her voice and slowly approached the queen until they were only inches apart. The queen's body was nothing compared to Coral's perfect curves. I have the same question for you. Why do you keep humiliating me? Why do you try to exile me? Ildiko couldn't answer Coral's questions, and she eventually teared up. She turned round and snapped. Because of him. He took me, ravaged me, and then he tried to abandon me. I gave him everything I had. I helped him ascend the throne. He promised me everything. Love, wealth, and status. But the moment he gained what he wanted, he cast me aside like a worn doll, and he set his sights on you. He desires your beauty. Beauty modified and maintained by magic. He wants to conquer you. Ask yourself, Lighter, if Viraxes wanted to marry you, would you refuse him? She screeched. Can you swear to the source of magic that you aren't the least bit interested in the position of queen? Coral fell silent. She was reminded of a certain handsome young witcher. The queen shook her head and plopped back down onto her chair like a defeated lioness. She covered her face with both hands and whispered, I had no choice. I'm just a poor, defenseless woman. The only way to keep him close to me is to exile all competition. It's double insurance. That's what I need to do to keep my hard-earned happiness. I won't reinstate you as consultant, Lighter, not even if that's the last thing I do. Coral shook her head. You got one thing wrong. Your Highness, I told you I was leaving this place. but not before you compensate me for my losses. And don't you think love that's bound by nothing but a potion is finicky at best? Ildiko argued vehemently. No. The potion is the best weapon against those cheating bastards. It's divine providence. All I need is for them to have even a sliver of regret. And that's it. They'll fall for the spell. Well, she's gone down the deep end. Just lost all interest in messing with her. No need to torment a sister, anyway. Besides, I'm nurturing a healthier relationship. It's a more perfect love than whatever she has. I'm happier than she is. Lyta didn't even bother to hide the pity in her eyes. I wish you luck in your endeavor, Your Highness. Just give me enough to cover my losses, and I'll leave. I'll leave and deal with the potential danger to your relationship too. 10 years worth of remuneration is fine with me. Of course, I won't object if you'd like to give me more. I can swear by the source of magic's name if you don't trust me. Chapter 374. 3 days later, a ship was setting off from the port of Kaer, the foamy waves gleaming beautifully under the sun. Roy and Coral were nodding and smiling at the old ship slowly leaving the port. They could hear the sound of the horn coming from it. Underneath the red flag with a silver arm embroidered on it stood Sonia and Vasily, happily shouting goodbyes and waving at the two people who came to see them off. Honestly, I didn't expect you to let them go, Coral. Roy looked at the sorceress. Sunlight draped her in a sheen of golden. She looked like a mermaid who was lying on the reef of a beach, though she didn't have a fish's tail. Do you think I'm a witch who'd break her word? Lyta shot him a nasty glare and held his arm as they left the pier. They're just poor souls who were roped into this situation against their will. They did work with us, and naturally I gave them a chance to survive. They can start anew in Kaer. A smile curled her lips. Don't you see? They were already a couple long before we met them, and their love only strengthened after they were turned into statuettes. We did a good thing. We let a couple live. Well, that about sums Kaer's cases up. So when are we setting off for Novgorod? Roy asked quietly. Someone's in a hurry, but we're not going to Novgorod so soon. You're staying for a few more days. Kaer has been my home for decades, and I want to bid it a proper goodbye. Coral held Roy's hand. Their fingers interlocked. Just like the day before, across the park and marketplace they went, and through Kaer's city gates they traveled. Eventually, they came to a stop at the top of a nearby hill. Roy laid out a red picnic mat, and they sat down to enjoy the view of the pier and the city. You're starting your second trial right after we get to Novgorod, aren't you? Lyta pushed her hair back and gave Roy a worried look. I don't understand. Why do you insist on this? It's dangerous and unpredictable. Unlike the Viper's trial, the Manticore's trial is unknown territory for you. It's dangerous. There was an unspoken plea in her eyes. There are people in the Brotherhood who have more chances of surviving the poison. Letho, Orcs, and Serit, for example. Why don't you ask them? This has nothing to do with them. Roy pursed his lips and insisted. This is my own choice, and you have to keep this a secret. I don't want them to worry. You're the only one I told. Coral calmed down a little. Roy continued. I've been getting the same premonition lately. I find myself on a ship, but not on a sea. The ship is flying, like a ghost ship. I see the ship cruising through the clouds, and black and white sails billowing in the wind. I stand at the bow. My eyes no longer golden. That can only mean one thing. You went through multiple mutations? Yes. Just like how I saw the battle on Sodden Hill unfold, I have a feeling this too is one of the things that will happen in the future. Roy smiled, and his eyes flared with confidence as he announced. Destiny wants me to go through more than one mutation, perhaps more than a few too, and I will pass them all. Roy's confidence stemmed from something else. Over the last couple of days, he collected enough essence of Wraith and Spectre dust for another summoning, and that was what he did. He almost had enough EXP to level up twice. Roy explained, and the trial's day too is crucial for the Brotherhood, especially for the kids in the orphanage. They need a safer method to become witches. You have an orphanage? Lyta was slightly confused, and she listened closely. The House of the Brotherhood and a ruler of Novgorod worked together to set it up. We take in orphans, and it doubles as a filter for future apprentices. There are more than 20 kids there, and they're all really nice. You should take a look. Lyta was tempted. An overwhelming majority of sorceresses were barren, so they loved kids. Fine. I'll improve the recipe as promised and hold the Manticore's trial for you. I'll stay until next year. It'll be a probation period. If the battle does not happen. Lyta narrowed her eyes and scrunched her nose up. She opened her mouth and threatened to bite, but it looked adorable instead of fierce. I'll show you what happens to those who lie to a sorceress. But if it does happen, then I'll be working with the Brotherhood. Delight filled her eyes, and she winked at him. If you are a clairvoyant, then I'm going to side with you. Roy heaved a sigh of relief. That's one mage convinced. They talked for a while more, and things were getting really interesting. So, how did you reach an agreement with Ildioko? Roy kept asking her over the last few days, but she only smiled at him. This time, however, she answered honestly. We made a bet, and the stake is their relationship. I bet she wouldn't take the potion or hand it over to the king. What happened? Obviously, she wouldn't see the truth that their fairy tale-esque love was nothing but an illusion based on some sort of potion. It won't hold up against any obstacle, but she opted to drown herself in the dream and never wake up. Artifact compression isn't a combat spell, and she can't fight me, so the only choice was to work with me. I dealt with all the problems she might face and had everyone who knows about her secret leave the kingdom, including me, and I gained a great reward for that. She leaned on the mat and rested her chin on her hand. A lock of red hair covered her left eye, and she stared at the Witcher. She looked almost as curvy as an hourglass. 5 years' worth of remuneration. Roy was pushing her hair back, and his hand froze. The young Witcher turned around, and his eyes shone. So she's super rich now. She continued. I gave a part of that money to Vasily so they could kickstart their new life easily. And I also bought his love potions formula. Why did you buy that? Roy was perplexed. The potion was a redundant one, since a couple that was in love didn't need it, and the user couldn't use it on anyone who had no love for them. But maybe I can try selling it in the shop. I think it's gonna make more money than the liquid Viagra. It's only for research. I won't spike your drink with it. She shook her head, smiling. Not even Vasily used this on his lover. That's enough to tell me the potion is not reliable. It's not true love if it's not fated and hasn't passed any trials. Roy nodded. He listened to Coral talk as he lay beside her and stared at the sky in the horizon. Coral paused for a moment and turned round to stare at the Witcher. So, are you the fated man of my life? Before Roy could answer, she muttered. I remember telling you I come from isekai'd. I adore the sea, and I love basking in the sea breeze. I used to have the same dream. She stared back into his eyes. I would dream of being out at sea, and I was alone on the boat. I rose the sails and rowed the boat by magic, traveling into the infinite seas. The waves and sunlight were my only companions. The sea was warm, and its breeze would whisper in the air like a wise old man. I was alone at sea, and I enjoyed my own company as I drifted into the far ocean. She lay down on the grass. But then, one day, I saw someone else on the boat. He was right beside me. A gust of warm sea breeze blew through the cliffs outside Kaer, and roses bloomed in winter. Roy entered that patch of rose, answering, from now on, you'll not be rowing alone. Chapter 375, Tretoga, Redania's capital, was built on the ruins of an elven civilization. Unlike Novgorod, it wasn't a city that never slept, and unlike Oxenfurt, it was no beacon of knowledge or academia, but it was home to the chambers of Vizima II. Chilly northern winds blew across the flags in the corridors of the palace, whispered down the stone streets, and blew the doors of Nightcath open. A pair of witches took up a table in the corner. They were sitting side by side, and in front of them were a few plates of greasy grilled meat and dozens of glasses of wine. Vizima stout, Forno, Kirsch, acorn wine, dwarven liquor, and more. Most of the glasses were empty, however. The witches raised a toast again, and drops of wine flew everywhere, filling the air with the scent of hop and malt. Then they downed their booze in one go and burped. Been a while since we met. You're a better drinker now. Can't believe you're on par with Lambert. Did you go into training just for today? The man with a receding hairline wiped his sweat away and smiled at his slightly red friend. The man before him had a gaunt face and short hair. He was wearing brown leather armor. His eyes were reddish-brown, and his nose was slightly crooked. The man scratched his nose and scoffed, pulling the burn mark on his chin wider. Yeah, right. You're not a drinker at all, Lambert. You got wasted in Rind and climbed your way into the peasant's farm. The cow wouldn't stop mooing the whole night. They thought you were a vampire and drenched you in garlic juice. The smell didn't go away for a whole week, and all the coins we made went towards the repairs. Aiden narrowed his eyes. So, which poor animal are you subjecting to your terror tonight? That's a lie. Lambert looked miffed. I didn't fuck any cows. I just hugged it like a pillow. It felt like a warm blanket. That was in the middle of winter, and all I did was do what my instincts told me. Got it? And speaking of which, you were sober, but instead of taking me to my room, you laughed at me. Lambert snapped. He stared at Aiden again like he just saw him for the first time. You're a traitor, Aiden. You stabbed me in my back. Aiden raised his chin. Still better than someone who'd fuck a cow in their sleep. The witches engaged in a staring competition, and sparks flew. Like children, they pointed at each other and started calling names and bringing up old embarrassing stories, only stopping to eat and drink. Eventually, all the wine was gone, and the witches high-fived. Both of them let out a hearty laugh and sighed. That banter earlier released all the tension they had been holding inside them. All right. We had our fun, Lambert. One more cuss and you're sewing your mouth shut. Aiden crossed his arms, a frown wrinkling his forehead. His face was red from all the alcohol, but the look in his eyes was serious. So, tell me, why did you leave Kaer and come all the way to Tretiga for me? I had a goal to kill. Did you run into something? Say the word and I'll help. I was counting on that. But I'm not the one who needs help. You are. Lambert stared silently at Aiden. He was worried about his friend. Aiden shook his head. Don't talk in riddles, Lambert. You're not a bard. So get to the point. I have a friend, a trusted friend. He gained the powers of clairvoyance after the trial, and he told me you'd be running into a lethal crisis a few years down the line. Lambert shrugged. But your good friend, that's me, wouldn't let that happen. So I traveled all the way here to Tretiga just to save your ass. You're telling me a witcher is clairvoyant? Aiden's cheeks twitched. The look in his eyes said, you must be mad. Allow me to elaborate. Lambert told him about Roy's prophecy about the Duke, his daughter, the request, political plays, and the nobles who despised cats. Aiden shrugged it off as some joke Lambert conjured, but the more he listened, the more he realized this might be no joke. When Lambert was finally done, a solemn Aiden rested his chin on both his hands, contemplating what he just heard. That was vivid. I don't think an idiot like you could have come up with such an elaborate story. I'm not lying. Fine, I'll believe you for once. I promise I won't take any requests involving any ogroids. Aiden took a deep breath. He and Lambert might fight every time they met, but they were actually good friends, and they trusted each other. Can you tell me who made this prophecy? Eskel, Gerald, or was it Vesema? He's an honorary member, mate. Lambert looked a little disappointed, and then his eyes lit up with respect. His name's Roy, from the Viper School, and he's their best hope at revival. No, he's every witch's hope. Under his guidance, we, the cats, and the Vipers are now settled in Novgorod, and we set up a brotherhood there. The shock in Aiden's eyes failed to escape Lambert, and he felt smug about it. Lambert pushed the stool away and walked around the empty inn. Aiden was frozen as if his mind lost control of his body. The notion of witches of different schools banding together was as preposterous as putting a lion in the same cage as a tiger and expecting them to get along. That's right. We've set up an orphanage in the city too. And we've got ourselves some promising kids, but there's only 9 of us at the moment, and we need more people to chip in. Lambert gave his friend a knowing look. And you'll be a fine new addition to the Brotherhood. We averted a crisis for you, so hold it. Slow down. Who do you have on your side? Letho, Orcs, Seret, and Roy of the Viper School, Kian and Felix from the Cat School. And barring Vesema, all of the wolves are there. Heard of them before? Aiden was fidgeting like a cat. The Vipers were mostly active in the south, and he had no idea who they were, but he knew who the cats were. They were the same cats who existed a few decades before his time. Kaer had gone missing for decades, and hearing his name again came as a surprise. On the other hand, Felix had always been moving around. Lambert, this is a serious question. You mean to say witches from 3 different schools established a brotherhood in Novgorod? That's impossible. The way they think and do things are too vastly different to even be reconcilable. Aiden cracked his neck. Lambert knew his best friend enough to know that meant business. No joking around. But we have a common goal, he argued. In the name of our friendship, I swear I am telling the truth. If I'm lying, then I will leave and never see you again. He was starting to exaggerate a little. I had my doubts at first. Like you, I thought there was no way witches could band together, but that kid changed my mind. He created miracles. It's like he could convince anyone if he wanted to. You might be wondering why he didn't come to see you himself. And that's because he has a job to do. We're all equals here, and we're all playing our part. His part is to get a mage on our side. We need a resident mage, after all. Not to mention the mage is his lover. So he's the best guy for the job. Aiden massaged his cheeks and picked 2 glasses up. He wanted to drink something, but the glasses were empty. Then he felt something firing up within him. You're older than me, Aiden. You know about the tragedy that took place during the tournament. Lambert almost flew into a rage. The rulers thought us threats, so they fanned the flames in an attempt to get rid of all the mutants. Even before that, the mages who set their sights on the trial formula and tomes conspired and launched a siege against Kaer and Kaer just to get what they wanted. If we don't change, witches are going to be nothing but an extinct species. We don't have anyone to fall back on. But after we set the Brotherhood up, everyone in Novgorod respects us. Nobody even scoffs or sneers at us. Nobody can call us names anymore. Nobody can hurt us. Aiden, my brother, come with me. I won't force you to join us. Lambert's eyes twinkled with genuine concern, and he extended his hand to his friend. Just take this as a vacation to Novgorod. We have much to show. The orphanage, the apothecary shop, and even the lab. You'll have friends there. You can make your decision after you've seen what we have to offer. Aiden was struggling with himself for a moment, and then he shook Lambert's hand. I'm not going to ignore a friend's plea. On the south of Tretoga, wilderness stood, its neighbor Oxenfurt. Underneath the cover of dense foliage and rocks stood the ruins of an ancient palace. Towering pillars stood in a circle, and geraniums and bittersweets were covering its cracked, dilapidated walls. In the center of the palace, an uneven flight of stone stairs led downward into a dark passage, straight into the main part of the palace long buried underground. A loud bang tore through the silence, and in came 3 battling figures. 2 pairs of feline eyes shone in the dark, and Geralt and Kaer circled a humanoid monster in the center, swords firmly in their hands. The monster had a head that resembled a bat, a face that was flat and grotesque, and a maw filled with sharp, uneven teeth. There was nothing but bloodlust and carnage in its crimson eyes, and a pair of miniature horns that curled to the back protruded from the sides of its head. The monster had a hairless body filled with pus, but its hide was gray and tough. The witches thought they were fighting something with sturdy leather armor. The claws on its limbs weren't long, but they were as tough as iron. Tearing a human body apart would be easy for this monster. The witches came to a halt and stood face to face with the creature. Geralt made a blue triangle in the air and shoved it at the Fleder. The Fleder was leaping at its attacker from 5 yards away, but Ard hit its chest and sent it flying backward. It fell, and dust swirled in the air. The monster skidded backward, but then a crimson flash blinked in the dust cloud, and in came Kaer, his face covered in black veins. Kaer thrust his sword at the nape of the Fleder's neck, and blood spurted, but Kaer deflected it. The Witcher pulled his blade out and retreated to the dark walls, leaving the monster howling in agony. It opened its mouth wide, and a crimson tongue danced within its cavity. The monster ditched Geralt, turned around, and curled its legs up, preparing to leap. A dark silhouette flew through the air, and a gust of wind howled. The monster bared its fangs at Kaer, but the Witcher was prepared for this. He quickly rolled away from the assault. The monster missed his quarry and crashed into the walls instead. Still, it started attacking the wall, and the power was enough to tear a big hole in it, sending debris flying everywhere. Someone cast Ard at the monster's back again, burying it in the walls. Its back was turned on the hunters, and it tried its hardest to break free from the stones, but it was too late. Geralt swung his sword and thrust it into the back of the monster's head, and Kaer followed quickly, stabbing the fleder in the same spot. Black blood rose into the air before it fell and drenched the ground. The fleder slowly fell backward and hit the ground with a thud. Its pupils were starting to dilate, but its mouth was still moving by reflex. Not bad. You too. Geralt heaved a sigh and high-fived Kaer, and then he started cutting the fleder up. The mutagen might come in handy for Kaer. Take its innards and skin too. Time to start making the pre-trial for the kids. Kaer whipped out his short sword and cut the fleder's belly open. The witches made swift work of the fleder's body and took about half of it. They cleaned the blood up and lit their torches before advancing further into the passage. About a minute later, they found some skeletal remains outside a broken portal and got what they came for. Cat's silver sword diagram. And there was also a bonus too. Professor Sigismund Gloger's notes. Kaer grabbed the notes, and for some reason, he started looking dejected and remorseful. He handed the notes to Geralt and waited for the White Wolf to chastise him. "What's wrong?" Geralt asked. He seldom saw Kaer look so vulnerable. The man toughened out 30 years of imprisonment and was a nice teacher to the kids. Kaer shook his head and looked at the notebook. "You'll know once you read that. It's a record of what my Gree did. The skeletal remains belong to a member of the Oxenfurt team of archaeologists. Decades ago, Prince Adrian of the Sea Cats dynasty sponsored them on this trip to Astaea to search for the treasures of the legendary King Magla. Kaer was the bodyguard the prince hired for the team, though he had another secret mission too. Retrieve the diagrams and take it back to Adrian. The scholars found the diagrams in the armory during their excavation, and as per the prince's orders, Adrian asked them to hand the diagrams over. The team refused the demand. They were adamant that everything they retrieved must be shared with the academy. Kaer slaughtered most of the team members and took the diagrams. He had a job to complete. Just like most cats, he would kill to complete a request and think nothing about it. Kaer muttered to himself, "That was a terrible mistake." He crouched down and stared at the yellowing skeletal remains dumbly. "And the gods punished me by subjecting me to years of torture. I reflected on my actions when I was imprisoned. When the people who tortured me died, I thought I had let everything go. But when I see this innocents who died because of me, I know I owe them something." Geralt said nothing for the longest time, and he shoved Kaer's shoulder. "Remorse is normal, my friend, especially for witches. But you can't shoulder every single blame. Everyone makes mistakes. Everyone incurs debts. But not every mistake can be rectified. Not every debt can be repaid." Reminiscence flickered in Geralt's eyes. "Destiny decreed that we survive, and we must look forward. That is the role of the survivors. Guilt gnaws away at you because you have the blood of innocents on your hands, so save even more innocent souls. The children, for example. Raise them. Teach them how to survive. If that makes you feel better, then concentrate on it and put your guilt aside." Kaer closed his eyes for a moment. Then he heaved a sigh and held the skeletal remains up. "You have a point. I should look forward and leave my guilt in the hands of destiny. I committed a grave crime against these people, but I have to protect those who still live, or I'll never live this down." Kaer shook his head, resolve flaring in his eyes. "Time to go, Geralt. To the abandoned Drahim, where the last diagram is. I'd like to see if Prince Adrian is still around." A couple was standing outside the gates of Oxenfurt. The man on a grey horse had a black hat atop his head and 2 swords strapped to his back. He sent a flying kiss to the lady in the black dress and veil, and then he left. 1 month had passed since he came to Oxenfurt, and after a reluctant goodbye to his lover, Vasema rode happily to Novgorod, the winds blowing his saddlebag open, revealing a part of the armor and weapons sleeping within. Chapter 376. The yellow sun started climbing through the skies, and the kids' morning exercise came to an end. 13 sweating, glowing boys and 7 chattering girls took up their seats at the tables in the yard. The kids could always deal with food fast, especially when they were starving. The fish, chicken, and bread couldn't stop their unrelenting onslaught, and the kids enjoyed breakfast like it was made of the best food in the world. A piece of fish fell amidst all the feasting, and Akamathorm picked it up in a flash. At the same time, he shot his companions a glare. He could see the two of them were about to take that piece of fish for themselves. "You're not hyenas, Monty, Carl. Stop taking scraps. This is my fish. If you want more, just walk to the next table and get some more. If you can't be bothered to make that little journey, I don't mind telling the teacher. They might break your legs, though." "Hey, your food flies around when you eat. How is that our fault? We were just looking out for ourselves. Next time, be careful when you eat." Carl licked his plate and rubbed his balloon belly. The kids then turned their attention to the girls at the next table and smiled like stooges. After their training and breakfast every day, watching the girls eat became some sort of entertainment for the boys. Unlike the boys, the girls had a more polite way of eating. They took every bite slowly like a princess, and it was nice to watch. They would sometimes show their teeth when they were eating. Their cheeks would puff, and their freckles would dance. Carl shook his head. Most of the orphans came from regular families, and barely any of them were beautiful. Most of them had freckles, wide chins, and big foreheads. Vicky was the only one who looked like she came straight out of a portrait. After a month in the orphanage, her skin and hair were no longer dry. Instead, her skin was supple, and her hair was silky. Carl and the boys would steal some glances at her if they could, and Vicky noticed their stares. She turned around only to notice all the boys stealing glances at her. She turned pink and almost buried her face in the table. "Beautiful and reserved," Monty muttered. "She's the best girl I've ever seen, and only the best swordsman is worthy of her." Carl licked his plate again and grinned at his companions. "Once I pass the trial, I'll marry her. You two can be my best men, I guess." And then someone smacked him in the head. "Who did that?" Carl shot up angrily and was met with an icy look coming from a pair of grayish-green eyes. The boy froze up and hung his head low like a defeated puppy. Felix stared at his apprentice icily. "I see you didn't train enough this morning." "Talking about girls, are we? You have 15 minutes before class begins. Get to the stakes and do 2 sets of pendulum." "Right now. What about them?" Carl looked at his silent companions in an attempt to drag them down with him. "They need to rest. Now go." Felix kicked his rear. Carl forced an ugly smile and went to the training area reluctantly. Once Felix was gone, Monty and Akamathorm held their stomachs and laughed quietly. "Carl got one thing wrong." "She's worthy of a man with brains," Monty muttered, and then his eyes went wide. "What's wrong with you?" Akamathorm put his hand on Monty's forehead. "Gorgeous." "What are you talking about?" "She's prettier than Vicky." Monty tried his best to come up with a praise. "Her lips are like blooming morning glories." Everyone looked at the orphanage's entrance. There was a woman standing under the plaque. It looked like she came out of nowhere, but more importantly, she was gorgeous. Her white dress clung to her perfect curves tightly, her fire-red hair tumbling around her shoulders, and her skin seemed to be glowing. She was as beautiful as a goddess, and standing beside her was Roy, who had been gone for a week. The lady was holding his hand like a gentle wife, and the kids were dumbstruck to see them together. Their jaws formed comic hellos. "Well, if it isn't lighter, welcome to the house of the witches in the orphanage." Came to welcome them. Orcs made a face to the mage and spread his arms for a hug, but the sorcerer stared at him coldly. Orcs pulled his hand back without missing a beat and wiggled his eyebrows at Roy while giving him a thumbs up. Letho stared at their interlocked arms and heaved a sigh. He then took a deep breath and shook the mage's hand. "Let's talk inside, Lighter, and we have some new friends you might want to meet." Serit nodded and smiled. "A minute, please." Lighter beamed and pushed her hair back. "We have a few more people on their way." "Who?" Felix and Eskel had come out as well. "Miss me, cubs?" An old, invigorating voice said from the woods, and in came Vasema on his horse. He had a hat on his head, and his saddlebag looked packed with items. Lambert and a man with short black hair and a scar on his chin appeared as well, and they were engaged in a conversation. A pendant resembling a cat's head was hanging around the newcomer's neck, and then Geralt and Kian railed behind them. "Well, looks like everyone's here." Orc's jaw dropped, but he looked excited. "Come in, People, we're going to have a long talk in the conference room. 12 people were gathered in the simple conference room located in the leftmost part of the orphanage, and warm sunshine shone through the window. Brothers, the lady before you is Kaer's royal consultant, Lady isekai'd. Orcs bowed as low as possible and pointed at the only lady among them. He looked like an usher who was welcoming an esteemed guest. Lighter nodded at everyone, but she corrected, was Kaer's royal consultant. I have accepted Roy's invitation to work with the Brotherhood. I understand we have a trial to improve. What did I tell you, Aiden? They're lovers. He's the right man for the job, Lambert whispered into Aiden's ears before raising his head smugly. Aiden was flabbergasted. Never did he expect a mage to work with them in this day and age, and he turned his attention to Roy. He managed to get a mage on his side. This isn't your ordinary witcher. Vasema gave Roy a look of approval, and the other Brotherhood members were stoked. Their plan of building an orphanage and taking in orphans had been going well so far, and the addition of a mage in their ranks boosted their confidence. Thank you for coming today, Lighter. Well, I have my little heartbreaker here. Of course I had to come. Coral shook her head, laughing. Then she held Roy's arm without any concern of embarrassment. The veteran witches exchanged looks, and Gerald looked a little dazed. He used to be like that with Yennefer, but now he was just a bystander in someone else's relationship. We're all brothers and friends here. Remember the rules. Respect and teamwork. My turn. Look here, we have Aiden from the cat school with us. I told you guys about him. Lambert and Aiden stood up at the same time. Aiden, they're the Brotherhoods. Remember me, lad? Felix looked at Aiden. Of course, I saw you decades ago, Felix. Aiden had respect in his eyes. He nodded and turned his attention to the grotesque Kaer. Got into some trouble and got myself hurt. Serious injury, but it's all in the job description. Kaer shrugged the weird look off. Know who Joel and Gaetan are? Silence grasped Aiden for a moment. Joel is my mentor, but it's been a decade or so since we last met. You know how we are. We go around the world and have no place to call home. The trial venue changes all the time. We don't get to know where they'll hold the next trial. Felix nodded. The school's filled with madmen. You don't have to stay in touch with them. You're one of the sane cats. They're not the people you should hang out with. Want to join the Brotherhood and fight with us? We're a family here, I promise. Aiden fell into silence again, and he looked at everyone. Lambert interrupted. Give him some time, people. Once he sees what we have to offer, he'll come to a decision. And you'll be giving him the tour. Letho said. Lambert nodded and gave the happy Vasema a knowing look. You had fun in Oxenfurt, Vasema. Looks like some of your hair is turning black again. Didn't think you'd come back after spending a whole month in Countess Mignol's manor. Shut it, Lambert. I'd like to see you get a lady. Vasema scanned everyone and announced, and I didn't come back empty-handed. I have a few weapons and armor in my saddlebag. Mignol's courtesy to a friend. I have a full Viper's set and some bare armor pieces. Do with them what you will. The Countess is rich, isn't she, Vasema? Lambert rubbed his thumb and index finger together. Can you? Lambert, once again, shut it. Who do you think I am? Vasema shook his head. She's already kind enough to give us a part of her collection. You can deal with the money problem yourself. Building and expanding an organization isn't an easy task. You have to deal with more matters than you can imagine, and all of you are still too young to deal with the nitty-gritty. You need an experienced guy to help you out with the management. Someone like me. And then everyone smiled. Welcome to the Brotherhood, Vasema. Eskel beamed. I'll give you a copy of the rules and give you some tasks. The trip was smooth sailing. It was Gerald's turn to report. We found the cat school weapon diagrams. And now we have the full set of diagrams for the cat school gear. They headed for Drahen right after leaving Estaia, and they found Prince Adrian's remains on a rickety balcony. The guilt of telling Kaer to slaughter all the archaeologists gnawed away at him, and he hung himself eventually, bringing an end to the Sea Cat's dynasty. The final cat school diagram sat beside his remains. Collecting it gave closure to Kaer, and he buried his guilt of killing the archaeologists deep in his heart. Now, the Brotherhood had a full set of woven diagrams, a full set of cat diagrams, the diagrams for viper swords, and the diagrams for manticore armor and steel sword. That was about half of all the missing diagrams of all 6 schools. So now we need a master blacksmith to research the diagrams and new alloy and make the best gear possible. Roy told Vasema about Beringer. He hoped the Grandmaster could convince Beringer into coming back. Vasema was silent for a moment, and his brows knitted together. Then he shook his head. It was his choice to leave Kaer Morhen. Not even I can convince him. He's not going to join the Brotherhood unless someone forces him to. We'll put the blacksmith business on hold, Serit said. We have enough armor and weapons for now, and Vasema brought back enough to gear most people up. Research, development, and blacksmithing will cost a lot of money, and we're not in a hurry to make new weapons. We need to spend the money on something more important, like improving the trial. Everyone nodded. The Brotherhood's first and the most important priority would always be the apprentices. Introductions and reports were done. Roy cleared his throat and stood up. That brings our first phase to a close. Good job, everyone. And now it's time for the second phase. Coral will be doing her research on the trial for the wolf, viper, cat, and manticore school in the underground labs from tomorrow onward. Felix interrupted. Lighter. I'm counting on you for Carl's trial. And I have something to say about that. Coral pushed her hair back. She kept quiet for a while before continuing. Felix, are you sure you want Carl to take Cat School's trial? I have helped Roy with his trial and roughly went through the pros and cons of the recipes I have. All the witches stared at Coral. They were interested in what she found. Your school's trial has a relatively low death rate, but the side effects can possibly be disastrous and unpredictable. Even if he passes the trial, Carl's negative emotions can be amplified and destroy his mind. It can turn him into a madman. Coral looked at Vasema, and he smiled at her. I haven't gotten my hands on the Wolf School's trial just yet, but it's obviously safer than your school's recipe. She then said something unacceptable for Felix, but if you want my honest opinion, Carl would have the best chances with either the Viper or the Manticore's trial. No. Felix's face fell. He protested. He's been taking Cat School pre-trial for months. You can't just tell him to take another school's trial now. Can't you improve my school's recipe? You have nearly 2 months left. Coral shook her head, and Roy squeezed her hand. Felix, you have to know that improving the trial is an intricate process. It'll take at least a year to make any progress. And I'm just one mage. I can promise you I'll do my best, but that is it. And don't worry, the pre-trials aren't as different as you think they are. At most, they increase his resistance against poison a little. If he takes the Manticore's trial, he only has a 30% chance of dying. 40% if it's the Viper's trial, and there won't be any side effects either. If he goes with the Cat's trial, he'll have a 50% death rate. And that's under my supervision. She would need Roy to pass the Manticore's trial first if she needed more data on that. So, in other words, it's a 70% success rate. Everyone's breathing was getting labored. Damn it. It used to be 30% for us. Lambert smacked his knees in frustration as he thought of his friends who died in the trial. We should have kidnapped a mage. Vasema was surprised as well, but more than that, he looked glad. Felix spat angrily, but he said, fine, Manticore it is. He preferred the Cat School trial, but he wanted his apprentice to live. They're still witches. Kaer nodded and held his friend's shoulder. Carl's going to be the first witcher to take the trial after the Brotherhood's inception. This is symbolic, and he must pass. Think about the big picture. And remember Rule 6, no politicking. We promised we'd start abolishing the schools after we joined. It doesn't matter which trial is it. What's important is it helps the apprentices. Orcs interrupted. Coral smiled and exchanged a look with Roy. Then I shall be researching the Manticore's trial from tomorrow onward and increase its success rate even more. I will need an assistant. Roy will be perfect. He knows how I work. Letho and Serit gave Roy looks of suspicion. Are they going to spend a whole month dating in there? Kid, I don't want to hear any news of Coral getting pregnant when the research is done. Unlike usual, Roy didn't get embarrassed from just a tease. He shook his head, smiling. Maybe she's going to be pregnant with twins. Yeah, I'm sterile and she's barren. No way we can have kids. Shut it. Coral bristled like a cat, and she shot Letho an nasty glare, but then she thought to herself, you pitiful fool. You have no idea that your own apprentice is going to undergo a second trial for the Brotherhood. Only I do. Coral took a deep breath and held her complaints down. Roy and I will try to make sure Carl passes his trial. As for the components, I have 2 sets of it. I'll give them to you later, Felix said. The mutagens are largely universal, and there's that. So, is it time for me to know what I'm going to do? Vasema glanced outside the window, and the kids hid underneath the windowsill. There are a few rowdy ones among the kids, and I think we need to whip them into shape. Why don't you let me try it? He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. I feel younger with the kids. Probably can live for a few more years. Everyone stared at the Grand Master. Vasema is right. The reserve apprentices have too much energy and nowhere to spend it, Letho answered. And he looked at a lock of hair poking out of the windowsill. It's time to increase their training. Free time is cancelled. Now it's the second swordplay lesson, and Vasema will be the instructor. The boys who were listening in froze up, and their faces scrunched up. They looked at one another and started sobbing in silence. Coral noticed something, and then she leaned on Roy and chuckled. Everyone talked about sending someone to the Povis coastline to find the remaining griffins. Vasema told them the exact location of Kaer, but he didn't recommend them making a move so soon. Kelda is tougher than a rock that's survived years of the elements and more traditional than I am. And he's a tough customer who won't change his mind so quickly. Without any achievements to call our own, we won't convince him. I suggest we get in touch after we've raised some decent apprentices. In the end, Roy and Leiter would start their experiment in the lab the next day and record the Manticore trials data to make things easier for Kyle. Letho, Orcs, Seret, Lambert, and Vasema would teach the kids, handle the shop, and train Gun's men. Aiden would survey the place, while Felix and Eskel geared themselves up with the items Vasema brought back and prepared some vampire oils. They were going to clear out the monsters hiding in Novgrad's sewers and take their mutagens to prepare for more trials. Leiter opened a portal and sent Geralt and Kian to the villain's countryside in search of griffin diagrams. They were the only ones who could go. If any of the vipers weren't, the crones would swoop down to kill them. Chapter 377. After so many years, the oven in the underground lab was once again ignited, the flames shining on 2 silhouettes standing within. Roy had changed into more breathable wool attire, and he was sitting on the cold operating theater. Standing before him was a solemn, frowning sorceress who was weaving her fingers across the air. Colorful lights of magic converged and blinked on top of her fingertips before they flew into Roy's body and glimmered. A quill started scribbling lines and lines of data on a laid-out parchment without anyone controlling it. For a moment there, only the sound of scratching echoed in the air. About 8 minutes later, the magical lights faded, and Leiter stopped casting her spell. Then she picked the records up. Blood pressure, heartbeat, oxygen levels, rate of respiration. All normal. You're very healthy. Told you I prepared for a whole year just for this. It'll be fine. Roy thumped his chest. Didn't take you for a braggart, Roy. So you're saying you've started preparing for your second trial right after your first one ended? Leiter scrunched her nose and shot him a playful glare. Then she smacked his knee. Now sit down and don't interrupt me. Dark golden eyes, black hair, slightly pale skin, measures at 5 feet 8 inches, weighs 170 pounds, and your muscle density is a lot higher than most people's. She stared at him and poked his chest. You're at least twice as strong as regular humans. As strong as a bull. Is that a compliment? Well, you know my body best. He smirked and stared at her lips. But won't I feel heavy when we do that? All right, no nonsense now. A hue of red painted her cheeks, and Coral pinched Roy's arm. Roy gasped and rubbed it. Leiter ignored him and continued. Aside from that, your skin is unusually smooth. Even most women don't have skin as smooth as yours. There's not even a scar or a flaw. That is impossible. She stared at him with envy. You don't look like a witcher. They usually brave the elements and fight numerous battles. Are you a sorcerer from Banard? Did you take over my little Roy? If you know I have no scars at all, then you must have been really thorough. You're a good doctor. Roy held her hand and kissed the back of it. He stared at her, the desire in his eyes almost overwhelming. I wish to repay you, That's as far as jokes go. She shivered and patted his face. You're not a child anymore. You need to hold it in. Got it? Especially when you're going through a trial. You need to be focused. Roy closed his eyes and took a deep breath, and then he shook his head. Sorry, Coral. I just don't know why I feel so fidgety these days. I just keep thinking about random things, like my mind is addled or something. It's normal for people your age. You just need to get used to it. Coral went around him silently and grabbed his shoulders. Then she made him lean on her before kissing his forehead. Remember how the trial goes? First, the hormones, then the virus, and finally, the decoction. Are you sure you can do this in 1 month, Coral? You've passed the Viper trial and are a lot more resistant to poison than the adepts who are going through the trial for the first time. We can skip through the resistance build-up and finish this in 1 month. Since you used the furnace virus and ice lake last time, you'll need stronger viruses this time. I've picked 3 out of the 4 recipes: Fear, Finch, and Silencer. Your immune system will be compromised for a while after you contract the disease, leaving you without an immune system. You'd be malleable enough to undergo the change of the Manticore trial. Roy wiped the sweat off his head and gulped. So, what do the viruses do? The first one tortures your nervous system and makes you spasm like a patient going through an episode of fits. And you'll feel needles poking over your whole body. The second one affects your brain. Records say the infected would produce sounds resembling a finch. Don't laugh. It's worse than you think. And the third one is the most dangerous of them all. It cuts off all your 5 senses, but your mind remains awake. You'd be like a vegetable. No. 10 times worse than that. The Witcher took a deep breath. Indeed, the effects worried him. But that was not the end. That's not all. The last part is even worse. The Manticore trial and your Viper trial will fight for control. When that happens, it'll be a life or death moment. 1 month. That's all it takes to know the outcome. But don't worry. She leaned over and rested her head on his right shoulder, rubbing her cheek against his. Calmly, she said, if you can't come back from the edge, then I shall end your misery myself and do it one last time with you. Are you sure I'll feel anything if I'm nearly dead? No complaints. You made this choice. She patted his head, her eyes twinkling. Your hair grew a little, and the style is out of fashion. You need a makeover. She produced a pair of scissors and held his sideburns. Before he could even protest, she snipped his hair off, and they fell to the ground. Roy leaned on her soft bosom and took in her scent. Just shave it all off with magic. He didn't care much about his hairstyle now. A ponytail, short hair, or going bald made no difference to him. Don't even think about it. Coral's face fell, frustration filling her eyes. Sternly, she warned, if you're taking after Letho's style, I'm going to ignore you for a whole month. At least. Roy froze, but the mutation is unpredictable. What if the trial turns me bald? Not even full recovery could help with that. A bald head wasn't technically a debuff. Going bald at your age? Sorry, but bald heads don't fly with me. She purred and hissed. I'd have to convince myself into accepting that new style, and stop moving. Sit down. 5 minutes later, a short-haired and resigned Roy found himself going around the laboratory. As per Coral's request, the sorceress put her hands on her hips and commented on his new style. And then it was the first step of the trial, injecting the elixirs. Coral weaved her fingers through the air and chanted under her breath. An amber needle as thin as a strand of hair leapt into the air and pierced itself through Roy's chest. The young Witcher felt a cold sensation coursing through his body. With every beat of his heart, a shiver traveled up his body, coloring his neck and cheeks in red. An incredibly heat welled up within him, not unlike a furnace building itself in the Witcher's belly. He felt great surges of heat traveling through his body, and Roy licked his parched lips. To the sorceress he went, flames almost bursting from his eyes. What was that, Coral? Mandrake fluid? You'll have to cool me down yourself if that's the case. It's adrenaline. You used it once in the temple, remember? I just increased the dosage. Lyta smiled. Now you need training. Lots of training. Now move. I need you to do this with me. Roy breathed laboriously and held Coral's hand. 10 minutes later, Coral was heard counting in the lab. 1001, 1002. A young, lean man who was naked from the waist up held his hands against the ground as he moved up and down like a well-oiled machine. Sweat poured from his skin and fell into a little puddle on the floor. Roy was doing push-up after push-up, and Coral was found sitting on his back. Her face was gleaming, and a smile was curling her lips. Sometimes, she would smack Roy's deltoid to encourage him. Don't slack off. You're doing 3,000 of these. Chapter 378. It was a rest day. Dappled sunlight shone down on the orphanage and the children in it. For once, the sun was shining in the winter. When afternoon swung by, the kids followed Orcs and Seret into the woods to forage for goods. All the kids had baskets strapped to them. They sang nursery rhymes as they hopped and skipped through the woods in search of treasures like petite shepherd's purses, dark, wrinkly cabbages, and wild onions growing within the cracks of rocks. Buckthorns and marigolds were on their list of items, and sometimes they came across little surprises as well. Bird eggs on low-hanging branches, sour cherries, and alfalfas for wilt, roach, and scorpion. The air was dry and filled with the scent of soil and tree bark, and the kids enjoyed themselves. Two witches were leaning on a tree, chewing on foxtails. Their eyes were closed, and sometimes they would tell the kids to not stray too far from them. Vicky broke that rule. Surreptitiously, she went in the opposite direction of the orphanage and almost buried herself in the patch of grass to get the marigolds. She was the top scorer for every test and would carry out all the tasks given to her perfectly. Unlike the other kids, she wasn't cheeky. Vicky had no grandiose dreams to speak of. All she wanted was for the teachers to compliment her, especially when they patted her head and praised her in front of the kids for her good grades. Her heart would leap with joy every time that happened. She would do her best to get all the important herbs just for the compliments. Fruits and greens were not what she would go for, only herbs. The grass hid her from everyone's sight, and the girl kept going forward. Unbeknownst to her, the noises were getting quieter. Eventually, sweat started dripping from her face, and she raised her head only to find herself in an unfamiliar part of the woods. There wasn't anyone around, not her friends, and certainly not her teachers. They were all left behind. A gust of breeze rustled the leaves and bushes. The older woods felt like a beast that had woken from its slumber, staring at her. Vicky curled up and little and held her basket tightly. Her fingers were pale from overexertion. Her breathing laborious. Am I lost? Seret? Orcs? Are you there? Lena? Renee? Hello, is anyone there? Nobody answered her shouts. Calm down, Vicky. Vicky wiped her snot away and balled her fists. Remember what the teachers taught you. Find your way out of the woods. She calmed down and hunkered down to stare at the tree's shadows. With a shivering voice, she told herself, it's the afternoon. The shadows are in the east, and the orphanage is in the west. I should go in this direction. I can do it. You can do it, Vicky. She took a deep breath and steeled herself. The girl ran and kept her breathing in check like she always did during the morning jogs. For a moment, she was like a squirrel hopping through the woods, but less than 100 yards later, she bumped into something and fell back down. She held her backside and started to pout. Tears were welling up in her eyes. There was something like a giant in front of her. It was at least 6 feet 4 and twice Vicky's size. The silhouette was as gaunt as a ghoul, and it was wearing a black cloak. Vicky noticed the stench of sweat and urine coming from the silhouette like it hadn't taken a bath in forever. And there was the smell of animals coming off him too. His back was turned to the sun, his face hidden in the darkness. Vicky could vaguely see a long face and bloodshot, sunken eyes, and the thick, unkempt mustache hanging under the man's nose. He grinned. Then darkness swooped over the girl. Orcs spat his foxtail out and dug the soil under his nails out. There was a frown on his forehead. Did you hear that, Seret? I have a bad feeling about this. Kids, gather round. Right now. Seret raised his left arm and shouted. Anyone who isn't here in 30 seconds won't get dinner tonight. I'm not giving up dinner. Go. People, go. Don't let the teachers take our dinner away. Pick up the pace. What are you waiting for? Horrified, the children ran as fast as they could to the teachers and stood right in front of him. Less than 20 seconds later, the kids were already lined up as they used to every morning. 4 rows and 5 columns, and not a limb out of the formation. One of the kids lost their boot, however, and was walking barefoot, but nobody laughed at her. The witches took a glance and noticed someone missing. "Who's not here?" Serit's face fell. His voice filled with anger. "Vicky's not here, sir." Monty raised his hands and shouted. The reserve apprentices wanted Vicky to be their wife, so everyone had been paying attention to her. "That's Vicky's position." Lena, the girl with the missing boot, said. She knew she looked embarrassing, but that didn't matter. Carl was stomping his foot nervously. "Vicky's lost. I can't let my wife go missing." "Sir, say the word and we'll search for her." The kids started making noise, and Serit shouted, "Shut up and stay right here, kids. We'll be finding and bringing Vicky back." He gave Orcs a look, and the latter leapt to the place where the children were playing earlier. Like a beast, he looked around and saw ribbons of different colors hanging in the air. They represented different children, and most of them led to the kids. However, one of them disappeared into the patch of grass and led into the unknown forest. Orcs whistled loudly, and an eagle with gray feathers flew down and perched on his shoulder. The eagle knocked on his armor to say hi. "Roy told me you were a smart girl, Griffin. You understand what I'm saying, right?" Griffin whistled. "Good. Follow me. I'll need you to tracking someone." Griffin whistled again and flew out of the woods, circling in the skies. At the same time, Orc started into the forest in pursuit of that ribbon. A silhouette was flitting across the forest. The man had long limbs, and he took big steps. The tree trunks, roots, and mulch couldn't even slow him down in the slightest. He was moving as deftly as an ape in the woods. His black cloak billowed behind him, and a petite figure rested in his arms. Her hair was unkempt, her face was pale, and her eyes were half closed. Her head was on the man's shoulder, and she was locked in an iron grip. Before she was taken, Vicky only had time to leave her hairband, and then she lost consciousness. Before she did, she could feel despair grabbing her. Just when she finally found a place to call home, she was taken away unceremoniously. "This man is a kidnapper." "Where is he taking me to?" "Skellige Giles? Is he going to marry me off to some old geezer?" Regret welled up within her, and she made one wish. "I just wish the teachers would praise me one more time." Just one more time. An eagle descended and scratched the man's face. Gashes were made, and blood was drawn. The man grunted in pain and slowed down. An air current slammed into him, sending him flying back. The branches and leaves cushioned his fall, and the man quickly stood back up. A silhouette in brown leather armor leapt out of the bush beside him, his amber eyes filled with murder. The gaunt man in a grey cloak refused to release the girl in his arms. He grabbed the hatchet hanging from his waist, but then he heard someone scoff, and the last thing he saw was a colorful firework. He blacked out without seeing what hit him. "Nobody touches our children." Orcs spat in the man's face. He checked on Vicky's breathing and heartbeat and heaved a sigh of relief. He pinched her nose, and the girl eventually regained consciousness. When she realized she was in Orc's arms, her lips puckered, and her hair swayed. Then she cried, "I am sorry, Orcs. I shouldn't have run around. Young lady, the next time you go on an adventure, you tell me first." "But you're smart." Vicky was overjoyed that she was praised. Even though she was almost kidnapped moments ago. Orcs tied her hair with the hairband she left behind and turned his attention to the would-be kidnapper. He was gaunt. His face was almost skeletal, his mustache wasn't cleaned, and his hair was clumped, but most importantly, he reeked of animal urine and nature. "Oh, he's a hunter? I see how he managed to dodge my traps." Orcs raised his leg and brought it down hard against the unconscious man's face. "Once, twice, thrice, and even more. I'm going to break your face, or my name isn't Orcs." Marks of Orc's boot were imprinted on the hunter's face. His nose was broken, and his cheeks swelled. Though he was unconscious, the man spasmed. Chapter 379. How do you feel, Vicky? Are you all right? Vicky was back at the orphanage, and everyone huddled around her. They were inches away from her, the worry in their eyes palpable. "Does it still hurt?" A girl with pigtails and no front teeth held her friend's hand and blew on the bruise. "I'm all right, Renee. It doesn't hurt." Vicky nodded. She was moved that her friends cared so much about her. The girl announced, "You didn't see it, but Hawks was awesome. He beat that bad guy down before he even took me out of the forest. Who's the bastard? A kidnapper, perhaps? We're making him pay for what he did to Vicky." The boys were infuriated. Cal, Monty, and the other reserve apprentices stepped forward. Their eyes were glinting viciously, and they announced to Vicky, "We're kicking that kidnapper's butt for what he did to you. He's going to wish he never did that. We'll make him cry like a little baby." Protecting their friends at the orphanage, especially the pretty ones, was their responsibility. Or at least that was what the reserve apprentices thought. "Yeah, you guys are tough, fast, and the teachers taught you how to swing a bat." A short-haired girl with freckles around her nose agreed, and she swung her fists happily. "You can beat him up if you work together." "Hey, they aren't bats, they're practice swords," Carl quickly explained, and then someone smacked him on his head again. "Ow!" The boy held his head. "Did you just say you were going to smack someone, kid? Look at yourself." "You do nothing but scratch him." Vasema made his appearance, and the kids quickly went into their formation and held their heads high. Even Vicky did the same, and this time, no one lost their shoe. Vasema looked at the kids and thought they reacted decently. The Brotherhood's training works, but he didn't show that recognition outwardly. "Kids, you're to stay in the classroom from now on. No leaving the orphanage without permission, and no going into the woods." Monty raised his hand. "Sir, how will the kidnapper be dealt with?" "He will receive due punishment." Vasema looked at the shut door behind him, and worry flashed in his eyes for a moment, and then he beamed at the children. "And the 5 of you are coming with me to swing a bat. Plow stance. The rest of you, return to the classroom and go through yesterday's lesson. You have a test to take." The chamber was lit by nothing but a flickering candle. Within it was a man tied to a chair, his eyes glassy. Sitting before him was an old and blackening wooden table, and it was covered with tweezers, pliers, and scalpels. A group of men with viper eyes were standing around him. "Name?" "Jurgen." "Age?" 42. "Who are you, and where do you come from?" "I'm a bounty hunter from Nimna." "Nimna's a city in the northeast of Novgorod," Aiden explained. He knew geography better than most people there. "It belongs to Redania." Serit was still casting Ixe, and he kept asking, "Why were you in the woods? Why did you kidnap the child?" The man shook his head, and his eyes started to glint. There was a struggle happening in his mind. "Not talking, eh? We have time." Orcs picked up a scalpel and twirled it around his fingers, but he didn't get to play. Jurgen answered, "A request. To keep an eye on the orphanage. Kidnap a girl." The witch's eyes glinted fiercely. The orphanage was their source of new witches, and they would not allow anything to happen to the children. "Wonder if it's the blasted kidnappers," Lambert guessed. "One kid isn't enough for those hyenas, Lambert." Letho shook his head. "If they want to take the children, they're going to be a lot louder about it." "Why did you want the girl?" "Where were you going to take her?" Serit asked. "Who's your boss?" "I was taking her to the southeast outskirts, an alleyway behind 7 Cats Inn." "Going to hand her to the employer?" "I don't know his name or who he is." "What does he look like?" "About 30 years old, a man. About 6 feet tall, fat." "Really fat? More than 200 pounds." "Reddish-brown hair, flat nose, beady eyes, pale skin, no facial hair." The witches wondered where they had seen that kind of man before, but they couldn't put a finger on it. "I don't care who the bastard is, but I will cut his hands off for trying to kidnap our kids," Letho roared while thumping the table. "That's all?" Lambert's scar turned slightly red. He screeched, "I'll toss him to the ghouls and watch them tear him apart." They hadn't been with the kids long, but the witches wouldn't let anyone touch them. Aiden was raring to go. It wasn't every day he got to fight alongside a group of witches, and he wanted to see how adept the Brotherhood was at fighting. "Calm down, people," Serit asked. "When were you going to meet up with him?" "In a week." Serit grilled Jurgen for a password, possible hidden partners, and the reward for doing this, and then he knocked the hunter out. "We've been lax. Can't believe we allowed a pest to crawl around for 2 weeks." Serit shook his head and chortled, "But he's brave." Charging straight into a dragon's lair for 300 crowns. If more than 10 witches worked together, they could kill a green dragon. In a sense, they were more dangerous than a dragon, and their lair had no gemstones to speak of. No matter what, Infiltrating their lair was a wrong and foolish choice. So what do you think? Probably a request from Bedlam or Cleaver. Orcs rubbed his chin. We tried to stay in the shadows, but they probably found us out. Couldn't let us grow our forces, I think. Might not be the gang lords. Don't forget who else we're dealing with. Letho said. The church is even more on guard against us. Cleaver and Bedlam at least have an agreement with us. It's unlikely they would break it. I disagree. Serret shook his head. The church isn't hunting us down as aggressively as they do with other non-humans. Stealing a child isn't their style. People, may I suggest something? Aiden interrupted. Bedlam, Cleaver, and the church aside, the town hall might be involved in this. You know the upper society hates us for no reason. They take pleasure in getting rid of us. Lambert told him he would die because a noble set him up. Of course he had to be more careful. The air was somber. None of the witches ever thought of this before. But now that they thought about it, they did have a lot of hidden enemies. The church, the town hall, Cleaver, and Bedlam. Any of them would be hard to handle if they came after the witches. We need to have a contingency plan. Letho rubbed his shiny head. Call Gon and listen to what he has to say. We'll prepare for the worst case scenario and come up with a plan to fend off our enemies. He looked at the unconscious witcher. And we need to make this guy submit. Then we'll play along and drag the real mastermind out into the light. I want to see who's behind this kidnapping. It's been a while since I got some action. Orcs grinned toothily and cracked his knuckles. So, Alonzo's manner all over again? Count me in this time. Aiden's eyes glinted, the burn mark on his chin widening as he smiled. Did any of you think this through? Modern problems require modern solutions. Serret retorted. We pull another Alonzo's manner, and we're gonna be fugitives. He said, even if we have to fight. We need to keep the battle at a minimum. Don't ruin the city too much. We're not only working for ourselves now. The orphanage needs to go on. Should we call for Roy, Eskel, and Felix? Lambert asked. Not at the moment. Letho answered. We'll have to cover for them. One extra patrol for the night, and tell the kids to stay away from the woods. You keep an eye on them and come up with an exit strategy. I'll see you in the afternoon. Chapter 380. Underground Laboratory, Temple Island. On the laboratory theater was a lean, slender man in thin clothes curled up like a fetus. He was clutching his belly, shivering and chattering. The trembling undulated across his body, starting from his belly. It ebbed and flowed like waves, crashing against even the man's fingertips and every strand of hair on his body. Beads of sweat trickled down the man's cheeks, drenching the operating theater. His face was contorted in agony, and his eyes were closed. He was clenching his teeth so hard, they could be crushed at any moment. His gums, like his skin, were red, as if they had been dipped in boiling water. The veins under his skin wriggled and writhed like catfish stuck in the mud. Standing beside the operating theater was a gorgeous lady in a black silk dress. With one hand, she patted his back, and with the other, she touched his forehead. Her beautiful eyes were clear, iridescent blue, but her lustrous crimson lips were pursed. There was worry and reluctance lurking in her eyes. The plan was for Roy to handle fear all by himself, but Leiter's heart went out for him. The lad was in agony. I'll try to relieve some of the pain. No, you will not. The lad regained a sliver of his sanity and tried his hardest to turn around. A hint of resolve flashed in his golden eyes, and he gave light to a look of reassurance. He extended his scorching, trembling hand and held Leiter's hand tightly. Trust me, I can deal with this. Roy did not like this hell one bit, but he had to go through it. The virus had to destroy his immune system if he wished to become the perfect vessel for the Manticore's trial. And yet his powerful body was proving to be a burden in this hurdle. This was just the first of 3 viruses. Everyone's putting in all they have. I can't fail them. Breathe. Roy's cheeks were almost distorted from the suffering he was going through. Sweat poured forth from the skin like water spurting through a fountain. His muscles were wriggling and writhing like earthworms digging through the soil, while sweat and tears trickled down the corner of his eyes. Yet the young witcher held on. He clenched his teeth and concentrated on his character sheet only to find his HP nearing 0. Activate. And with that, Roy regained 51 points of HP. A cool sensation traveled from his head through his body, and it finally coursed into his veins. The pain was no longer unbearable, and he could turn around comfortably. Gurgles escaped his lips, and his eyes rolled back into his head. Then it seemed like a current of electricity ran from his head to his toe. He grinned at the sorceress, as if the virus failed to affect him at all. The brothers will take care of the kids. I'll handle the mutation. A certain manner, Novgrad's land of the rich. Gilm was in a purple silk robe that day. He was having tea in the drawing room as he awaited his weekly sword practice to begin. He was no swordsman, but Gilm took pleasure in the exercise. But more importantly, if he had the witches around him, then no longer would he have to fear the church. Someone knocked on the door, and in came a bald, burly man. "Good afternoon, Gilm." "Hello, Letho." "Shall we begin?" Gilm stood up, all ready to go. He spun around with some difficulty and raised his hand up as if he were holding a blade. Then he moved his palm and forearm forward in a weak attempt at the ox stance. "My men can't wait to learn some new moves like the Angel's March you told us before." "Sorry, but I have to let them down today." Letho sat down behind the desk, while Gilm poured some tea and listened to what Letho had to say. "We found the little pest roaming in the alder woods." 5 minutes later, the collector was no longer smiling. He was leaning on his spinning chair. "Nimna's bounty hunter is kidnapping the orphans on someone's orders?" He massaged his temples. "Sorry, but I've never seen the bounty hunter before, nor do I have any recollection regarding a pudgy man with reddish-brown hair. But this isn't a total disaster. The employer isn't a powerful noble, and he doesn't hold much power." Gilm said, "I didn't join those gatherings for nothing. The employer isn't the leader or deputy of any guild. I've memorized all the faces of everyone in upper society thanks to Olaf's memories and my own experiences." "What about the church?" Letho asked. "The church is a looming giant. It has branches and believers all over the world. Novgrad is where its headquarters is located. The hierarch is helming the church. He's been spending more time claiming political control than worrying about the welfare of his people. He has no time for a few witches, not when he's expanding the church into other cities. And Chapel, the man who has been on my tail for years, is under my watch. Yet he exhibits no bizarre behavior. The orphanage hasn't infringed on their rights either, and we've been taking great care to never step out of line. There is no reason for the church to come after us. Even if they want to, they need incriminating evidence before they can do anything. Even if they're coming after us, they'd have sent soldiers equipped with swords and dimeritium cuffs, not some random bounty hunter from out of town." Letho nodded. Gilm came to the same conclusion they did. "But there's another possibility, the town hall. Some no-name bastard is probably behind this," Gilm guessed. "They probably abhor the fact that witches are involved in an orphanage. You should know that a large majority of the ruling class are racists. I'll keep an eye out for that man the next time they call for a meeting. There are about 100 council members, and I can't remember all of them." "Thank you, Gilm." Letho paused. "Another question. Is it possible that the other gang lords are involved in this? It's been a month or so since Cleaver last contacted me, and Francis is acting really suspiciously lately." Gilm pushed his chair back and trudged to the windowsill. He put his hands on the sill and answered, "I've received troubling news. Over the last couple of weeks, the number of beggars on my turf increased by a quarter. But it makes no sense. Beggars usually dip in numbers when winter comes. I noticed that on my way here. They are on high alert and always looking out for something." Letho quipped, "I see Bedlam is trying to keep an eye on us as well. It's possible that one of those two sent the bounty hunter after the children." Letho sighed. If possible, he would rather not break the peace treaty they worked so hard to get. "Go. Assuming that either Bedlam or Cleaver is behind this attempted kidnapping, what do you suggest we do?" "No impetuous move. That's what." "I know your team is capable enough to get rid of a couple of regular men. In fact, I have no doubt you can destroy most of their men without breaking a single sweat and ruin their gangs. But there will be hell to pay." Gil knocked on the window, and resignation filled his eyes. "If you do that, you'll be breaking the law a second time. And this time, all hell will break loose. We'll be public enemy number one. The church, the town hall, the associations. All of them will come after us. We can't do anything reckless. Guilt sighed. You're our trump cards. Something to intimidate our enemies, to keep them in check. We cannot ask you to fight all the battles. That's usually done with skirmishes and negotiations. I'll arrange a meeting with Bedlam and Cleaver. We'll talk and find out what their plans are. Then we'll settle our differences, he suggested. If they did send that bounty hunter after the children, they will pay for scaring the kids. This act of brash bravado will not go unpunished. Very well. Is the captive still alive? Letho shrugged. We're using him as bait. I see. If you can find out who the employer is, we'll have more chips on our side during the negotiation. I'll dispatch a team of 50 to guard the orphanage and the children. Do not worry about their food and lodging. I'll deal with that. A sneer curled Gon's lips. If someone tries to invade our turf and hurt the children, lethal force is permissible. Chapter 381. The time was 11, and the sun was shining bright, and yet Seven Cats Inn was still dark and dreary. The dilapidated inn located in Novgorod's southeast outskirts rose to fame thanks to the 7 stray cats roaming around the premises. Naturally, the number of cats exploded over the years, though the thugs and goons would kidnap many of the new kittens every year. Still, even more kittens were born, keeping the number of cats roaming around the place at a consistent 10 or so. Jurgen was in his usual black, greasy cloak, and the bounty hunter trudged down the path filled with feces and potholes. His face was covered in bruises, and a visible scab formed on the bridge of his nose. There was a heavy sack hanging from his shoulders, and his mustache was untrimmed. He looked just like a hunter who came back from a hunt in the woods. Every step he took made a sickening squelch, and he eventually arrived at the inn. Underneath the peeling white wall, a fat tabby cat meowed with every step Jurgen took. For a moment, it felt like an unskilled musician was holding a mini performance outside the inn. Jurgen looked unfazed as he made a slow turn into the dark, dank alleyway. He left the drawing of a dagger on the moss-filled walls with a charcoal pencil and advanced deeper into the alleyway. Then he leaned on the wall and rested his eyes. Sounds of hurried footsteps traveled through the air, and in came a man fully covered in a black cloak and hood. He went past Jurgen and left through the other end of the alleyway, and then the man circled the inn for 5 minutes before returning to the alleyway. "Take the child and come with me, Muskrat," he whispered quickly at the bounty hunter as he pulled his hood off. Underneath it was a fair, pudgy, and solemn face. His eyes were slanted, but the look in them was as sharp as a knife. His cheeks were so heavy they were jowls. A frown furrowed Jurgen's brows, and he opened his eyes, though there was anxiety within them. Before he could say anything, the fat man had already glanced at the sack on his shoulder, but there was no child within. The only thing inside was yellowing hay. Shocked and alarmed, the pudgy man tried to run, but a silhouette leapt down from the walls and stopped him from escaping. The first thing the pudgy man saw was a pair of amber, viper eyes and a scowl of fury. He then heard someone jumping down behind him, and the man realized he was surrounded. He hung his head low in defeat and raised his hands to surrender. Jurgen and his correspondent were tied to a chair in a dark chamber sleeping in rural Novgorod. He was looking around nervously only to see a few men glaring at him. Letho, Orcs, and Gil were contemplating what to do next. "This is Sebastian," Gil said. "He's one of the council members and the owner of 2 boutiques in the business district. His clientele? The rich and the powerful." Sebastian was nervous. "He acquired a spot on the council through his donations," Gon said, raising his voice to let the man hear him. "It's been less than 2 years since his addition to the council. And now I ask you, Sebastian, why did you come after my orphanage? And why do you think you can challenge the witches and me? Just because you have a bounty hunter on your side? Or do you think your businesses can support your endeavor?" Sebastian chose to remain silent. "I've told you everything I knew." "Witches, please, spare me." The pale, gaunt Jurgen begged. "Shut up, you." Orcs taped Jurgen's mouth and turned his deathly sharp look to the pudgy man. "If looks could kill, Sebastian would have died. You're not making things easy for us, Mr. Senator. We might be forced to take some extreme measures." "Witcher signs, so to speak." "Oh. No, wait. That'd make things too easy for you." "Bear with us here, for soon you'll lose control of your own bowel movements. Imagine this, your immaculate, bespoke attire soiled and caked in your own shit and piss. No, wait. I'll talk, Sebastian shouted. Olaf, witches, please, calm down. Sebastian tried to force a smile, but it was stiff. His eyes were glinting with cowardice and fear. You got me. I'll tell you whatever I know. The witches nodded at him, and the men stared at the senator. A sigh escaped Sebastian's lips, and panic disappeared, replaced by dark sadness and sorrow. He looked like a man who had just lost all hope in life, and the light in his eyes seemed to dim. I had no choice. Before I came to Novgorod, I was a resident of Redania's capital, Tretuka. I ran a tailor shop there and lived with my daughter, Marianne. It was a simple but happy life. Ever since my wife died from abnormal labor, I've cherished Marianne. She's the light and soul of my life. And yet fate played a cruel joke on us. 4 years ago, my lovely Marianne came down with throat distemper. Try as I might, I couldn't find any cure for her, and she died from complications. He shed a tear, and snot seemed to be drooling from his nose. I moved to Novgorod and started anew to forget my past. Thanks to my craftsmanship, my business started to boom. And then 2 years ago, I ran into a girl in the slums by chance. His lips were trembling, and his eyes were glistening with tears. There was a hint of a smile on his lips. She looked just like Marianne. I was overjoyed, ecstatic. I thought perhaps that was the eternal fire's blessing. It blessed me with another daughter, a chance at redemption. He was almost shouting at that point. I swore I would take her in and provide her with the best things life had to offer, but then a few brats chased her away, so I ran after her, shouting and calling out to the girl. There was regret in his eyes, and yet she kept running away. I couldn't catch up to her, all because I was fat. I tried my best to find that girl. Even set up a request on the bulletin board, but in the end, he gave the men a fearful look. She joined the orphanage, didn't she? Orcs gave the man a knowing look. Yes. What's her name? I don't know, but her hair shines as brightly as the afternoon sun. She's about 7 or 8 years old, and she's a frail kid. But she has a beautiful face. Why didn't you come to us, then? Go asked. If you were nice to her, she might have gone with you. Sebastian's jowls trembled. He gulped and stared at the men carefully. Why, you're an infamous man, and I thought you had other plans for the children. You did build the orphanage in a fairly secluded place, so I thought I shouldn't make any outrageous requests. Gon laughed and shook his head. Oh yeah, everyone still thinks Olaf is a pervert. Taking someone who belongs to you would spell the end of me. Sebastian turned his attention to the silent bounty hunter. So I hired a veteran to take Marianne away when your attention was elsewhere. I'm sorry I crossed you. The man struggled. His eyes were filled with genuine guilt, and it looked like he might grovel to the men to pay for his mistakes. I'll take any punishment, but please, let me see the child. A long silence ensued, and the men exchanged a look. All of a sudden, Orcs snickered and ruined the dramatic air, and then he pretended to clap. That was remarkable acting, Senator. The movement of your brows, the frequency of your blinks, and even the tremblings of your facial muscles, they were perfect, Gon continued. He spent most of his life pretending to be someone else, and the experience granted him some insight into acting. And that's the biggest flaw. Lethos smiled. You were kidnapped by a few mutants and the infamous Collector. I mean infamous before a particular moment in time, Collector. Pardon me, and yet you managed to play the part of a worried father looking for his daughter even in a dire situation like this. But then a perfect act is also why we know you're a fake. Did you graduate from the School of Theatre? Or are you one of their acting staff members? Orcs clasped his hands together and cracked them as he snarled at the senator. The Witcher stabbed a scalpel into the table's surface. Since you love acting so much, we'll play with you. This time, you're playing a hero who won't yield no matter what, while we're going to be your tormentors. Orcs smiled at the. You might want to leave, Collector. It's going to be bloody. Gon was not worried in the least. In fact, he was gushing with excitement. The instinct bubbling within Olaf's body was telling him to stay and witness the bloody interrogation, but he held it down. Don't kill them. You too, naturally. And then the door was shut, but then a scream started. No, not there. No. Go leaned on the wall and closed his eyes. The screams and howls of terror were like nectar to his ears. He felt his chest heave, and his cheeks were getting red with indulgence. But Go quickly shook his head and slapped himself. He muttered something under his breath and left the place. Half an hour later, the witches emerged from the chamber looking all solemn. "Did you find anything, witches?" Go approached them. "Is he related to Bedlam, Cleaver, or someone in the council?" Letho shook his head, the look on his face grim. "We used Odysee on him and subjected the guy to torture, but his answer is still the same." "Maybe we made a mistake." Giln rubbed his chin. "Perhaps he was telling the truth." "No, something's telling me he has a secret." Orcs looked sure of himself. Letho rubbed his shiny head. "There's another possible explanation for this. Sebastian is a master at keeping secrets because he was trained for it. Neither signs nor torture can affect him. But only the people of an ancient, gigantic kingdom have the resources to build an intelligence department capable to administering that kind of training." Something somber was hanging in the air. They could smell the coming of another crisis, and Gil turned his gaze to the ground. "Is there no avenue to make the man tell us his true goal?" "Witches? I have an idea." Gil balled his fists and loosened them up. There was a hint of trepidation hanging on his face. "I can mimic Sebastian and read his memories. I am a Doppler after all, and I can find out why he's really here." Delighted, the witches were about to ask Gil to go on with it, but they noticed the dilemma in his eyes. "There's a restriction to that, isn't there?" "I am a relatively young Doppler, and my powers are limited," Gil answered bitterly. "Once I change into someone else, switching back to Orloff will prove to be a difficult task, unless I can witness his corpse again. His complete corpse." "Alas, you've tossed him into the waters." If Gil changed into Sebastian, he would never be able to change back into Orloff. He would lose his life of luxury and all the power he had, while the witches would lose a powerful ally. "Forget it. There must be another way." Letho shook his head. "At least we have a lead now. I'll scour his house and see if there's any other clue." Orcs said, "Go, contact the other gang lords and find out what they're doing. See if they're related to this guy." Chapter 382. It was a sleepy winter afternoon in Gildorf, the land of the wealthy in Novgorod. Gildorf was decked out with every kind of amenity and resplendent house, making it one of the best districts in the city after the business district. Gorgon Inn stood beside the rowdy marketplace, and there were three groups of people standing silently in a triangle formation. On one side stood a group of dwarves equipped with warhammers and axes. Standing in the lead was a proud dwarf with a Mohican hairstyle and a butcher knife hanging around his belt, Cleaver. Standing beside him was a bald man in a hooded cape. The two of them seemed to be allies, and the bald man was fiddling with a gold ring hanging on his index finger as he stared at the opposition in silence. Before him sat three burly, powerful witches and a man in a long, purple robe. "Francis, Bedlam, thank you for joining us in these uncertain times." "What do you want?" "All off bird." Cleaver spit it out. "I don't have time to waste on people I don't like." Orcs and Serit were surprised. Cleaver's attitude underwent a drastic change compared to the last time they met. At the very least, he was still polite back in the underground ring, though only on the surface. This time, however, they could almost feel his enmity overflow. Bedlam looked around him. The unkempt beggars hiding under the bridge, the alleyway entrance, and some quiet corner looked back at him. Even the gentle king of the Putrid Grove was starting to lash out at the witches, unlike his usual self. "I know Cleaver's temper leaves a lot to be desired, but at least he's no hypocrite." The collector, "Witches, I have a question. Are you as genuine as Cleaver here can be? Or is the ballroom nothing but a mask for your true intentions?" "I don't think I've crossed either of you. Have I?" The collector was confused, and the witches didn't break the treaty either. "Why do you take such a hostile stance against us?" "There must be some misunderstanding we can settle. You know what you did." Cleaver pinched his beard and scoffed at the witches. "I am no saint, but I don't kill innocents however I like. I have a creed I would never break. There are some things you should never do. If any of my men tried to dabble in forbidden dealings, I would have chopped them up and fed them to the dogs." Bedlam shook his head, a sigh escaping his lips. "I am no saint either, but I am no animal. There are things I mustn't do, or I will wind up in hell when I die. Wait, what are you talking about? Letho rubbed the top of his head again. We've done nothing but run the orphanage and taken homeless children. Is that what this is? Is this about the orphanage? So you confess. Cleaver snorted. And what do you propose? Seret mocked. Leave them to their fates. Do nothing or we're condemned to hell. Please. We're doing charity here. There is no need to twist our actions to fit your narrative. The dwarf sat up straighter and scraped his knife. With a voice as hoarse as rocks grinding against one another, he said, the children have lost their homes and parents. Fate has already tormented them enough. Why did you subject them to even more pain? Witches? Bedlam stopped fiddling with his ring. We know witches abduct children of innocent citizens through the machinations of the law of surprise. Unlike the lies told by the ballroom's actors, we know witches take those children to a remote place and subject them to inhumane mutations. Your goal is to turn them into abominations who have viper eyes and the monstrous bodies, and the test subjects have to go through hell only to end up as mutants. And I know only 3 out of 10 children survive the mutation. Witches, I know you didn't establish the orphanage out of the kindness of your hearts. You're trying to create more mutants like you. The Vipers exchanged a look. They knew the gang lords were privy to what they were doing, yet they didn't think what they did was wrong. But who told them about the trial's success rate? Not everyone is privy to that. And yet that is still not enough for you. Cleaver shot Gon a nasty look. You roped the collector, a mad scientist who's also a fan of human experimentation, into your experiments. You turned him into your sponsor and protector while he tortures the children even more. Don't even deny your crimes, Olaf. You didn't clean them up as much as you thought. The innocents who died by your hands can fill up a whole bathhouse. And we've also heard of your bloody exhibit. It's why you changed how you view the witches so quickly. You love human experimentation, while the witches are experts in the subject of mutation. The witches and Gon finally realized where the misunderstanding stemmed from. Bedlam and Cleaver had a point. As they didn't know better, they would think a pervert like Olaf would work together with the witches, falsely infamous for child kidnapping, to experiment on orphans. Pardon me, but allow me to ask you a question. Who told you about this? Seret asked. Is it a senator called Sebastian? The witches noticed the gang lord's confusion. It was apparent the name was unfamiliar to them. We don't know any senators here. An anonymous letter came our way and told us of your evil plans. Cleaver shook his head. And anyone who's not blind knows what you're doing, or at least they have a good guess about it. And you called this meeting just in time. Bedlam and I are going to retract the peace treaty, the dwarf shouted. His brethren exhaled heavily, ready to fight if the battle broke out. And from now on, you're forbidden from taking any poor orphans off the streets of Novgorod. Humans, part elves, half elves, or even dwarves. Break that rule and I'll show you what my little friend can do. Cleaver took a step forward, and his brethren followed. I see you would like to be reunited with the late Alonso, Cleaver. Letho smiled. Cleaver froze up like he was strangled. Then he took a step back, the color on his face slowly fading away. Now can you hand over the letters so I can refute every point it makes? It's not with me. Cleaver's hair was swaying sadly. Let's get back on topic. How far along have you gone in your experiment? Bedlam asked. How many children are left? How many are alive? They're all alive. Seret raised his head up, a smile hanging on his lips. He wasn't even mad at the question. All he did was brush it off. Don't bullshit me. Bedlam arched his eyebrows. Oh, it's not bullshit. The little tykes are alive and well, Orcs retorted. And they're doing a lot better than the kids working under you, the orphans the church took in, or the kids sold to isekai'd. Bedlam froze as well. I don't think you'll believe us with no proof, Letho suggested. Rather than coming up with preposterous, uncorroborated crimes for us, why don't you pay a visit to the orphanage yourself? Ask the children if the perverted witches and Olaf have tortured them in the least, or if we've experimented on them. Fat chance. Cleaver shook his head. You just want to lure us into a trap so you can take us all out. You may bring a few more associates if that will make you feel more secure, Olaf suggested. We don't mind. Oh, don't tell me the gang lords of Novgorod are scared of a small group of witches. As if you pull any tricks, I'll drag you down if that's the last thing I do." At the same time, a young boy was standing outside the Eternal Fire's headquarters on the Temple Island. He looked around and, when the priestess in white wasn't looking, slipped a letter into the donations box. He then bowed at the Eternal Fire and made his departure as if he hadn't done anything. Chapter 383, The Laboratory. The Manticore's trial was now in its critical phase. Roy entered a strange state after he was infected with the third strain of virus. Everything around him was a floating fog, thick and viscous, and all he could see was darkness. There was no sound nor light around him. Most of his senses were robbed from him. He couldn't even feel his limbs, and even time itself seemed to stop. However, his mind was still awake. The void was fear, the void was terror, and that same terror was slowly growing within the young Witcher, engulfing him. His consciousness was starting to fall deeper into the depths of this dark void, but eventually, something warm touched him. It felt like his mother was patting his back. Her gentle murmurs shone bright like a beacon, showing his soul where he should go. Roy finally broke free of the long, dark dream and stepped onto the path that would lead him toward the light. Lyta was right beside the operating theater. She held his hand and brushed her finger across his palm. The sorceress hummed and whispered softly into the Witcher's ears. Serenity. That was what Roy looked like. He looked at peace, almost as if he were sleeping, but the bulging veins under his skin almost made him look like a monster. Sometimes his brows would furrow as nightmares took a hold of him. And then the sorceress would caress his forehead like a gentle mother. A bulky, yellow griffin was lying right beside him. It licked Roy's face and let out a harrowing howl, as if it could feel the agony its master was going through. "Don't worry, Griffin. He can do this. Trust him," Coral said, though it sounded like she was talking to herself. The House of Gum was standing peacefully among the alder woods, but they were receiving a group of uninvited guests that day. Hundreds of armed dwarves and gaunt, unkempt men were flanking the entrance. Leading this troop was Cleaver and Bedlam, and they were looking around. Within the yellow fence stood 5 wooden houses neighboring each other. They weren't as grand as the houses in the city, but they looked adorable. Colorful doodles that decorated the walls gleamed under the sunlight, and the racks in the yard had little trinkets hanging from them. A breeze blew across the orphanage, and the miniature windmill started to turn, bells chiming. The place looked like a peaceful abode hidden away from the chaos of the world. Not one fallen leaf was found in the yard, and the ground was even, unlike the muddy paths littering most villages. Apparently, the showrunners took some time and effort to fix this place. Cleaver and Bedlam nodded. At the very least, this orphanage didn't look like a slaughterhouse or torture chamber, but they kept looking. A row of bizarre wooden stakes stood in the corner of the yard, while the children were all gathered in the classroom. Some were giving the gang lords curious stares, and a wizened witcher was writing on the wooden board in front of the class. The remaining witchers were standing side by side with the collector. They were on high alert, not unlike bodyguards. There were 2 new faces in addition to the vipers and cats the gang lords saw last time. "I didn't know you guys gained new allies." Cleaver looked at Lambert and Aiden warily. "Last time we met, there were 5 of you." "Who are these new guys?" "Cats." Letho crossed his arms and looked at the troops brought by the gang lords. Calmly, he said, "We're short on manpower, so we enlisted some help." "Witches live as long as dwarves, we're literate, and we fight well. We can be the kids' teachers and protect them at the same time." "Kidnappers are always prowling around Novgorod, so there's a need to be careful." "What about the stakes and the log hanging from the tree?" Bedlam gave the witches sharp looks. Cats were infamous for their unsavory actions, and their presence served to deepen his suspicion. "I've never seen those before." "Are those your torture tools?" "No, it's training equipment. Witcher schools have it, but not anywhere else," Letho explained. "Running around these things can sharpen the children's reflexes, and jumping from stake to stake while they dodge the pendulum is a good way to train their balance and reflexes." "Can't believe you guys came up with that idea." Cleaver was wondering if he should get a set for his men as well. "So what's the house's deal?" From left to right, the toilet, kitchen and storeroom, boys' bedroom, girls' bedroom, and the last one is the classroom. The children are in class right now. Vasema's teaching them. Bedlam had conflicting emotions about this. There were about 200 of them surrounding the orphanage, but the witches were still going on with class like nobody's business. Aren't they worried? Do you have any other houses in the woods? No. Sorry. You don't get to see the lab. The gang lords exchanged a look. Can we look around? Bedlam gesticulated. Be our guest, Gil said. But you'd better leave your men outside. I don't want them to scare the children. Oh. Yeah, true. Sorry. Cleaver barked at the dwarves behind him, especially the one closest him. You? Yeah, you. The fuck you glaring at? You're scaring the kids. But sir, you told me to look menacing, a dwarf with slicked back hair and a beer gut said to his smirking leader. Like that'd be useful in the face of death. Now piss off. The dwarves took a huge step back. Bedlam gave the same order, and he asked, since you claim that this is a regular orphanage, then tell me, how do you schedule the children's daily life? Good question. Orcs bragged. We came up with a rigid schedule that's sure to raise them up into contributing members of society. The gang lords shot Orcs weird looks, and the Witcher shrugged. Okay, fine. That was an exaggeration, but they can still get a job when they grow up. They wake up at 6 in the morning for exercise. The boys train around the stakes, while the girls run around the yard. You'd ask the girls to train as well? Cleaver grabbed his beard. Most girls didn't even know the concept of training. Handling the chores, feeding the livestock, and cleaning up was hard enough for them. Daughters of nobility might hire tutors if they wanted to learn how to swing a sword or ride a horse, but that was all. Hey, can't afford to get sick if you're dirt poor. They have to train if they wanna stay healthy. But back to the point, morning exercise goes on for an hour and a half. Then it's breakfast time. A suspicious Cleaver interrupted once more. You're making breakfast for a bunch of orphans? Yeah, we're not tormentors, for God's sake. Training makes people hungry, and we won't let them starve. They need to eat. Letho answered matter-of-factly. On the name of my school, I swear we never skimp on food for the kids. I'd say we provide better food than the orphanage. In the church, Lambert thumped his chest and opened the kitchen's door. There was a cauldron sitting over a fire, and the fat lady was stirring the stew. She was shaking her hips and humming a tune, though she was a bad hummer. Steam rose into the air, and pieces of meat, carrots, and potatoes rolled around in the stew. The basket around the cooking area was filled with cooked eggs, bread, and fresh lobster and crab. Cleaver sniffed the air. He could smell the tantalizing scent of onion and lemon juice, and his stomach started to rumble. As always, the dwarf went to the cauldron and tried to take a crab, but the fat lady smacked his hand with a ladle and shot him a glare. Cleaver pulled his hand back like it was scalded by hot fire. If you're still hungry, you can have an egg and bread. Serit stood before the fat lady. Then we can have lunch. You'll see how the kids are tortured. I'll pass on the food, thanks. Cleaver wiped the sweat off his hands on his shirt. The stern attitude he took on earlier was not as intense anymore. I have to say you provide good food. It's better than what we eat, but this must cost a lot. Can't starve the children. That's generous of you. Bedlam narrowed his eyes. Did you put on a show just for us? Hasty conclusion. You should see more before you make your decision. Time to see the bedroom. The witches share a room with the boys, while the lady here shares the girls' bedroom. And don't give me that look, Cleaver, or I will make you kiss your own ass. Witches aren't pedophiles. Cleaver looked away sheepishly. Class starts after breakfast. The kids learn how to read and write, mostly in Northern Common Speech. And then it's lunchtime. Letho kept explaining how the orphanage was run, and the gang lords listened to him. Eventually, they found themselves on the bench in the yard, staring at each other. No longer were they fierce and righteous. Cleaver was looking at the witches weirdly. He thought they were mad, but what they did was deserving of respect. The voice in his head told him the witches were telling the truth. They never tortured the children, nor did they perform any dangerous experiments on them. He was sure of that after witnessing how happy and healthy the children were. Bedlam heaved a sigh. Witches? The collector? Are you related to Lebioda in some form? Why do you ask? Because what you're doing is similar to the actions of a saint. Are you telling me you're actually altruists? There was disbelief in Bedlam's voice, but he also sounded kind and friendly. You're providing better lives for the children than most families in Novgorod can, and to what end? Are you trying to raise students smart enough to study in Oxenfurt? The witches smiled and changed the topic. I take it the misunderstanding is cleared up, gentlemen. Why don't you talk to the children? Perhaps they'll give you a different answer. Cleaver hung his head low like a defeated rooster. No, we're not blind, nor are we fools. Bedlam circled the group and sighed. But we made the wrong move. The tip misguided us, and our prejudice led us on an incorrect path. The witches shrugged it off. Can we see the letter? The gang lords whipped out a letter, and the witches read through it. The handwriting's the same. Witches and Olaf are performing evil experiments on the children in the House of Kaer, an orphanage operating in rural Novgorod. The components include mother's tears, wild dry juice, wolfspan, and belladonna. Only 3 out of 10 can survive the experiment. Even if they pass the experiment, they will be forever disfigured and their minds ruined. The witches looked grim. This isn't a total lie. Some components are correct, but some are wrong. Belladonnas and wolfspan aren't used, and the part about the success rate is frighteningly on point. If we don't have a mage's help, that is. Lambert massaged his temples in frustration. They took their time to look into us. Giln wagged the letter. How did you receive this letter in the first place, gentlemen? Some mysterious guy generously donated a few crowns to a beggar boy under the bridge 2 weeks ago and told him to bring this letter to us. Bedlam shook his head. The boy said the donor covered themselves up entirely. He didn't know what he looked like. 2 weeks ago, one of my most trusted lieutenants drank too much at Spear's Pit, and then he woke up to a letter beside him. Cleaver answered. He read through it and thought it was an emergency, so that's how I got the letter. And then I paid Bedlam a visit. Reached a decision to cease the treaty and disassociate ourselves with child abusers. However, I see now that it was rash. I'm sorry, witches. He bowed down shamefully, his beard touching the ground. We believed the rumors too readily and sullied your name when you're actually doing good. That bow was the greatest apology in dwarf culture. I'm ashamed that nobody saw who the guy was, and I have spies everywhere in this city. An apologetic Bedlam bowed as well. That guy wasn't your regular Novgorodian. Letho's lips curled downward. He guessed. They're good scouts who know how to escape detection, and they've done their research on witches. I take it that you don't know who Sebastian is? Never saw that guy. The gang lords shook their heads. Lambert shot the quiet Aiden a look, and he went into the restroom only to come back with their captives, Jurgen and the fat man. Please, have mercy. I'm sorry. The fat man's face was as swollen as a big balloon from all the torture. He was almost unrecognizable, but the guy could still shout. He groveled before the witches like a sniveling kid and banged his head against the ground. Have mercy. I won't kidnap the children again. Please, please don't lock us in the toilet. Are you going to talk? But I've told you everything I know. The crying senator raised his head in confusion and begged for his life. He was an inch away from kissing everyone's boots. Yeah, keep talking. Aiden taped his mouth again. These guys were planning to steal one of our kids 2 weeks ago, but we caught them, Serit explained. And that's about the same time you received the letter. Both of these events are a plan to ruin us, and I don't think that's a coincidence. But I don't know these people. Bedlam rubbed his ring. Never seen these sons of bitches. Cleaver spat and slapped the fat man again, making his cheek swell even further. Tell me, did you send this letter? Were you trying to pit us against the witches, you bastard? The senator made muffled noises. Guy's a tough nut to crack. Told us the same story every time, but I bet the guy who gave you the letters is related to him. I don't care who the guy is. They played me like a fiddle, and I'll tear them apart. I'll stuff them in a sack and feed them to the sharks. Or my name is not Cleaver. Calm down, Cleaver. Now is not the time to unleash your fury. Serit gave his companions a look, and they took the captives back into the toilet. Our priority is to find out how these events are connected. They're trying to slander us using these letters and force us into breaking the peace treaty. And, Bedlam frowned and interrupted calmly. But there's one thing I don't understand. If that pig's employer is trying to ruin you, why wouldn't they go straight to the church or the town hall? Why did they take the roundabout way of tipping us off? We're not the judge, jury, or executioner, because they want you to call the peace treaty off, so we're all alone and isolated. And the church is an official organization. They need evidence to convict us. Serit said. Yes, they need evidence. The guy had to kidnap one of the children and brainwash them into thinking we were the abusers. If they have a witness on their side, it'd be a deadly blow to us. Even if the witness testimony was fake, it wouldn't matter. We'd be seen as monsters and abusers. We'd be left with no allies or help, and the church would. Thunderous footsteps were approaching the woods, and everyone turned around. A big group of people appeared seemingly out of nowhere, and they were approaching the orphanage like a wave crashing onto the shore. There were at least 200 people, and all of them were in black clothes and leather helmets. A sword hung from their belts, and every single one of them was equipped with a lamia. The one in the lead was a pale, sickly man with rashes on his cheeks and eyes that gleamed like metal. He was in a tight, white shirt, and this man was none other than the Chancellor of Security and the leader of the church's guards, Chapel. Chapter 384, Orloff, Bedlam, Cleaver, and Witches. Why are you gathered here? Trying to hold another tournament? Or are you going for another Wily's Manor? Nobody said a thing. They were still in the dark about the whole situation. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but your activities must come to an early end. Chapel turned his attention to the witches and said sternly, Witches, someone told us you and Orloff are conducting inhumane experiments in this orphanage, torturing innocent orphans. Gon paled a little. A hint of fear appeared in his eyes, and he hid behind the witches. It had been 2 years since he saw Chapel in person, but he was still as stern and cold as Gon remembered. Just the sight of him alone reminded Gon of the stench of blood and the howls of non-humans. But something was off. The silver item Chapel always brought along with him was nowhere to be seen, and Gon fell into his own thoughts. The witches stared at all the soldiers surrounding them, and they curled up a little while they reached for their weapons. If need be, they could fight at a moment's notice. But then Serit gave them a look. Calm down, people. This is not what we expected, so let's see what happens first. For the children. The witches tensed up. Chapel, this is a misunderstanding. Bedlam stepped forth and explained, like you, Cleaver and I were duped by the very same letter. The letter that accused the witches of inhumane conduct. Believing it to be true, we came and demanded an explanation. And? Chapel asked. And we found it to be horseshit. We've checked the whole place, but there's no hint of any experiment being conducted here. This is slander. A prank. Someone's playing us like a fiddle. A long silence later, Chapel cocked his eyebrows. With 3 soldiers and a priestess by his side, he entered the orphanage. Most of the soldiers remained beyond the fence, on guard against the gang lord's men. May I have a look at your letter, gentlemen? Chapel held the letters and went through it. Then he took out the letter he received to compare the 3. Moments later, an unpleasant smile curled his lips. Francis, Cleaver, you know no good will come from deceiving the church, Chapel threatened. Even if you're the rulers of the underground, that is no excuse for deception. On my name, I swear I am telling the truth and nothing but the truth, Bedlam answered without missing a beat. Cleaver roared furiously. I swear I am telling the truth. If I'd told even one lie, I'd cut my tongue off. Chapel nodded and shook his head. Evil can hide themselves far deeper than you can imagine. You're not professionals, so you might have missed something. He swung his hand down, and the remaining guards swarmed the yard. The witches exchanged a look, and Chapel said, Witches, if you wish to prove your innocence, then you will allow my men to search every inch of this orphanage, and summon the children. All of them. We'll have to ask them questions and check for any signs of abuse. Keep your men in check. They're not allowed to destroy any facilities we have here. Letho growled like an angry lion. And don't scare the kids. Oh, and we have 2 would-be kidnappers held captive in the toilet. You can deal with them later. The sun had risen to its zenith. On most days, the kids would be having lunch, but now they were silent. There were a lot of people in the yard, and it looked like a huge group of ants were gathering for work. Every inch of the orphanage was taken up by people, including the flower beds and fields outside. They were doing their best to dig up everything they thought was suspicious, and they wouldn't stop until they found some secret chamber or corpse. The chicks were chirping loudly, while the children were told to line up beside the classroom's wall, and Vasema made sure they didn't step out of line. The children were staring at the people who were going around their home, and they were keeping a nervous eye on their pets, but none of them were afraid. Chapel went through the throng and approached the children. "Are they all here, witchers?" "All 20 of them." "One is a witcher apprentice," the collector answered. "We've told the town hall about this. It's all registered." "Very well." Chapel gave his best attempt at a warm smile, and he clapped. "Children, I am Chapel, the church's chancellor of security. One of my duties is to keep children away from harm. I'm only going to ask you some questions, so don't be afraid. Do please tell me the truth, for your future's sake." "We're not scared," one of the taller boys shouted. "The teachers will protect us." "One at a time now. Answer the gentleman's questions, and we can all go back to class." Vasema smiled. Chapel looked at the boy who answered his question and noticed his pointy ears. "A part elf. What is your name, boy?" "Akamathorn." Chapel turned to the witches. "May I have a second with the boy, witches?" "I won't harm him. Don't worry." Chapel and the boy were standing in the corner of the yard, away from everyone. The man hunkered down and forced another smile, though it looked tortured. "Akamathorn, I understand you've been here for 2 months. How is life for you? What do you think of your friends and teachers?" "Life has never been better," the boy blurted. "This is probably what heaven feels like." Chapel froze in shock. "Can you elaborate? Why do you like this palace so much?" "We have great food, a roof over our heads, nice teachers, and caring friends." "Are you sure?" Chapel's lips twitched. "The teachers, I mean the witches, they never abused you before?" The boy stared at Chapel's face and shouted, "Of course not. We have time. Think it through." Chapel lowered his voice and pointed at all the guards around. "Don't worry about your teachers hearing us. Look, these soldiers are here to keep you safe. Even if you tell me the truth, the witches won't lay a finger on you. They didn't abuse me." Akamathorn answered with adamance in his voice. Chapel poked his temples and stared at the boy. He didn't look like an orphan or a part elf who would get picked on easily. He was more like a cult member. "Look at him. He's healthy and full of energy. The boy probably eats better than my soldiers." "Did the witches tell you to take any weird potions or food like mice and bugs?" Akamathorn shot Chapel a look of disdain that said, "What are you, a pervert?" "You're strong, boy." Next. The next child was a girl with pigtails and missing teeth called Renee. She stared at him, and her cheeks started to quiver. "Now, Renee, if you tell me how the orphanage abuses you, I'll take you to the church. We'll raise you into a noble priestess. You shall be the center of everyone's attention." Chapel goaded her gently. "Everyone will respect you. You will be loved. All you have to do is tell me the truth." "Huh?" The girl grabbed her pigtails, and she frowned. She stammered, "But I can't make things up. Just tell me the truth." "I can't make stories up." "We've never been abused," she answered stubbornly as she clenched her fists. Chapel went on with the next one, and the next, and the next, all the way until the last child. Surprisingly, none of the children had anything bad to say. Some of the Rhodes boys even rolled their eyes at Chapel. This was the first time Chapel encountered something like this. All orphanages were corrupt in some areas. All of them abused children to some degree. Some would yell at them or ration the food, while some went even further. Having a filling meal was a tall order in this era, and feeding so many mouths would cause problems eventually. If the showrunner had a bad temper, the kids would be on the receiving end of abuse. Even in the church's orphanage, the priests were stern and heartless. The food they provided was only enough for the children to fill their bellies. All of them had complaints, but that was not the case with the House of Kaer. The children didn't look like orphans. They were more like kids who grew up in a happy family. The questioning came back with no results, but the priestess who checked the children found something. "Witches, you claim there's no abuse here. So how do you explain these bruises?" Chapel demanded. "Chapel, that's normal. Some kids are rowdier than most. And you're telling them they can't whip those kids into shape? Do you expect the witches to treat them like royalty?" "Cleaver is right." Bedlam rubbed his ring and nodded. "Parents have the right to discipline their children, and the witches are the kids' guardians now. They too have the right to guide them onto the right path." And these bruises aren't even that serious. Bedlam glanced at Cal, who was reluctantly letting the priestess check on him. There were bruises on his back and thighs, and Bedlam also saw some old wounds on him. He scoffed. Even if you bring this to the court and hire a professional lawyer to defend your case, the witches will still win, hands down. Chapel rubbed his chin and fell into silence. Serit stepped forth and explained, Chapel, these bruises aren't caused by any abuse. The kids often fall from the stakes or get hit by practice swords during training. If you look closely, only 5 of them are bruised. They need to learn a skill or two. If they master some sword play, at least they can be mercenaries when they grow up. Chapel looked at the priestess, and she nodded, but the answer wasn't what he wanted. He looked at the children coldly, and the stubborn man said, this is inconclusive. Further investigation required. Chancellor, one of the children piped up. A beautiful girl with golden braid came forth and stood in front of the witches. Much to everyone's surprise, she spread her arms like a chicken protecting her chicks. Her lips were pursed, and her eyes were filled with terror, but it was soon replaced by resolve. I will not allow any slander against the teachers to continue. They have never abused me. Nobody is kinder and nicer to me than they are. Vicky's face was red with anger. She pointed a beautiful finger at the gaunt Chancellor of Security and roared, they're my family, and this is my home. I won't let you ruin it. Monty and the reserve apprentices came forth to defend the witches. Carl broke free of the priestess and gathered around his friends. They glared at Chapel and bared their teeth like angry lion cubs, but they weren't convincing. And then the boys came forth, then the girls. All 20 children held hands and formed a wall in front of their teachers. They were small and frail, but still they defended their teachers from Chapel and his fully armed guards. Despite their young age, the children were brave, and they shouted, leave. You can't destroy our home. We won't let you hurt our family. I don't want to go back to living on the streets. The children protested, and their hearts thumped furiously. Chapel was dumbfounded, and the adults were at a loss for words. A long moment later, Vasema heaved a sigh and turned round to rub the corner of his eye. Aiden heaved a few long sighs, his heart racing as well. Never did he expect the day would come where he needed a bunch of children to protect him. It was a weird feeling. So this is the Brotherhood. Even the children are different. You wanna get an ass whooping again? You brats, get back here. I don't need your protection. Lambert was touched, but he growled at the children and tried to take them back, but he kept his force at a minimum. No, we won't. The kids refuted him for the first time. The Vipers exchanged a look and were about to say something, but Chapel suddenly shouted, silence. The guard behind him unsheathed his blade, and it glinted under the sun. Cleaver held his hammer with both hands, and the witches held the children in their arms. The air was fraught with tension for a moment, but Chapel shot his soldier an angry glare. Tuck that away, you bastard. You're blessed with a weapon to protect the citizens, not hurt them. His gleaming eyes scanned the witches, and the terrified, shivering children who were still adamantly protecting their teachers. Witches, I know you have a sign that can control people's minds. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and sighed. But this time, I'll believe that you're innocent. No demon or animal could have raised children as brave and as loyal as them, nor would they gain any child's love and respect. You're finally seeing sense, Chancellor, Cleaver blurted loudly. He was spewing his drool everywhere as he said, we told you everything in the letter is a lie. It's a slander against the witches. Someone wants to see us fight. Someone wants to see the witches isolated, alone, and demeaned. Well, who is it? Chapel asked. You might have to ask a certain fatso for that. Chapter 385. The orphanage was surrounded by plenty of soldiers, and people from the most powerful organizations in Novgorod were found gathered there. The witches, the gang lords, and the church. 9 men were surrounding the bounty hunter and Senator Sebastian, while the brave children were led back to class, where Vasema was teaching them the basics of ideologies. Someone tossed a letter into the donation box the day after Sebastian was caught. Chapel mused. This is no coincidence. Chancellor. Letho rubbed his shiny head again. I take it you have no luck in pinpointing the sender, just like Bedlam and Cleaver? Witcher, you need to understand that Novgorod is a city inhabited by tens of thousands of people. There are at least thousands of believers who pass the donation box every day. How do you expect us to locate the sender? Fine, I get it. But you can't deny that Sebastian is a part of this scheme. Serit said, my gut tells me the sender is a failsafe he set in place. The witches stared at Sebastian's face closely in case his expression changed in the slightest. This pig knew what would happen. He told his mate to send you guys the letter if he was captured. You'd send a troop to surround this place and arrest us under the charge of child abuse while he gets off scot-free. The witches were making a strong accusation, but Sebastian looked confused. He didn't even blink. It was like he knew nothing of this. But you failed. Lambert pointed at the fat man angrily. We never did anything evil. Your slander didn't work. And look what that got you into. Witches, that's your speculation. You have no proof. Chapel shook his head and held the fat man's head down like he was inspecting a dead body. But everyone has witnessed his crimes. He hired a kidnapper to steal a child, and he shall be charged with the crime of human trafficking. The stake awaits him. And Jurgen shall be punished as well. Let me go through the wanted posters. Perhaps they're on the list of wanted fugitives. Jurgen and Sebastian's eyes went wide with horror, and they wriggled on the ground like maggots. Tell me, Senator. Why did you slander the witches? Chapel asked. What did they ever do to you? Tell me everything. And you may enjoy a quick and painless death. Perhaps you might only end up with an exile. Sebastian shook his head like crazy, snot covering his whole face, and his eyes were filled with an unspoken plea. It's no use, Chapel. Nothing works on this guy. Orcs shook his head. We went with magical and regular interrogation, but his story remains the same. He claims he did this because the girl resembles his dead daughter. What if that's the truth? No. Letho shook his head. My gut tells me he's lying. He's hiding something, and my instinct has saved me countless times. Why don't I take over for you guys? Chapel caressed the lamia hanging from his belt, and his eyes narrowed. He looked like a viper staring at its prey. I've been doing this for 10 years, and I've seen my fair share of stubborn souls, but none have lasted longer than half an hour when I stepped in. It's disappointing. He shot the fat guy a cruel smile. Maybe the senator can break my streak. Lambert wanted to say something, but Gon held his hand. I trust Chapel. We might actually find some answers if he's doing the interrogating. Everyone who knew the real identity of Orloff was shocked. What the hell? The Doppler is praising someone who's been hunting him down for most of his life? But something even more shocking was waiting for them. Chapel and Orloff exchanged a look and nodded at each other. It was as if a bond were formed between them. Then that settles it. Gon had made up his mind. Chapel will be interrogating Sebastian. I need a quiet room. Chapel smiled. Somewhere enclosed where I can be alone with him. The interrogation went faster than everyone expected. Chapel had his answers half an hour later, and he came out of the toilet with an unconscious Sebastian. He whispered something into the priestess' ear, and she led the soldiers back, away from the woods. What did you find, Chancellor? Cleaver rubbed his hands in anticipation. Chapel heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. I promised, and I delivered. He told me everything. The witches were surprised. Chapel's just a regular guy. How did he make Sebastian tell him the truth when not even Axai could do it? Thank you for capturing this man, witches, he said genuinely. He claims to be the owner of 2 boutiques and a senator who misses his late daughter. But it's more complicated than that. In fact, he's a threat to the city's proud heritage. What proud heritage? The people were wondering what Chapel meant by that. But they quickly realized what the heritage was. Novgorod was part of Redania, but it was akin to a sovereign country free from Redania's control. With its natural, gigantic port, it could trade with all northern kingdoms and Skellige Isles without trouble. Thanks to its free and bustling trade, Novgorod rose to prominence and became the North's richest city. Redania, Kedwin, Temeria, and Edirne were trying to get their hands on the wealth of Novgorod, but none of the rulers would launch an all-out attack for fear of Novgorod's administrators destroying the port, burning the ships, and emptying the treasury. Thanks to that concern, Novgorod managed to become a free city. Letho and his companions exchanged looks. They were reminded of the time they interrogated Sebastian. He had an iron will and resilience that allowed him to endure the power of isekai'd. Is he some kind of intelligence agent? Chapelle smiled but didn't elaborate. Patience, people. Kaer shall return with evidence in an hour, and you will know the truth. He then smiled apologetically at the group. Witches. The collector. I apologize for believing false rumors without verifying. Apology accepted. Letho said, and we hope there won't be a next time. I don't like soldiers scaring our children, or it might result in a tragedy. I'm sorry for my impetuous actions. I just wanted to find out the kind of people you are. He scanned everyone, and his dark, cold look changed into a livelier expression. Are you butchers who would destroy families and conduct inhumane experiments on the poor orphans, or are you kind souls who provide for these children while asking for nothing in return? And what's the conclusion you've arrived at? Letho asked. I think we can work together, and you're reliable people. He paused for a moment. Can I be a part of the peace treaty you've agreed upon? As long as you follow Novgorod's rules and do no harm, then the church is more than willing to coexist with you. That's more like it. Cleaver's face was red with excitement. Can't expand this city if we keep killing people, right? And sooner or later that karma's gonna bite us in the ass. I am down for this idea. A question. Bedlam caressed his ring in an anti-clockwise direction. Chapelle, if memory serves, you have an intense hatred toward non-humans. You're a lot stricter when it comes to dwarves, part-elves, and gnomes, and a big part of our group is made up of non-humans. Yet you wish to sign the peace treaty. Is this a dream? People change. We grow. Chapelle smiled, and he set his sights on all of the collector used to harbor the same hate I had for non-humans, but he changed his policy all of a sudden. You started accepting them and outlawed any discrimination. All-Off smiled at Chapelle. It looked like he found someone who understood him. Chapelle continued, and I'm just a human. Unlike mages, I don't possess the power to see through human minds. Yet personality is the most important aspect for me. Francis and Bedlam were willing to antagonize you out of their concern for the children. I can see they have their own greed. Bedlam didn't even respond to that attempt at a praise. He thought the change in attitude from Chapelle was odd, but him signing the peace treaty was good for him, so he didn't object to it. And the witches have provided much for the orphans. No doubt they're men of integrity. Chapelle continued. We need people of integrity and who have kind, tolerant souls if we want to keep thriving. Letho, Orcs, Lambert, Aiden, and Vesema exchanged a look. We need some time to think. Take as much time as you need. Once you've come to a conclusion, meet me at Spear's Pit 2 days later, and we can sign the agreement. The witches nodded. Chancellor, we have a question. Can we keep taking in orphans? Of course, as long as you don't break any laws. There won't be any restrictions imposed on you. For some reason, the tension in the air was lifted, and everyone was having a peaceful discussion. Aside from Chapelle, everyone was feeling nervous. They were waiting for an answer. An hour went by quickly, and the priestess and soldiers came back with a fourth letter. During the earlier interrogation, Chapelle found out their secret spot. Sebastian's accomplice has been arrested, and this letter will answer all your questions. He tore the envelope open, and this time, it wasn't a letter of slander. Master Dijkstra, Novgorod's situation is ever-changing. Mission is progressing slowly. Months ago, an agreement was reached with Alonzo Wiley, one of the biggest gang lords in the city. He agreed to be your pawn, but tragedy struck. 5 witches invaded his manor and slaughtered everyone, including Wiley. Our partner died. Then they signed a peace treaty with the remaining gang lords, Cleaver, Bedlam, and All-Off. The gang lords convinced the church they were behind the massacre, and they took the loot that is Alonzo's estates. Chapelle, the current Chancellor of Security, fears the Witcher and wishes to gain something from this pact. Not only did he not apprehend the criminals, he cleaned up after them. This is a disgrace. The Witchers sold themselves out for 2 shops, and now they're living in peace. Dandelion the famed bard began working for them. He came up with new scripts to change how the public perceives them. I thought that was the end of the Witchers' antics. I thought Novgorod's political landscape would finally settle. Thus I turned my attention to Orloff and managed to convince him into a partnership. We would clear all obstacles and await His Majesty King Vizim's arrival in Novgorod. Alas, after much research, I realized he was befriending the witches. To be more precise, they brainwashed him. He changed his ways and forbade his men from bullying non-humans. Many part elves, dwarves, and neuromancers started moving to his turf. Something big must have happened to elicit this change. Something unknown. Something dangerous. It's a shame, but I have to kick him out of our list of candidates. After some reflection, I realized why our operations have failed. The bulk of the blame lies on the witches. They came out of nowhere and scrambled our plans. Their actions changed the city's political landscape. Like a fierce school of fish, they muddied the waters, and I couldn't do anything about it. I thought about making them our partners, but witches would never interfere in politics. Also, they have wolves and cats among them. The former follows a code of neutrality, while the latter is just a school of madmen. Many years ago, Kaer held a tournament only for it to be a witcher massacre that almost wiped out all witches in the north. The survivors harbored an intense hatred for all northern official organizations. They're more trouble than they're worth. If we wish to go on with our plan, then we must destroy these variables. Just a while ago, my sources told me the witches were working with the collector in an orphanage project. They're opening an orphanage in rural Novgorod. According to what we've learned about the witches, they will subject children to an evil experiment and torture them physically. Only 3 out of 10 can survive this mutation. All we have to do is capture one child and force them to accuse the witches of abuse and inhumane experimentation in front of the council, and we'll be rid of this nuisance forever. And I've hinted Cleaver and Bedlam about this. They've harbored a grudge against the witches, and their men are keeping an eye on them. I also have a failsafe at the church, just in case my first plan fails. My employee has already made his move, and soon, the witches will find themselves in a predicament. The next time we find another partner, we can be sure nothing will stand in our way. Good news is coming your way. Your loyal servant, Sebastian de Freitas. 1262, first day of the 3rd month. Vizima 2. Serit's eyelids twitched. So Sebastian is a spy of Redania in the flesh. This Dijkstra guy is probably a big shot in the intelligence department. This is the decree of destiny. You've ruined his plans one too many times and earned his ire, and this is his retaliation. The witches exchanged a look of amusement. We got on the nerves of a Redanian spy, and we had no idea about it until 2 seconds ago, but it matters not. The witches' faces fell. They tried to harm the children, and they will pay for that, no matter who they are. Chapel didn't seem surprised at all. He didn't seem to care about the repulsive actions outlined in the letter. He continued. Conspiracies, fanning the flames, and slander. Spy tactics, all right. It's not the first time the northern kingdoms have sent their pests into the city, but most of them hide in the shadows. Sebastian and his comrade are just the tip of the iceberg, but they picked the wrong people to mess with. Sebastian looked defeated, dejected, and out of breath. He had accepted his fate. Bedlam said, "Any spy is an invader. No matter where they're from. They wish to devour the wealth of the citizens and ruin this tenuous balance. They wish to ruin our business." Chapel nodded. "All the reasons Novgorodians should band together and cut the canker out of our tree, but that's all for today. We'll meet again in 2 days. I'll be taking these 2 with me." The witches were still dazed even after the soldiers were gone. In just 1 day, things took more twists than they could ever imagine. Not even veterans like them had the chance to see something like this happen every day. "Feels weird, doesn't it?" Gil smiled. He looked at ease, as if a heavy weight had just been lifted from his shoulders. "Yeah, especially how he acted," Letho said. "He's a bit too friendly to us. He wanted to work with us in the first place." "That was an act to see if you were trustworthy partners," Gil said. "Principled men of integrity are the partners he's looking for, and he's no regular chancellor of security." "What do you mean?" Vasema pinched his beard. "If you couldn't drag Sebastian's secrets out of his mouth, there's no way a regular human could. He only had one way to do it." "Which is?" Letho and Orcs were wondering what the answer was. "My way." He copied Sebastian's memories. Orcs looked shocked. "That's not the Chapel I knew. That's why he let it slide when you guys killed Alonso. He was using the gang lords to cover his disguise up, and the gang lords prefer this version of Chapel," Gon explained, and he suddenly laughed. "I can feel it. He's just like me. He's a Doppler, but he's more powerful and a better actor than I am." Chapter 386. Within the underground laboratory, over a great fire stood a cauldron, and murky liquid roiled and bubbled within. Its color was ever-changing like a surprised cuttlefish. Crushed bryonia, ribble leaf, and mandrake root swam within the liquid. A blue concoction flowed through the swirling test tubes and distillery beside the cauldron. Slowly, the concoction dripped into a hot vat. On the rightmost work surface, an alcohol burner was heating up a gigantic graduated cylinder filled with purple liquid, and green smoke billowed from within. A beautiful sorceress in a blue dress stood before her apparatuses, casting her spell like nobody's business. The light of magic swirled around her, and she pointed at the cauldron, the vat, and the graduated cylinder. Sacks of dried herbs lying on the racks were cut into pieces, and crimson monster organs were in containers. "Ghoul Mutagon, number 1, Leito announced. The witcher behind her went ahead and tossed a red, fleshy mass into the cauldron. The viral infections had changed the witcher by a considerable degree. Gone was the lean lad, replaced by a gaunt figure. His clothes, once snug, were now oversized and baggy. His lustrous hair was as dry and yellow as hay. There was barely any meat on his face, and his cheeks almost poked out of his skin. His golden eyes were abnormally big, not unlike a pair of healthy almonds. But his eyes were bloodshot and crazed. The lad looked like a terminal patient, but he was fine within. His eyes seemed to flare with fire, and his pale cheeks were red. Arakas, number 2. Fleda, number 3. Leito gave a couple more orders. Like a golem filled with chaos energy, the witcher carried out her orders perfectly. The duo kept on working, and 5 minutes later, Roy added the base mutagens to all 3 concoctions according to the preordained 6:1 ratio. The sorceress started chanting, her fingers weaving signs at a speed faster than the eye could see. At first, the chant was silvery and sing-song like a humming stream, but as the chaos energy started to saturate the air, Leito raised her voice. Her incantation became the hymn of nature. Roy heard everything from the chirps of cicadas in the summer to the roars of the waves that crashed on the reefs and shores of the land. A powerful gust of wind appeared all of a sudden, billowing her hair. It looked like flames dancing in the air, and her dress danced like a flag that was kissing the wind. The lad could vaguely notice dark clouds hanging from the ceiling. The liquids in the containers started bubbling like water in the hot springs. An invisible hand was hastening the process, finishing the boiling and extraction in one fell swoop. The liquid was drying up at a breakneck speed, and colorful gases flew into the air. A bizarre smell, something akin to the mixture of honey and blood, filled the air. Leito's incantation stopped, and so did her gestures. 3 blobs of clear jelly-like liquid hovered in the air only to crash down into the glasses on the workstation. Leito wiped the sweat off her nose with a handkerchief. Her chest was heaving, and she let out a long sigh. She extended her hand and picked up the first cup of concoction. A moment of hesitation later, she turned around to face the witcher, her lips pursed. "This is the first of the 3 concoctions for the trial, Mother's Tears." It was emerald green, just like the river of life. "This is the wild dry juice." The concoction was blood red, just like a fatally alluring ruby. "And this is speargrass sap." The last one was as blue as the sky, drawing the eyes of anyone who saw it. "These things are going to kick in really fast and hard if we go with injections. It's risky for you. I recommend drinking them and relying on your stomach to deal with it, but do it in 5 minutes, or the effects will wane." Roy tried to take the first concoction, but Leito grabbed his hand. Her shoulders were shaking, and she stared into his eyes. With a voice as soft as cotton, she said, "It's not too late to give up. You can heal back up in 6 months at most. But if you drink these, then there's no turning back. Either you live, or you die in agony." A griffin the size of a lion rushed to its master's side and rubbed its head against his leg. An unspoken plea hid in its eyes. The ever-loyal griffin laid witness to its master's changes over the days. The drastic change scared it. The prospect of losing the man who raised it struck terror into its heart. Roy patted its mane and caressed its neck in silence. He turned his attention to Leiter, and an ugly smile tugged on his lips. "Remember the prophecy? This will work. It's going to be hard, but it will work." Confidence shone in the witch's eyes. "Softly and firmly," he said. "And I won't leave you behind." He huddled closer. Despite his being skin and bones, the Witcher was emanating a surprising level of heat. His eyes, though bloodshot and lethargic, seemed to be filled with stars. He stared at the glass she was holding and took it from her. "I need to do something before this." He took a deep breath and turned around. He held the surprised sorceress and gave her a kiss. Long was the kiss, but they eventually parted when Leiter's lipstick covered his lips and he heaved a long sigh. "Trust me. Whatever happens, do not use magic." The Witcher downed all 3 concoctions in one go and lay on the operating theater. His head was resting on Leiter's lap, and she caressed his hair with one hand while holding his hand with the other. She stared at him without blinking once. The trial finally took place, and a tired Roy closed his eyes like he was going to sleep. His breathing was calm, and all his vitals were fine. His limbs would spasm occasionally, however, and his veins would wriggle like worms. They would swim around for a moment before slinking back down. A few hours later, something happened. Blood flew up high in the air, and Leiter touched her cheek in surprise. She looked at her hand and was greeted by a big patch of blood. Beads of blood were flowing down the Witcher's face. The sorceress thought she heard the subtle sound of Roy's blood vessels bursting. Blood kept trickling out of his skin, and the young Witcher coughed up even more blood. His body temperature was rising at an alarming rate, not unlike someone who was infected by a deadly disease. The young Witcher kept bleeding. 10 minutes later, he had lost 1/10 of his blood. His silk shirt was drenched crimson, and he looked like he just came back from a deadly battle. Leiter was worried. She didn't even bother wiping the blood from her face. But that was only the beginning. The trials were fighting, rampaging across their host's body like 2 rabid dogs. Eventually, they started tearing him apart. The skin on the left side of his nose broke down, revealing the muscles and veins underneath. The cracks started spreading from his face to his chest, then his back, and then all the way to his limbs. They resembled a big, grotesque cobweb on fire, and Roy was like a fragile item that would break at any moment. Leiter bandaged him and stitched his wounds as fast as she could, but it couldn't stop the bleeding. Her hands were covered in sweat and blood, all from the man lying in his own pool of life force. She stared at Roy. He looked pale, and his back was icy, as if he were in a chilling freezer. His skin is peeling off, and he's bleeding out too fast. Is this it? Is he going to fail? She thought it was sad. "I shouldn't have let you do this. No Witcher can take 2 trials. I guess it's a failure, but I won't let you die." She bit her lip. A healing spell was starting to converge on her fingertips, a holy light burning bright. But then she remembered what Roy told her before he undertook this ordeal. Do not use magic. It was but a moment's hesitation, but that indecision granted her the chance to witness something bizarre, or, to be exact, something miraculous. The unconscious Witcher let out a grunt, and all the cracks on his skin pulled back and stitched themselves back together. It was as if an invisible hand were healing him. The Witcher was still very much hurt and unwell, but the bleeding had finally stopped, and his temperature was going down. His blood pressure, breathing, and heart rate were going back to normal as well. Leiter dispelled her spell and clutched her chest in great relief. And then she heaved a sigh. But then she started wondering about something else. The moment Roy took the trial, his attention was fixed closely on his character sheet. Debuffs like bleeding, high fever, and affliction kept popping up. His HP also took a drastic dip, bringing him an inch from death. Activate, once again, swooped in for the rescue, and he managed to keep his condition under control. So that's what she meant when she said no Witcher could take 2 trials. The Manticore trial's toxicity was nothing to fear, but the clash between the 2 trials was. Roy could feel 2 balls of invisible energy vying for control within his body, destroying his bones, vessels, organs, and even genes. I need to get over this hurdle. At least I need to survive. I can't use full recovery just yet. If I stop the mutation halfway through, I'll be an incomplete mutant, and thus, the charge of activate he received from meditating every day was imperative in this deadly battle that was raging within him. He slipped into the void of meditation and hugged the beautiful elements. Beyond the horizon stood four beautiful, ancient dimensions of the four classical elements. All the sorceress saw was a witcher lying there in peace. And then the trial segued into the part Roy was familiar with. The manticore and the viper would clash within him once every day, using his body as their battlefield. They would run rampant through his veins, marrows, and organs like two knives, shredding him piece by piece. And the witcher would bleed, contract a high fever, have episodes of fits, bleed all over his face, murmur like a madman, sleepwalk, laugh for no reason, and yell at the air. Sometimes these symptoms would happen at the same time. But thanks to Activate, he managed to heal 30% of his HP and save himself from certain doom every day. Thanks to that, he could hang on in this battle. Lyta was shocked to witness Roy's miraculous resilience at first, and then she was numb to it. She showed great understanding and care to Roy throughout the whole ordeal. The young witcher would look like a mess after the battle every day. He would be covered in blood and sweat like a foul beast, and yet Lyta didn't complain. She would wipe the filth off his body every day with a soft towel drenched in warm water. She would take the time to cook a delicious and nutritious seafood meal for Roy every day, feeding him during the short time he was conscious. Once, Roy even joked that if any hospital in the land had a nurse who was as beautiful and caring as Lyta, all the men in the city would willingly make themselves sick just to see her. 3 days remained until the month-long process ended, and Roy was inching ever nearer to perfection. He was getting better every day. Pain was not the only outcome of the internal battle. There was also a great change as well. His skin, muscles, veins, organs, and bones were destroyed and rebuilt time and time again. Through this destruction, his strength grew, and so did his life force. Now the young witcher possessed an incredible regenerative factor. What was once a gaunt man was now lean and strong. He regained his lost muscle mass and became stronger. All the wounds on his body formed scabs and healed up, leaving nothing but scars behind. And he gained some height as well. Lyta was slightly taller than him before the trial, but now he could stare into her eyes without looking up. His hair grew at a blistering rate. Before long, it had tumbled down his neck, and a hint of gray appeared in his otherwise black hair. His heart was beating even stronger, not unlike a metal machine. It felt as if his heartbeat would ring through time itself. Roy was going through another day of battle once more. His eyes were closed, but instead of darkness, he saw a terrible battle. A gigantic, yellowish-gray pit viper with diamond-shaped scales was fighting against a lion that had the tail of a scorpion. The viper contracted its body, constricting the manticore until it was covered in blood. The viper then hissed and gulped the manticore's head, but the manticore refused to yield. It let out a roar that rumbled the earth and buried its stinger into the viper's flesh, tearing it apart. The battle eventually came to a close. Exhausted and out of commission, the beasts slowly merged into one, their blood still trickling from their countless wounds. And then darkness fell once more. Roy felt a powerful surge of life force coursing through his body, raining down on his every cell, strengthening them. The young witcher absorbed this life force greedily. Every muscle, every blood vessel, and every inch of his skin was filled with great power. His heart was beating as loudly as a drum, threatening to leap out of his chest. Roy needed to let this energy out, and then he opened his eyes. They were gleaming with power. His right eye was still dark gold, but his left was split into two colors. Half of it was dark gold, while the other was shining gray. Chapter 387. Lights of the lab shone on the silhouette that just sat up on the operating theater. His face was covered in scabs, but his body was chiseled and lean. Slowly, he turned his attention to the sorceress beside him. Their eyes met, and Lyta covered her mouth in disbelief. She stared at him, her eyes filled with delight and tears of joy. "I did it, Coral." The Witcher beamed at her and pulled her into his embrace, and then he hugged her as tightly as he could. He rested his chin on her shoulder and caressed her fiery red hair that smelled like roses. Then he kissed her shoulder. Their cheeks were pressed against each other, and Leiter closed her eyes in relief. Silence reigned for a moment. The two of them enjoyed a moment of peace, listening to nothing but their heartbeats. A long while later, Roy heaved a sigh. "Thank you for your help, Coral. Allow me to repay my debt." But Leiter didn't answer. Much to Roy's curiosity, he took a closer look and noticed that Leiter was already asleep in his embrace. Her eyelashes were fluttering, and a few moments later, quiet snores escaped her lips. She was exhausted. The trial might be torture for the Witcher, but the mage who hosted it was under equal stress as well. Over the past month, Leiter had to wake up in the middle of the night every day to check on him. She never had a good night's sleep. Roy looked at her guiltily and kissed her forehead. He picked her up and gently put her on the operating theater, and then he covered her with a blanket. He caressed her cheek with his hand and stared at her for a long while. Eventually, the Witcher turned round and put a finger to his lips. His griffin was wagging its tail too quickly, and Roy didn't want to wake Leiter up. Griffin stopped moving right away. It waited for its master to approach it. Roy held it tightly and buried his head in its mane. He took a deep breath, and a frown furrowed his brows. "Griffin, you haven't bathed in more than 2 weeks, have you? You smell even worse than me." Griffin rubbed its head against Roy's leg and turned over, revealing its belly to him. Like a child throwing a tantrum, it kept turning around until Roy gave it some belly rubs. It let out purrs of satisfaction and slowly fell asleep. "She's asleep." Roy's eyes gleamed. He balled his fists and loosened them again, taking in his new strength. He turned his head and started warming up, pushing into the ground for a moment before leaping up into the air, like a gust of wind. He flew through the air easily. "Not bad." My dexterity and strength improved a lot, but that wasn't the biggest change. He concentrated on his character sheet once more, and a red message greeted him. "You have passed your second trial. Your stats are dramatically increased, and you are now an intermediate Witcher." Roy. Age, 15 years old. Status, Viper, Manticore. Honorary Wolf, Knight of Lake Vizima. HP, 170-300, plus 80 from the trial. Mana, 200-280, plus 80 from the trial. Strength, 10.5-14.5. Dexterity, 11-15. Constitution, 13-22. Perception, 9.5-11.5. Will, 14.5-15. Charisma, 8-9. Spirit, 16-20. Skills: Massacre level 6, Observe level 2, Meditation level 6, Crossbow Mastery level 2, Sword Mastery level 2, Alchemy level 2, Witcher Senses level 1, Witcher Science level 3. Elder Blood, passive. Trial of the Grasses, passive. You have endured the trial for a second time. The trials and tribulations you endured have gifted you enormous boosts for your body. You are now immune to most plagues, diseases, and lethal toxicity. Your eyes can see better in the dark now. Your stats have increased dramatically. Your HP is permanently increased by 40-80 points, and your mana is permanently increased by 40-80 points. Roy massaged his temples and sorted his new abilities out. Satisfaction and disappointment appeared in his eyes at the same time. "I got a 24.5-point total increase in stats, about 20% more than what I got from my first trial." Roy thought that was the result of both trials merging at the very end. Strength, dexterity, and spirit all saw a 4-point increase, while constitution leapt up by 9 points. Green mutagens, the mutagen of life and poison resistance, had a ratio of 6 in this trial, while the mutagens of strength and dexterity only had a ratio of 1. That difference in ratio ended up pulling a bit of distance between Roy's stats, but the increase was disproportionate to the ratio. Perhaps the trial doesn't work too well on stats that are higher than rank 2. My constitution is now 22. I could only take 2 decoctions at one time before this. Maybe I can take 3 now? If I can get my constitution to 25, I can take the acorn without losing my memory. That acorn is gonna save a life someday. His constitution outstripped half of the Brotherhood members' constitution. The cats and the most wolves had lower constitution compared to him. And his Trial of the Grasses passive skill increased his HP by 80 points. He was more durable than regular witches now. His strength and dexterity were still a far cry from most witches, but his spirit was higher than everyone else's. They were trained in close-quarter combat and sword play, while Roy was a better marksman and long-range DPS. It was impossible for him to face a veteran swordsman when his sword play was only level 2. Of course, if he could use everything in his arsenal and fight to the death, he wouldn't be afraid of anything. He had fear, stun bolts, blink, a huge mana pool, activates great support, and his powerful mount. Roy was a powerhouse in combat. He took a deep breath and went for a few more sets of exercises to adapt to his new strength. After they made their return, he would have to spend some time training his new body. Stats aside, Roy's appearance underwent a big change as well. He was about 5'10" now, and his bulking constitution bulked his muscles up. One flex, and all his muscles under his shirt would go taut, but he was nowhere near Letho's muscle size. He still wouldn't turn any heads in horror just yet. Still not a rock-hard guy, not to mention he had elder blood flowing in his veins, and elves weren't known for their bulky body shape. His face was more chiseled and mature. No longer did he look like a child. Roy was more of a young lad in his late teens now, and half of his left eye was gray instead of gold. Feels like I'm heterochromatic. There was a special air about him, and his high charisma would make him a heartthrob. One look and they would remember what he looked like. Last time, he lost all his hair from the trial, but this time, that didn't happen. In fact, his hair and brows grew even more. There was a hint of gray among them. Coral's worries were for nothing. Roy looked at the sorceress. I'm still not bald. Once again, he turned his attention to the character sheet. EXP full. Do you wish to level up? Yes. Main stat, will, 1517. Roy felt like he was struck by a lightning bolt, and his mind froze. He thought he was hearing the air ripple and shimmer like water. At the same time, an electric current coursed through his body, and every cell felt numb. Yet there was a feeling of euphoria filling him. The torture and torment he endured over the past month was waved away. Roy felt refreshed and energized, not unlike he just had a good night's sleep and a big breakfast. A smile curled his lips. Once again, his character sheet changed. Level 8 Witcher, rank, intermediate. To gain the rank of Advanced Witcher, you must 1. Go through all the remaining trials. 2. Kill a monster with any single stat that is greater than 20, 0-10. 3. Acquire a greater mutagen, 0-10. Trials passed, Viper, Manticore. Job perks, 1. Main stat, will. Every time you level up, you gain a 2-point increment for your main stat. No stat point investment required. 2. Bound weapons. 3. Full recovery. 4. Mount, Griffin. Inventory space, 46 cubic meters. Remaining skill point, 1. Remaining stat point, 1. Okay, so I can take more resources with me now. Damn it. I have to go through all the trials if I wanna rank up. Roy massaged his temples again, but this time, he was frustrated. He had no plan of going through another trial. First, he had to take some time adapting to his newfound strength. Second, he had 2 trials sleeping within him, and adding a third into the mix would only cause another raging battle that would be even fiercer than the one he already had. He might not be strong enough to get through it as he was. I should check my gains out. Roy allocated his stat point to will. 1718. A purple lightning bolt flitted across his eyes, stunning him for a moment. He thought he saw an invisible door before him. As usual, he allocated his skill point to meditation. Meditation, level 6 level 7. You gain a charge of activate every time you perform a full meditation, 5 hours. Activate heals you for 30-40% of your HP and mana. It can also heal minor injuries and alleviate regular injuries. Constitution, 22-22.5. HP, 300-305. Spirit, 19-19.5. Mana, 270-275. His skills were getting stronger the deeper into this world he ventured. Meditation didn't grant a lot of stat increments, but it could heal Roy and replenish his mana by nearly half of its maximum value, and it could alleviate regular injuries as well. This was a life-saving skill. Now he was one step closer to the dimension of the elements. Roy heaved a sigh of satisfaction and grasped the air. A yellowish-gray hand crossbow appeared in his palm. It was 50% larger than its original form. Holding it with one hand felt awkward, and its string felt as warm as flesh. Roy almost thought he was touching an animal's skin-bound weapon. Gabriel, after its 5th power-up, Gabriel is no longer the same regular weapon it used to be. It is now a top-notch crossbow. You possess a cyclops tendon and hamstring in your inventory space. Gabriel is powered up again. Type, hand crossbow. Components, mulberry wood, cyclops tendon, cyclops hamstring, hump, mana. Specs, weighs 8-10 pounds. Draw strength, 60-120 pounds. Effective range, 73-123 meters. Affixes, simplify. Guided arrows, blink, stun bolts, ogre's fury. New. Gabriel has extracted and absorbed the cyclops body part. Effective range is increased by 50 meters permanently, and Gabriel's attack power is increased drastically. Whoa! Delight filled the eyes of the Witcher. This power-up didn't add a lot of new powers, but it was simple. Gabriel's effective range was more than 100 meters, and its damage was almost doubled. With guided arrows, stun bolts, crossbow mastery level 2, the damage increase from massacre, and observe support. Roy could destroy any Knorr magical shield in one blow, even if the other fighter was 100 yards away. Headshots all the time. Roy caressed it like it was his lover and put it on a table. He then held a glinting blade in his hand. The hilt was made of leather, and it looked like it was alive. It was sturdy and slightly sticky to the touch. It was as smooth as ever, but 5 star-shaped runes formed a semicircle in the middle of the blade. Steel sword, Gwiher. An ancient sword made by gnomes. Gwiher is now even stronger after its 5th power-up. You possess Bruce's magical limb and a metal ladle. You have more than 20 points in your constitution. Gwiher is now powered up. Type, steel sword. Components, dark iron, magmas, meteorite ore, leather, pinewood, powdered monster tissue, Bruce limb, unknown metal, mana. Specs, weighs 3 pounds. Hilt measures 9.3 inches, blade measures 36 inches. Affixes, circulation, ignite, painful strike, teleport, suppression, devour. New. The Bruce uses her ladle to stir her cauldron, cook and consume her victim's flesh, absorbing their life force in an attempt to suppress the negative emotions and poison the land of villain is assaulting her with. Gwiher has inherited part of her abilities. Every time you injure an enemy, Gwiher can devour a part of their life force and store it within itself. Once all 5 stars light up, the user may expend all stars to heal them for a quarter of their HP. This skill can also heal minor injuries. Your constitution is more than 20. The negative effects of monster flesh do not affect you. You may also expend the runes to cast a powerful slash. Not a bad skill. Defense and offense at the same time. Roy swung his blade around, tearing through the air. He could vaguely hear the screams of the Bruce surrounding the blade. Gwiher's circulation heals my stamina with every kill, and devour can heal my HP. Group fights. Call Gwiher, and I have activate. Now I have 300 horsepower too. I can fight for a long time even if I'm surrounded. Perhaps I can even fight on forever if I have enough enemies surrounding me. He thrust the blade forward and placed it beside the crossbow before he produced a crimson blade. Silver sword, Erondite, a sword granted by a lady of the lake. It has gone through a 3rd power-up and gained a new power. Type, silver sword. Components, tear stone, dark iron, cured draconid leather, powdered monster tissue, nymph blood, silver, Bruce limb, unknown metal, mana. Specs, weighs 6.06 pounds, hilt measures 11 inches, blade measures 40 inches. Affixes, mana reduction, aqua blessing, aqua summoning, teleport, suppression, devour. New. Note: this sword was granted to Roy by Vivienne, a lady of the lake. Only those who pass her test may wield this sword. Roy crossed his arms and smiled at his weapons. It had been a long while since his last level up. The more he leveled up, the more he had to fight for the next level up. But this time, His power level surged to an incredible level. He wanted to spar with someone. But before that, he patted his mount's furry head to calm it down and stared at the sleeping sorceress. I have to thank Coral properly first. Chapter 388. Yet again, the sun slowly set behind the horizon. The children at the orphanage had their dinner and were playing with their chicks. 2 months had gone by since they received their pets, and most of them weighed 2 pounds now. The chicks were clucking and following the children closely. Some of the chicks looked a little famished though, as their masters would sometimes forget to feed them. Monty was tossing a chick around, but then he stopped suddenly. The boy turned his attention to the woods outside. His jaw dropped, forming a comic hello. There was a man and a woman approaching the orphanage. The man was wearing the familiar manticore armor Monty had seen so many times. A pair of swords were strapped to his back, and he looked like a mountain under the sun. The woman was in a white dress. Her hair was fiery red and billowing in the wind, while her beautifully tanned skin was glimmering under the last rays of the sun. A smile tugged on her lips. She was holding the witch's arm and leaned closely on him. "Hey, people!" Roy's back. "Surround him. Don't let him get away. And the ladies here too." The kids let out happy shouts that shook the earth. They quickly surrounded Roy and stared at him innocently like puppies wagging their tail and waiting to be petted. Their chicks were clucking loudly behind them, and the scene was chaotic. "Did you miss me, kids?" The muscular witcher took his sunglasses off and patted the children's heads. "You grew a bit, Akamathorn." "Monty, you put on some weight. Did you slack off?" "Charname, stop looking so glum. Cal, you're even prettier now. The girls might think you're one of them." Carl blushed. "Renee, open your mouth. I wanna see if you've grown any teeth." "Oh, as neat as a comb." "And Vicky, your eyes are glimmering again." "So, how many full marks this time?" The beautiful girl with twin ponytails stared at the ground and tugged on the hem of her clothing happily. "We thought you weren't coming back, Roy," Monty shouted. Roy smiled and looked at the children. "I won't leave you kids behind." The children started gushing and throwing a lot of questions at Roy. "Your eyes are different." "They're different colors now. Did you grow taller, Roy?" "Halt." Roy smiled and looked at the sorceress standing behind the children. She was smiling at him. "How about you kids play with Lighter?" He winked at the sorceress. "Take care of the kids, Coral." "Huh?" Lighter's jaw dropped a little. There was confusion and anticipation in her eyes. Deep inside her, she wanted to play with the children, but one was enough. This was too many. "You wanted to play with the kids? Here's your chance." Roy put Vicky's hand in Coral's hand and wiped the sweat off his forehead before he left the orphanage. Getting bombarded by so many questions was more tiring than going through a trial. Even now, he could still hear the kids asking Coral questions. "You're so beautiful, Lighter. Are you a nymph? Are you Roy's bride? How old are you?" "Orcs and Lambert told us to call you Granny." And Lighter's smile was wiped off her face. 1 month. "Can't believe you came back, kid." Lether was leaning on the wall outside the classroom, his arms crossed. There was a solemn look in his eyes. "Now do you see why I told you to stay away from them? I hope you've learnt your lesson." "Yeah, Roy." Orcs showed up on the other side of the classroom. His eyes were narrowed and filled with envy and sarcasm. "You need to be really strong to date a sorceress. Their bodies are modified, and their stamina is on par with ours. Slip, and they'll drain you dry. I can't believe you lasted for a month." "Made us proud." Sarah emerged from the classroom. "Odd. Instead of losing weight, you gained muscle, and some height." "Of course he got taller. He's at that age." His eyes, however. An energized Vasema came out right after. There was approval in his eyes, but also a question. "I might be old and forgetful now, but there are some things I don't forget. Like how your eyes used to be dark gold, but now they're heterochromatic." All eyes turned Troy, especially the great part of his left eye. "Did you really think I was there for a vacation?" Roy smiled. "I went through a lot of potions just to optimize the Manticore trial. Some of them affected me and changed my eye color." And he gained a look of gratitude from Felix. He knew Roy did that to protect Carl and elevate his chances of success. Roy continued, "But don't worry. I went through it because my premonition said it would be fine. And I have a special healing skill. Aside from this change in eye color, Nothing else happened. The optimization is a big success. All that's left is for Kaer to take the trial. Letho mused. He was reminded of Roy's regenerative ability, but he still looked displeased. You were supposed to assist her, not test her drugs out. Did she force you into this? On the contrary, we almost got into a big fight because she tried to stop me. Then why? Why did you do that? Are you stupid? Serit shook his head and pointed a finger at Roy. If something had happened to you, we'd have lost our seer who would have taken over. You didn't go through the trial, did you? Eskel blurted. He had been quiet until now. I'm not stupid. Of course not. Roy lied as naturally as he breathed. He shook his head. I'd die if I took a second trial. It'd clash with the trial I have. Look at me. I'm fine. And 1 month isn't enough to hold a trial. They were just regular potions. The witches fell silent, but their doubts were starting to wane. Heterochromia isn't something trivial. For once, Orcs was serious. Your luck will run out sooner or later. Genetic mutation is unpredictable. If you had lost an eye or a nose, Lyta would have dumped you. She wouldn't. Roy was sure of it. Her taking care of him over the past month told Roy enough of her loyalty. Next time something this dangerous pops up again, tell us about it. Gerald patted Roy's shoulder. We'll talk it through. Can't let a young lad take all the risks. Lambert thumped Roy's chest. If you think of us as your friends, that is. Eskel and Kaer gave Roy a look of concern. Aiden was staring silently. The veteran witches might be chastising Roy, but he could see they were worried about him. Aiden was a little envious. Gatherings rarely happened between cats, let alone showing concern. Even if someone did show concern, they usually had something to gain. Eventually, Roy gave in to the lectures. Fine. I promise I'll tell you before I do anything like this next time. Don't even try to bullshit your way out of this, kid. Letho shot him a withering look. I'll leave the Brotherhood if I break that promise. Everyone calm down a little. Roy changed the subject. So, did you guys do anything while I was gone? Lots of things. Vasema pinched his beard and told Roy about the tale of Sebastian. So, an image of a 200-pound, 6'6" man popped into his head. Geez. Looks like a pig that just got a shower. If memory served him right, Redania's intelligence agency manager was that towering man in his mind, Sigismund Dijkstra. He was a controversial man with many flaws. Hiding in the shadows while cooking up conspiracies was what he did best. Still, he was truly loyal to Redania, his home country. Didn't expect a fight with Sigismund to break out so soon, and we actually won. But that was not the end. He didn't think Sigismund would give up so soon. There must be more Redanian spies lurking in Novgorod. Heck, spies from every kingdom. Perhaps. Roy did remember a part of Chapel's history. A few years ago, he died from a heart attack, and a Doppler was wandering close by. So he took Chapel's place and started doing charity with the power he had. But 10 years later, Redania invaded Novgorod and had the church under control. The Doppler was found out and burned at the stake. That won't happen this time. I'm here now. Roy fell silent for a moment. So we have 2 Dopplers in Novgorod now. At least he's a better neighbor than the evil chancellor. This is good news. Serit smiled. This is destiny's decree. Not only did Redania's spy fail to thwart us, but they made us look like saints. Chapel recognizes our efforts and is now in on the peace treaty. We just signed the revised treaty at a brothel a while ago. The church is our ally now. So long as we don't do anything illegal, we can get Gunt to convince his friend to join our alliance, suggested Roy. And he's working on it. Chapel needs us to cover his ass for the hierarch. He will have to join the alliance whether he likes it or not. Letho answered. We've cleared all obstacles. Lambert was shivering in excitement. Now nobody can stop our expansion. We got to take it one step at a time. We're not in a hurry to take in new students. Vasema looked into the distance. Coral was sweating from answering all the questions the children were throwing at her. First, we have to raise the ones we have. They're plenty brilliant. The witches were reminded of the day these kids defended them from the church despite them being so outnumbered and outclassed. Even though they were scared and terrified, they still stepped in bravely. You raised them well, but only less than a quarter of them can be witches. Vasema said, we know how witches are traditionally trained, and what about the regular children? What do you think? Should we just go on with the classes and activities like usual? Are we going to tell them to leave once they come of age and strike out on their own? The Vipers exchanged smiles. We were just waiting for that question, Vasema. The Brotherhood is only made up of witches, but there's no rules saying we can't work with regular people. Roy started explaining his plan. We're spending a lot of time and effort raising these kids. It'd be best if we could maintain an amicable bond. We need all kinds of people for the Brotherhood to work. Once they master common speech and identify themselves as a part of our community, we can go into specialization. Since they would put themselves in danger to protect you, I think they've already thought of themselves as one of us. Roy looked at his companions. Some prefer medicine and alchemy. They can learn from Letho. And we have a workplace for them to practice. I'm a decent alchemist too. Kaer pushed his sunglasses up, revealing his eyes. Of course, you're one of the best people who can teach them. And some of the kids prefer farming and husbandry. You expect us to hire a druid to teach them? Felix cocked an eyebrow. Roy smiled, but he said nothing. Let me guess. Some of them are interested in poetry and culture. Lambert asked curiously. Should we get Dandelion to teach them, then? No. Let him enjoy his retirement. Roy shook his head. They can further their studies in Oxenfurt Academy. Don't underestimate intellectuals. If they make a name for themselves, they can write books and epics that alter how the public sees us. That'll help our mission. A long silence ensued. Vasema broke the ice. That's a big dream, lad. A dream that needs a lot of time and money. A decade, at least. And a lot can change in a decade. Perhaps reality will not end up as ideally as the vision you have in mind. That's where we come in. Novgorod is the perfect place for us. So we have to try. Roy's eyes shone. We'll raise and guide them. They can work for the Brotherhood, and we can help them out as well. Blacksmithing, alchemy, farming, culture, no matter which field it is. When the regular children make a name for themselves, they'll be a big boon to us. We can leave the regular work to them while we concentrate on expansion. Too early, if you ask me, Eskel commented. We should raise the kids we have and build a solid foundation for them. No, I think we should be prepared. Seret suggested. We should build a furnace and workstation near the orphanage. Then we'll find a spot to set up a garden. Seret rubbed his chin and ran the calculations in his head. We'll need about 1,000 crowns. Letho, orcs, Seret, and Vasema suggested something as well, and they reached a decision. Roy turned his attention to the witches who just came back from clearing the sewers and finding the griffin diagram. So, how did things go on your end? Your premonition was spot on. 6 diagrams, all accounted for. Gerald nodded with a smile. He was wearing green leather armor with chains covering his vitals. It was the viper armor Vasema brought back. On the other hand, Kaer was wearing heavy ursine armor. His chest and torso were covered in chainmail, while his hands were covered in plate armor, and he was wearing brigandine armor that draped down to his knees. Wasn't an easy trip. Harpies, drowners, wyverns, wraiths. We killed them all. Got nearly 10 mutagens. I'm getting the next mission, right? Lambert wiggled his eyebrows. Staying here all the time makes me rusty. Don't you think so, Aiden? Yes. Aiden's interest in the Brotherhood was growing, but it wasn't enough to make him join. He needed a good battle. You'd throw away an easy job for battle? Vasema chuckled. Easy jobs are for you, old man. Lambert snorted. Roy rolled his eyes and turned to Felix. So, how did the sewer cleaning go? A nice trip, and good training, but he looked at Eskel, the guy who went with him. Eskel rubbed his arm, and Roy noticed a bandage under his sleeve. The sewers are filled with drowners and ghouls. Felix and I killed about 100 of them in a month. The church should make you model citizens. Roy smiled. I got ahead of myself, and one of them got me, but it was just a scratch, nothing more. And we gained a lot from this trip. Felix pushed his sunglasses up, his eyes twinkling with a smile. Monster organs and mutagens galore. If we add Gerald's loot onto the pile, we'll have enough to make 2 doses of the trial and a lot of pre-trials, and a lot of decoctions too. There's a passage we didn't clear in time. Eskel paused for a moment. We'll finish the job tomorrow. You stay here and rest. Roy wanted to take this. It's been a month since I had some action. I'd like to fight. Count us in. Aiden and Lambert raised their hands. Nobody was sent out for any mission. Everyone stayed back to prepare. They were looking forward to Kaer's trial. He was the first one to take it since the orphanage's inception. Chapter 389. Another bustling day for Novgorod came. One sorceress in a red dress was found going through the shops with Felix, purchasing the items they needed for Kaer's trial. On the other hand, Vesemir and Gerald were adjusting and making sure the apparatuses in the lab were running as usual. They needed everything to be right. Mignola sighed. This was the second time in a while Vesemir was looking forward to something. Gerald's heart was thumping furiously. The last time he felt this nervous was during the breakup with Yennefer. 30 long years had passed since the last Twitcher was born, Roy excluded. The wolves were waiting for a miracle to happen. Orcs and Letho hunted for a furnace and alchemy workstation in the marketplace and smithy. Eskel and Kian stayed back and managed the children. Roy, Lambert, and Aiden, unlike their companions, were venturing through the dark sewers of Novgorod. Sounds of footsteps echoed in the dark passage. The ditch was filled with sewage. Wet moss lined the ground, and the stench of refuse fouled the air. Here was the resting place of many critters and unknown creatures. 3 silhouettes were venturing across this passage. One had amber eyes, one was heterochromatic, and the last one had red eyes, not unlike flickering, intangible flames found in cemeteries. The passage was not quiet at all. Grotesque toads covered in pus and slime croaked in the corner. Grey rats the size of human heads scuttled across the sprawling sewers, and dark shadows shuffled and murmured in the dark. The witches came to a halt. Roy crouched a little and leaned onto the wall, black veins squirming on his face. He could see a crimson ribbon coming at them from the passage before them, and he sniffed the air. It was befouled by the smell of weed and the repugnant odor of bloated corpses floating on the sewers. Roy looked at his companions, and they unsheathed their blades. With one hand, they held their weapon before their chest, and with the other, they cast a sign in the air. Askn enveloped them in its safe yellow shield. A drowner that gleamed dark green reared its ugly head. Its bulging, sickly eyes scanned its surroundings, and it saw 3 prey before it. The drowner opened its maw. If it weren't a monster, it would have looked like a big grin. Viscous drool trickled down to the ground, and its canine teeth were almost glinting. A sharp sound of something zipping through the air rang in the passage, and the drowner was no more. A firework of blood replaced what was supposed to be its forehead. The bolt's damage exceeded even its user's expectations. Like a siege hammer, it sent the drowner's body flying back. It slammed into the walls and fell into the squalid ditch along with a few pieces of debris. A big hole bore through its forehead, and its brains drenched the ground in red. Howls of drowners were heard, and a herd of them appeared from behind the corner. The witches charged straight at them without fear. Lambert thrust his blade at a drowner's neck, killing it easily. Then he swung his blade aside, slicing off another drowner's head easily. Blood spurted, and the witcher was excited. Aiden ran into the group of drowners, cutting them down like weed. Some had their eyes destroyed, some had their necks pierced, while some had their chins annihilated. Aiden did not miss. His blade danced across the air, and for a moment, it seemed like there were nothing but 2 silhouettes pirouetting and killing the monsters. Roy leapt straight into the fray. He put his weight on his left leg, and his muscles tensed up. The veins on his face wriggled and squirmed. A surge of strength welled within him, coursing into his arms. Aerondight spun around, slicing the drowners open with ease. Blood and innards spilled across the battlefield, and 3 drowners were cut in half. They howled and screamed, clinging to dear life. Unbeknownst to them, their flesh was being absorbed by the crimson blade, lighting up 3 runes on its fuller. They gleamed a bright yellow, but that was not the end. Roy charged ahead to another group of drowners. He crouched a little and held his blade closely by his side. At the same time, he made a blue triangle in the air. The ground squelched beneath him, but Roy paid it no heed. He went straight to the monsters and shoved the sign ahead. A powerful air current smashed into the screaming, howling monsters. 2 of them wobbled and lost balance, not unlike someone who stepped on a banana peel. The one in the lead bore the brunt of Ard, and it fell back down. Roy crouched even lower and darted ahead. He stepped on the fallen drowner's belly and rammed Erondite straight through its neck. A drowner tried to attack him, but he quickly stabbed it in the eye. A third one came right after, but Roy moved his elbow and slammed the sword's hilt into its face. Pain made the monster stagger back, and its jaw dropped like it was a fool, but that was the last thing it did. The witch's blade pierced its mouth and destroyed its brain. 6. Drowner's Guild EXP plus 120. Roy flicked his wrist and cleaned his blade of blood. All 5 runes on the full air were lit up, and they looked like stars twinkling in the night sky. I can't believe they didn't leave more for us. Lambert wiped the blood off his blade with a piece of cloth. We've been down here for 1 hour, and that was the only group of monsters we ran into. Not close to enough. Aiden looked dissatisfied as well. A battle that only lasted for 10 seconds couldn't sate their desire for battle. Don't worry, mates. Roy hunkered down and cut the drowners open. I have a feeling there'll be a big gift waiting for us down the line. Try not to cry tears of joy. Roy, what's the deal with your Gabriel? It sent that drowner flying. Aiden stared at Roy, but he didn't see that hand crossbow anywhere. But it's so small. Are you sure it's not a ballista? I asked Coral to enchant it for me, but I paid a heavy price for it. Roy smiled. If you wanted it, you'd have to date a mage. May I? Weapons are like my undies. I don't let anyone see my undies. They looted everything useful from the drowners and asked Roy to safeguard it for a while, and then they kept going on in the passage. To the veteran witch's disappointment, encounters with powerful monsters didn't happen. They did see carcasses of drowners, ghouls, and neckers, however, and they were covered in bizarre bite marks. Perhaps another monster dragged them all the way here after a skull killed them. Their journey was a quiet one, but the witches were getting more careful. The crimson ribbon they were following had come to an end, but the only thing greeting them was a dead end. A stone coffin sat quietly before the wall in the distance. It was closed and covered in intricate patterns. Skeletal remains slept around it like a big circle, and some had flesh dangling from the bones. The witches held their breath and exchanged a look. Then they cast Kn and Heliodrop. They unsheathed their blades and greased them with vampire oil, and then it was time for another dose of Thunderbolt and Petrie's filter. Black veins wriggled under their skin once more, this time almost covering their whole face. A sigh of relief escaped Roy's lips. Including the dose of cat he took when he entered the sewers, he had taken 3 decoctions, but he could still go on. His constitution granted him incredible poison resistance. The witches' eyes glinted in the dark. They held their breath and approached the coffin as quietly as they could, surrounding it. Roy made a gesture, and his companions nodded. He hunkered down and pressed his hands against the ground. The purple light of Eden shone through the darkness, encapsulating the coffin. For every action there would be a reaction of equal force. The coffin shuddered violently, and the ground rumbled. The bats on the ceiling extended their wings and flew away. To the back the coffin's lid slid, and a monstrous creature sat up. The creature was humanoid and resembled a pregnant woman. Its back was hunched. Its body was dark gray. Its legs were bent backward like a werewolf's, and dark, sharp claws protruded from its limbs. The monster had the head of an oversized bat, but a pair of horns jutted from the center of its forehead, and another pair protruded from its temples, covering its ears. Most of its face was taken up by its maw. The teeth on the outer layer looked like corn kernels, and the teeth on the inside resembled fish bones. It had a black, needly mane around its neck, and it extended down to its waist. That mane rivaled even the dwarf's beard. Katakan. Age, 53 years old. Gender, male. Status, higher vampire. HP, 260. Mana, 150. Strength, 22. Dexterity, 23. Constitution, 26. Perception, 18. Will, 9. Charisma, 4. Spirit, 15. Skills, Hyper-regeneration level 7, this creature is immune to garlic, fire, and wooden stakes. They possess a long lifespan and incredible regenerative abilities. They can quickly heal their wounds and regenerate slowly even after their head and heart are destroyed. Invisibility level 7, Katakans can change their skin color to blend in with their environment. Most people cannot see through their disguise. Instant teleportation level 6. Katakans can disappear into thin air and appear behind their victims to land a fatal blow. Crisis sense, passive. The moment the Katakan appeared, the witches were already thrusting their blades into its ugly head. The vampire oil on their blades burned the Katakan's flesh and bones, its blood diffusing into the air with the white smoke billowing from its wound. A wail of agony escaped its lungs, but didn't stop it from hiding itself or teleporting away. The monster could do nothing but toss and turn in rage and pain. It flailed its claws in a feeble attempt to force the witches back, but the coffin locked it in like a prison. Not only did it fail to land a single blow, but the monster also fell into another of their traps. It saw a green triangle, and its mind blanked out. The witches pulled their blades out only to slam them into its head again, and the Katakan now had 6 holes in its head. It broke free of X's hold, but it was already too late. Fear. Roy wouldn't give it any chance to move. Crimson tentacles leapt out of the void beneath the monster, turning into a red cocoon. There was nothing but agony in its eyes right now, and yet the assault did not stop. Then came the third round. Lambert's swords flew across the monster's body, cutting its belly and chopping its innards up. Aiden stabbed his sword in the monster's eye and destroyed its brain, while Roy held Erondite close to his chest, its tip pointing up. Murder and cold fury flared within the young witch's eyes, his muscles pulsating with every breath he took. Roy pointed his blade at the monster's neck and thrust the sword up in a diagonal angle. Flames sparked and grew enough to engulf the sword. Erondite resembled a fiery flag more than a blade now. It tore through the air and the Katakan's hardened skin easily. A spark of crimson flame flew into the darkness and left a mark on the sturdy wall. Debris fell, and the headless Katakan fell back into the coffin. The wound on its neck cauterized. Smoke billowed from it, and not a drop of blood trickled out. Roy held his blade up. The head of the Katakan hung from the blade's tip. Its eyes were bulging, the ghost of its last scream forever etched on its face. Katakan killed. EXP plus 250. Roy heaved a sigh of relief. He held the hilt of his sword with his right hand and brushed his left fingers on the blade's fuller. What were once shining runes had lost their light. Devour was more powerful than he first imagined. Not even an ancient vampire could fend off its power. If Roy had that kind of damage increase before he went in for any kill, all he had to do was blink into close range and cast fear on his target, and most monsters would die. And this battle proved something. Katakans were higher vampires and possessed some similarities with humanoid higher vampires, Alps, and Bruxie. They were near indestructible. Unlike phoenixes, they couldn't be reborn from ash. But decapitation and destroying their hearts wouldn't stop these creatures. However, there was no chance for it to return if Roy was the one who made the kill. Its soul would be converted into EXP and more strength for Roy. The witches bumped fists. Not bad, kid. Lambert gave Roy a thumbs up. You weren't dead weight. That higher vampire was nothing. Did you see its face? Dumb and ugly. A log could have fought better. You need more training, Lambert. Aiden hunkered down and helped Roy cut the Katakan's body open. He took its innards out and gave his friend a look. Roy's on par with you, not in terms of swordsmanship, but real, honest, life or death battles. He's powerful enough to go toe-to-toe with you. He does have an enchanted Gabriel and that sword. The look on Lambert's face changed, and he shook his head. I'm not stupid. I'm not going to engage in an all-out battle. Besides, if it's a spar we're doing, then he's only allowed to use regular weapons. And I'm not necessarily the weakest Brotherhood member. Lambert shot his friend a knowing look. I haven't made up my mind just yet. Aiden rubbed his scar and shook his head. The Aiden I know isn't this indecisive. Lambert pushed his friend. It's been a month, and you still haven't made up your mind? Is it something about the Brotherhood? Aiden said nothing, but a frown furrowed his brows. Most of his life was him wandering the land all by himself. It had been a long time since he joined the group. He wasn't sure if this kind of lifestyle would suit him. He needed some time to think. Roy ignored the filth on his body and whipped out the Katakan's mutagen and tucked it away in his pocket. 1 down, 9 to go. Let's make a deal, mate. Lambert stared into Aiden's eyes. If Carl can pass his trial, then you'll join the Brotherhood. You can't deny destiny. But if he fails, Then you can do whatever you want. A long silence later, Aiden grunted. He was reminded of the moment where the children came to their defense. It would be a waste if they didn't become witches. Raising new witches was the duty and calling of all witches, including him. The temptation was too much to resist. It's in Destiny's hands now. Chapter 390. Dawn broke through the horizon over yonder. Gusts of cool morning breeze danced across the woods, caressing the patches of grass between the trees, kissing the fields surrounding the fence, pushing down dewdrop-covered lips, and entering the quiet orphanage. Kaer was in the yard, taking a deep breath. He could smell the scent of life poking through the soil and the aroma of charcoal and meat hanging in the air. The bonfire. He could still remember it vividly. His friends stood in a circle, hand in hand. Standing in the center was the famous bard who went by the name of Dandelion. They danced and laughed to the merry tune he played, and the night was filled with nothing but delight. A small smile tugged on Kaer's lips. A hint of happiness lit his little face up, but that happiness died a moment later. He was reminded of something terrifying, and his brows furrowed. There was unease and even fear in his eyes. "Kaer, it's a day off. Why are you up so early?" Monty rubbed his eyes and sat down beside his friend, pulling Kaer closer. "You look sad. Did you stay up all night? You don't want to leave us, do you?" "Why don't I tell them to let you stay? You don't have to go for the special training." "Yeah, Kaer. You can still train at the orphanage. You don't have to leave." A Kamathorm had appeared as well. He too sat beside his friend, licking his lips. Lloyd and Charney made their appearances shortly after. All the reserve apprentices were gathered. "Training's going to be boring without you." Charney slicked back a lock of his hair and put on a look of disappointment. "Training with these talentless fools is a boring chore. They aren't tough enough to motivate me." The boys snarled at Charney. "And you're the pretty boy." Lloyd blinked and sighed. "If you're gone, the girls won't even look at us as much anymore. That's gonna take the fun out of training." Monty took a deep breath. His fringe was shaking, hesitation filling his eyes, but in the end, he resolved himself. "If you stay, I'll let you marry Vicky." Monty puckered his lips. He felt like crying, but still he continued. "I'll be your best man when you get married." "Yeah, we'll just stop this competition." The boys agreed. They put their hands on their friends' shoulders and pressed their heads together in the center like a human chain, as if doing that would bond them tighter. No forcing or giving up on love. "Didn't you guys see how Roy wooed Lighter?" Kaer shook his head and put on a precocious act. "Wait, you saw them?" Curiosity lit up the boy's eyes. Once when I got up to pee, I saw them going into the woods at night. And then I heard someone purring like a cat." "Happened almost every day after that." "I call that romance." "I bet Roy recites a lot of poem to her every night," he muttered. "And they also fight naked. That's how he made her fall for him." The boys' jaws dropped. The story was shocking, and they nodded like they had learned something from it. "If you want true love, you'll have to have charisma and strength, or all you're gonna get is a fake," Kaer said seriously. He patted the napes of his companions. "Thanks for your concern, but I must leave." "Worry not. I'll be out for about 6 months at most. It's going to be the most critical point in my life." Kaer tilted his head and cooked up a story. "If I get through this, I'll be awesome like a swan. You know, the story of the ugly duckling." "But you're not ugly." "Shut it." "Then I, Kaer, will gain enough power to be an actual Witcher apprentice, not a reserve member," he teased. "Don't slack off." "I won't wait for you guys. If you don't catch up, we'll drift apart." "Curious?" a Kamathorm asked. "What if you can't get through it?" A long silence later, the kids quickly covered his mouth. "Shut it." "Don't jinx it." A Kamathorm's eyes almost rolled back into his head, and he almost fainted. Kaer turned around while his companions kept up the banter. Then he noticed all the girls and the fat lady staring at him in silence. There was concern and blessing in their eyes. "Are they sending me off?" Felix showed up out of nowhere. This time, he didn't smack his student's head. Instead, he patted it. "Ready, Kaer?" There was a hint of warmth in his otherwise dead voice. Kaer nodded. He shouted to the kids, "Wait for me, people." "I'll return triumphant." A tear trickled down his cheek. The kids waved their hands. "Bye, Kaer. Not much time had passed since the laboratory last saw a deadly trial, and now another adept came to the very same chamber where Roy underwent the harrowing ordeal. The boy was sitting on the operating theater, naked and filled with trepidation. He looked like a little beast scared of a new place. Even though he had gone through a dozen pre-trials and put himself in danger, the prospect of facing the real deal still scared him. Felix patted his shoulder to comfort him, and he flipped through the records of Kaer's data. The remaining witches were leaning on the nearby walls with their arms crossed and their lips sealed. They were nervous, and Lambert and Orcs were close to holding their breath. Lyta picked a black bottle out of her grand collection of potions. She uncorked it, and a sharp stench wafted through the air. Roy took the bottle from her and placed it in a steel box. Kaer's a sturdy boy. His training went well. I see. All he has to do is work with me, and the trial will be feasible. She paused for a moment. But just in case, ready that acorn. He might need it if push comes to shove. Felix stared at the ground, his eyes dark. Kaer would lose his memories if he ate that thing. That's all for the briefing, witches. You should leave me to my work now. She picked up a green bottle to swirl under the light. The witches didn't leave. They didn't want to. Lyta rolled her eyes, her hair swaying around her shoulders. Don't just stand there. Do you expect Kaer to run around you like your training stakes? And it's cramped in here. If you topple anything over, it's not going to end well for the boy. Oh, but he can stay and help. Lyta shot Roy a nice smile, but that smile was wiped off her face when she turned her attention to the other witches. You'll have to leave. Do whatever you want, but just don't get in my way. No. Felix shot up. Adamantly, he said, Lyta, he is my student. I'm the only one who can stay with him during the trial. I need to keep an eye on him at all times. This is my place. I'm the host of this trial, so I get to set the rules. Lyta refused to budge. Break the rules, and I'm not taking responsibility for any accidents. Felix froze. He gritted his teeth and looked at Roy with an unspoken plea in his eyes. Roy sighed. Why don't we let him stay? I've overseen my fair share of trials. Vasema piped up. I assume you'll be administering the hormones for Kaer. Lyta nodded. Total silence isn't required for that step. Once the adrenaline hits, he needs someone to guide him. To show him how to release his excess energy. The rowdier the better for this step, and witches know how to be rowdy. We won't get in your way. We promise, Serit added. Let us stay. The witcher stared at Lyta, the anticipation in their eyes almost blinding. Apparently, they paid a lot of importance to the boy's trial. This time, Lyta said nothing. She went over to Kaer instead. This will be painful. Hold it in, child. Yes. Kaer sat up straighter. Lyta spread her arms open and started casting a spell. Her fingers weaved across the air deftly, the liquid in her bottles flying up and splitting into needle-like structures. They darted into the boy's chest, and streams of colorful lights flowed from Lyta's fingertips into the boy's body. Kaer trembled for a moment, and his face went from pale to red in a moment. That hue of red spread down his neck and across his body. Trails of steam shot out from his nose. He balled his fists and leapt up into the air, thumping his chest like an excited monkey. His skin was as red as someone who had been in a hot spring for a whole day. Lyta turned around, her arms crossed, and she raised her head proudly. He's your problem now. You insisted. Now, Roy, come with me. Felix quickly said. Take your time. Enjoy the date. He looked around and picked the perfect spot for Kaer to train. It was the same place occupied by the statue a while back. You're in luck, Kaer. Orcs rubbed his hands and grinned. You got 10 witches guiding you through this. Nobody has gotten that kind of treatment. Enough. You fools. He's my student, and I'm the one keeping an eye on him. You should go back and keep an eye on the other kids. Don't worry. Gon's got it covered. Kaer pushed his sunglasses up and cracked a joke. For once, and we're all brothers here. Your student is my student. We have a duty to help him out. The burly witches surrounded the boy and smacked him around like a top with their practice swords. Sometimes, they would stand around like wooden stakes so the boy could run, jump, and swing his practice sword around them. Delightful. It was delightful for the witches. Like they went back to simpler times where they just played around with simple toys. On the other hand, Kaer spun around and roared. The world was spinning, but he kept going on like an unyielding wolf pup. Leiter held Roy's hand with one hand, waving at the air with the other. Magical light sprung from her fingertips, and a swirling portal appeared before them. They hopped into it and out onto a rickety wooden boat. The boat sat silently on the endless ocean. Winds howled, and seagulls squawked. "You're using this as an anchor?" Curiosity welled in Roy's eyes. The waves could have destroyed it, and we could have found ourselves swimming on the sea. "Half of this boat is magic. It won't get destroyed that easily." Leiter grabbed his hand and pried his fingers open. "And so what if it's destroyed? You don't want to swim with me?" "Of course I do." Roy kissed the back of her hand. "They're going to make a din for a while. Carl needs some time to get that excess energy out of his system. In the meantime, we'll be making some memories." Leiter stretched her arms and leaned on his chest like a mermaid lying on a reef. Her eyes were glistening, and the Witcher held her hair, taking in the scent that was coming off her. His eyes were glinting. The second mutation filled his body with almost inexhaustible energy, and with great energy came great dilemmas. "Carl's trial will take at least 3 to 6 months. We can't see each other that much. Once a week is the best I can do, so let's make it Sunday." "Yeah. Don't stand me up." "Okay. Then I have a request. Don't get too close to the adepts during the trial, no matter who they are." "All right." He stared at the sorceress solemnly. Roy could be jealous if he wanted to, and Leiter's love got him through his trial. Leiter chuckled and caressed his cheeks. Her hair brushed across his lips, her eyelashes fluttering like a butterfly's wings. "Why are you giving me that look? And why are you being quiet?" "I'm trying to come up with a surprise to cheer you up." She smiled and huddled closer. "All right, I'm cheered up. Incidentally, do you know any sorceresses whom you are good friends with?" "Why do you ask?" Leiter was starting to get cautious. "Well, sorcerers can work too. I just think you being alone takes a lot out of you. Takes a lot out of our time too." "You'd like to rope more mages into this brotherhood, huh?" She looked back and smiled at him. "I know a lot of mages, famous or otherwise. Margarita, Kaer, Yennefer, Tisea, Triss, and the one you saved, Kassiga." She listed out a dozen mages before she came to a halt, and then she looked at Roy. "Would you like to see Kassiga?" Hesitation grasped Roy for only a moment. The Witcher answered, "She has her own life to lead. I'll see her when she's older." Leiter nodded happily and caressed his forearm like it was a cat. "Aside from me, nobody's going to work with the Brotherhood. You aren't exactly esteemed at the moment. Besides, do you even have enough money to hire a second mage?" Roy mused pensively. Leiter didn't take the coins the Brotherhood promised. First, the compensation Karak's queen gave her was enough to last for years. Second, she didn't want to sour the relationship with things like profit or coins. Roy didn't want to, but Leiter still did him a favor in the end. Still, it was a favor he loved. The orphanage's upkeep, the trials, and recipe improvement cost them a lot. The latter two took up most of the costs. What money they made from their shops wasn't enough to keep up with this, and they still had a lot of plans in the future, like gear upgrades and big item purchases. They would have to sit down and talk with the Doppelers should they want to hire one more mage. "Don't shoot for the moon just yet. It's only been a year, but you've doubled your team members and opened an orphanage." "That's good enough," Leiter said gently. "You'll get the second mage sooner or later, but for now, Carl takes precedence. Get it?" "Yeah, but can you handle his trial though?" "Not sure." "You were nearly 14 during your first trial." "That's about 5 years older than most if not all adepts. Carl's not even 10 years old. He's at the perfect age for a trial. The effects are going to be far stronger than the trial you took, but that also means a higher risk." "Come on, is everybody gonna hold my age against me?" Roy shook his head. Leiter continued, "And Carl's not like you. He can't create miracles or possess multiple powers. You're a seer, a monster tamer, and you can heal yourself just by making your body sparkle. He doesn't have that kind of power, and by the gods, I'll make you spill your secrets someday. You'll have to keep cheering me up." "Aha!" Flames of desire flared in Leiter's eyes, and she bit her lip. The skies were peaceful, but the seas weren't. Waves undulated over the surface, and a wooden boat was seen floating across the waters. All of a sudden, it started to rock, and for a long time at that. Chapter 391. The skies were brilliantly blue. A gust of wind blew across the riverside on eastern Novgorod. Two gigantic silhouettes flapped their wings in the heavens, circling each other. One had the body of a lion and the head of an eagle. It was covered in brownish-yellow fur, and its eyes were icy black, filled with the arrogance of an apex predator. The other silhouette was even bigger than the predator. It was the size of an adult buffalo. Its body was nearly black in color and sleek like a feline. Scales and feathers grew on its body, and clawed wings protruded from its back. It had the long tail of a serpent and the head of a rooster. Its beak was short but sharp, and its crown was crimson red. Its eyes were amber and filled with cunning. A loud screech tore through the air, and the griffin charged toward the basilisk. The beasts found themselves entangled in a heated battle. The basilisk pecked away at the griffin's head and neck, but the griffin clutched its adversary's wings with its own, holding down its talons with its claws. Screeches and howls echoed in the air as the beasts spiraled and hurtled through the skies. At a glance, they looked like a couple venting out their hatred at each other. Blood, feathers, and scales rained down, and the beasts parted a moment after the initial attack. Both of them sustained deep injuries on their bodies. The battle had no clear winner, but the griffin was still young. It lost out in size and strength, and unlike its enemy, it had no scales to protect itself. The basilisk's attack left a deep wound. The light in its eyes dimmed a little, and the griffin turned around, flapping its wings. A howl escaped its maw as it descended to the ground. The basilisk let out a squawk of delight, its amber eyes twinkling with malice even more. It flapped its wings and followed its quarry closely, but then someone pulled the trigger, and a silver light flew from the bush. The basilisk's crown burst into a flower of blood. It let out a scream and plummeted like a kite that had lost its wings. Before it could hit the ground, a ball of fire zipped through the air and slammed into the monster. Flames licked it, swimming up to the basilisk's neck. Finally, the monster fell with a loud thud. It rolled around in an attempt to put the flames out, stirring up storms of dust while doing so. Soil and chunks of plants flew into the sky as it flapped its wings. Before it could even put the flames out, someone emerged from the bush. Someone tall and muscular. He pulled his weapon's trigger and waved a red sign in the air, and a flash of silver followed by a fireball flew the basilisk's way. Left with no avenues to defend itself, the bolt pierced through the basilisk's left eye, and then the fireball exploded, covering it in even bigger flames. Even when it was tossing and turning, the flames roared on. Roycast observe. Basilisk. Age, 12 years old. Gender, male. HP, lightly injured. Mana, 120. Strength, 26. Dexterity, 20. Constitution, 28. Perception, 9. Will, 8. Charisma, 5. Spirit, 12. Skills, Subdragon. Passive, basilisks are distant relatives of greater dragons. +10 to Constitution. Its sturdy and hardened scales shield it against physical attacks. It possesses decent resistance against fire, corrosion, and venom. Tail Whip level 5, a fast attack with the tail. Sonic Wave level 6. Thanks to its unique throat and vocal cord structure, basilisks can fire off a sonic wave at a unique frequency in a 5-meter range, stunning and disorienting its target. The air rippled, and a phantom silhouette traveled 10 yards in a single moment as the Witcher appeared over the basilisk's head. His eyes flared with fire, but the look on his face was that of ice-cold fury. He held a crimson sword over his head, muscles tense and veins popping. The blade was brought down swiftly, embedding itself within the monster's spine. Blood covered the blade, and one of the 5 runes on it shone. An almost deafening scream came from the basilisk. Wriggle and squirm it did, in an attempt to bring down the maggot standing over its head, but then crimson tentacles appeared before it, strangling and keeping the basilisk in place. The basilisk curled its wings up in an attempt to block the tentacles, leaving its back unguarded, and the injured griffin seized its chance at revenge. It slammed its hind legs and wings into the ground and pounced at the basilisk like a golden carriage. Through the scales, fur, and skin the griffin tore, and eventually, Flesh and blood were pulled from the basilisk. The Witcher pulled his blade out of the monster only to bring it down once more on the wound of its back. Deeper and bigger the wound became, and blood drenched the grass around it. But the basilisk did not die that easily. Fear couldn't keep it still for long. When it broke free of the spell, the basilisk shook its body in fury and charged straight ahead, leaving the Witcher and his griffin behind. It flapped its wings and flew into the air. But once again, the basilisk revealed its back to the pair of hunters. Sounds of swishes filled the air as the Witcher pulled the trigger and cast his fireball spell at the same time. The bolts and fireball rained down on the basilisk's left wing and broke it. The basilisk hadn't even risen 30 feet into the air, and it was already brought back down to ground. It raised its head again, but this time, its amber eyes were tinged with red. In a last-ditch attempt to survive, it relinquished all defenses and charged straight at the Witcher, but its wounds greatly slowed its speed. It was a mighty charge, but the basilisk telegraphed its attack too obviously. The Witcher was prepared, and he saw through the attack, like a dancer flying across a dangerous dance floor. The Witcher led the basilisk on a little hunt, expending what little stamina it had left. Every time the Witcher rolled on the ground, he got back up faster and thrust Herondite up into the monster. The draconid oil burned the monster, while Devour took in all the blood and lost life force. Despite the advantage, not once did the Witcher go in for more than one attack at a time. Slowly but surely, the runes were starting to light up. 2 times the basilisk's tail grazed Roy, but Kaer absorbed most of the impact. It tried to use a sonic attack, but Heliodrop held up against it. The Witcher was barely hurt, and his injured griffin, like its master, went for every opening it could every time the basilisk revealed its back. Once the basilisk turned its attention to the griffin, the beast would take to the skies immediately. The Witcher and his griffin worked together, flanking the monster for about 1 minute. Then a lean, tan Zaracanian girl with a Mohican hairstyle emerged from the trees nearby. She too joined the battle. Almost every shot she fired with the hand crossbow hit its mark. The extra enemy spelled disaster for the basilisk. It was covered in bruises and wounds at that point. The longer the battle continued, the more suppression kept the monster in check. Bloody tentacles that floated behind the Witcher would strangle the monster like boa constrictors from time to time, stunning it for a few moments. The basilisk's speed dropped, its amber eyes losing their luster. Its breathing was ragged and heavy, and its body was wobbly. It was close to falling. It made a half-hearted attempt at a wing flap, and Roy easily walked around it. He held his sword up high and swung it down once more. Flames covered his blade, and the metal cut through the basilisk's flesh, tendons, bones, and even the ground underneath. A straight line of flames and blood billowed in the air for a moment, and then an oversized chicken head rolled over to the Witcher. The massive headless body fell with a sickening thud, stirring up a storm of dust and grass. Its wings and legs were spasming, while the wound on its neck was billowing with smoke, cauterized by the fire. Basilisk Guild EXP plus 260. Roy wiped off his blade and looked at his EXP bar. Over the last few months, he had been summoning demons every month and hunting in the wilds with Griffin. The bar was filling up at a blistering rate, but Roy was in no hurry to level up. Like a playful child, Griffin covered its head with its wings and shook its rear at the dead basilisk. It let out weird screeches like it was showing off at a corpse. Cantilla pierced her blades into the ugly head the size of half a human and held it in the air. She covered her fingers with its blood and drew 2 crescent moons on her cheeks. Then, she wrapped her arms around the Witcher's neck and spun around, showing off her beautiful body. "You did good, Roy. If you were in Zaracania, you'd at least be a 5-star hunter." Roy wiped some sweat off his forehead. After the second trial, most monsters that had more than 20 in their stats were no threat to him, not even the difficult sub-dragons. He had come up with a perfect battle plan. First, he would take down the enemy's mobility with Fury Fire and Gabriel. Then he would get close and light the runes on his sword up. If the enemy tried to attack, he would dodge, ambush, and keep fighting on with Activate. Now that he had 300 points of mana, he could dish out heavy damage before he needed to rest. That plan worked every time, and once the runes were all lit up, It was time to go in for the kill. If Griffin was helping him, it would be even easier to kill the monsters. A few of the harder creatures died when he used that plan. All thanks to you and Griffin. You're too modest. I did nothing, really. Just a minute amount of damage. She bent over and skinned the monster. Happily, she said. It's thanks to you we managed to defeat this beautiful creature. It's fiercer than a venomous basilisk. I'd say it's worth 2 tattoos. Can you pick the style for me? Roy kept quiet. No? Then how should I thank you? Cantala's eyes were gleaming bright. It's all right. You've done enough taking care of the shop and my family. And I promised you a hunt. I keep my promises. Roy hunkered over and cut the monster up. Sub-dragons were worth a ton. And since the basilisk had stats that were over 20, Roy was one step closer to being an advanced witcher. Cantala paused for a moment. Then I'll make a pair of necklaces out of its claws and teeth. One of them is for you. Roy agreed. Thanks, partner. Next time I find a big one, I'll come for you again. She breathed down his neck. Yeah. Your hunting dog is injured. Thanks for your concern. Roy tucked the mutagen into his inventory space and looked at Griffin. The beast was munching on the herbs to heal itself. Griffin was born with really fast regeneration. Roy activated his mount's healing skill. His mana was slowly getting drained while Griffin's injuries were healing at a blistering pace. The beast quickly approached its master and rubbed its furry head against Roy's leg. Once done with the basilisk's carcass, the hunters cleaned themselves in the nearby river. Cantala returned to Novgorod with some teeth and claws. She was going to make a pair of necklaces out of them. On the other hand, Roy rode Griffin and flew back to the orphanage. Yellow was the sky, the setting sun sprinkling the last of its golden rays upon the orphanage. The new alchemy lab stood on the classroom's right, and Letha was explaining the basic steps to make potions to a few children in the lab. These 3 children were picked from the regular kids. They loved alchemy and had a talent for it. These kids were Vicky, Renee, and a short boy named Conrad. Standing behind the children was the familiar alchemy workshop. Purses of dried herbs stood on the surface. There were also mortars, pestles, and a bubbling cauldron. Roy paused for a bit. Alchemy had been part of his life so far in his Witcher career. Over the last few months, he had mastered 5 new decoctions, including black blood. He turned his attention to the yard. About 20 yards away from the orphanage, a furnace made of bricks stood underneath a rickety wooden roof. Flames roared within, and Vasema was standing around it. He wore a thick grey cotton apron and a pair of cotton gloves. In his left hand was a charcoal clip, and with it, he extracted the burning red base of an item. Then he put it on the work surface and held up a hammer with his other hand. He brought it down on the base, hitting it at a specific rhythm, turning it around as he shaped the final product. Sparks flickered in the air like fireflies, and the outline of an item slowly formed. A pair of children in aprons, Quintus and Fyodor, stared at the old man intently, listening to him as he spoke. Within their eyes, stars sparkled. Like the 3 kids earlier, this pair was chosen for their talent. Standing nearby were a row of hoes and pitchforks. Roy kept staring at his left. Standing outside the fence were the fields, where carrots, turnips, and spinach grew. Orcs and Serit were swinging their hoes down, teaching Oreo, Terry, and Bim how to till the soil and plant the seeds for veggies and eggplants. The young Witcher was taken back to that day 3 months ago, and he was amused. After the kids started to learn how to read and write, none of them were too eager to be full-time farmers. It wasn't until the Witchers promised to teach them archery and traps did 3 kids fall for the offer. 4 little silhouettes stood on the training grounds. Monty, Akamathorm, Charname, and Lloyd were sweating from the training they were doing, but still they swung their practice swords, practicing their basic stances from the high stance to the tail stance. They were still too weak to pose any threat, but their stances were decent. A white-haired Witcher was pointing out all the little mistakes they would make, correcting their stances even more. Done with the basilisk, Roy, Lambert and Aiden emerged from the woods. You didn't need any help, he winked at the young Witcher. Nope, but I had Griffin to help me out. Roy tossed a black talon to Lambert. She's not even a year old. Don't take her on these dangerous missions. Lambert froze and stared at the creature flying in the skies above the orphanage. Can't you convince her? Let us have a turn. We should have the same privilege as the children. Roy set up a new reward for the kids. Anyone who did well could ride the griffin under his supervision. The witches were shocked at first, but eventually they accepted the fact that Griffin was actually a griffin and not a shapeshifter. After all the surprises Roy sprung on them, one more to the list wasn't earth-shattering anymore. In fact, some of the witches wanted to ride the beast and soar through the skies, but the proud griffin refused to do it. It only tolerated the children because Roy was around, and that was already bad enough. Having witches on its back was unacceptable. Griffin tossed a patch of grass, and it hit Lambert squarely on the forehead. A roar of disdain escaped its beak, and Lambert caught the patch of grass sadly. What about you guys? Caught the kidnappers? Been going at it for 4 months. Those bastards aren't rearing their ugly heads anymore. Aiden shook his head. The operation with Chapel is a great success. Those petty criminals are in hiding now. Over the last few months, the witches contacted Chapel through Kaer, and they included him in the alliance. In order to consolidate his position in the church, Chapel came up with a new policy and doubled down on preventing human trafficking in Novgorod. As his allies, the witches helped out with this mission. The Brotherhood's members patrolled the streets and cracked down on 10 groups of kidnappers and slave catchers. For their hard work, they were awarded with 1,000 crowns. The higher-ups didn't take to this well, but Chapel and Kaer handled that part of the operation. This operation inspired a script by Dandelion and Priscilla. A show applauding the witches was created, touting them as the protectors of Novgorod, the allies who tread the line between good and evil. The ballroom and apothecary shop were doing well as usual. Kian and Felix are still in the lab, aren't they? It's been more than 4 months. Wonder how it's going, Lambert muttered under his breath. A loud bang tore through the air out of nowhere, and a square door appeared beside the orphanage's yard. All the witches in the classroom, alchemy lab, smithy, and fields looked at the portal. Then out came Lyta, her lips crimson, and her dress black. She looked around and finally found the witcher whom she hadn't seen in a while. Scent of roses wafted through the air as Lyta skipped up to the young witcher. She gave him a tight hug and pushed herself up onto her tiptoes, and then they kissed. The children in the classroom were shocked. Their jaws dropped. On the other hand, the reserve apprentices stared in silence. They were reminded of what Carl told them before he left. Gerald smacked them on their heads. Lambert was jealous and furious. You're kissing right in front of everyone. Can't you get a room? You too? We have children here. Ahem. Shut up and fuck a cow, Lambert. An angry Lyta turned round and shot him a look. The witcher froze, and his face fell. God damn it. For the first time in his life, he regretted having too much to drink that night. Aiden almost laughed, but he turned his head away. Lyta straightened Roy's clothes out, but she had a solemn look on her face. Her frown was deep, and she said, "Witches, it is time. Come with me." Vasema had made his appearance, anticipation hiding in his eyes. I take it you're saying. Everyone was waiting with bated breath. Carl's trial is coming to an end. Chapter 392. Once again, the witches found themselves gathered in the familiar lab, the fires of the braziers shining on them. Orcs and Lambert were pacing around like cats on hot bricks. Letho, Eskel, Kian, and Gerald looked calm, while Vasema, Seret, and Aiden were leaning on the wall with their arms crossed. Anticipation was welling within their eyes, but so did anxiety. The witches were waiting outside a closed metal door like fathers awaiting the birth of their children. Long did they wait. Their patience was wearing thin, but eventually, the door was opened, and out came Felix. There was exhaustion in his eyes, his face as pale as a tombstone. His back, usually straight, was hunched, and his glimmering eyes were dim. He could see the anticipation in his companion's eyes, but he leaned on the wall in silence, refusing to tell them about the results. Instead, he rubbed his cheeks weakly. The witches felt their hearts sink. Did it fail? You look like you lost your kid, Felix. Did something happen to Kyle? Orcs shook Felix's shoulder like a madman. Felix hung his head low, still holding on to the silence. His face was hidden in the shadows. Lambert was more direct. He strode into the room and went straight to the operating theater. The boy was lying on the surface. He was in a grey silk robe, his eyes closed, and he was unmoving. The boy looked a little more grown up than before he took the trial. His chin retracted by a bit, but he still looked clean and innocent. He looked like he had departed this world and fallen into a deep slumber. Roy was standing around the stalagmites, holding Lyta in his embrace with one arm and her hand in his own. He was whispering something into her ear, perhaps some consolation. Lyta was leaning onto Roy's chest, her face pale, her eyes filled with tears. "Where's the acorn? Why didn't you use it?" Lambert extended a shaky hand to touch the boy. The witches behind him looked solemn, their eyes filled with sadness. But when Lambert made contact, he wondered what all the fuss was about. "He doesn't feel dead to me." A moan escaped the boy's lips. He felt someone touching his forehead, and when he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw were pairs of wild eyes staring at him. Shocked, Carl narrowed his eyes into slits. "Lambert, Vasema? Why is everyone here?" "Damn it, you guys." "That was an act, wasn't it?" Lyta chuckled. "I hope you liked it." A smile curled Roy's lips as well. It had been a while since he saw his companions losing their composure, and it was fun. Anger only held the witches' minds for a moment, and then they broke into smiles. The reason they came all the way to Novgorod and joined this new organization was for this exact moment. Months and months of effort finally culminated in the birth of a new witcher. It was worth it. Excited and exhilarated, the witches extended their hands to Carl. Before the boy could react, he was already drowning in pairs of muscular arms. The witches wanted to see how the new apprentice was faring. Felix let out a hearty laugh and pulled his sunglasses down again. He puffed his chest out and approached his student. "Hey, he's my student. I've trained him for almost 6 months. Of course it'd work out. This trial is nothing." "Hey, you wouldn't stop complaining and worrying about him at first." Orc scoffed. "And he passed the trial no thanks to you. It's all because of Lyta." "Yes, Lyta did the heavy lifting." He gave Lyta, who was holding Roy's arm, a grateful look. "She made sure Carl had everything he needed to pass the trial. But even so, without a mentor who taught him every day, Carl wouldn't have passed the trial at all. Don't you think so, Carl?" "Hey, that's enough." "Stop it." Serit pulled the boy out of the crowd and looked at him with concern. "Carl, I need you to tell me something." "How do you feel? Any side effects from the trial?" Carl's hair was unkempt, and he was suffocating from the lack of air. The boy lay down on the operating theater and heaved a few sighs. Fear flashed in his eyes. He was first reminded of the hell he had to go through. First, he was tossing and turning and squirming like a maggot. An invisible knife was gouging out his bones and organs, keeping him awake at all times. And he had to go through the agony fully awake. He couldn't stop crying. The pain was almost too much to bear. This was the first time he'd cried this much in his life. Lyta even told him his heart stopped beating 3 times. And Carl swore he wouldn't go through this a second time. Eventually, the pain stopped. When Carl clenched his fists once more, he felt full of energy. A great sense of confidence swelled within him. "Lyta checked on me, and there's no side effect at all. I feel great." He leapt off the operating theater and ran around the veteran witches barefooted. The witches noticed the change in Carl. No longer was he frail and fragile. He looked like a 12-year-old instead of a 9-year-old now. The new apprentice clenched his fists by his side. He put one leg forward and stood upright. His shoulders were relaxed, and he got into the plow position. But as he wasn't used to his newfound strength, his stance lost all form. Roy cast observe once more. Carl. Age, 9 years old. Gender, male. Status, manticore. HP, 160. Mana, 90. Strength, 49. Dexterity, 49. Constitution, 416. Perception, 5-8. Will, 5-6. Charma, 5-6. Spirit, 5-8. Skills, Sword Mastery Level 1. Roy was a little envious. So this is how mutations go for younger kids. A 30-point increase in total stats. That's 10 points more than me on my first trial. And Coral also told him Carl would see great improvements in his stats over the years. They would peak at about 20 years old. Thanks to the Manticore trial, Kaer's constitution would be better than most witches, but his strength, dexterity, and spirit would lag behind. Good job, Kaer. Felix pulled his student closer. He used to be tall enough to reach his chest, but now Kaer was at the height of his neck. He had grown from about 4'7" to 4'11". That's better than most adult men can do. Now you're more like a man. But you need some time to adapt. Your newfound strength must be controlled. That stance was definitely not optimal. You need to keep your power in check, got it? Yes, sir. Kaer grinned toothily and gave the witches a grateful look. I've never felt this great before. Power just keeps bubbling inside me. I feel like I can fly. He spread his arms and leapt into the air. Like a deer trotting across the woods, he landed about 3 yards away and rolled around. When he stood back up, he said, "Once I get back to the orphanage, I can kick Monty's butt. No, I can take all of them at once." Lambert shook his head and pulled on Kaer's arm. "Eudamus, from now on, you're an apprentice. You're not allowed to bully the children. Training will resume as usual, but now you're also going to come with us on select requests. You need to kill some monsters and grow as a witcher." Suddenly, Lambert held Kaer over his head by the boy's armpits, and the boy stared at everyone innocently. "Look at his beautiful eyes, his handsome little face. He looks just like me back in the day." "Damn it." Felix shoved Lambert away and took Kaer back. The witches started fighting, leaving Kaer flabbergasted. The other witches were watching in silence. A long while later, Serit rubbed his chin. "Quiet, people. I think it's still too early for him to come with us. He needs to train, learn some signs, polish up his sword play, and learn alchemy before he can even come on a mission." "I disagree." Eskel shook his head. "The first time we killed a monster was right after the trial. He needs to kill a drowner. He's trained enough. Now it's time for the real deal." Gerald smiled at Kaer. "I think you're eager to be a monster hunter, aren't you?" Kaer nodded. He looked excited and nervous at the same time. "Felix, your student has passed the trial. I think you know what to do." Vasema pinched his beard. "This is a witcher tradition. I won't forget about his gift. Not even if I forget about anything else." Felix bent his hand backward and unstrapped the swords. He then presented them to the boy. He wore an encouraging smile and said gently, "You've passed the trial, and you deserve a gift." Vasema brought these back with him last time. "They're the Viper swords, and they're now yours. Take it." "They will be your new gear for training. You won't be using the wooden sword anymore." "These are for me?" Kaer took them, but he still was in disbelief. He looked at his mentor and the other witches, asking for permission to take them. The witches nodded at him, smiling and encouraging the boy to take them. This was a decision made by the Brotherhood. They spent a lot of money on the first apprentice they raised, but Felix would have to foot the bill. He'd be low on the priority list next time the Brotherhood found any loot. Kaer unsheathed the silver blade. It was as smooth as silk, and the runes on it glimmered under the light. The boy brushed his finger across the fuller, a smile of indulgence tugging on his lips. He just couldn't stop touching them. The boy held the hilt with 2 hands, trying to hold the blade up before him. The swords were heavier than the wooden sword he was used to, and the length was more than he could control. It looked like he would have some trouble wielding it properly. "There's supposed to be a gift for anyone who passes the trial." Roy looked at Letho. The bald witch raised his head and mouthed, "Gwyha." Roy froze. Letho shook his head and handed the boy a notebook that had all his alchemy tips and tricks recorded within it. "Feel proud, kid. Nobody else has so many mentors." "I have a gift for you too." The other witches presented their gifts as well. Things like beautifully crafted wooden dolls, journals that recorded the witches' combat experiences, leather gloves and boots made by the witches, and more. Light also gave him a magical pendant that contained a one-time spell in it. The magic shield could save his life in a dire situation. Roy gave him a bottle that was filled with the teeth of more than a dozen monsters, including the basilisk and katakan. He considered giving Kaer the notebook he always carried with him. It detailed all the experience he's had since he stepped onto this path, but he changed his mind in the end. He was reluctant to part with that book. Orc's gift was the worst of them all. It was an anthology of stupid love poems he spent most of his days making. Solemnly, he said, "Cal, I know you like Vicky. Now listen to me. She's a shy lady who can't resist romantic poems. Hold this close. It contains all my masterpieces. Once you've memorized them all, recite one to her. She's gonna feel so moved, she's going to marry you on the spot." Carl turned red, and he tucked the book away carefully, and then he looked at Roy and Leiter. He nodded. "Sirs and lady, may I show these gifts to Monty and the boys? They belong to you now. You may do whatever you wish." Roy nodded. "That's the reason we're giving you these gifts. We're counting on you, Carl. Lure 'em in." Carl held the gifts tightly. He looked at everyone around him, and tears started to well in his eyes. His shoulders started to tremble, and sobs escaped his lips. "Why are you crying? You're a little man now." Felix wiped the tears off Carl's face. He was a little miffed, but also moved. "Nobody has ever given me so many gifts before. Nobody has been this nice to me," Carl answered shakily. He looked at the witch's pendants and licked his lips. "But why don't I have any medallions? Did I fail my trial?" "Ahem, you've passed the trial, but you need to pass the Brotherhood's trial of the medallion to get this," Vasema said. "Once you've killed 10 monsters all by yourself and meditated at a circle of elements, you'll be granted a medallion." The Brotherhood was also coming up with a solution to the apprentice's medallion. His mentor was a cat, but witches from 3 different schools came to educate him, and the trial he took belonged to the Manticore school. And so the problem came. What medallion should he wear? After a lot of discussions, Felix relented. Carl could pick his favorite medallion from the 6 styles available. Vasema and Leiter would make it for him. Lambert and Orcs even brought up an interesting suggestion. They said the medallion should have more variety in it. They thought bringing in Leshens and dragons would be nice, but the majority of the witches rejected it. "All right, time for business. People, we have a new apprentice now, and this is a significant breakthrough. A historic moment." Vasema looked invigorated. He looked at Roy. "I didn't take Roy's theories seriously back in Kaer Morhen, but now he has proven himself to be a visionary." Eskel and Gerald fell into silence. They didn't really like the trial of the grasses, but after getting along with the children and bearing witness to the birth of a new witcher, they changed their minds a little. If they could ensure a high success rate and low chances of complications, the trial could be a way to a better future for orphans like Carl. Kian was smiling all the way. The light in his eyes was gentle, and even his scars looked less intimidating. He was reminded of what Gerald told him back in Astaea. "Destiny decreed that we survive, and we must look forward. That is the role of the survivors." He did that, and it bore great results. Kian would keep training these orphans as long as he could. Lambert, Seret, and Orcs were raring to go. They wanted to pick one of the remaining kids and train them to be new witches. Letho smiled, but he said nothing. All he did was look at Roy and Carl. This was the second apprentice he taught. He did something nobody in the Viper School ever did in decades. If they kept sticking to the Brotherhood's mission, he knew the school would be revived in the end. No, not just the school. The entire Witcher community will benefit from this. Roy whispered something into Coral's ear and pulled his arm away. He then approached Hayden, the only one who was watching from the sidelines. "Look here, people. Today is not just Carl's graduation." Roy shot Hayden a knowing smile. Hayden was reminded of that bet they had in the sewers. He took part in most of the Brotherhood's business and worked for a common goal over the last few months. Eventually, he saw the Brotherhood as a place to rest. Now that he had bore witness to the birth of a witcher who suffered no side effects like his tormented colleagues, he had no reason not to join. "Brothers, you've been creating miracle after miracle. I've been watching from the sidelines, and I have a dream." Aiden's eyes glimmered with a plea. "May I have the honor of joining this great Brotherhood and fighting by your side as a brother? You've finally thought it through." Lambert thumped Aiden's chest and held his arm happily. Then he wiggled his eyebrows at the confused Carl. "You're my lucky star, Carl. It's good news all the way today. Welcome to the Brotherhood." Letho extended his hand. The witches huddled closer to Aiden, and they put their hands together in the center. Aiden, Lambert, Letho, Orcs, Seret, Vasema, Gerald, Eskel, Felix, Kaer, and Roy. All witches extended their hands out. Lyta rolled her eyes and chortled. Then she too placed her hand on the top of the pile. Felix shot his apprentice a look, and one last, petite hand placed itself on the top of the pile as well. It belonged to Cal, and he was a new witcher. Everyone exchanged a look. Their eyes filled with resolve and ambition. End of arc. Chapter 393. Gun's residence, Gildorf. The collector was staring at the endless city outside his window. The sky was overcast, torn apart by silver lightning bolts and booming thunder. Raindrops as viscous as oil washed away the dust collecting on his windowsill, but they failed to wash away the darkness he felt within his heart. I believe it has been a full year since you took over Chapel's place, Gigi. Have you encountered any dilemmas during that period? Something like the original body's thoughts invading and corrupting your own mind? Gun said darkly. I see some unsettling scenes from time to time, like dissecting a poor soul's body, all for the pleasure of experimenting. If it were in the past, I would feel nothing but disgust and abhorrence toward these acts. There was genuine fear in Gun's voice as he spoke, but now, every time I see blood, all I feel is ecstasy. Like I had too many astists to drink. His shoulders trembled. This maniac's perverted mind is corrupting me. How should I deal with this? I understand where you're coming from, mate. Chapel was in a black, tight shirt. He approached Gun and grabbed his shoulder. 20 years ago, I too lost my way. I was confused. Reminiscence lit up his eyes. Without my elders showing me the path forward, all I could do was press on by myself, exploring my power. Well, abuse would be the correct term. I shape-shifted into many beings, extracting many memories. Too many. In the end, it turned my brain into mush. I had depression and schizophrenia. I couldn't focus. I wasn't interested in anything, and I kept seeing things in my head. Things that were illogical, irrational, bloody, and horrifying. Had I gone on with that path, I would have ended up losing my mind and taking my own life like a lot of the older Dopplers did. Chapel, or to be exact, Gigi, continued. But then I met the church. It represents an undying flame, the symbol of life, the light within the darkness, and most importantly, hope. Like a preacher and evangelist, Gigi said. And it woke me. Hope. That was what I desired. A beacon in what's otherwise an impenetrable fog. A warm, shining light that points me to the right path. All the chaotic thoughts, all the fog that clouds our heart and soul, will melt away under that light of hope. Only those without hope or a beacon in their life will see nothing but darkness before them. They succumb to the thoughts of all the people around them, losing their own self in the process. I'm not telling you to convert, go. Gigi gave him an encouraging smile. What I'm saying is you should think for yourself, about your goals. The beacon in your life. You're no longer the same person you once were. No longer do you have to run away from the church. You should take some time to find that beacon in your life. Put your faith in something. Gil mused pensively. For most of his life, the shadows were his home. Things like goals and dreams were too lofty for him. After he took over the collector's place, he was busy with the Alliance and his business. There was no time to sort his mind out. But now he was putting some serious thought into this. Are you for real, Gigi? Lambert was on the sofa behind the Dopplers, looking confused. You found hope in the eternal fire? You, a Doppler? Sounds like an ironic fairy tale, don't you think? Gigi turned around. Lambert and Aiden were wolfing down the snacks before them. The Doppler laughed at himself. The church has been hunting me down for many decades, and yet its doctrines gave me salvation. But perhaps that is what destiny has in store for me. I had run into the late Chapel and taken over his place. Also I could pave a path to my dreams and goals. So, what is your goal? Anyway? Lambert gulped down a piece of pumpkin pie sprinkled with cinnamon powder. The unique sweetness surprised him, and he let out a grunt of approval. Witches, I thought you'd have noticed. We've been working together for months. Gigi shook his head. Solemnly, he said, as I have taken over as Chancellor of Security, I shall devote my life to the church. It has given me salvation, after all. Lambert choked on the pie, and he thumped his chest. Gigi ignored that and looked at them. I shall rectify what is wrong with the church, oppression of non-humans. exclusion of different doctrines, and cruel punishment over petty matters. Those are the cankers of the church. I will, at least in this city, reform the church until it walks its talk. The belief is to lead its people through darkness and into a brighter tomorrow. And to do that, first we must erase all hazards. Kidnappers, for example. Why do you think I worked with you? Were all doppelers this merciful? Gigi, you have my respect. Aiden nodded, but he asked, but if you do things too differently from how the real chapel used to, the hierarch, and the dissenters among the councilmen might hunt me down? Gigi confidently said, the hierarch is a man with great dreams and ambitions. He devotes all his time to the gospel, spreading the fire to new kingdoms. As long as I don't do anything evil, the hierarch won't crack down on me, and there's no need to worry about the dissenters. As long as Kaer, Cleaver, and Bedlam have my back, they're nothing. I see. Lambert said, the orphanage is going to expand a few months down the line. We'd need your help to get the permit. Of course, Chapel nodded. It's time to build a bond between witches and the church, he suggested. Keep taking down the kidnappers and ask Dandelion to come up with a few more scripts to improve how the public perceives witches. Once the public perception changes, the church might want you to be our sword instructor. What are the other witches doing? Gon picked up a cup of tea and sat down before the witches. Gigi's advice cheered him up a little. The frown on his forehead was gone. It's been a while since I saw Letho. Same old. Same old. Lambert crossed his legs and dug his ear. Guys teaching the kids how to do alchemy. What about the others? Orcs and Seritar teaching them how to farm and hunt. Even built a garden for the kids. Aiden took a sip of the tea. He added, Vasema's the blacksmithing instructor now. Geralt and Escalar teaching the children how to swing a blade. Lambert said, huffing. They keep talking about how they won't teach the kids, but they sure are happy about it. Carl had returned, and a show of strength ensued. His friends, motivated by Carl's power-up, put even more back into their own training every day. The next trial might come in less than a year, but that all depended on how Leiter's research would go. Felix takes Carl around for some real-world training. Their training were just simple battles with drowners, wolves, and dogs in the wilderness of Novgorod. Wolkian stays back and teaches the children how to read and write. This is an intricate teaching system, witches. It feels like an academy to me. Gigi let out a sigh. Fortunately, you have enough people around to teach the children. Most orphanages don't even have that kind of resource. At most, they just gather the kids around every morning and teach them some random stuff for 2 hours. The kids are left to their own devices most of the time. And what about Leiter? Gigi asked. He only decided to join this alliance after he saw the gorgeous sorceress doing magic stuff as usual. Lambert smirked. He joked, but she's not in a good mood. Understandable, though. It's their honeymoon period, but her partner insists on going out for work. She does not like that. And who is her partner? Gon was reminded of something. A smile curled his lips, and with curiosity, he asked, why did he leave his beautiful wife at home all alone? Her partner's none other than the Syrian diplomat, Roy. As for where he is right now, well, he's in hell. Like usual. July had arrived, and nature was draping Redania's wilderness in a blanket of green, but not even that hint of life could extend its arm to the chilly north. Across the Gulf of Posada stood the kingdom of Kaer, with Povis situated even further north. A snow-covered kingdom for most of the year. This kingdom had almost barren lands with barely any produce every year. The higher the altitude, the less warmth this already freezing land enjoyed. Povis stood in the northernmost part of the continent, with its back against the Dragon Mountains. Icy gales blew down on it, and the air's temperature could reach a freezing 14 degrees Fahrenheit. In the snowy skies, a witcher flew. Not even he could fend off the icy winds. He curled up and held his griffin's mane to keep himself warm as he looked down at the land's sand as far as the eyes could see, and waves crashed on the reef jutting out of the shore. The sea glimmered gold under the sun, the coast resembling a golden moon. Beasts prowled across the shrubbery on the coast, but they were no larger than ants from this height. But Roy was in no mood to enjoy the view. The cold winds were taking all his body warmth away at a terrifying speed. It felt like an overtime spell that gradually took his life away. Even heliotrope could only last for 15 minutes before it broke into tiny little pieces. 2 hours later, Roy's mana was almost empty. His cheeks were red, and Griffin was starting to chatter as well. It was impossible to reach Kaer's mountains under these conditions. Rest was a must. They landed in a yellow ginkgo forest not far from the beach. Before they even made their landing, Griffin easily caught a deer with its talons and galloped around the forest with its prey in its mouth. The cold had gotten to it. A layer of frost covered its beak and mane. Had Griffin been an adult griffin, it could have fended off the cold, but it was still very much in its youth. Roy collected a pile of sticks and hay as fast as he could. He piled them up beneath a jutting rock and tossed Igni at it. Igni's magical flames turned all the water on Roy's body into vapor. Sparks flew, and the flames crackled. Griffin happily rolled around its master. "Don't get too close, or the fire's gonna burn your hair off." He took off his freezing armor and put it beside the fire to dry it up. Then the Witcher easily cut the deer in half and tossed most of it to Griffin. One of the deer's legs hung on a makeshift grill, covered in spices and oil. Roy laid out a beast hide before him. After Karl's successful trial, the next part of their plan was to seek out Kelda, the leader of Griffin's school. But Vasema had too much fun teaching his blacksmithing protégés, and he was planning on another trip to Oxenfurt, this time spending a week with his beloved Mignole. Vasema did not think this negotiation would end well. The only support came in the form of a yellowing map made out of beast hide. It detailed the exact location of Kaer. The fortress was located on the cliff of the border of Povis coast and the northwest of Dragon Mountains. The Brotherhood would not ask Vasema to make this trip, so the job of negotiation fell upon Roy once again. Lyta was livid when she found out. 4 months. That was how long she took to complete the trial for Karl. It had been too long since they were separated. They barely had time to see each other. After the trial was done, Lyta was planning to go on another date on the sea under the moonlight, but Roy came and told her he had a job to do. He would like to spend some time with her, but work came first. An anguished Lyta opened the portal to Dragon Mountains reluctantly and kicked Roy into it. Before Roy left, she said, "Piss off to Povis." And the unfortunate Witcher found himself on the coast of Povis, 100 miles away from Dragon Mountains. Even after a day and a night on Griffin's back, he was still far from his destination. The weather was getting colder too. That was Lyta's punishment for him. Roy turned the map around and placed it on his lap. He tossed a piece of wood into the fire and turned the glistening deer leg on the skewer. His eyes were on the mountains covered in snow and fog. Beneath the mountain stood the kingdom situated on the northernmost part of the continent, Povis and Kaer. The only wealth they had was sand and seawater. That was supposed to be a joke, but nobody laughed once salt factories were invented. Kaer and Povis monopolized the salt and glass market all over the world. Even so, most Northern Realm people thought this kingdom was far, far away from them. It was located in a hostile environment, and their people were even worse than the weather. The kingdom was the butt of everyone's joke. Teachers would tell their students, "If you don't like my class, you can piss off to Povis." And so, Povis became synonymous with hell. As word spread about the kingdom, rebels, adventurers, mad scientists, innovative engineers, and visionary businessmen all moved to this barren land in the north. But then these immigrants came back with shocking discoveries. This presumed barren nation was, in fact, a treasure trove. They had an unbelievable amount of ore deposits, and the profits they gained from those ores were more than the profits of Redania, Kedwin, and Eden combined. Only Temeria's Mahakam had more ore deposits than them, but Povis gold, dimeritium, and platinum took up 3/4 of the world's market. Nobody ever looked down on that kingdom after that. Roy tore off a strip of flesh and popped it into his mouth. Then he lay down on Griffin's warm belly. Redania once sent its troops to invade Kaer and Povis in an attempt to steal its wealth, but the kingdom responded by sending out an army of well-equipped mercenaries. That band of mercenaries pulverized Redania's army, forcing them to retreat. Ever since then, Povis and Kaer signed a peace treaty with all the major kingdoms in the north and became a permanent neutral land. Povis is a good place. It's even more accepting of non-humans than Novgorod. Orcs wanted to visit this place badly. I'll take a look once I see the griffins. Roy heard the sound of a twig breaking coming from afar, and he produced a diamond-shaped crystal in his hand. Colorful magical lights illuminated it, and it covered Griffin. The beast was alarmed as well. Poof! And the griffin turned into a little black cat. It scurried up Roy and hid in his hood. The little cat mewed and stuck its head out to see what was happening. Roy wore a pair of sunglasses and kept his heterochromatic eyes hidden. He tucked the bones and campfire into his inventory space and quickly hid in a narrow wood bush. About 30 seconds later, two burly men in thick, gray cotton clothes entered the woods. I think I saw smoke rising here, and I can fucking smell the taste of meat in the air. Even heard a cat meow like it was in heat. A man with green hair, a nose resembling a garlic, and a chin resembling an eggplant showed up. He then looked around carefully. Ah, you're just hearing things, you coward. There's no cat around here. Dumbass. The other man's face was red, and he clicked his tongue. So, did you tell Ixina? Did she agree? Gotta hand it to you, mate. I told her I was gonna buy a whole sack of coal, and she agreed to the deal. The man with green hair rubbed his hands. I bet she's gonna steal her father's coal and sell them to us tonight. Good. Perhaps we can even have some fun. Chapter 394. Ginkgo trees shone under the moonlight like glinting canine teeth. Gusts of wind blew from the depths of the land, carrying the sorrowful cold of the northern realm. In the woods stood a girl. She was tall and lithe, and her hair was black. Her cotton-padded jacket was thick and gray, and it was paired with a brown dress and an apron. In one hand, she held a torch, and in the other, a fat burlap sack covered in black powder. She did not have the strength to haul it, and thus the girl dragged it across the ground. Where are you, Henri? I know you're there. Come out. The girl came to a halt under a tree, staring around like a curious marmot. Her beautiful face was red from the cold, and a hint of fear filled her violet eyes. Then she thumped her chest to cheer herself up. Sorry, Ixina, I just got here. From the darkness, a burly man emerged, flames illuminating his green hair and comical jaw. He stopped about 5 yards away from the girl, but his eyes never left her. There was an almost scary passion burning within them, and Ixna backed up to the tree out of fear. Didn't think you'd show up. Henri narrowed his eyes and put on the warmest smile he could muster. There was a shred of radish stuck between his yellowing teeth. It's the dead of a cold, cold night. And the woods are dark and dangerous. You're braver than the other girls. There's no danger here. Home is 10 minutes away, and the hunters have killed all the predators here. And you're with me. There's not gonna be any danger, unless you have something else in mind. The man's face fell. Ixna forced a smile and dragged the burlap sack ahead. Stop your yammering and pay me. It's freezing out here. Staying out for too long is gonna make me sick in the morning. True. The man nodded and approached her. He then whipped out a few yellow coins from his pocket. 10 presents for a sack of coal, right? Wait, that's not our deal. A frown furrowed the woman's brows, and she said shrilly, "It's supposed to be 20 presents for a sack." "That's only half the money." "You lied to me." "I'd rather get my coal from your father at that price." "No need for this deal." The man shook his head and chuckled. "Please, Ixna, I had to work my ass off for 2 weeks to make 20 presents. I can't spend it all on a sack of coal. What am I going to eat then? You lying bastard." "You son of a bitch." Ixna teared up and pointed at the man's chest. She cursed. "I snuck out in this goddamned weather, and this is what I get?" "It's just goddamned weather. I'm willing to pay the money. But there's another condition." There was a hint of uncontrollable lust in Henri's voice. He rubbed his hands and started to leer at Ixna. "Spit out your fucking condition or I'm gonna leave," Ixna shouted. "I'd like to fuck you." The man grinned and put on a sad look. "I'm already 30 years old, and I'm still not married. Do you know how tormenting it is, seeing you go around all day but never getting to fuck you? I can't take it anymore. Just let me have you, alright?" Henri took another step toward her. Even the scent of onions, potatoes, and pickled radish smelled sweet to him. Ixna took a hurried step back and held the sack up as a shield, albeit with difficulty. "Just do it this once, and I'll buy a sack from you every month." I know you've been saving up peasants lately. I'm the most helpful guy in the village. I'll help you out, so long as you fulfill my wish. You Kaer, you lying bastard. Away. Get away from me. I'm not a cheap woman. Ixana clicked her tongue and threw charcoal at the man. If you wanna fuck someone, fuck a pig or something. Or a hole. There's a hole in the tree behind you. Stick your dick in it. She turned around only to freeze in fear. Another man appeared from the bush behind her. His face was red, and his body bulky. It was obvious this man was another miner. "Isekai'd, why are you here?" She swiveled around and shot Henri a nasty glare. "What are you doing? Don't come any closer, or my father will hear about this. He's going to break your legs." "Oh, don't you get it, my sweet lady?" Kaer narrowed his eyes. Tendrils of steam flowed from his nostrils, and greed filled his eyes. He could gobble this country lady if he so wanted to. If Raid finds out that you've been making deals behind his back, he's going to break your legs first, and you're going to get jailed. And Kaer hissed, he's going to sell you off to Old Cripple next village because you're dating a mutant. All the color drained from Ixana's face. Her lips trembled, and not another word escaped her tongue. "You thought you could keep it a secret?" Henri piled up on the pressure. "News goes around fast. We know you're seeing that mutant. You two met at the riverside and kissed till your lips were swollen. He might have infected you with all his parasites. We're stopping you for your own good. Nobody knows about your secret. Nobody but us. If you want us to stay quiet, you're gonna have to work with us. You've given yourself to that bastard from the mountains. You threw yourself at that mutant. So why can't you do the same for us? We're your neighbors." The men inched ever so closer to the woman. She backed up against the tree and opened her burlap sack. She whipped out a bunch of charcoal and hurled them at the men. "Don't make me do this." "Stop right there. I'm warning you. I have to pick 10 vats of greens every day. Take one step closer and I'll crush your balls." She gnashed her teeth and made a threat, but the fear in her eyes was unmistakable. She was single, and yet she had a sordid relationship with a witcher. If this went out, her reputation would be ruined, and her father would kill her. "We're not trying to force you or anything. Work with us, and nothing will happen." "Refuse, and we might let your secret slip. Think about it, Ixana. I'm actually as good as any bard in poetry, and I can use my tongue well." Henri leered. "How about some poetry?" Winds of the night howled across the air, and 2 thuds tore through the night. A silhouette zipped past Ixana, and purple light appeared out of nowhere, and then her eyes went wide, and she covered her mouth, as if they were possessed. The men who threatened to assault her gave each other a bear hug. So tight was their hug that anyone would think they were holding their lover in their embrace. And then they started to kiss, violent and sloppy. That was how they kissed. And then they started tussling on the ground. A muscular figure appeared beside the men. His hands were on his hips, and a pair of sunglasses hung from the bridge of his nose. His armor was grayish-brown, and 2 sword hilts protruded from his back. Moonlight shone on him, revealing a handsome face. He quickly made a sign in the air and calmed Ixana down. For some reason, Ixana calmed down. She had a feeling this man could be trusted. "Who are you?" "Don't worry, Ixana. I'm a mutant, the kind these bastards were talking about. Call me Roy. I was just passing by, and I heard these idiots spewing shit, so I punished them a little. But don't worry, they won't die." Roy smiled warmly and showed her his medallion. "They're going to be doing it so much, sex won't even register in their heads anymore. And then they'll pass out for an hour. Now, let's talk about that mutant they mentioned. I want to know who the guy is." Ixana looked away from the squirming men. A moment of hesitation later, she started speaking. Chapter 395, The Winds of the Night. They kissed the forest. Branches shivered and rustled, and silvery moonlight showered the ground. A crackling campfire was lit in the woods, and around it sat a man and a woman. The woman's violet eyes were set on the night sky. With passion, she said, "The mutant they mentioned goes by the name of Kaer. Have you heard of him, Roy?" "You're a witcher too." "I have, yes." Roy took Griffin out and placed it on his lap. Then he patted its soft little belly. It rolled around happily and smacked the witcher's hand around like a stick. The girl felt more at ease when she saw the cat. "He comes from the base of the Dragon Mountains. Lives on a cliff by the sea. And he's a graduate of Kaer, a griffin, so to speak. Unlike how she was a few moments ago, Ixana had a gentle look in her eyes, and the moonlight gleamed softly on her face. So you went to Kaer before? Can you even find it? Kaer took me for a tour before, but I don't think his mentor likes me very much. Didn't want me to stay around for too long. The fortress lies in ruins now. Kaer told me most of the buildings were destroyed in an avalanche many years ago. He and his mentor are living in the few buildings that remain. Roy nodded. He tried to remember anything he could about Kaer, but all he remembered was his teaching Siri swordplay in the future. He could remember a lot about Kelda, though more information was needed if he wanted to rope these griffins into his brotherhood. I mean no harm, but I might have to visit the fortress in the near future. I'd like to know more about the griffins. Are you going out with Kaer right now? Observe didn't show any special stats. This woman was just a regular country girl with regular stats. However, she was lithe, beautiful, and had fairer skin than most country girls. Beauty was a good trait of hers, though her chest was flat. She hung her head low and stayed silent for a moment. Yes, she whispered. We've known each other for more than a year. Roy nodded. All right. Kaer knows me one now. I heard what these fools said. Your village doesn't take to witches too well, does it? So how did you run into Kaer? Roy paused for a moment. It's all right if you don't want to say, but if it's okay, I'd like you to go into as much detail as possible. Ixana placed her hands before the fire to warm them up. A hue of red painted her cheeks, and she looked at the men lying on the ground nearby. Their activity had come to an end, and now they were sleeping together, their snores filling the air. Is it really okay to leave them like that, Witcher? What if they wake up? Roy gave the men weird looks. Sorry. Never expected them to finish this fast. They might have to see a doctor for that. But it's all right. They won't wake up for an hour. Continue. I used to think witches were monsters, executioners, bandits, and heretics. That was what the villagers told me. The woman recounted her tale. Witches hide among the mountains, where powerful snow monsters and savage wolves reside. They drink the blood of their enemies and rob all passing travelers, but their most heinous act would be the kidnapping of children. People say they love to sneak into villages and spirit children away, some who are just babies. Roy heaved a sigh and massaged his temples. That's no witcher, that's an animal. It's going to be hard to change the public perception toward witches, especially in remote places like these. Haven't you guys asked for a witch's help? It's been less than 20 years since our village's establishment. Most of the people there get their information on witches through stories and rumors. She shook her head. Last summer, I was doing the laundry at the riverside, and some slimy monster appeared from the waters. It held my feet and tried to drag me down into the river. That's a drowner, Roy interjected. Yeah, that's it. The people in my village talked about it. They drag humans down into the river. If it's a man, they kill him and devour his flesh. But if it's a woman, Ixana took a deep breath. Fear flashed in her eyes, and she lowered her voice in terror. They are taken back to a nest, where the drowners will breed them. Lies. Roy rolled his eyes. Humans can't breed with drowners. They have no idea how crossbreeding works. Please don't come up with anything stupider than this. I will never forget that day. He showed up out of nowhere and shot fire out of his hand like magic. His flames burned that monster to a crisp. Ixana shook her head. There was love in her eyes, and her voice was gentle. Unlike how she was a while ago. He saved a poor, foolish girl. I was drenched, and I swallowed a lot of water. I was shivering and scared for my life, lying on a boulder without any strength. But Kaer helped me. She continued. He took me into the woods and lit a campfire so I could dry my clothes and get warm. And he fed me a vial of green liquid. He told me it was a potion to stave off the cold. Very caring, Kaer was. But I was scared. Worried he might hurt me. I wouldn't look up at him, though I did steal some glances. Ixana was starting to sound even gentler. Roy felt like he was listening to her recounting a love story. He's tall and strong. His hair is black and lustrous, and he has a little beard. Very manly. There are some pockmarks on his face. Perhaps an aftermath of smallpox, but what caught my attention were his eyes. His eyes have many colors: white, yellow, green, and more. At that point, Roy looked a little concerned. The harder the mutation, the more color a witch's eyes had. He almost died from the trial, and his eyes only had 2 colors. Kaer must have gone through worse stuff than me. I thought he would say something, but once I regained my strength, he was gone, she said without saying a word. After I went back home, I gave the ordeal a lot of thought, and all the stories I heard regarding witches seemed so preposterous. She said solemnly, witches aren't villains, unlike what the people make them out to be. Kaer saved me like a knight in shining armor. Congratulations, you saw through the world's lies. Roy nodded. Griffins follow the code of the night. Altruism is part of them. Roy admired the griffins and vipers out of the 6 witcher schools. The former was righteous and cared about their brethren, while the latter were people who would give up their lives just to revive their school. Every other school either lacked goal or camaraderie. That included the wolf school. I didn't manage to say thank you, Ignazer went on. And I told nobody about it. The next day, I went back to the river and the woods where he helped me out. And the next. And the next. She stared at the ground, muttering to herself, I would go back like a woman possessed. And 3 months later, I saw him again by the river. So I went and said hi. The big guy smiled at me, though it was a stiff and awkward smile. I loved every part of him. His mannerisms, his deep, reassuring voice, his beautiful eyes, his warm hands, and even his heartbeat. A beautiful smile curled Ignazer's lips. We fell in love. We'd see each other at the riverside once every 2 weeks, and we'd talk about everything. We'd also connect. Physically speaking. Roy held the cat up and huffed at it. All right, that should stop the boner. Good kitty. But I had enough of this underground relationship, yet I couldn't afford to let it slip, or everyone would call me a slut. Including my father. They would burn me at the stake. Resolve flared in Ignazer's eyes. She balled up her fists and sat up straight. I've decided to leave. I will save enough coins and move to the city with my love. Either Lanexeter or Pontavanis will do. The city is filled with people from all walks of life. They don't hold up ignorant superstitions like the people in these villages either. Witches won't be discriminated there, but you'll need a lot of money, Roy said. The cities she mentioned were Kaer and Povis, winter and summer capital. Both of these places were bustling and teeming with life. You'll need to work for years just to save up enough money. Even if you're stealing from your own family. And did you tell Kaer about this? Are you sure he's willing to move with you? Ignazer hesitated for a moment. I was going to save up for a little more and surprise him, but she turned her attention to the sleeping men on the ground. How will you deal with them, Roy? Roy tucked the cat away in his hood and put on his sunglasses again. That's about as much as I need to know. Here's an idea. He shot up and did the slicing motion near his neck with his hand, his eyes glinting with the ferocity befitting of a viper. You're Kaer's partner, which makes you our friend. Why don't I take them out permanently? They already had enough fun. No, just let them be. She clenched the hem of her dress, creasing it, and then she spat at the men. I want them to remember what they did when they wake up, and if it's possible, I have a request. Her voice faltered at first, but she regained her composure. You're going to Kaer, aren't you? I'd like to go with you. And I know where the entrance is. Roy hesitated. This technically counts as eloping. And she's someone else's woman. Why should I take her along, though? She's a liability. But Roy didn't refuse her in the end. If he took her along, Kaer should be thankful enough to repay this favor even if Kelda refused to budge. A little bit of blackmailing, but effective enough for knights like the Griffins. Are you sure you want to come with me and let these two go? They might slander your name right after they wake up. Your reputation would be ruined. And my sign isn't enough to wipe their memories just yet. Roy stared at the woman and said seriously, think about it. Take all the time you need. Once you leave, you cannot return. You will never see your family again. I've had enough of my family. Abusing me is all he does. And I've had enough of these pathetic neighbors. They're nothing but fools and maggots. Ignazer had snapped out of Oxy, and her having a heart-to-heart with Roy convinced her. She didn't even hesitate for a moment. Please, help me. Chapter 396. Silent was the night, moonlight shining on a typical house in a certain village. It was surrounded by a fence and decked out with a barn, stilt house, chicken coop, garden, and a pile of fertilizer. And there was a charcoal kiln standing somewhere as well. Ixana calmed the black dog down and tiptoed into the house, holding a sack on her shoulder. Before the main house she knelt, and she muttered words of repentance and pleas for forgiveness. She was saying her last goodbye. The girl stood back up and tied her hair up into a ponytail. Her lips were pursed, and she had finally steeled her resolve. She balled her fists, and took a deep breath. "Let's go, Witcher." Roy looked at her. "I thought you hated your father, so why did you say goodbye to him? He might have abused me all my life, but he's still my father. He raised me," she whispered. There were tears in her eyes. "Once he realizes where he went wrong, perhaps I might come back with Kaer and tend to him until he takes his very last breath. People can be so dishonest with their feelings." Roy shook his head and went into the darkness with her. Toward the beach and the looming silhouette of the Dragon Mountains they went. Unlike city ladies, Ixana wasn't a fussy girl. Roy didn't even stop once from midnight to the next afternoon. The sun was shining bright in the sky. Vapor filled the air, and cold winds that blew in from the sea cut through the girl like invisible blades, but still she didn't flinch or stop to rest. Roy and Ixana arrived at the coast neighboring the Dragon Mountains during high noon. Far and wide the mountain stretched, like a dragon lying down to rest. On its westmost point lay the sea, flowing into the little enclave near the end of the mountains. Roy craned his neck and stared up as much as possible. The snow gleamed golden under the sun, and a narrow stone path meandered up the slope. The higher parts were covered in mist. Hidden behind a veil, Roy took his map out once again and wondered if he should scout from the skies with Griffin. Ixana approached the snow-covered pine tree beside the stone path, and delightfully, she spun around while holding the burlap sack. "We're just in time, Roy." Kaer left a sign. "He's still in the fortress. I see destiny wishes for you to meet. Let's go." The two of them ascended the stone path. Snow flanked the path like two long strips of white silk. Paw prints covered the snow tracks like embroidery on fabric. About 10 minutes later, Roy stopped in his tracks and took his sunglasses off. Atop the snow slope a silhouette appeared. It was approaching Roy and Ixana, but the silhouette wasn't walking, it was skiing straight down. The silhouette hit the ground with its ski poles, keeping its balance while evading all the sticks and stones on the path. As it jumped across big boulders, the silhouette spun around like a ballerina and left skid marks on the ground. The silhouette skied across the ground as smoothly as a dolphin leaping and swimming across the seas. The silhouette changed directions about 10 yards away from Roy and Ixana, their skis sitting parallel to the Witcher and his companion. Snow flew into the air and scattered everywhere. The man took off his skis and held his ski poles under his armpits as he approached the duo. An excited Ixana approached him and held him tightly like a koala. The man spun around with her in his arms. Her slender legs drew a circle across the snow, much like her dress did. The man took his black mask off, revealing a pale, hardened, handsome face. His hair was black, and he had a short beard. His cheeks and the spot under his lips were covered in pockmarks, residue of his smallpox infection. Instead of ruining his look, these pockmarks made him look rugged. He was muscular, strong, and calm. A pair of green sword hilts protruded from his back, and a big smile hung on his lips. He was delighted to be reunited with his lover. Once again, Roy cast observe. Kaer. Age, 48 years old. Gender, male. Status, Griffin School Witcher. HP, 160. Mana, 200. Strength, 17. Dexterity, 16. Constitution, 16. Perception, 12. Will, 7. Charisma, 6. Spirit, 20. Skills, Witcher Signs Level 8. Odysee, Hidden, Igni, Ard, Heliotrop. Clamp. Expend a low amount of mana to dispel illusions or create illusory clones around the caster. Griffin Arts Level 3, Dual-handed Sign Casting. More potent than single-handed sign casting, but it also costs more mana. Alchemy Level 8, Meditation Level 6, Griffin School Swordplay Level 7, Witcher Senses Level 8. Others? Roy's eyes shone a little. This was the first time he saw a Witcher with 20 points in spirit, and his meditation was on par with some of the veteran Brotherhood members. They are specialists in signs, all right. He wanted to know more about the seventh sign and the secret arts of the Griffin School. Roy had a feeling this trip would prove to be bountiful. What brings you here, Ixna? Kaer happily held the lady's hand. Our next meetup is still a week away. Did your father hurt you again? Ixna pursed her lips. And who might this be? Kaer's eyes were white, yellow, and green. They looked weird, but his gaze was clear and friendly. Roy couldn't possibly hate him. Might you be Kaer of the Griffin School? I'm Roy. Roy waved his hand at Kaer. I'm from the Viper School and a member of the Witcher Brotherhood. I came all the way from Novgorod in search of the legendary Kaer. This is very much a diplomatic mission. You're a Viper? And you're from some sort of brotherhood? Kaer was still holding Ixna's hand, but he fell into silence for a while. Then he looked at Roy's pendant. Sorry, but this is the first time I've seen a Viper. It's all right. Our base was in Nilfgaard. It's quite a distance from Kova and Povis, Roy said. We only moved to the north last year. Kaer nodded, and he continued. And what of this brotherhood you speak of? Sounds like the Brotherhood of Sorcerers to me. That's a long story. Roy looked past Kaer. How about we sit down and talk about it? I promise I come in peace. My love, Roy saved me. That's why I brought him here, Ixna vouched for Roy. Unlike how she was toward the would-be assaulters, she was gentle and soothing. She recounted the harrowing ordeal. Kaer first felt furious, and flames flared in his eyes, and then he heaved a sigh of relief. Gratefully, he said, "Thank you for saving her, Roy. It would have been a disaster without your help. I owe you one." He extended a hand, and Roy shook it. A big smile curled the young witch's lips. Anyone with a conscience would have stepped in. I was just doing the right thing. Don't mention it. Kaer nodded, the look in his eyes speaking of approval. Come with me, then. Kelda is there as well. He will be pleased to see you. As the path meandered on, the signature cold of the north started invading the air. The deeper they went, the colder it was. The winds were nothing but a breeze, but the cold it brought was not unlike icy steel that could cut open a traveler's skin. Ixna and Kaer huddled closer, sharing each other's warmth and flirting among themselves. Roy pulled his hood up and stuffed his cat into his collar, telling him to roll up. It felt better feeling the cat snuggling against his chest, but it was a small comfort without his lover by his side. Steeper and steeper the path became. It was already 75 degrees upward, and most of the path was taken up by snow, leaving a narrow road for them to go through. Rime stuck on the needles of the pine tree, shimmering like a rainbow under the sun. The sight was breathtaking, but Roy wasn't in the mood to enjoy it. The path sloped downward half an hour later, unfurling into the coastline in the west, and not too long later, the three of them arrived at their destination. What was once the great fortress of Kaer stood on the cliffs of the Povis coastline. Most of its buildings were buried under the snow, becoming nothing more than ruins. Only a handful of buildings poked through the snow. They were barely abodes, and even these houses were dilapidated. They were crumbling, and their walls were cracked. Most of them were gray and drab, but some looked lighter in color. Apparently, someone refurbished the walls not too long ago. The roof was covered in snow, and icicles hung on the overhang. This was not the most pleasant place to live in. Most people would balk at the idea of staying in a place like this. Welcome to Kaer, Roy. Sorry about the state of the place. Kaer finally let his girlfriend go and turned round to smile proudly at Roy. Don't sell yourself short. This is a famous fortress in its own right. It's iconic for the Witcher community. Can't judge a book by its cover. I'm very interested in its history. Roy stepped into the fortress and headed down the yard. Eventually, he arrived at the edge of the cliff, where a stone stele stood. The elements had weathered it down, but the stele was free of snow. The words Kaer and a date were carved on it in Elder speech. Sovine, year 1029. That's more than 230 years ago. He stared past the stele. Underneath the cliff, the seas raged. A whirlpool spun around, stirring up furious waves to crash against the reef. Roy almost had vertigo just looking at it. At the same time, his pendant vibrated. This time, it was violent enough to almost break free of Roy's grasp and fly away like a bird. The Witcher held his medallion down, but the palpable chaos energy flowed into his body. keeping his mana full at all times. And then he saw the light of magic flitting before him. "This is a place of power?" a deep voice spoke. "Correct." Roy turned round and saw an elderly man emerging from the tower in the middle. He stood underneath the overhang, where the sun didn't shine. He was in a reddish-brown robe, and his grayish-brown hair tumbled down his shoulder. His back was straight, and a perfectly maintained beard hung around his lips. His eyes were sunken and bloodshot, perhaps because the man lacked rest. His cheeks were slender, and his face was handsome. Unlike most witches, his amber eyes shone not with the light of ferocity, but of wisdom. He was holding a book in his left hand and a quill in his right, while a canvas purse hung around his waist. It contained books and paper records. Unlike witches, he wasn't wearing any leather armor. Instead, he looked like a professor at Oxenfurt Academy or the librarian for some noble's library. Kelder looked like a man in his 40s. Kelder. Age: 193 years old. Gender: male. Status: Griffin School Grandmaster, mastered all Griffin School skills. HP: 170. Mana: 270. Strength: 16. Dexterity: 16. Constitution: 17. Perception: 14. Will: 9. Charisma: 7. Spirit: 27. Skills: Witcher Science Level 10. Kn. Mutated: Uxe. Mutated: Hidden. Mutated: Igni. Mutated: Ard. Mutated: Heliodrop. Mutated: Clamp. Mutated: Griffin Arts Level 8. Dual-handed sign casting. Can harness the chaos energy lingering in the air by modifying the roars of elementals. Increases sign intensity drastically. Alchemy Level 10. Meditation Level 9. Griffin School Swordplay Level 10. Witcher Senses Level 10. Teleportation Level 6. Magic Maneuver Level 3. Source: Passive. See more. This land pulses with chaos energy. The elves saw what this land had to offer, and they built a fortress on this cliff. Kelder was still writing in his book, but he was looking at Roy. "What brings you here, friend? You have come a long way." "Kelder, I am Roy of the Viper School." Roy bowed with deep respect. Kelder was the backbone and protector of the Griffin School, much like Vasema is the guardian of Kaer Morhen. Kaer destruction was even more total than Kaer Morhen's. There were nothing but ruins here, and yet Kelder remained. He might be stubborn, but he managed to raise one student from the ashes of this fortress, and that student was Cone. Thanks to that, his school could live on for decades. This man was worthy of respect, and not to mention he had a lot of powerful skills. The only mutated sign Roy had was Igni, but all of Kelder's signs were mutated. And he had a secret art that was related to the elemental dimensions that could intensify his signs. Still, Roy had an odd feeling about the information he got, and he cocked his eyebrow. There was something off with it, but he couldn't put a finger on what it was. He continued. "Vasema told me about you and this remarkable fortress. Out of curiosity and respect, I decided to pay this place a visit. This is also a part of my training." He handed Kelder a letter. "Vasema?" "The old chap from Kaer Morhen." Kelder carefully tucked that letter away into his bag and placed his quill behind his ear. He skimmed through the letter, and the air of suspicion around him went away a little. "It's been years since I last saw the old chap. Is he still well?" "Thank you. Vasema is quite healthy, and he's happy with his life. Also, he's going to meet up with his lover, probably already in Oxenfurt by now." Kelder looked pleased, and he caressed his beard. "That old chap has an eye for people. Since he's vouched for you, then you are now a friend of the Griffins. Come in, lad." Kelder looked at Tigzana. She was a little confused and sheepish, and then she bowed at Kelder. There was respect and a hint of fear in her eyes. "Cone, you fool, can't you see we have a regular human among us? Take your lover inside. Do you want her to freeze?" "Yes, sir." Cone nodded quickly. He seemed a little afraid of Kelder as well. Chapter 397. The building was bigger on the inside. Much bigger than Roy thought. The lobby and living quarters were merged together. There were tables, chairs, and necessities in the quarters, and wolverine and snow leopard hides hung on the walls. On the walls above the fireplace, the head of a fleder hung. There was a tightly shut door in the corner of the room's depths, leading to the basement. Roy had a feeling the room was hiding something big within. Perhaps it was connected to the underground fortress. Roy kept looking around. Before the fox-hide sofa stood a wooden bed, and a crate of clothes sat beside it. A wooden bookshelf stood behind the bed. It was filled with old tomes and parchments, but these books were well kept. There were versions written in Northern Common Speech and Elder Speech. He saw one of the books in Coral's room. It went by the name of Magic and its Arcane Mysteries. That was one of Erich's basic textbooks. Most witches couldn't learn it, much less use it. Kelda was an exception. We haven't had guests in a long time, Roy, especially not someone as young as you. You seem younger than Ixana. Kelda took a seat beside the desk. He took a book titled The Transfer of Chaos Energy and flipped it open. I'm nearly 16, Roy said calmly. It's been a year or so since I passed my trial. Kelda turned around in surprise. Did your school improve upon the recipe? Your magic shines even brighter than Cone's. I almost thought you were Erland's apprentice. Speaking of which, Cone, stop flirting and serve our guests something. There's stew in the cauldron. Yes, sir. Cone answered stiffly and left the room, leaving Ixana alone. She held the hem of her dress and hung her head low. Anxiety bubbled within her, and she kept looking away from Kelda. She took a book and pretended to read, but she was flipping too fast to even remember a word. Or she might just be illiterate. Roy smiled and whipped his cat out. He placed the cat on his lap and rubbed its belly. No, we didn't have any mage's help. The recipe has been the same for decades. You think I am different perhaps because I have a smidgen of magical talent. A smidgen is an understatement. Compared to you, my talents are nothing. Roy rolled his cat up and tossed it between his hands. He asked, you and Vesema are peers, aren't you? Yes. Kelda smiled. We rolled fossils now. But you're still young and lively. Oh, why are you giving me that look? Did I scare you? No. I just feel honored to be in the presence of a grandmaster. Roy composed himself and took a deep breath. You're a source, aren't you? So why did you become a witcher and not a mage? It's a better job, isn't it? Silence fell upon Kelda. Light of the candle flame flickered in his eyes, but Kelda had a faraway look. He brushed his finger across a page of his book only to freeze halfway through flipping the page. Difference in opinions. I prefer how the griffins do things. So I became a witcher. I spend my time swimming in the ocean of knowledge and fooling around with my students. It's the life I wanted. Believe it or not, it's been decades since I swung my blade or cast a sign. Kelda finally flipped the page. And why did you join the Viper School, lad? Kelda sounded curious. He was staring at Roy from head to toe. If you've only undergone the trial a year ago, then that means you were only 14. You were at least 3 years older than most adepts. No school would take in anyone over the age of 11. Those heterochromatic eyes of yours is proof that your trial must have been a deadly one. Are you an unexpected child? This is the decree of destiny. Roy didn't give a straight answer. I passed the trial without suffering any side effects, and I've gained some special abilities from it as well. The Vipers are blessed. It's impossible to raise new witches in this age. Kelda flipped another page. Pardon me, but how many members of your school are left? Not much. 4, including me. Everyone else is over 70 years old. Hot stew, coming right up. Get some and warm yourself up. Cone came in with a steaming cauldron and placed it on the table. He ladled the gleaming yellow stew and filled 5 plates with it. Even Griffin got one. Griffin meowed. She loved that Cone treated her like equals, and she raised a paw of approval. Ixana took the plate and gulped her stew at high speed. She felt like a weight had been lifted off her back. No longer did she have to flip through the book she knew nothing of while going through weird thoughts in her mind. Kelda told me this is our future. Nature intends it to be this way. The number of witches are dwindling, no matter which school it is. Cone spoke with solemnity and sadness in his voice. There aren't many requests for us to take anymore. Eventually, witches will be nothing but pages in the annals of history. Ixana held his hand, offering comfort. That might not necessarily be true. Roy speared a piece of carrot and popped it into his mouth, but it scalded his tongue. He stuck it out and huffed weirdly. We know a lot of people, like the wolves, Vesema included. The griffins listened closely. We also have 3 cats and a new manticore with us. Roy smiled. He announced, "The 12 of us are living in Novgorod and all of us are witches." Silence fell upon the room. Only the sound of Griffin playing with her potatoes were heard. "You're all living in Novgorod?" Kelder closed his book and turned around to face Roy. There were wrinkled above his brows, and the look in his eyes spoke of gravity. "Are you sure it's not mercenaries or peasants?" Roy laughed. "If you don't believe me, you can always travel to Novgorod and see for yourself. You shall be treated as esteemed guests. Or you can just cast Odysee, and I'll tell you the truth. I'm immune to mind control anyway." Cone and Kelder exchanged a look. Cone asked, "Is this the brotherhood you mentioned?" "Yes, it's a brotherhood made up of witches," Roy said. "To be precise, witches and a sorceress." "Not even witches of the same school can stay together in a same place for long." Kelder shook his head and stared into Roy's eyes. "Gerald and his friends would go mad if they had to stay with Vesema in Kaer all the time, and everyone else will have even less patience. They were trained and taught differently since they were kids." Roy's confident smile didn't waver. He kept sipping his stew without worry. Kelder tapped the table with his finger. "Even if we put their differences aside, why do the witches gather? For what purpose? To what end?" Roy put his fork down. "One witcher can take down an elite troop all by himself. 12 is a safety hazard." Kelder continued, "Novgorod's rulers will not stand for this, and not to mention you have a mage on your side." Ixna crossed her hands before her belly nervously. Cone clasped his hands and rested his chin on them. His eyes too spoke of solemnity. "Our goal is simple. Like you said, the number of monsters are dwindling, and so are the requests we can take. Not one school has had new students for the last 20 years. At this rate, we'd be nothing but history." Roy smiled, and he announced, "And our mission is to turn this trend around. Our plan is to grow the Brotherhood and alter how the public perceives us. No longer will we tolerate insults and slanders to our name. We fight under the name of equality, teamwork, unity, and expansion." Even the rulers of Novgorod have agreed to work with us. No longer will they come after witches. "You've interfered with politics." Kelder's gentle demeanor was replaced by anger, and every muscle in his body tensed up. But Roy remained calm, and he stared at Kelder. "Dealing with safety problems and arresting kidnappers don't count as political interference." Kelder shook his head, smiling and easing up. "We've established ourselves in Novgorod. The apprentices' training is ongoing, and we're also improving the recipe so the children can pass the trial safely without suffering any side effects." Roy paused for a moment and looked at the griffins. "I'm cutting to the chase. We've achieved a major breakthrough. Not too long ago, a 9-year-old boy took the Manticore trial and passed it. He's the 12th member of the Brotherhood." Kelder's cheeks twitched. He changed positions and crossed his arms, while Cone sat up straighter, apparently invigorated by the news. Ixna, however, was in a daze. She wasn't too sure what the witches were talking about. "But we need more people if we want to expand," Roy continued. "And that's why I'm here. Of course, I'd very much love to visit this place and witness the great fortress. It's the least I can do after a Grand Master has spent his life guarding the place. But of course, I'd also like to extend an invitation to you. An invitation to Novgorod, where we can exchange our experiences and stories. The decoction recipes, trial recipe, signs, and diagrams are open to our members." Roy was trying to tempt these two into joining. "We've found a whole set of Manticore gear diagrams in Villain." Cone looked surprised. "It'd be perfect if you would join us," Roy genuinely requested. "But if you refuse, it's all right." "Kelder, you know more about signs than Vesema does, and you also know the Griffin School's secret arts. Is it possible for you to contribute to our cause?" "Vesema is also a part of the Brotherhood." Kelder's expression didn't change much. He was still frowning, but his hands were clenching the armrest of his chair tightly. Cone took a deep breath and looked at his mentor. "Novgorod is a city more lively than Lanexeter. Aren't you worried someone might notice the trial?" "And how do you plan on getting new apprentices?" "By relying on the law of surprise alone. We might be holding a trial, but we're not torturing the children. We treat them like family, and we play by Novgorod's laws. There's nothing to fear here." Roy smiled. "And yes, Where we get new blood is an important question. To that end, we've established an orphanage. We take in these poor, tormented children and provide them with a place to stay. Nothing we do goes against the creed of knighthood. And then we pick the willing ones from the children and train them. Eventually, the ones with a stronger will are left. Currently, we have 20 children residing within the walls of the orphanage, and a quarter of them are witcher apprentices. One of them has passed the trial, and we're planning on taking in double the number of orphans next year. There was a flame roaring in Roy's eyes. There was also pride in his voice as he spoke. Griffin sat up straighter as well, looking around as if to gloat. You might not believe this, but our primary mission now isn't to wander the continent or make a living by taking requests. Our job now is to raise the children. We teach them how to read, write, farm, and hunt. We teach them how to make weapons, armors, and everyday items. We teach them medicine and alchemy. All the children are treated fairly and equally. They learn together, eat together, and play together, just like a family. Even if not all of them will become witches, at least they'll have learned something from us. They can contribute to society, get a job for themselves. Kaer could imagine the scene in his head, and he gasped. Ever since he came to Kaer, the only people living in these ruins were him and Kelda. Never had he seen a Witcher Academy so lively, and he looked forward to it. But then the constant nagging of his mentor's teachings in his head doused his anticipation. Ixana, for some reason, felt envious of the children. If she had grown up in an orphanage like that, she might have been actually happy. At least it was better than getting abused. Perhaps I would have opened up a shop in the city by now. Kelda was still unconvinced. He cracked open the second book, and it was titled Key to Wars of Attrition. Roy, you know how infamous we are. The people call us uncivilized savages, mutants, kidnappers, man-eating monsters. Kaer took a deep breath. There was unease stirring in his heart, and he asked, why are the children willing to take the trial? You've never experienced homelessness, have you? Roy shook his head. Being an apprentice is a lot better than being a tramp. And witches aren't that infamous in Novgorod. We've been trying to change how the public perceives us, and it's working. It was all thanks to the ballroom and their collaboration with the church in the large-scale manhunt for kidnappers earlier. But where do you get the money? Ixana asked. Roy, I don't get most of what you said, but one thing I do know is orphanages cost money, especially in big cities, not to mention you're providing quality education for the children. And trial research burns through coins fast, Kaer added. We've set up shops in Novgorod. An apothecary shop and a ballroom, Roy said. Witches can run a business too, not against the law, and we'll expand the apothecary shop next year. We get enough funds for our operation from our business. Roy concluded, times are changing, and the Brotherhood is changing as well. It's how we got this far. They're running an orphanage, teaching the children how to survive, working with the officials to stop kidnappers, and they're also running a business. Aside from the teaching part, none of those are witcher jobs. Kaer rubbed his cheeks. He wanted to say something, but he didn't. Ixana's eyes shone. She had forgotten about Kelda, and now she was holding Kaer's arm quietly. You're young, but you sure can argue. I can see why the Semir asked you to come. Kelda shook his head and sighed. Why is the Brotherhood creating new witches? Just to expand the organization? And then he started speaking of the past like he was talking about an absolute truth that nobody could change. 300 years ago, monsters ran amok on this land, slaughtering our people. The mages went into research and created the first group of witches. They were born to fulfill a purpose. The number of witches bolstered, and they made it their mission to save the people. It was why they killed monsters. But the number of monsters are dwindling now, and the people no longer need witches. There's no need for witches to exist in large numbers. Expansion will do nothing but disrupt the cycle of the world. Kelda, do you really think witches exist as nothing but accessories for someone else? Roy stood up, confused. He stared into Kelda's eyes, but the old man didn't budge. He looked at Kaer, and the younger Griffin sat up straight, listening intently. I do not share the same opinion. Roy shook his head, adamantly. He said, witches are beings independent of others. Like how humans procreate, making more witches is an instinct in all witches. We do not wish to interfere with any kingdom's politics, work for gangs, or become mercenaries. All we want is a united community so we can break free of discrimination. Witches are witches, he said hoarsely. We have wild eyes and inhuman capabilities, immunity, and lifespan, but we can't procreate. Kelda, if witches have no reason to exist, then why did you bring Kaer into the fold? And that's why I only took in one student. Kelda flipped through his book. One is enough to inherit my will and protect Kaer. Roy froze. For the first time, he felt powerless. He never saw anyone as stubborn and obstinate as Kelda. It was as if Kelda was more of a spectator of history than a witcher. Don't waste your time on me, lad. No matter what you say, I won't go to Novgorod with you, Kelda said. But since Vasema vouched for you, you can stay in Kaer for a while. Kaer will teach you the signs, alchemy, and wisdom on monster hunting. But don't bring up that brotherhood. It won't work on us. Griffin lay down low in defeat. Roy turned around. Kaer looked red and dazed, as if he were ear-deep in his thoughts. If I can't get through to Kelda, I'll try getting through to Kaer. Chapter 398. Once again, night descended upon the land, the silvery moon on the heavens smiling at its reflection in the deep, dark sea. Silvery moonlight shone on the fortress, draping it in a sheen of silver. Silent were the mountains, save for the whispers of breeze sailing through the path of snow and the crashes of the waves against the reefs. The journey had exhausted Ixana, and she had retired for the night. Kaer, obeying his mentor's orders, took Roy around for a tour. The young witcher took a gander at their library and the remarkably lackluster laboratory. At the same time, Kaer told the young witcher about the fortress past. So, tell me, how did your school in Kaer come to be? Roy hunkered down and placed Griffin on the ground. The little one scurried off into the darkness, and then a gigantic silhouette was seen flying into the distant skies. It's an intricate story, one Kelda has tirelessly recounted many times. He saw to it that I memorized the history of our school. Remember the steel you saw? Kaer pulled his clothes tighter. Even he was affected by the winds. Roy heard him sniffle. An elven mage discovered this land and established that steel in the courtyard. Then came the 11th century. He paused for a moment to hunker down and dust the snow off him. Our creator, Altzur, came along and built this fortress with his men, but as you can see, most of those buildings are mere rubble now. However, Kaer started off as a lab to experiment on witcher mutations. Didn't end too well at first. Corpses piled up in the Great Hall, corpses of the failures, and then there were the curses invoked by the souls of those who never became witches. Altzur and his men abandoned this accursed land in pursuit of new ventures. Roy breathed into his palms. The story unsettled him. Looks like Altzur was a bastard. He saw humans as nothing but disposable test subjects. At the same time, the community of witches dissolved and broke into the different schools you see today. Kaer's eyes glinted under the moonlight, and he perked up. Erland of Larvik led 13 comrades in arms in pursuit of Altzur's footsteps. It took them here, to Kaer. They cleaned up the corpses and gave them a proper burial. It was then they declared their sovereignty over Kaer and founded the school. It was named Griffin, in remembrance of his mentor. He came up with a battle system that puts great emphasis on pre-battle preparation, flexibility, and magic, and it was with that system that he raised a generation of Griffins. At the same time, the Griffins are taught about a knight's honor and virtues guide, both of which are books that talk about the virtues of a knight. It was one of the reasons Erland established the school. Roy cocked his eyebrow. His wish was to change how the people thought of witches. It was his wish that one day, the people would put their prejudice aside and show witches the respect and gratitude they deserve. Roy paced forward slowly and stared at the remains of the fortress. For some inexplicable reason, he felt strength coming from it. The Griffins were idealists, that much was certain. But what befuddled Roy was Erland's actions. Altzur abandoned us, didn't he? So why did Erland follow in his footsteps? So he can lick Altzur's boots? To quote Kelda, Erland despised Altzur's inhumane act. He abhorred the fact that Altzur saw humans as nothing but mere test subjects. A sigh escaped Kaer's lips, but he acknowledged the intention behind it. the intention of saving the people. He wished to find Altsur and Cosimo to demand an explanation. He wanted to know if they had abandoned their ideals. He wished to turn them back to the straight and narrow. Roy shook his head. He went to challenge his creator on their morals. Brave, but, naturally, Erland failed. Cohen shook his head darkly. A long silence ensued, but he eventually continued. He never saw the creators, let alone persuade them into turning back to the right path, but it was thanks to his journey that he managed to find this place and establish Kaer, and then he spent his whole life building it up from scratch. Many allies of justice were born in this fortress, some of them famous. For example, George of Kajan, the Dragon Slayer. Roy puckered his lips. In most people's eyes, the Dragon Slayer was synonymous with foolishness and misfortune, not courage and strength. Do you think they're dead, Cone? The creators, I mean, Roy asked. None knows. Cone sighed. It has been centuries since their last sighting. The founding of Kaer was followed by the appearance of all the other schools. The schools worked independently of each other, maintaining a tenuous balance, and thus, we enter the Golden Age of Witches. This period spanned from the 11th century to the 12th. Cone curled up a little. He made a sign with his right hand and covered himself with the black shield of Heliodrop. It kept the cold away, and he stood up straighter. Roy cocked his eyebrow again. He couldn't even see how Cone cast his sign. 100 years ago, Erland noticed something. The number of witches had grown to a point where there was a lack of monsters for us to kill. Roy took a deep breath. Memories of his days as a witcher flooded his mind. He had conflicting feelings about it. When there were no monsters left to kill, the people began to see witches as monsters. Cone shot Roy a look of surprise. Your wisdom extends beyond your age, Roy. Yes. When humans feel that they are free from the threat of monsters, the power we witches possess is seen as a threat to them. There was irony in Cone's voice. At the same time, Temeria was facing a plague crisis. Fearing the ever-expanding witches, the churches started spreading rumors about them. Rumors that they were the cause of the plague. That's dirty. Roy asked. Who did that? Church of Creve? To be very clear, what I'm going to say next is the objective truth. No biases, Cone emphasized. Listen closely. Churches, plural. Creve, Militel, Eternal Fire, you name it. Their hierarchs saw us as a threat to their proselytization efforts, and thus they started slandering us. Roy hung his head low. He was reminded of the temple of Temeria he used to be in. He was reminded of the gentle Nenek and the priestesses who took in orphans selflessly. It was ironic that a religion founded in kindness had a history steeped in malice. To make things worse, the mages were eyeing the treasure trove of tomes Kaer had. Vasema told me about it, Roy interjected. The secrets of Kaer became the object of User and Banard's desire. They wanted to get their hands on those tomes. Cone stared into the moon, a hint of pride showing on his face only to be replaced by sadness a moment later. Yes. The previous Griffins researched and collected tomes of magic from all over the world to satiate their obsession for magic, and Erland, who followed the creed of neutrality closely, refused to share those secrets with the mages, who are notoriously known for their political meddling, and thus, the mages plotted a siege on us. The churches provided them with the best ammunition, and they came to us under the banner of justice. Quietly, they caused an avalanche. A catastrophic one that was grand in scale. Cone said grimly. The avalanche destroyed Kaer, burying it under a snowy grave, and it happened during a winter night. Griffins would spend most of the year hunting, only coming back for a gathering during the winter. They were all meditating in their rooms when disaster struck. Most of them died. So the avalanche took place a century ago? Roy asked. Only Kelda survived. Cone nodded and shook his head. He was once the monster knowledge instructor, and by chance, he survived. Erland was in the courtyard when the avalanche struck. He watched helplessly as his life's work was turned into rubble. Within moments, taking many of his brethren with it, he witnessed how humanity's greed could drive them to the extremes of cruelty. Cone clenched his fists and loosened them. He lost the drive to go on, and after he helped Kelda leave and healed him up, Erland left. All he left behind was a book titled The Hunt. It detailed all his life experiences since then. Nobody knows where he went. 100 years have passed. Kaer sighed. I might be a griffin, but I never got to see the fortress in its glory days. Okay, so the survivors made different choices. One stayed behind, while the other left in disappointment. A hint of sorrow filled Roy's heart, and anger came with it. This is an unkind world, one where witches cannot live in peace. Up until now, Roy had learned about 4 Witcher genocides. One was the Wild Hunt's assault on isekai'd, another was the mage-led assault on Kaer, the third was a Witcher tournament held by the King of Kaer, and the fourth was an ambush on Kaer organized by mages and churches who were hungry for the fortress secrets. They destroyed the fortress with no effort at all. Hasn't Erland thought of revenge? Why did he leave this place behind? Roy shook his head. But then again, one man can't do anything against the mages and the churches. Perhaps Erland's selflessness and knightly honor became his own worst prison. Abstinence filled his soul, and he refused to hurt humans no matter what they did to him. Roy stared at the steel. A long silence later, Kaer heaved a sigh and composed himself. But that's all in the past now. Kelda and I are living a quiet life, and it's fine. Some people don't ask much out of life. I can't change their minds with simple persuasion. Did Erland ever come back? Kaer shook his head. Perhaps he's still searching for Alzur in a remote corner of the world. Roy fell into silence. Most of the earliest Witchers were missing, even until now. Ivar of the Viper School, Elgar of the Wolf, and Erland of the Griffin. If they're still alive, why didn't they come back and see how their schools are doing? If they're dead, there should be news about it. Did they all die in a remote place or something? Roy thought that was possible, but he had another, bolder guess. Or maybe they're all locked up in some place we don't know. You two are the only griffins left. Do you still follow their tradition of hunting most of the year and coming back in the winter? Roy asked. That's what I do. Kaer looked at the house in the middle. Light shone through the crack of the ajar door. Most of the time, I'm hunting, but from what I know, Kelda hasn't left this place in more than 20 years. There was respect in his eyes. Kelda would rather write down everything he knew instead of going out for some monster hunting. Besides some necessary requests, he spends most of his time studying. He goes through tomes and parchments beside the fireplace every day, writing down everything he gleans from them. When the sun sets, he studies in his room. That goes on until late at night. It's been this way for many years. Nobody can match him in his thirst for knowledge. Does he like to teach, then? Kaer hesitated for a moment, and then he nodded. He's a tough teacher. Every time I answered his questions wrong when I was a kid, he would mercilessly mock me. But I can feel his love for teaching. It's only second to his love for knowledge. Roy put his hands behind his back, pacing back and forth around the sconces. Very well. Kaer, do you think Kelda would come to Novgorod? Kaer shook his head. Nothing can make him leave this place. Nothing. What about you, then? Roy did not give up. Will you come and meet the kids and the Witchers? Kelda is hard to convince, but Kaer seems to be open to suggestion. Kaer rubbed his chin in silence. A dilemma warred in his eyes. Roy continued. Your lover has abandoned her village. She crossed a couple of the local thugs, and that basically barred her from ever going back. Are you planning to keep her in Kaer forever? Kaer said nothing, but a frown started furrowing his brows. If you'd want her to move to a city, why not come to Novgorod? She has nobody to rely on in Kova and Povis, but the Brotherhood can help her out if she comes to Novgorod. We can easily get her a job, and the mage is good friends with me. Should you ever get tired of Novgorod and wish to return to Povis, just say the word, and we'll portal you away. Why do you help us, Roy? I'm a Witcher. Of course I help witches. Don't give me that look. Think of it as an investment. Perhaps the day may come when we need your help, Roy said solemnly. We won't make you violate your creed. Of course. He finally wavered. You have a point. I'll ask Kelda and Ixana if they're fine with it. We'll go to Novgorod. He too wanted to see what witches from other schools looked like. Kaer stared up at the moon and pleaded. But please stop asking me to join the Brotherhood. Kelda won't let me, and you'll be putting me in a hard spot. We will never go back on our creed. Roy shrugged and nodded, and yet he goaded. I won't bring this up again. You are your own man. Make your own decision. Just take this as a vacation. Have your honeymoon in Novgorod. Roy the diplomat had finally reached an agreement with Kaer. Chapter 399. Chilly winds started howling once more, chasing the stars into obscurity. The signs of Draco and Sagittarius were blown away. A minute more of your time, Kaer. Roy noticed Kaer's incessant glancing at Igsona's room. The Griffins are masters of signs, and sources say you possess skills strong enough to rival a mage's spell. I'd like to see if the rumors are true if you don't mind. Ah, you flatter us. Every school has its own specialty. We put more of our time into signs compared to say, swordplay and alchemy. And we did make some progress. Though it might not be as much as you say it is, Kaer said humbly. Not an ounce of arrogance even showed. But Roy thought he should be proud. The elements are what made this world. Witches who specialized in the power of the elements like signs had a better future than any other witcher. Kelda did say I can teach you all the basic stuff, and I'm more than happy to oblige. Our signs are different mainly because of the 3 secret arts. Kaer started explaining, and Roy listened closely. Dual signs, mutation, and the power-up provided by roar, or as I like to call it, wing flap. Kaer stared at Roy, and the young witcher fell deep into his thoughts. Kaer continued. Dual signs is something our school spent many years perfecting. It's a skill that gives you the ability to cast signs with both hands. Not different signs on both hands, however. Letho, Seret, Vasema, and Gerald could cast signs with 2 hands, but they were different signs. Technically, they were consecutive castings, not concurrent. Roy tried to do that, but his signs were only at level 3. He lacked skill. He could cast signs normally with his left hand, but his right would lag behind by a beat. Dual signs require you to cast a single sign using both hands. You'll expend more mana in the process while multiplying your sign intensity. Kaer waved his arms in the air, performing swift gestures that almost left afterimages. Roy thought he was seeing a flower bloom, and moonlight shone on a crimson sign blossoming in the center of that flesh-colored flower. As the witch's pendant vibrated violently, a burst of flame hurtled through the air, tearing apart the darkness of the night, shining upon Kaer's face. The flames flew across the air, turning a snowman 5 yards away into a puddle of water. Kaer pulled his hands back, ending the sign. The flames died down, but a horizontal trail of smoke appeared between the air and the snowy ground. Even though Roy wasn't facing the sign directly, he still felt a slight burn on his skin. Dual Igni's intensity was on par with Fury Fire. This was nothing to scoff at. At the same time, Roy was figuring out how Kaer did that. The gestures on both hands were simpler when dual signing, but combined, it was complete, not unlike how Roy would cast a sign using one hand. None in the Brotherhood knew this skill, not even Vasema. This was an art exclusive to the Griffin School. That brought Kaer's demonstration to an end. He rubbed his fingertips and, with fear in his eyes, said, "When I was little, Kelda once cast a dual on me. Mutated dual. He could lock onto a single target with that sign. I was chained to one spot and starved for a day and night. It was as if an invisible cage had locked me up. The elements itself formed a wall around me, and I couldn't move at all." Roy was shocked. Yidden was an area spell that could only last for 5 minutes, and it would lose effect once its target moved positions. And the sign could only slow the targets down or force ethereal creatures into the material world. That was a far cry from the Yidden Kaer was talking about. Dual signs is a secret art of the school. Roy's interest did not escape Kaer. Apologetically, he said, "I can't tell you more unless Kelda agrees to it. You can ask him tomorrow." Roy gave him an understanding smile and changed the subject. "Tell me about the remaining arts. Mutation and wing flap are related to elementals. You've meditated in an elemental circle before, haven't you? You should know that only a select few witches can come in contact with the elemental dimensions during that meditation session and resonate with one of the 4 elementals. The elementals are avatars of the elements themselves," Kaer said. "While they're in their elemental dimension, every roar, every growl, and every sound they make contain immeasurable power. They can tap into the elemental powers around them as easily as we breathe. Roy would never forget how the Ifrit's roar burned him. If a witcher hears any roar from the elementals, the signs he possesses can mutate and gain new powers. Kaer was patient with his explanation. To be precise, Ifrits affect Agni, Jinns change Ard and Hidden, Nymphs affect Oxa and Clamp, while Godlings mutate Kn and Heliodrop. Roy's Agni only evolved into Fury Fire because the Ifrit roared at him. Hey, do you think there might be an eighth sign? Roy explained. Ifrits only affect one sign, but the other elements can affect two. Wouldn't that shift the balance? Well, you can try to come up with an eighth sign, Kaer joked. Anyway, a part of the Griffins possessed magical talents that rivaled mages, especially the first 14, Erland included. All of them came in contact with the elemental dimensions during their meditation in the elemental circle. And through that session, they concluded 4 kinds of roars. All of them are recorded in the hunt. In their own way, they recorded the secret voices of the elementals for us to listen and feel. Roy's heart skipped a beat. He was already fortunate enough to come in touch with one elemental. Most Twitchers never had the chance to see any of the elementals, but the Griffins saw all 4. Guess they aren't magical for nothing. So all your signs have mutated, then? No, I let Kelda down. All I have is the dual sign art. He shook his head, smiling bitterly. An elemental's roar is not to be understood in the normal sense. Anyone who hears it will undergo a change, physically and mentally speaking. Only those who possess expert meditation skills and special traits can pass the change safely. People with an iron will, or those who are sources to begin with. Kaer sighed. If anyone who lacks those qualities were to attempt the change, they might self-combust, freeze their innards, turn into stone, or even break into little pieces. Roy, if you possess the qualities to undergo that change, perhaps Kelda might give you the opportunity to witness the hunt and feel the elementals' voices. Roy massaged his temples. Okay, so I guess the requirements are level of meditation, high will, and elemental affinity. I allocated all my skill points to meditation. Most witchers don't even have that kind of level of meditation. Guess I make the cut? No problem in the will department. I have a higher will than most living things, and I've awakened elder blood. That ramped my elemental affinity up. Sign mutation is practically made for me. I'm taking it. Wing flap is a modification of the elemental's roar. It's designed to support the signs. Kaer paused for a moment. Do you know why signs are weaker than spells? Roy leaned forward to listen closely. Because signs expend the mana within us, and we only have a limited reserve of mana. That limitation limits our sign's power. Kaer's eyes glinted. While mages also expend their own mana, it's not the only source of their spell's power. Their own mana is nothing but a guide. Once their spell is released, it takes in the chaos energy lingering in the air. And chaos energy is infinite, limitless. It's why their spells are a few magnitudes more powerful than signs. But of course, there are flaws in that spell system as well. They need a longer time to prepare. Their spells require complex steps to cast, and they also require complex materials, incantations, and talismans to aid them in spellcasting. Erland was a source. He did extensive research on signs and spells, listing out their pros and cons. Eventually, he improved our signs. There was deep respect in Kaer's eyes. He simplified our signs and fused them with the modified roars. It's akin to adding a simple incantation, but without the chanting. We can still cast the signs as swiftly as ever. The modified signs, when cast, can tap into the chaos energy lingering in the air, strengthening them. Kaer explained. These modified signs resemble the first time a bird flaps its wings to fly. It chirps and flies into the air, traveling to a new horizon. Once modified, these signs will be as potent as spells, and with a significantly faster casting speed compared to their spell counterparts. But just like sign mutation, wing flap involves the roar of the elementals. You'll need to possess some specific qualities to access it: expert meditating skills, an iron will, or being a source. Roy heaved a sigh, and he said nothing for a long time. These secret arts were more powerful and complex than he imagined. Sign mutation and wing flap, especially, seemed to be designed for him. I need to get my hands on those. Cone looked at the house again. Roy, I do not possess the power to master the remaining arts. Therefore, I cannot put on any demonstration. That will be it for today. You need time to sort out all the information I just told you, so I'll leave you at that. Chapter 400. Within a dark room of Kaer, a witcher sat, his face illuminated by naught but the moonlight that shone through the window. His eyes were closed, and his legs were crossed. The witcher was in a state of meditation. A little white dog lay beside him, night winds billowing its fur. The dog was sleeping with its belly revealed, a snore escaping its nose ever so occasionally. Its legs would twitch, perhaps because it was running in its dream. A peaceful night this would be, if not for one fateful moment. Whispering winds turned into howling gales, blowing away the bluish-gray curtains up. Moonlight showered the room with no interference, a dark, circular silhouette appearing on the illuminated ground. It poked through the ground like a ball of viscous mud, until eventually, a black, muscular, humanoid creature with two swords strapped to its back formed without a sound. It first knelt on one knee, but eventually the monster stood up, its hand on the hilt of its sword. Moonlight shone on it, but like a black hole, the monster absorbed it all. The witcher's pendant vibrated all of a sudden, waking him up. Roy leapt into the air like a flash of a lightning bolt, while Griffin barked and turned around to hide in a corner. He grasped the air, producing a hand crossbow that glimmered red, and he stared at the silhouette in silence. Roy tugged at the trigger, pointing his weapon at the enemy, and he cast Observe. Costi. Age: 124 years old. Gender: male. Status: Griffin School Witcher. Spiritual entity: a being that's between a soul and a living thing. HP: 190. Mana: 260. Strength: 18. Dexterity: 16. Constitution: 19. Perception: 14. Will: 9. Charisma: 7. Spirit till 26. Skills: Strength and Witcher Science Level 3, Alchemy Level 8, Meditation Level 8, Griffin School Swordplay Level 8, Witcher Senses Level 9, Griffin Arts Level 6, Teleportation Level 2, Magic Maneuver Level 1. Source: Passive. The moment Roy was done going through the information, he pulled the trigger. At the same time, the silhouette made complicated gestures in the air. It looked like 6 pairs of hands were making circles at the same time, creating a gigantic, golden sign at incredible speed. Roy's enchanted bolt flew through the air, and a crackling net of electricity popped into existence. Magical lights shone, and the bolt hit its target. A blinding golden light exploded before it shattered into pieces, raining down on the room. But that flash of light had completed its mission. The silhouette was unharmed, and the bolt was deflected, flying back at Roy at an even greater speed. Shocked, Roy rolled away. A gust of wind flew by his cheek, cutting off a lock of his hair. The silhouette froze for a split second from the bolt's enchantment, and the next moment, both fighters made a sign at the same time. It was Xa versus Yidden, and yet Roy was still slower than his opponent. Even though the silhouette was making a sign with both hands, it still managed to cast it at an incredible speed, finishing its sign before Roy could. It shoved Xa at Roy, and the hypnotic sign made him freeze, as if fallen under a spell. His eyes glossed over, and his muscles tensed. His hand crossbow fell to the ground as his arms hung limply by his sides. The silhouette muttered something under its breath, as it slowly approached Roy. It kept Xa going on with its left hand, while it held its right hand up before its chest. But before it could land an attack on Roy, a crimson light flashed in the room. Aerodite tore through the air, forming an arc from left to right. The blade hit its target's neck and cut the curtains behind the silhouette in half. A wooden rod fell into the snow-covered ground, and moonlight shone on the young witcher. Roy's eyes were clear. The sign failed to affect him. His will was great enough to shield him against any mind control. And now for the finishing blow. The crimson tentacles of fear rooted that monster in place, and Roy went in for the second attack. He crouched and put his left leg forward while swinging his blade diagonally downward, cutting the silhouette's chest open. If this were a body of flesh, it would have been cut in half, its innards spilling everywhere. But this was no body of flesh, and Roy's blade tasted no blood. In fact, Roy thought he was cutting at air, not a monster. The monster's body rippled like water. Its body flashed bright like stars before the monster faded into the air. Another shadow hopped out of its left side, sticking closely to the wall beside the window. It made another dual sign and shoved it at the momentarily defenseless Witcher. A crimson primrose appeared in the air, blossoming in the night, and then a deafening, destructive roar screamed across the room until it disappeared into the far, far distance. Crimson flames. That was the only thing Roy saw. And yet he advanced with his blade pointing at the silhouette's eyes. He relinquished all defense and charged forward with his crimson blade, crashing into the silhouette like two lovers having a violent quarrel. Roy's blade shattered his enemy, while he was engulfed by the monster's flames. A great pillar of flames, bloody light, and the gleam of a sword pierced through the room, rumbling the earth itself. Sounds of explosions filled the air. There was also a grunt and a sigh of relief, but all only lasted for a mere moment. The fierce battle came to an end in just a few moments. Kosti, Spiritual Entity, Guild EXP plus 300, Massacre level, 6-7. Bloody Aura. Any attacking enemy within a 3-meter radius has a 20% chance, locked, to be feared. If their will is lower than yours, then they shall lose control of their body for 3 seconds at most. You now permanently cause 25-30% more damage to any creature you have hunted before. Fear. You may cast Bloody Aura, fearing single, multiple, or all targets in a 3-meter radius around you. If their will is lower than yours, then they shall lose control of their body for 3 seconds at most. Cooldown, 3-2 minutes. Note, this skill levels up whenever you cross a threshold of type and number of creatures guild. Gone was the silhouette, leaving nothing but a pile of smoking blue dust behind. Only Roy remained on the battlefield, but he was kneeling on one knee, and smoke billowed from his body. The battle burned him badly. He gasped in pain and let air on die go. The agony almost made him fall, but he held himself up with both hands. Roy was in bad condition. His cheeks had turned into jowls covered in twisted blisters and burns. No longer was he the same handsome Witcher he once was. Smoke was all that came out when he opened his mouth, and blood trickled down his mouth. The flesh on his scalp merged with his charred hair. His face, neck, shoulder, and chest were horrifyingly red. Most of his skin was cracked, revealing the crimson flesh underneath. His shirt and pants were charred black and tinged with crimson. Griffin barked and came to lick Roy's hand, but the scalding heat made it stick its tongue out and howl in pain. Even breathing was torture for Roy. An ungodly amount of heat resided in his body, sending waves of hot electricity coursing through his body. The heat of the flames within and without him were cooking him, and his brain was a mush. All he wanted to do now was level up. And that was what he did. You gain 1 skill point and 1 stat point. Will, 18-20. You now have 20 points in will. Bloody Aura, Fear, and Suppression are now powered up. They can alter reality now. A cool sensation covered Roy. He felt like he just leapt into a pool of cool, clear water after getting scorched under the afternoon sun. Every pore was breathing in as much as it could, and every cell on his body was cheering in joy. All the ugly scars and burn marks went away. Once again, Roy's skin regained its luster. It was smoother than silk. His almost depleted HP and mana were replenished to full bars. He stood up and flicked his sword before sheathing it. Then the Witcher quickly covered himself with the golden and black shields of Kaer and Heliodrop. He touched his whole body, his hand freezing when it got to his head. Roy's hair did not grow back. Once again, he was bald. This again? Once Roy confirmed that he was in no more danger, he hunkered down and checked for any suspicious clues. The silhouette might have turned into a pile of dust, but that pile was still brimming with magic. An assassination attempt? Here, in Kaer? Did Kelda do this? Flames that fell from the sky. Some mutated dual sign that's fused with Raw. Roy's memories were dragged back to the moment when the silhouette let out a terrifying roar before he could finish it off. That powered-up Igni crashed down like a meteor, taking out almost all his HP. He'd been dying at that moment. That Igni was as powerful as a Cyclops attack. Before he could figure anything out, Someone opened the door, and moonlight shone on the griffins. Both of them looked at Roy, surprised to see that his clothes were charred, but his skin was glimmering, while his head was bald. "What happened to your hair? And what was that noise?" Kaer stared at Roy's head, and his cheeks twitched. He wanted to laugh, but he had to hold it in and stay serious. "And why is it so hot in here? Did you burn yourself while practicing how to duel cast Agni?" Kaer looked around the room. He saw the cut curtains and the fence. He saw burn marks on the ground, as well as the blue powder that was brimming with magic. And he noticed how Roy was staring at them. There was interrogation in the young witch's eyes. "They're in their jackets and unarmed. Didn't look weird when they came in. And even if they wanted to attack me, they would have gone with an honorable duel, not assassination." Roy eased up and calmed down a little, though a smile of irony tugged at his lips. "This might sound preposterous, but someone ambushed me." "What?" "That's right." Roy took a deep breath and raised his voice. "To be precise, a griffin ambushed me." 5 minutes later, Kaer stared at the pile of ash in disbelief. "In my 40 years of living in this fortress, I have never seen another witcher." He noticed the look in Roy's eyes, and he said, "On the honor of my school, I swear this has nothing to do with us. We have no idea this happened. If a word of what I said was a lie, let my name be spat on and insulted forever." Kaer looked at Kaer. "For the past 40 years, there have only been 2 witches in Kaer, me, and Kaer. And perhaps we're the only remaining griffins in this land." Kaer was staring at the pile of powder as well, and he frowned. The would-be assassin was shrouded in black, and you couldn't discern its face. It must have been a spiritual entity. He extended his fingers and waved them across the air, feeling for some lingering trails of a battle. It used a dual sign and imbibed it with a roar. Roy rubbed his shiny head and tried his best to imitate that weird sound. "I think it went like this." Kaer shook his head, displeasure glinting in his eyes. He looked at Roy like he just gained the worst grades in an exam. "That's incorrect. You're missing a key skill in producing the sound. But it resembles one of the 4 roars." "It was using Agni," Roy said, "but not from its palm, no, from the skies above, and I couldn't evade it. It's how I ended up like this." "Your testimonial points to a mutated Agni we call Skyfire." Kaer pinched his beard. "From what I know, there were 2 griffins who possessed this power. They were called Kosti and Modin." He sighed. "But they perished in that avalanche. I buried them behind Kaer, where they rest forever with more than 60 brothers. But if what you said is true, then one of them has turned into a spiritual entity and started this fight." Roy crossed his arms and cocked his eyebrow. Things were getting more shrouded in mystery now. "So the spirit was attacking Roy?" Kaer was shocked. "But why did it show up tonight of all nights and come after Roy? Why not me or Kaer or Ixana? Perhaps it sees me as an intruder," Roy proposed. "But I did nothing. Didn't disrespect the school either." Kaer was still suspicious of one thing. A mutated Agni is powerful beyond measure, and yet you only lost your hair? Your clothes are charred, but there's not a single burn mark on your skin. That is odd. I can't tell him that I almost died and used a revive chance on myself. And so, Roy gave all the credit of his healing to the trial. "I gained some powerful regenerative abilities from my trial. I'm not like most witches. My wounds heal incredibly fast, and they leave no scars behind. You do not have to tell us about your secrets." "These battle marks tell me of another story entirely," Kaer interjected. "We know not of what the entities want, but you should stay the night in Kaer and Ixana's room. Just in case the entities were to come again. Don't come out until dawn breaks." "I'll look into this and see if I can get any answers. Take me with you." Anger flared in Roy's eyes. "I got ambushed and was forced to use a full recovery. No way I'm letting this slide. No, there's no guarantee that was the only entity." Kaer shook his head. "If you were to come with us, it might anger them further and cause unnecessary problems. Some of the dead were as powerful as I am." "Worry not. I will come back with an answer." Roy stayed silent for a moment, and he nodded. And then peace ensued, though for how long, nobody knew. Roy was in Kaer's room, holding Griffin in his arms as he fell into his thoughts. Kaer was holding the sleeping Ixana in his arms. The village lady knew nothing of the commotion that took place. "Sorry you had to go through that, mate. It's not your fault. Roy patted Griffin's head. He was not at all sleepy after that ordeal, but if you have any information, please tell me. He paused for a moment. Do you receive many guests in this fortress? Cone shook his head. This is a remote place, and Kelda doesn't like being disturbed. We've only received a dozen or so guests. Most were lost travelers, some were witches. That includes Vasema. Did anything of the sort happen to them while they were here? Adamantly, Cone answered, no. You're the first. Kelda held up a candelabra as he slowly descended down the spiral staircase, heading deep into the dark underground. On and on he went, until he finally reached the base of the fortress. To one particular tome on a bookshelf he approached. Beautiful and complex were the patterns embroidered on its cover, but its beauty was tainted by a black cloud surrounding it.